Today is the day of the class awakening ceremony at Dragon Kingdom High. This is a massive day for every student, but it means everything to Lu Fan. It has been 3 years since he transmigrated to this world from Blue Star, and he is determined to awaken a combat class. But as luck would have it, Lu Fan ends up awakening a hidden class, Dragon Tamer. Sure, it is supposedly one of the rarest and most powerful classes out there, but that is only on paper. In reality, throughout the 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons have definitely existed, but a dragon tamer who actually managed to tame one? Zero. No matter how powerful a human gets, they are nothing but tiny insects to a dragon. Trying to tame a real giant dragon is practically impossible. To make matters worse, a dragon tamer without a dragon can never level up. The moment everyone hears about Lu Fan's class, they are shocked at first, but that quickly turns into pure pity. Don't worry, kid. At the very least, it's still a hidden class with boundless potential. Just work hard, and maybe you can tame some lesser dragons to become strong, the principal says, patting Lu Fan's shoulder to comfort him. Yeah, right, become strong. That sounds completely hopeless. That night, Lu Fan is tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep because of the awakening ceremony, when suddenly, a system screen pops up out of nowhere. Congratulations, you have received your Day-1 treasure map. Day-1 treasure map? Oh, right. When it first activated, he remembered it was called the Super Treasure Map System. Truth be told, right before the ceremony, Lu Fan had unexpectedly unlocked this system and gained a passive skill called Appraisal Eye. It's a skill that allows him to see basic information like the class, level, and skills of anyone or anything he looks at. Today, I only tested out the appraisal feature, but I haven't even touched the main function of this thing yet. Curious, Lu Fan taps on the chest icon on the screen. The treasure maps are divided into 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and god tier. By using the system, I can fuse 3 lower tier maps together to create a higher tier one. You will receive 1 random tier treasure map every single day. Just head to the marked location to claim treasures tailored specifically to your class. Tailored to my class? Everyone thinks the Dragon Tamer class is the absolute weakest because taming a dragon is next to impossible. But if I play my cards right with this system, could I bridge the gap between being the weakest and becoming the strongest? In other words, this god-tier treasure map is my last chance to turn my life around. I have to go. Determined. Lu Fan immediately opens his inventory, and the coordinates of the treasure flash right before his eyes. The Highlands? That's not too far from Jianghai City. Lu Fan wastes no time and hits the road, but unfortunately, trouble finds him sooner than expected. The moment he gets off the bus, a group of 2 guys and a girl blocks his path. Hey kid, wanna team up with us? The one-eyed guy pats Lu Fan on the shoulder and asks with a smirk. I'm a summoner, so I don't need companions, Lu Fan replies. If I run into trouble, I can just summon elemental creatures to handle it. Hearing that Lu Fan is a summoner, the bandits are caught off guard. Deciding he isn't worth the trouble, they back off and leave him alone. What a bunch of lowlifes. No matter how dangerous the wild is, it's still way safer than being around backstabbing hunters like you. That just shows what happens when you're weak. I need to move fast. Just then, the system alerts him that he has arrived at the location marked on his map. I finally found it. Lu Fan shouts in excitement, heading straight toward a strange, glowing light nearby. It's a black dragon egg, level unknown. But just as the egg is about to hatch and release a baby dragon, Lu Fan hears a rustling sound in the bushes right behind him. He made it here pretty smoothly, but of course, he couldn't completely avoid the keen nose of a wild beast. Lu Fan quietly draws his weapon, a basic, common-grade beginner cleaver. It's basically trash-tier loot, like the junk you get from a bad gacha pull. Sure enough, a split second later, a beast leaps out of the bushes to ambush him. Luckily, since he was already on guard, Lu Fan manages to block its snapping jaws with his blade just in time, but it takes all his strength to shove the hungry beast away. Right then, his appraisal eye automatically triggers. It's a bloodthirsty gray tiger, level 10. Skills, triple slash, a rapid 3-hit combo, and bloodlust recovery, which lets it steal health. Experience points, 120. Drop item, tiger skin, worth 85 yuan. Triple slash and bloodlust recovery. In other words, it can use 3 rapid attacks to make me bleed, and then steal my health to heal its own wounds. I can't take this thing on by myself. My only option is to stall for time until the baby dragon hatches, and then use my dragon taming skill. Before Lu Fan can even process this, the bloodthirsty gray tiger pounces at him again, Lu Fan barely manages to dodge the first strike, but the beast is way too fast, and its second slash catches him, slicing right through his arm. I can't let it activate its bloodlust. I have to finish it off during this slash. Deciding on his next move, Lu Fan braced himself and shifted to defense. The moment the beast unleashed its third strike, he seized the perfect opening and drove a fatal blow straight into its head, putting it down for good. Bloodthirsty Grey Tiger defeated, plus 120 experience points. But just when Lu Fan thought it was all over, a familiar, annoying voice echoed behind him. Hey, you finally brought it down. Little brother, you're pretty impressive. One Eye sneered as he and his gang stepped out from behind a large rock. Lu Fan glared at them. Have you guys been tailing me? Didn't I already tell you I'm not joining your group? Pink Hair burst out laughing. Oh, come on, handsome. There's no need to be so cold, is there? Besides, didn't you lie to us first? Yeah, didn't you claim you were just a summoner? So why didn't you use a single summon skill when you were in danger? Lu Fan realized his cover was completely blown. To avoid any more trouble, he decided to just let them have the bloodthirsty Grey Tiger. Fine, if you want the loot, take it. Just get lost and leave me alone. Ah, now this little brother knows how to play ball. One Eye grinned, walking over to grab the tiger carcass. But this trash is only worth 85 bucks. How many of these would we have to make you hunt to get rich? Besides, this isn't even what we're after. With a greedy smirk, One Eye cast his eyes over to the spot where Lu Fan had hidden the dragon egg. Did they see me find the dragon egg? While Lu Fan was still trying to figure it out, the bandits made their move. The rock stepped forward and delivered a brutal punch that sent Lu Fan crashing to the ground. Pink Hair immediately seized the opportunity, pinning him down with a knife to his throat. Hey, little brother, you really underestimated the noses of us treasure hunters, One Eye said, wearing a smug grin. The rock walked behind the boulder and retrieved the dragon egg, proudly showing it off to the gang. We got the treasure, kill him. One Eye barked the order, eagerly rushing over to inspect the dragon egg. But just as Pink Hair raised her blade to finish Lu Fan, a sharp cracking sound echoed from the egg. A baby dragon emerged from the shell, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. What on earth is that monster? Before the bandits could even process what was happening, the baby dragon dove straight down at them like a heat-seeking missile. One Eye quickly threw a cloud of poison at the baby dragon, but it easily dodged the attack. The rock tried to crush it with his fist, but with a single, vicious bite, the baby dragon turned him to dust. The baby dragon then turned its gaze directly onto One Eye. Terrified out of his mind, the leader scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. Unbelievable. Even though it's just a newborn, it's already this insanely powerful. No wonder no one in history has ever been able to tame a dragon, Lu Fan muttered in awe. Hearing this, Pink Hair broke out in a cold sweat. A dragon? Are you serious? That was really a dragon egg? Just then, a blood-curdling shriek from One Eye echoed through the area. Pink Hair slowly turned her head, only to see the baby dragon casually picking its teeth. Her boss had completely vanished into thin air. Horrified, Pink Hair completely forgot about Lu Fan. Her hand trembled violently as she pointed her knife at the oncoming baby dragon. So much for your treasure hunter's nose. You tried to steal what belongs to me, and this is exactly what you get. Lu Fan shoved Pink Hair aside and cast his dragon taming magic, successfully binding the baby dragon. Contract with the black dragon is complete. Dragon Claw skill unlocked. Dragon Fang Strike skill unlocked. Dragon's Encouragement skill unlocked. You. Who the hell are you? Haha, now you want to know? I'm no summoner. I am a dragon tamer. Staring at the baby dragon baring its razor-sharp teeth, Pink Hair fell to her knees, begging Lu Fan in absolute panic. Please, spare my life. I swear I had no idea that was a dragon egg. You scumbag hunters have ruined countless lives. Don't act innocent now. No. Please, it wasn't me. Pink Hair desperately tried to lie her way out of it. Go join your friends in hell. The moment Lu Fan's cold words left his mouth, Pink Hair became the baby dragon's next meal. Phew. Finally, that's taken care of. Lu Fan let out a long sigh of relief. After patching up his wounds, he scooped up the baby dragon, which was busy rummaging through his backpack. I still can't believe it. I've actually crossed the line from weak to strong. It's this terrifying right out of the shell. I can't even imagine how overpowered it'll be once it actually starts leveling up. Shaking with excitement, Lu Fan pulled the baby dragon into a tight hug. Haha, this is awesome. With you by my side, this dragon tamer is about to climb all the way to the top of the world. But what should I name you? Little Coal? Or maybe Black Diamond? Nah, those sound terrible. What about? While Lu Fan was brainstorming, he suddenly noticed the baby dragon was gently licking the blood, dripping from the cut on his arm. Instantly, a massive wave of power erupted from the little dragon as a blinding light enveloped it. When the light faded, the baby dragon had transformed into a human girl. Staring in sheer shock at the dragon-turned girl, Lu Fan gasped, "Wait, you can actually take on a human form?" The dragon girl nodded enthusiastically with an innocent smile. Lu Fan chuckled, letting her play around while he opened his status window to check his stats. Class: Dragon Tamer. Level: 10. Strength: 55. Agility: 50. 3. Intelligence: 60. Durability: 60. Dragon Taming. Can tame dragon-type beasts. Dragon Claw. Transforms your arm into a powerful dragon claw, with its power scaling based on your active dragon pet. Dragon Fang Strike. Channels a massive amount of dragon energy to unleash a devastating high-impact blow. Dragon's encouragement buffs both himself and his dragon pet, boosting all of their stats and attack power by 30%. Level 1 Black Dragon Covenant, with a storage value of 239. Luke Pham thought to himself in excitement. Just as he expected, as long as he tames a dragon, all of his skills will unlock. Dragon's encouragement can buff both himself and his dragon pet, boosting all of their stats and attack power by 30%. The effect of this buff is way better than a priest's buff. As for Dragon Fang Thrust, it's a high-damage single-strike attack, and Dragon Claw lets him manifest his own arm to unleash an attack just as powerful as his dragon pets. Not even counting the baby black dragon, just looking at his own stats. They're already 5 to 6 times higher than an average person's. At this rate, even if he fights alone, he can easily crush any combat class of the same level. Next, Luke Pham tapped to open the Black Dragon's stat panel. Level 1 Black Dragon Covenant. Strength: 342. Agility: 267. Spirit: 359. Durability: 373. Giant Jaw Strike. Lunges and tears into the target, dealing damage and inflicting a bleed effect. Lava Torrent continuously unleashes a stream of fire forward, dealing damage while healing its user. Black Dragon Bloodline reduces incoming damage by 50% and grants immunity to all debuffs. Self-regeneration is boosted by 500%. Additionally, Bloodline Link provides the Dragon Tamer with 10% of all the dragon's stats. After looking through the Black Dragon's stat panel, Luke Pham was utterly amazed. A mere level 1 baby dragon already has multiple skills and stats bordering on 400. This is something humans simply can't compete with. Even a human expert 20 levels higher wouldn't stand a chance against it. And it's all thanks to Bloodline Link, which has multiplied his own stats. No wonder he felt so incredibly powerful the moment the taming succeeded. The 3 great hidden classes? No matter how strong those hidden classes are, they can't even hold a candle to the Dragon Clan. Without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer is now at the absolute top of the food chain. Glancing at the black dragon happily munching on its eggshell, Luke Pham rubbed his chin and thought, even though it can take on a human form, it seems its habits haven't changed one bit. What should I call you? A little black dragon born right before dawn. Very quickly, a name flashed in Luke Pham's mind. He happily asked the black dragon, Xiao Ye. How about I call you Xiao Ye? The black dragon chirped happily. Seeing this, Luke Pham smiled and said, looks like you really like that name, huh? He felt that even though heading out to search for treasure was dangerous, it was completely worth it. Luke Pham walked over to Xiao Ye, patted its head, and asked, are you hungry? The black dragon stopped chewing on the eggshell, its eyes lighting up as it let out a happy cry of agreement. Luke Pham stood up, looked into the distance, and said, time to hunt some wild beasts to fill our bellies, Xiao Ye. He thought to himself, that's right, I can't just head back like this. The college entrance exam that will decide his future is just around the corner. Right now, countless other students must be out there grinding to level up. The dream of winning the South Province Top Scholar Reward and securing a direct admission to the prestigious Dragon National University, he finally has the power to reach for it now. Still, he can't afford to be careless. For now, leveling up and getting used to his new skills is his top priority. Brimming with excitement, Luke Pham grabbed his backpack and said, Xiao Ye, let's move out. We're heading deeper into this place. There are monsters in there that taste way better than that eggshell. Xiao Ye happily followed right behind Luke Pham. But after only a few steps, they heard the distant roars of multiple monsters echoing through the area. They both stopped and turned toward the noise, only to see a pack of monsters charging straight toward them. Those are Plains hyenas. Compared to the bloodthirsty demonic foxes, these guys are way tougher to deal with. Whispering to himself, Luke Pham quickly used his appraisal eye on the plains hyenas. Level 12, Rend and Tear. A bite that deals damage and inflicts a bleed effect on the target. Putrid Decay. Infects the target with a rabies debuff. Exp award, 380. Drops, Hyena Fangs, worth 95. Dragon Coins. Honestly, even though he defeated the level 10 bloodthirsty demonic fox earlier, he still took some serious injuries. As Luke Pham was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Xiao Ye taking the initiative, flying straight toward the pack of plains hyenas. Looks like a big guy has been waiting for us for quite a while now. In that direction, a massive three-headed monster slowly approaches, growling deeply. Lu Fan immediately activates his appraisal eye. Level 25, three-headed blood lion. It boosts its own attack and defense, and its Rend skill deals massive damage within a certain area. Its triple flame skill unleashes 3 blazing torrents to attack. Defeating it yields 23,790 experience points. Its fangs are worth 1,300 dragon coins, and its pelt is worth 2,570 dragon coins. Normally, an elite level 25 monster would require a whole squad of hunters to take down, but Lu Fan is a dragon tamer who commands the black dragon. Without a single worry, he calmly commands, "Xiao Ye, let's go." Xiao Yi lets out a roar and instantly charges toward the three-headed blood lion. Seeing the threat charge forward, the three-headed blood lion throws all 3 of its heads back, letting out a ferocious roar that instantly boosts its defense and attack power. But it doesn't stop there. The beast opens its 3 jaws wide, unleashing torrents of fire element that merge into a rapidly growing fireball. This is its triple flame skill, which channels its breath into a destructive fireball that inflicts 3 hits of massive damage with a cooldown. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly orders, "Xiao Ye, coordinate with me and disrupt its skill." Xiao Ye screeches as flames completely envelop its body, and when the smoke clears, it reveals its true giant dragon form. Diving straight down at the three-headed blood lion, it strikes with its giant maw skill. The enemy's triple flame is instantly cancelled. Lu Fan cheers. Nice. Giving the blood lion no room to breathe, he immediately follows up with a finishing blow. Dragon Fang Strike. Lu Fan gains 23,790 experience points, leveling up to level 14. The Black Dragon also gains 23,790 experience points, leveling up to level 9. Staring at the system notification, Lu Fan chuckles. Is it over already? An elite monster really is something else. So much experience from just 1 kill. Right at that moment, another system prompt pops up. The system has been triggered, and you have received a daily treasure map. Another map? I wonder what kind of treasure is waiting for a dragon tamer this time. Bursting with anticipation, Lu Fan says excitedly, "Xiao Ye, let's go treasure hunting." Xiao Ye happily follows right behind him. Meanwhile, deep within the rocky mountains of the plains, a group of people are discussing something. Qin Chu asks, "Uncle Ji, are we really going to pass up on such a rare opportunity?" Sunge gives a helpless smile and replies, "My lady, there is nothing we can do about this. This opportunity dungeon requires a minimum of 5 people to open. If we don't have enough players, it simply won't unlock. I suggest having Kai head back to Jianghai to bring some more people here." But Kai cuts him off. "No way. Even with my speed, a round trip would take at least a whole day." Qin Chu sighs. Opportunity dungeons appear completely at random, and the rewards they yield are far better than regular dungeons, but they only last for a single day. One day is definitely too late. Seeing Qin Chu downcast, Sunge tries to comfort her. "My lady, you have never been one to fret over small losses anyway. With your talent, once you enter the top 10 academies, you will have plenty of high-level dungeons provided to you." Qin Chu sighs again. "I know that, Uncle Ji. But it is still such a shame." Just then, Sunji's expression turns sharp as he glares toward a nearby spot and barks, "Who is there?" Kai immediately draws her weapon, warily scanning the area ahead. From behind a large boulder, Lu Fan calmly steps out and says, "Relax. I was just passing by." Sunge scoffs, "Look at your ragged outfit, kid. This is no place for a low-level treasure hunter." As Sunge speaks, Qin Chu raises a hand to silence him and steps forward, extending her hand to Lu Fan with a polite smile. "Hello. We are from the Qin family of Jianghai. I am Qin Chu. I know this is sudden, but would you be willing to join our party temporarily? You won't have to do any of the heavy lifting. All we need is for you to enter the opportunity dungeon with us. Once we are done, I will pay you 100,000 dragon coins for your trouble. What do you say? Lu Fan chuckles. 100,000 dragon coins? He thinks to himself, if an opportunity dungeon can make the wealthiest family in Jianghai, the Qins, this desperate, then the rewards hidden inside must be incredibly rare. Qin Chu confirms, that's right. We just need you to help us meet the party size requirement. You can earn 100,000 dragon coins without lifting a finger. Sunga chimes in, an easy gig like this doesn't come around twice. Make up your mind, this offer won't stand forever. Lu Fan smiles, I am not particularly interested in money, but we can cooperate under a few conditions. Kai frowns. Are you saying you want to split the rewards based on our performance inside the dungeon? Lu Fan candidly admits, exactly. Qin Chu rests her chin in thought. Our average level is around 20, and he clearly looks much weaker. Is he just incredibly confident in his abilities, or is he just arrogant? Knowing that the dungeon is on a tight clock, Qin Chu decides not to overthink it and reaches her hand out to him. As for Lu Fan, if that's what you want, let's go ahead and form our party that way. To show our good faith, the 100,000 dragon coins I promised you earlier still stands. Lu Fan shakes hands with Qin Chu, sealing the deal. With the party sorted out, Qin Chu smiles and urges everyone. All right, team, get ready to set out. Walking at the back of the group, Lu Fan thinks to himself that revealing Xiao Ye's true identity to strangers out in the wild would only bring unwanted trouble. Bear with me for now, buddy. Once I get the reward, I'll summon you right away. As the group enters the dungeon, a status panel pops up in front of them. Opportune Secret Realm, Burial Village, level 20. The difficulty of this realm limits the party size to under 5 players. Everyone keeps a close eye on their surroundings as they cautiously make their way forward. Qin Chu is the first to speak, noting that the village is way too quiet, and she can even hear her own voice echoing back. Kair adds that the air feels incredibly heavy, with absolutely no sign of life coming from the thick fog. Noticing Lu Fan's empty hands, Uncle Ge asks, Hey kid, why are you empty-handed? You're not going in without any gear, are you? No gear? Lu Fan chuckles to himself and extends his hand, and a burst of flame instantly appears, swirling around his palm. As the fire dies down, a blade appears in his hand, the Ink Dragon Scale Saber, an epic-grade weapon with a level 10 requirement. Required classes: Dragon Tamer and Dragon Blood Warrior. Its special effect, Dragon Blood Armor, allows the user to partially dragonize, boosting their power with plus 65 attack and plus 30 durability. After Lu Fan defeated the three-headed Blood Lion, the system triggered, and he obtained this weapon from a treasure mark on the system's map. It's the perfect replacement for his basic starter dagger. Sizing up the weapon in Lu Fan's hand, Uncle Ge says, Well, kid, that blade of yours is definitely something special. A second ago, I thought you were just one of those freelance treasure hunters, but it looks like you're just a student who recently awakened their class, aren't you? Kair chimes in, Uncle, why do you even care about him? Even if we're working together, if he tries anything funny, I'll shut him down immediately. Suddenly, the ground right beneath Uncle G's feet bursts open, and a pale, lifeless hand claws its way out of the dirt. It's a decay zombie, level 15, yielding 620 experience points and decayed poison sac materials worth 256 dragon coins. Its skills include grab and bite, allowing it to lock onto, scratch, and tear at its target. It also inflicts corpse poison, meaning any of its attacks will poison the target. This leads to life drain, and if they die from the poison, they'll turn into a zombie themselves. As more and more decay zombies crawl up from the earth, Xiao Jia yells out a warning, Uncle G, look out! He quickly activates his charge skill, rushing ahead of the group and using his shield to bash away the decay zombies crowding Uncle G. Nice job, Xiao Jia. Uncle Ge praises him before charging into the fray alongside Kair, repeatedly slashing down the monsters. Lu Fan has yet to join the battle. Instead, he observes the group, quietly sizing up their warrior, assassin, and knight. Their party lineup is highly balanced, and that Uncle Ge is already level 28, meaning he's extremely close to his second awakening. By now, Qin Chu has finished casting her spell. Raising her staff high, she shouts, Holy Light Star Rain. She gathers her energy and unleashes a shower of starlight that rains down, dealing massive damage to enemies in the area while healing her allies. A torrent of starlight rains down on Uncle G's position, restoring their health and vaporizing a huge chunk of the monsters in an instant. Qin Chu turns to Lu Fan and explains, This is the signature of my class. As a Holy Light Mage, which is a hidden class, I can seamlessly combine offensive spells with healing. Though right now, my damage output is slightly lower than a standard mage, and my healing isn't as strong as a priest's. Lu Fan responds softly. Ah, I see. He quietly analyzes her hidden class, thinking that despite the drawbacks, her light attribute damage is incredibly effective against these undead monsters. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently, throwing everyone off balance. Right after, a whole new wave of monsters begins clawing their way out of the earth. Looking at the new threats, Lu Fan thinks to himself, looks like we've disturbed the elite monsters. Judging by the sound, there are quite a lot of them. They are blood zombies, level 20, offering 1,340 experience points and yielding blood corpse materials worth 915 coins. They behave like normal zombies, but are vastly stronger. As the swarm of blood zombies closes in, Uncle Ge immediately barks out orders. They're elites. Kair, protect the lady and that kid. Xiaojia, with me. Don't let these monsters break our front line. Xiaojia shouts, got it. Uncle Ge grips his weapon with both hands and unleashes a full moon slash, striking a blood zombie right in the shoulder. Meanwhile, Xiaojia uses a piercing strike, successfully driving his sword straight through another blood zombie's body. But the terrifying part is, the blood zombie is completely unfazed, and its wound rapidly closes, trapping Xiaojia's sword inside its flesh. Terrified, he gasps, How? How is this possible? To make matters worse, the blood zombies suddenly open their mouths in unison, preparing to unleash their corpse poison skill. Lu Fan thinks to himself, that's corpse poison. They desperately need a priest to cleanse it, but Qin Chu is only a holy light mage. She won't be able to do a thing to help them. Right now, part of Xiaojia's arm is trapped inside the body of a blood zombie. He cries out for help. Uncle G, help me out. But Uncle G isn't doing any better. His weapon is also wedged deep in the shoulder of another blood zombie. Decisively letting go of his grip, he shouts, just let go of your weapon. Kair, get to the front line and hold off the zombies for me. With that, Uncle Ge rushes over to Xiaojia. He successfully pulls the boy out. No need to bother her, I've got this covered. Smiling, Lu Fan steps to the front line with his weapon in hand. Seeing a monster charging right at Lu Fan, Uncle Ge shouts in panic, Kid, are you insane? Get back here right now. Lu Fan ignores the warning. He glares coldly at the monster and unleashes a clean, horizontal slash. To everyone's utter shock, the very monster they struggled so hard to fight is effortlessly sliced clean in half by Lu Fan's single blow. Turning back with a smile, Lu Fan says, don't be scared. Don't forget, we still need to keep moving forward. The group stares blankly at Lu Fan, and it's only when Xiaojia groans in pain that Qin Chi snaps out of it. She rushes over to support him, saying, hang in there, I'll heal you right away. As for Uncle G, he looks at Lu Fan in disbelief, his voice trembling as he asks, Kid, you, just what level are you anyway? There's no way a newly awakened student could pull off an attack with that much damage. Lu Fan calmly replies, I'm just a level 14 student. Don't worry, I have no reason to lie to you guys. I only came here to prepare for the upcoming exam. Hearing this, Qin Chu, who is still treating Xiaojia, frowns slightly in deep thought. An exam? So he has the same goal as me? But how can a level 14 have higher attack power than Uncle Ge, who is level 28? Just then, a monster suddenly bursts out of the ground. With a ferocious roar, it lunges straight at the closest target, Qin Chu. Miss, watch out! Kair screams, quickly throwing herself in front of Qin Chu. But just as she raises her crossbow to attack, she feels Lu Fan pass by like a gust of wind, driving his blade straight into the monster. After finishing off the monster, Lu Fan turns around and says, the deeper we go into the village, the higher the levels of the zombies will be. I'll take the lead on the front line. Does anyone have an issue with that? The group remains completely silent. Qin Chu, however, has a sudden realization. Could he be the one everyone in Jianghai has been whispering about lately? She smiles and replies, then we'll be in your hands, classmate. You and Uncle Ge will lead the front line. I'll tend to Xiaojia's wounds, and Kair will cover our rear. The secret realm guardian must be deep inside the village. Just call me Lu Fan. Let's go, we need to head deeper. With that, Lu Fan leads the way. Qin Chu stares at Lu Fan's back, her mind racing with suspicion. Lu Fan, the guy rumored to have the hidden class, Dragon Tamer? No way. If it really is him, isn't Dragon Tamer supposed to be the weakest class? As time passes, the group ventures deeper into the village. While Qin Chu looks after Xiaojia, the other three clear the monsters ahead. After taking down another wave of monsters, Lu Fan glances at Xiaojia, feeling a surge of worry. Chin-Chu's class can't cure zombie poison. The only way we can teleport out of here is to defeat the Secret Realm Guardian. We have to hurry. If this takes any longer, the poison will spread throughout his body, and it could kill him or even turn him into a zombie. Kair speaks up. There's no sign of the Secret Realm Guardian anywhere in the village. Something is wrong. Suddenly, a large pile of scrap metal behind them shifts. No one notices this movement except for Xiaojia. Uncle G. Everyone, behind you. Xiaojia uses the last of his strength to warn them before collapsing, unconscious. Qin-Chi cries out in panic, Xiaojia, hang in there. Uncle Ge also spins around, shouting his name. Before they can even check on him, they suddenly sense a strange presence, and they both whip their heads toward the scrap pile Xiaojia warned them about. Within seconds, a massive monster looms right before their eyes. Kair stares in shock and screams, the Secret Realm Guardian is here. Lu Fan immediately activates his appraisal eye. Iron Skin Zombie, level 20. Experience value, 3,720 points. Scrap metal loot value, 45 yuan. Corpse poison. Every attack inflicts corpse poison, causing the target to bleed continuously while healing the user. Fusion. Absorbs targets into its own body, increasing its maximum health. Iron Body. Enters a state that adds 40% defense to its user. The poison in Xiaojia's system must have gotten so severe that it awakened the Iron Skin Zombie, if I'm not mistaken. Looking closely at the Iron Skin Zombie's skill panel, Lu Fan seems to piece everything together. He quickly shouts a warning to the group. We have to take it down right now. It's highly likely trying to absorb Xiaojia. Hearing this, Uncle Gay doesn't hesitate for a second. He charges toward the Iron Skin Zombie and unleashes a full moon slash. But immediately after, he was shocked to find that his attack hadn't done a single scratch to the monster. Witnessing this, Lu Fan also couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He deduced that if the zombie poison was drawing more of them in, they didn't have the luxury of taking things slow. So, Lu Fan quickly lunged toward the iron-skinned zombie and drove his blade hard into its head. But the results weren't promising. Since the monster was in an iron-skinned state, its defense had surged by 40%. I need 2 more slashes, and I have to be even faster, Lu Fan thought to himself. He decided to unleash Dragon Blood Armor, a skill from his Black Dragon Scale blade that allowed him to dragonize a part of his body and boost his attack power. At that moment, the iron-skinned zombie was drawn by the zombie poison on Xiao Gu, charging straight toward him and Qin Chu, who was busy healing him. Assimilation Absorption. It absorbs and merges with targets to restore its own health. Qin Chu, coordinate with me using your holy magic. Uncle Gay, you and Kair protect Xiao Gu. With that, Lu Fan lunged at the iron-skinned zombie, his arm already transformed into a dragon claw. Got it. With a quick nod of agreement, Qin Chu momentarily let go of Xiao Gu and stood up. Raising her staff, she once again cast her Starlight Rain of Holy Light skill at the iron-skinned zombie. This time, the joint attack from Lu Fan and Qin Chu worked. The monster's outer iron skin began to crack and crumble. As pieces rained down onto the ground, Kair muttered in disbelief. Its body is collapsing, Sunga deduced. It seems this zombie only grew this massive by fusing and absorbing. Lu Fan concluded. Then its real body must be encased inside. Sunga stared intently at Lu Fan, thinking, having been with the Qin family for so many years, I've seen all kinds of powerhouse fighters, but this kid definitely has a hidden class. Soon enough, the outer iron layer completely vanished, exposing the zombie's true body. Without a second thought, Lu Fan leaped forward, throwing a heavy punch. Get on your knees. Without its iron skin to protect it, a single strike from Lu Fan's fist was enough to blow the monster to pieces. Kair gasped in awe. The Dungeon Guardian has been defeated. Qin Chu frowned slightly, thinking, a skill I've never seen before, and he's powerful enough to easily take down a level 20 boss. Lu Fan, who on earth are you? Right then, a chest materialized right before them. A treasure chest dropped by the level 20 iron-skinned zombie. Qin Chu looked at Lu Fan and said, we'll stick to our agreement and divide the loot according to the rules. We didn't know you before and underestimated you. That was our mistake, and I hope you can overlook it. Sunga patted Lu Fan's shoulder, laughing as he praised him. Kid, with strength like yours, you could absolutely clear this dungeon all by yourself. On the contrary, right now we're just here to make up the numbers. Haha, Lu Fan smiled humbly and said, Uncle G, you're overestimating me. Let's have Qin Chu handle the division. Qin Chu didn't refuse either. She walked over and opened the chest, revealing 3 types of items inside. Strength Potion, a consumable item that grants +2 strength upon use. Antidote Potion, a consumable that cures zombie poison. Blood Mulberry Bracers, requiring level 20, with no class restrictions. Kair pouted in disappointment, a secret realm of opportunity, and this is all we get? Sunga was also baffled. Yeah, that's a bit underwhelming. Lu Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. A level 20 secret realm of opportunity shouldn't have such poor rewards. To the side, Qing Chiu pulled out an antidote and handed it to Sunga, urging, Uncle Ge, hurry up and give Xiaogu the antidote. Then, Qing Chiu handed most of the remaining items to Lu Fan, saying, Lu Fan, this is what you deserve. Take this gear, the antidote, and the strength potions. Lu Fan happily accepted the loot, thinking to himself that the Qin family indeed played by the rules. The system announced, equipment equipped, +16 strength, +17 endurance, acquired 3 strength potions and 1 antidote. Qin Chiu looked around suspiciously, wondering, we've defeated the boss, so why hasn't the teleportation portal appeared? Kair suggested, let's try searching around. Agreeing with the idea, Sunga split up with Kair to look for it, but they had only taken a few steps before Lu Fan called out, wait, don't wander around just yet. What we just fought wasn't the actual boss. Lu Fan's eyes remained glued to the system panel in front of him. On the screen, he could see the progress bar divided into 4 stages, and their group had only completed 3 of them, with 1 final stage marked with a skull remaining. Clearly, the iron-skinned zombie from earlier wasn't the final boss of this realm. Sunga turned back to look at Lu Fan, asking, what makes you say that? Did you find something? Before Lu Fan could answer, Qin Chiu spoke up with a serious expression, Uncle Ge, as a holy light mage, I can genuinely sense that there is another dark presence nearby. Not long after, led by Qin Chiu, the group arrived at a burial village near the lakeside. Pointing toward the lake, Qin Chi said, it's right over there, not far off. Kair said, if my lady says so, then the boss must be somewhere close by. Sunga also spoke up, this secret realm isn't that big. We probably missed this spot when we first entered the village. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake, a monster with long tentacles lay fast asleep. As Lu Fan and the others approached the lake, the eyes on the monster's tentacles suddenly snapped open all at once. On the shore, Lu Fan yelled, it's here! A second later, a cluster of eye-covered tentacles burst through the surface of the lake. Lu Fan quickly used his appraisal eye skill, but he got absolutely nothing. Lu Fan was right. This must be the real final boss. Everyone, stay alert and get behind cover immediately. With that, Sunga lunged forward, blocking several tentacles that were striking at the group. But the force of the tentacles was just too overwhelming, and he was thrown back, unable to hold them off. Qin Chiu cried out in panic, Uncle G! Suddenly, Qin Chiu felt a chilling gaze locked onto her. Turning around, she saw several tentacles aiming straight at her, making her close her eyes in sheer terror. My lady! Sunga and the others cried out in despair, forced to watch helplessly. Thankfully, Lu Fan rushed in just in time, sweeping Qin Chiu into his arms and leaping aside, saving her life. Opening her eyes, Qin Chiu was surprised to see it was Lu Fan who had saved her, and her face flushed red. Kair and the others ran over to check on her. My lady, are you all right? Suddenly, they all felt an overwhelming, terrifying presence rising from beneath the water. Whirling around, they saw a massive monster emerge, dwarfing the iron-skinned zombie from before. Those tentacles earlier were merely a small part of its body. Lu Fan cast his appraisal eye once more. Level 25, Grieving Evil Corpse, Boss, Difficulty. Strength, 270, 1. Agility, 180, 3. Spirit, 150. Endurance, 260, 6. Corpse Aura Enshroudment. Spreads resentment into the air, reducing all attributes of all living beings in the secret realm by 20%. Chain Toss. Lashes and binds the target with heavy chains, dealing massive damage. Resentment Outburst. Releases a wave of negative energy to knock back close-range attackers, inflicting corpse poison. Eternal Grudge. When hit by fire or holy attacks, reduces damage and status effects taken by 30%. Kair whispered, so this is the real boss. Sunga stepped forward with a grim face and ordered, Xiaojia, fall back and take cover. I'll hold it off. Xiaojia stubbornly protested, I can still fight. Let me help hold it back. Sunga barked angrily. Your body has barely recovered, so stop showing off. He then raised his sword to block a lunging tentacle and shouted, I'll leave the attack to you, Lu Fan. Lu Fan charged decisively toward the boss. His eyes locked onto its humanoid torso as he calculated his next move. Both Uncle Jay and Xiao Jia were barely holding on. He had to finish this alone. But as long as this boss is still classified as a zombie, there is still a way. He just needs to destroy its core body. Right then, the boss threw its head back and roared, casting its corpse aura enshroudment skill. Immediately, a debuff icon popped up above everyone's heads, reducing all of their attributes by 20%, pushing them into an even tighter spot. A massive tentacle slammed down right at Lu Fan. He leaped onto a heavy chain to dodge it, then kept dashing straight toward the boss's main body. But the boss was highly alert. Realizing Lu Fan's intention to get close, it reacted instantly. Lu Fan, watch out for the chains. Just as Chinchu yelled her warning, the boss unleashed its chain toss skill. The chain Lu Fan was running on whipped violently, sending him flying. He cursed inwardly. Oh crap, the boss roared, redirecting its heavy chains to strike at Sunjae's group. Sunjae shielded Chinchu, bracing with his sword as he yelled, "My lady, watch out!" Even though he was injured, Xiao Jia forced himself to raise his shield to help block the onslaught. Kair noticed Lu Fan was about to be struck by a tentacle mid-air, so she raised her crossbow and shot an arrow right into one of its eyes. The direct hit made the tentacle freeze up, saving Lu Fan just in the nick of time. Looking back down, Lu Fan saw Sunjae and the others struggling. If they kept defending like this, they wouldn't survive. Realizing this, Lu Fan temporarily abandoned his plan to attack the boss's main body. Kicking off a chain, he lunged back down toward them and shouted, "Everyone, get back." The second his feet hit the ground, Lu Fan unleashed his Dragon Fang strike, blasting the oncoming chains away. Dragon Fang strike channels dragon energy into his current weapon, delivering a devastating blow. From above, the enraged boss retaliated with another chain toss. Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately stacked two skills, Dragonic Blood Armor and Dragon Claw. Dragonic Blood Armor is a special effect of the Black Dragon Scale Blade, which partial dragonizes his body to boost his power. Dragon Claw transforms his arm into a dragon's claw, with its current power depending on the black dragon. This time, Lu Fan met the heavy chains head-on. He leaped into the air and swung his Dragon Claw, slicing the chains into pieces. But that only countered the boss's attack without dealing any actual damage to the monster itself. Realizing this, a disheartened Sun Ge urged, "Kid, this boss is too much for us right now. We need to pull back." "Fall back first," Chinchu pleaded. "Look, we are no match for that thing. If we stay, we will only drag you down and put everyone in danger." Lu Fan calmly replied, "Everyone, fall back deep into the village. We have already cleared out the zombies there." Chinchu asked anxiously. "But what about you?" Lu Fan replied. "I will cover the rear." "Get out of here now," Kair urged. "Miss, we have to go. In the end, we have to rely on him anyway. We are useless here." With a silent thought, Chinchu took one last look at Lu Fan before retreating into the village with Kair and the others. Now completely free of worries, Lu Fan stepped forward. He stretched out his arm, summoning a massive vortex. He muttered to himself, "Even without that 20% stat reduction debuff, they still would not be able to help. Since they have cleared out, it is time for my partner to deal with you. Time to go wild, Xiao Ye." The moment the words left Lu Fan's mouth, Xiao Ye soared out of the vortex and clamped his jaws onto the boss's tentacle. In the distance, Sunjae's group heard the commotion and turned back in curiosity. "Boss, what's going on back there?" As they caught sight of Xiao Ye, their faces twisted in sheer shock as they shrieked, That is a dragon! That kid just summoned a dragon." Meanwhile, Xiao Ye unleashed his giant jaw strike skill, locking onto the boss's tentacles. The giant jaw strike ripped through the air at high speed, tearing into the target, dealing massive damage and inflicting a bleed effect. Screaming in agony as its tentacles were torn off, the boss threw its head back with a roar. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ye raised his claws and struck directly at the boss's main body. With one final shriek of pain, the boss's massive body went limp and crashed into the lake. In the distance, Sunjae's group watched with their mouths wide open. Kair asked, her voice shaking with disbelief. Did we win?" Sunga marveled. "He tore that boss apart in just a few hits. That level of power is terrifying." Xiaojia chimed in. "I cannot believe I am seeing a real dragon with my own eyes." Only Qing Qiu remained silent. Staring at Lu Fan as he happily patted Xiao Ye's head, she thought to herself, "So the rumors in Jianghai lately, they really were about you." the dragon tamer, Lu Fan. But from another perspective, behind every villain lies a tragic story, and the grieving evil corpse was no exception. 300 years ago, the grieving evil corpse was born and raised, right here. Protected by the church, she lived a life safe from danger. That was until a deadly plague ravaged everything. Bodies piled up by the lakeside, with more people dying before they could even bury the dead. She desperately wanted to save them, but by a cruel twist of fate, her class was a dark witch. She could not heal the dying, she could only summon their souls so they could say a final goodbye to the living. Yet, the very church that had once protected her, branded her a criminal, accusing her of bringing upon the plague. They ordered soldiers to bind her in chains and throw her into the lake, leaving her to drown in the freezing water. I only wanted to save everyone, even if I could only help them say goodbye. What did I do wrong? Back in reality, while the others were celebrating, thinking they could finally leave the dungeon, Lu Fan knew better. Staring down at the bubbling lake, he warned, "The portal has not appeared yet. The boss is definitely still alive. It is too early to celebrate." Just as Lu Fan finished his sentence, the grieving evil corpse made its comeback, rising from the water as it entered its next phase. All its stats, strength, agility, spirit, and endurance doubled, and some even tripled. The difficulty also spiked from hard to nightmare mode. On top of that, the grieving evil corpse unlocked a brand new set of skills. Wailing Strike releases a curse of resentment, carrying a low chance of insta-killing the target. If the instant death effect fails to trigger, it deals massive damage while applying zombie toxin, bleeding, and stun debuffs. Abyssal Water Cage uses lake water to trap targets inside a cage. The resentment of the corpse is completely immune to physical damage. Resentful Will spreads malice and awakens all corpses within the dungeon. "None of you are getting out of here alive," the grieving evil corpse shrieked, instantly casting Abyssal Water Cage. Cages formed to trap Lu Fan's party. With Xiao Ye watching his back, Lu Fan easily dodged the boss's attack. Kai Er, however, wasn't so lucky. She got caught in the cage, and despite her and Sunga trying everything they could, she could not break free. Feeling guilty, Kai Er could only apologize to Qin Chu. "It's over, miss. I'm so sorry." Qin Chu quickly replied, "Don't apologize. It is my fault. I was the stubborn one who insisted on coming to this dungeon. I am the one who got us trapped here." Hearing Qin Chu blame herself, Lu Fan suddenly spoke up. "We have come this far. Are you seriously going to give up now?" Qin Chu replied helplessly. "I am the only one who knows offensive magic, but my damage output is nowhere near enough." Sunga seemed to catch on to Lu Fan's meaning and said, "The boss is immune to all physical attacks. Given our current situation, we can barely protect ourselves. Lu Fan, don't tell me. You can use offensive magic?" Giving them no time to think, the grieving evil corpse launched another Wailing Strike, unleashing its curse of resentment. When it casts its grudge curse, the chance of instant death for the target is actually pretty low. But if the instant death effect fails to trigger, it still deals massive damage and inflicts status effects like zombie toxin, bleeding, and stun. Right on cue, a massive ghostly hand materialized, reaching straight for Lu Fan. "I don't know, but my dragon does," Lu Fan replied to Sunga. He then stood quietly as Xiao Ye activated her Black Dragon Bloodline skill, cutting all incoming damage by 50%, gaining complete immunity to all negative status effects, and boosting her self-healing by 500% before severing the mournful evil corpse's ghostly arm. "I'm not the one who should die. It's not me," the mournful evil corpse shrieked, instantly conjuring another ghostly hand to strike back at Lu Fan. Seeing this, Kai Er said with deep concern, "He's a dragon tamer, but the level gap between them is just too massive." "Don't worry, a dragon's base stats are way beyond any humans," Lu Fan reassured her. He then activated his Dragon Excitement skill, buffing both himself and his dragon companion to boost all their stats by 30%. Immediately after, he ordered Xiao Ye to use her Blazing Lava skill, breathing a continuous torrent of fire right in front of them, dealing heavy damage to the enemy while simultaneously healing herself, completely engulfing the mournful evil corpse in a raging sea of flames. With the system notifications popping up to confirm the boss was wiped out, Lu Fan was thrilled to see that the Black Dragon had reached level 10, while he himself had climbed to level 15. He immediately praised his pet. "Great job, Xiao Ye. It's finally over. I'm going to check out the teleportation portal. Sunga, lead the way." Xiao Jia stood nearby, coughing fitfully as he muttered, "It's all over, gone like a puff of smoke." But right at that moment, strange noises began to echo. Everyone whipped their heads around, only to see the zombie horde rising from the dead again, slowly limping their way. As it turned out, right before crumbling into ash, the mournful evil corpse had used the very last of its strength to cast its grudge will skill. This skill unleashed a wave of resentment, waking up every single corpse within the dungeon. While Chinchu's group was panicking, a red-haired girl suddenly flew in and breathed a massive stream of fire, instantly incinerating the entire zombie pack. Recognizing the move, Sunga gasped in realization. Wait, that's the dragon. The very zombies we struggled so hard to kill. She just wiped them out like it was nothing. Chinchu looked on in sheer admiration and murmured, "So that little girl is actually the black dragon, Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye seems to really enjoy playing with these minions," Lu Fan proudly boasted. He noticed Chinchu wasn't replying. She was just staring blankly at Xiao Ye, who was happily using her fire to play with the zombie horde. "Hey Chin, the boss is down, so there's no need to be so tense. Once we divide the loot, we can get ready to leave." With that, Lu Fan walked over to the treasure chest dropped by the boss. "By our agreement, I get first pick. No objections, right?" "Oh, of course not. How could we possibly object?" Chinchi quickly replied. Inside, there was the Holy Light Scepter, requiring level 10, granting plus 32 spirit and plus 19 endurance. Its active skill, Holy Light Seal, allows the wielder to bind a target with light, with the duration and strength of the bind depending on their spirit stat. Next was White Dusk, requiring level 10, granting plus 35 spirit and plus 15 endurance. Its skill, Flowing Light, lets the user conjure a protective barrier around themselves, with the amount of damage absorbed determined by their spirit stat. Then, there was the rare Mournful Ring, requiring level 15, which granted plus 57 spirit, plus 21 endurance, and plus 12 attack. Its skill, Desolate Grudge, could be targeted at any foe to gather resentment. Once the accumulated resentment reached a certain threshold, attacks against that target would inflict bleeding, stun, and corpse poison. Finally, there was the Class Change Scroll, a rare consumable that gave users a small chance to advance to a high-tier hidden class. After scanning all the items, Lu Fan decided to take the Class Change Scroll and leave the rest for Chinchu's group. "Classmate Lu, you don't have to worry about giving us anything. Under our original agreement, all of this belongs to you." Lu Fan smiled and explained, "I'm not trying to play the noble hero here. These items genuinely suit you better. But I really need this Class Change Scroll. If we hadn't run into you, all of us would probably be dead by now. So please, at least accept this." With that, Chinchu picked up the Mournful Ring from the chest and handed it to Lu Fan. "All right, then I won't hold back," Lu Fan said. Lu Fan happily accepted it and quickly made his exit. Chinchu watched his retreating figure, a spark of anticipation growing in her heart. "Lu Fan, just how many more secrets are you hiding? You really are a mystery." Later that evening, after a 4-hour bus ride, Lu Fan finally made it home. Upon hearing about his recent ordeal, Han Kei choked up, wrapping him in a tight hug as tears streamed down her face. "This is way too dangerous. Just listening to you talk about it terrifies me. You've faced so much danger over the last few days, and you left without saying a single word to me. I couldn't sleep a wink these past few nights. I was so afraid this was all a dream, and that if I woke up, you still wouldn't be back." Lu Fan offered a gentle smile and comforted her. "It's my fault, Auntie. I shouldn't have slipped away without telling you. Don't worry, from now on, I won't make you worry like this ever again." Han Kei stopped crying and patted Xiao Ye on the head, making the little girl wag her tail excitedly. "And you too, Xiao Ye. The first time I saw you, you gave me quite a scare. Who would have thought such a cute girl could turn into such a powerful giant dragon?" Saying this, Han Kei looked down at Xiao Ye and asked affectionately, "You two have been traveling for days, so you probably haven't been eating well, have you?" Hearing that, Xiao Ye nodded for dear life. Right then, Lu Fan pulled out a Class Change Scroll and handed it to Han Kei. "Auntie, I managed to clear an opportune secret realm and got this just for you. If you switch to a hidden class, you won't have to just run this bun shop anymore." Han Kei quickly waved her hands in refusal. "No way, Lu Fan. This is way too precious. I can't accept this. It would be much better if you just sold it. Besides, you said you left all the gear and weapons for the young lady of the Qin family, so selling this could help you buy better gear. That way, you'll do much better on your upcoming exam." Lu Fan chuckled and pulled out his phone to show her his bank account balance. "Auntie, I'm really not short on money or gear anymore." Staring at the massive number on the screen, Han Kei was completely speechless. "I sold all the items I got from this trip, which brought in a lot of money. Plus, I got a reward of over 100,000 for helping my classmate, Chin Chu. Trust me, Auntie, we won't ever have to worry about money again. So please take this scroll, and it is best if you use it right away. This time, Han-Kei didn't hesitate. She took the scroll, opened it, and successfully changed her class to the hidden chef profession, Enchanted Cook. Is there anything special about this new class? Lu Fan asked eagerly. Han-Kei replied that she now had an enchanted cooking skill that allowed her to prepare all kinds of magical foods. Your cooking was already amazing, and now you have these extra magical skills to back it up. But speaking of which, where did Xiaoye go? Wasn't he just here? In reality, after devouring almost all the buns Han-Kei had left in the kitchen, Xiaoye was already fast asleep on the floor. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, upon returning home, Qin Shi recounted everything that happened in the secret realm to her father, Qin Shanhai, including what Lu Fan did. So, that dragon tamer, Lu Fan, summoned a massive black dragon and saved everyone? Qin Shanhai asked calmly. Yes, it was my stubbornness that put everyone in danger. Lu Fan is just too strong. Even though we both have hidden classes, comparing myself to him is like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. The gap between us is simply too massive. Qin Shanhai swirled the wine glass in his hand and asked meaningfully, "You haven't told anyone else about this, have you?" "No, we made a promise before returning. Our family will keep this a secret," Qin Shi replied. "Good. If word gets out, those who lust after the dragon's power will definitely make their move." A bit anxiously, Qin Shi asked, "Father, he saved all of our lives. You don't have any bad intentions toward his dragon, do you?" Her protective reaction made Qin Shanhai burst out laughing. "Do you really think of your father that way? On the contrary, how do you plan to repay him for saving your life?" "When I invited him to join the party, I promised him a reward of 100,000, Qin Shu answered hesitantly. "Well, tomorrow, you should personally deliver a redbud card to his doorstep and express our gratitude." "Sure. But father, since you are so curious about him, why don't you come with me?" Qin Shanhai sighed. "If possible, but I already have other plans tomorrow morning." Early the next morning, a very special guest arrived at the shop looking for Lu Fan. It was the little princess of Extremistis country, who was currently studying abroad in Jianghai within the Dragon Country. Hearing the shop bell, Han-Kei left her freshly baked buns and opened the door slightly, asking with a warm smile, "Are you two here for some buns?" "Sorry, we're actually closed today." The little princess looked Han-Kei up and down, then turned to the black armored man behind her and asked doubtfully, "Is it really this place? You didn't bring me to this absolute dump on purpose, did you?" "I wouldn't dare, Your Highness. According to our investigation, it is definitely here." Before Han-Kei could even finish speaking, the black armored man shoved the door open violently, knocking her off balance. She stumbled backward, spilling her entire tray of freshly baked buns. The princess didn't care about the mess at all and demanded in an arrogant tone, I came here looking for someone. Do you know a dragon tamer named Lu Fan?" Hearing someone looking for him, Lu Fan curiously headed downstairs. As soon as he reached the stairwell, he saw buns scattered all over the floor, and Han-Kei rubbing her arm in pain. To make matters worse, there was a strange girl pinching her nose and saying with absolute disgust, "This place smells absolutely nauseating." Lu Fan rushed over to Han-Kei, asking anxiously, "Auntie, are you okay? What on earth happened here?" Han-Kei tried to smile it off, saying it was nothing. The princess raised her chin and demanded, "So, you're Lu Fan? Consider yourself lucky that I came all the way here in person today." Lu Fan locked eyes with her and asked coldly, "You came looking for me? Who the hell are you people anyway?" The black armored guard stepped forward and gestured toward his master, saying, "This is Her Highness Princess Jinju of Extremistis country, and I am her loyal subordinate, Kui Hong Tai." With an incredibly arrogant look, Jinju declared, "I'm here to give you a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make a name for yourself." Lu Fan scoffed, "Make a name for myself? That's right. As a dragon tamer, you must be feeling pretty miserable deep down, aren't you? As long as you agree to my demands, this will be yours." The princess gestured to Kui Hong Tai as she spoke, and he immediately opened the suitcase, revealing a large egg inside. A dragon egg, Lu Fan thought to himself. Seeing his surprised expression, Jinju smirked and said, "Well, impressed, aren't you? Do you want it? The conditions are simple. Become my servant, do exactly what I tell you, and never disobey." "A servant?" Han-Kei looked at the princess in disbelief. Jinju continued, "I personally found this inside a monster's nest. It's extremely rare. You could say it's one of a kind in this entire world." Seeing Lu Fan remain silent, Jinju turned her head to look at him. Speechless? I guess commoners like you get scared out of your wits when facing the sheer majesty of dragons. In reality, Lu Fan wasn't silent out of fear. He was simply reading the information provided by his appraisal eye. Armored dragon egg. Low quality. Hardened armor. The armored dragon hatches with heavy external armor, reducing all incoming attribute damage. Tail whip. Swings its tail in a wide arc, dealing damage in a designated area. So it's just a sub-dragon egg, and a low-grade earth dragon at that. This armored dragon is basically just a walking pile of dirt. And you people actually call this a dragon? Lu Fan sneered inwardly, then sighed and said, "Not bad stats, I guess." Seeing his complete lack of interest, Jinju couldn't help but feel utterly confused. Does this guy seriously not realize how crucial a dragon egg is to a dragon tamer? How could that girl say something so outrageous? Lu Fan quickly reassured his aunt. "Don't worry, auntie. I'll kick them out right now." Jinju put her hands on her hips and said condescendingly, "A dragon tamer without a dragon is just a piece of trash, right? But if you become my servant, you could become the first person in history to master the strongest class, something no one else has ever achieved. With an opportunity like this, aren't you absolutely thrilled?" Lu Fan smirked and replied, "Yeah, I'm thrilled, all right. But I refuse." Hearing his answer, Jinzu was stunned at first, but then she shrieked in fury. "Do you even know what you're saying? You're actually turning down the chance to be my servant? Declining the opportunity to rewrite the history of dragon tamers?" Lu Fan's face went cold as he shot back. "You people better stop coming to find me. Take this dragon egg and get out. I have zero interest. And as for being your servant, don't make me laugh." Veins popped on Kui Hongtai's face when he heard this. He growled. "The princess personally offered you a path to greatness. Yet you dare act so insolent and arrogant. You ungrateful little brat. A path to greatness? Don't make me laugh. I will never, under any circumstances, become anyone's servant." As a pampered princess, Jinju had never been humiliated like this before. She instantly ordered Kui Hongtai to teach Lu Fan a harsh lesson. Seeing things escalate, Han Ke rushed forward to stop them, only to get slapped across the face by Kui Hongtai. "By order of the princess, get out of the way. You're just a filthy commoner, yet you dare insult her? You chose the hard way." As Kui Hongtai spoke, he prepared to strike Lu Fan. But before he could even register what was happening, a flash of light whipped past, leaving a bloody gash across his cheek. Lu Fan pointed his weapon straight at the man's face and said coldly, "Since you dared to lay a hand on my family, I will absolutely destroy you." "Lu Fan, don't do anything reckless!" Han Ke cried out in terror, trying to stop him. You! Terrified, Kui Hongtai took a step back, thinking to himself, "There's something seriously wrong with this guy." Seeing this, Jinju shrieked, "What do you think you're doing? I ordered you to teach him a lesson. And as for you," Lu Fan stepped right up to Jinju and slapped her hard across the face. "I don't care what kind of princess you think you are. Shut your mouth, take your piece of trash egg and get the hell out of here. How dare a lowlife like you lay a hand on the princess?" Kui Hongtai roared, drawing his weapon and lunging at Lu Fan. But with a casual swipe of his sword, Lu Fan sent the man's weapon flying. Feeling humiliated, Kui Hongtai could only turn to check on Jinju. "Princess, are you all right?" But instead of being touched, the princess was trembling with pure rage. She slapped Kui Hongtai right back, screaming, "You useless trash. Do I look like I'm okay to you? Kill him right now. Even if we never find a dragon tamer, I want him dead." While things were incredibly tense downstairs, the second floor remained strangely quiet until Lu Fan's phone started ringing non-stop, waking up Xiaoye. On the other end of the line, Qin Chu was getting anxious when she couldn't reach him. "That's weird. No answer. I'm positive we exchanged contact info before I left. Did I write it down wrong?" Near Lu Fan's house, while Qin Chi was deep in thought, a sudden loud explosion from a nearby home startled her. Hearing the noise, curious neighbors quickly gathered around Lu Fan's house, where the explosion had occurred, whispering among themselves. "Is there a fight going on? Are those foreigners?" Humiliated and furious, Jinju brandished her staff threateningly. "What are you looking at? Scram, you lowlifes." Kui Hongtai fell to his knees to plead guilty. "Princess, this guy's stats are incredibly high. I have failed you. Useless trash. You can't even handle a single lowlife from the dragon country? Fine, then I'll lend you a hand." Jinzu flashed a wicked smile and raised her staff, beginning to cast a spell. Lu Fan watches this warily. This magic looks a lot like Qin Chu's, but with this level of power, it must be another hidden class. Spotting Lu Fan, Qin Chu immediately runs over to him. Lu Fan asks, "What's going on?" "Qin Chu, what are you doing here?" At that moment, surges of dark energy flow from Jinju's staff into Choi Hongtae, causing his body to swell to an abnormal size as the humanity completely fades from his eyes. He's turning into a monster, Lu Fan thinks to himself, immediately activating his appraisal skill, Choi Hongtae. Combat Class Guardian Knight Level 30 Jinju Hidden Class Soul Master Level 15 Lu Fan, let me help you. Qin Chu boldly steps in front to shield him, but he immediately pushes her aside. Stay back, help me look after my aunt, she's inside the shop. At the same time, Choi Hongtae, now boosted by the dark buff, charges forward to attack Lu Fan. Lu Fan quickly leaps backward to dodge, sizing up his opponent as he does. His attack power has shot way up. Looks like I'll need to use Dragon's Encouragement. Jinzu smirks with delight as she sees Choi Hongtae taking the upper hand. Yes, just like that, destroy him to satisfy my anger. With the princess's blessing, you... Before Choi Hongtae can even finish his sentence, Xiaoye bursts through the wall of the shop, her body beginning to transform. Could this be? While Jinju is still reeling from the increasingly violent aura radiating from Xiaoye, she hears Lu Fan calmly say, "All right then. Now it's my turn to vent." No sooner have the words left Lu Fan's mouth than Xiaoye reveals her true form, a giant dragon. Before Jinju and Choi Hongtae can even process their shock, Xiaoye roars and charges straight at Choi Hongtae, slamming her massive claws down and burying him deep into the ground. Jinzu is blown backward by the shockwave, her mind racing in pure disbelief. How is this possible, she thinks. This can't be happening. Defeating Hongtae with just a single blow? A painful groan escapes from Choi Hongtae's mouth. He spits out a mouthful of fresh blood, reaching his hand out toward Jinju behind him, gasping for help in a weak, broken voice. Cough, cough. Princess, help me. Shh. Hang in there, you useless piece of trash. Snapping at Hongtae, Jinju immediately points her staff at Xiaoye and begins casting a spell. But Xiaoye lets out a deafening roar right at Jinju, instantly interrupting her spellcasting. Pinned beneath Xiaoye's claws, Hongtae cries out helplessly, "Ugh, let me go." At that, Xiaoye tosses Hongtae toward Jinju like a bag of garbage. Trembling all over, Hongtae desperately reaches out to Jinju, whispering, Princess." Jinzu stands frozen in place. Staring at Choi Hongtae's pathetic state, she thinks, this power, it really is a giant dragon. Aside from our Jin family, how can there be other dragon eggs out there? Lu Fan slowly walks toward Jinju, demanding, "Princess Jinju, what were you barking about earlier? Destroying me to satisfy your anger?" Seeing Lu Fan approach her, Jinju is terrified to the point of tears. Her legs give out, and she collapses to the ground, screaming, "Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. You attacked my subordinate and seriously injured him, and now you're trying to humiliate and threaten me. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be? You will become an enemy of my extremistist country." Lu Fan draws his weapon and asks with a cold smirk, "Haha, so you're still trying to threaten me? You ordered your subordinate to lay hands on my family." Sensing the murderous intent in Lu Fan's eyes, Jinju panics and stammers, What are you going to do?" Xiaoye answers Jinju by opening her mouth, starting to condense a massive fireball. Meanwhile, Lu Fan raises his weapon high and says, "Stop barking about being a princess. Even if you were a god, I would make you pay 100 times over." Right at that moment, Qin Shanhai flies in from the distance on a flying mount, shouting urgently, "Lu Fan, stop!" Qin Chu cries out in shock, "Dad, watch out!" But before her warning can finish, Xiaoye turns her head toward Qin Shanhai, ready to launch her fireball at him. "Xiaoye, stop!" As he speaks, Lu Fan slashes down, slicing Jinju's staff in two before sheathing his weapon. Only when Qin Shanhai sees Xiaoye call off her attack does he steer his mount past her. Landing on the ground, Qin Shanhai warns Lu Fan, "There are too many residents around here. Lu Fan, you need to recall this giant dragon right away." He then glances at Xiaoye, thinking to himself, a real giant dragon is on a completely different level. Just being near her, I can feel a terrifying pressure. Qin Chu also tries to persuade him, "Lu Fan, please listen to my dad. Trust me just this once, please." Lu Fan glances at Qin Chu, hesitates for a moment, and then calls softly, "Xiaoye." Understanding the command, Xiaoye tilts her head back, lets out a roar, and transforms back into her human form. Chu sighs in relief. She walks over to Lu Fan, gently takes his hand, and whispers, "Come with me." As for Qin Shanhai, he walks over to Jinju, who is still trembling on the ground, and smiles. "Princess Jinju, are you all right? I just went to the airport to pick you up. I had no idea you would head straight here. The Qin family's driver is on the way. Let's get you to the hospital first." Meanwhile, just as Qin Shi pulls Lu Fan inside the shop, Han Ke walked over, clung to his arm, and said with a worried look, Qin Chiu said that her father might know this princess and could probably resolve the conflict. So she had called him over. Lu Fan frowned and said, "But I feel like that spoiled brat won't let this go so easily." A moment later, Qin Shanhai walked over with a smile. "I've taken care of everything. It's a shame our first meeting had to be in such a mess, but thank goodness you were there, Lu Fan." Lu Fan apologized. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Mr. Qin, but I really didn't have a choice." Han Ke couldn't help but chime in. "Mr. Qin, Lu Fan didn't do it on purpose today." Qin Shanhai lit himself a cigarette and said, "I've already said the Jin family doesn't just dominate the business world, they also hold serious sway within the upper echelon of the Taiki nation." Han Ke said worriedly, "They have such a powerful background, and since Lu Fan beat them, I'm terrified they'll try to get revenge." Lu Fan snapped angrily, "So what if she has a powerful family? I won't trade my dignity for an egg." Qin Shanhai smiled, patting Lu Fan's shoulder. "You've got spine. Good. I like your attitude." Then, Qin Shanhai's smile faded as he said, "There's no need for everyone to worry. I have a way to keep Lu Fan safe, but I can't do it alone. So, there is a condition." Lu Fan pressed. "What condition?" Qin Shanhai pointed his cigarette at Lu Fan and said seriously, "You must secure the title of provincial champion in the upcoming national exam. I'll do everything I can to keep Princess Jinju at bay until you finish the trial." Qin Chu spoke up to remind him, "Lu Fan, that's not going to be easy. The entire southern province is packed with countless geniuses." Qin Shanhai continued, "Only when you rise above them all and become the champion will I be able to fully back you up." Seeing Lu Fan close his eyes in silence, Han Ke anxiously called out, "Little Fan." A moment later, Lu Fan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with determination. "I understand. I accept this condition." A few hours later at the hospital, Jinzu had finally recovered from her state of panic. When she found out that Lu Fan was completely unharmed, she flew into a rage and pulled out her phone to call Qin Shanhai. As soon as the call went through, Jinzu shrieked, "Why hasn't that Lu Fan guy been locked up yet?" "Qin Shanhai, you are clearly playing favorites," Qin Shanhai explained. "Please calm down, princess. We've already notified the higher-ups. We need their authority to handle this matter." Jinzu snorted in anger and snapped, "It better be. Put some serious pressure on him. I don't care about that Lu Fan guy, but he must disappear from the high school testing center by tomorrow." Since today was the day of the national exam, a massive crowd of students had gathered. "Whoa, are you level 11 too? That's awesome. You've already mastered 7 mage skills? Want to party up for the exam?" As the students chatted excitedly, their attention was drawn to Lu Fan's arrival. "Hey, look over there. Isn't that Lu Fan? I thought he went back to selling buns. He used to be a top student, but ended up awakening such a useless class. What's he even doing here? Is he here to just be easy prey?" Hearing the classmates whispering around him, Lu Fan felt a surge of irritation and muttered under his breath, "Man, underestimated right out of the gate." Just then, the principal stepped up to the high stage and shouted, "Quiet down, everyone. The Southern Province National Exam is about to begin. Ever since I reached level 15, I still have some daily maps that I haven't used. It's just a shame they're all mid-grade. But if I combine 3 of them, they'll become a high-grade map. That should definitely come in handy for the exam." While Lu Fan was lost in thought, a voice called out from behind him, "Lu Fan, you're here to take the national exam too?" Lu Fan turned around and saw his homeroom teacher, so he smiled and said, "Yes, sir. Of course I have to take it. I've actually improved my strength quite a bit over the last few days." Mr. Lee smiled and handed something to Lu Fan. "That's the spirit. Make sure to give it your all. Here is your teleportation stone." Lu Fan happily accepted the teleportation stone from Mr. Lee. The system announced that a teleportation stone had been received. This teleportation stone can be used during trials to teleport to a specific level of the secret realm or to return home. Mr. Lee didn't stay long. Before leaving, he didn't forget to advise Lu Fan. "Lu Fan, I believe that with your willpower, you won't necessarily fall behind other classes, but we can't deny the importance of one's class. Even if it's just an exam, any mistake can still lead to injury or even death. Try your best to party up with your classmates. If anything goes wrong, use that stone to escape immediately. I will, sir, Lu Fan replied happily, but to himself he thought, but if I party up, the points will be split equally among all members. My goal isn't just to pass this exam. I need to take first place. Just then, Qin Chu came running over, dragging another girl along, and called out to Lu Fan with a bright smile. Lu Fan looked at the two of them and smiled, asking, "What a coincidence. Is this your teammate?" Qin Chu enthusiastically introduced her. "Yes, let me introduce you. This is my best friend. You can call her Xiao Dao, she's actually really strong." Dao Xiaoman gave a cold nod and said, "Hey," blushing slightly, Qin Chu suggested, "Lu Fan, do you want to team up with us?" Dao Xiaoman's jaw dropped as she gasped. "Huh?" Lu Fan smiled, waved his hand, and turned around, saying, "Sorry, but I'm planning to go solo. I know you're trying to help me, but this is a condition I already agreed to beforehand. I'll head to the gathering point first. Good luck to you two later." Qin Chu replied, "Yeah, you too." Feeling a bit down, she thought to herself, after all, with Lu Fan's strength, anyone who teamed up with him would only hold him back. Once Lu Fan was completely out of sight, Dao Xiaoman looked at Qin Chu suspiciously and asked, "Xiao Chu, why on earth did you invite the weakest guy to team up with us?" Qin Chu smiled and replied, "No, he's actually incredibly strong. Believe it or not, he's definitely going to be the top scorer of Southern Province this year." Dao Xiaoman didn't believe a word of it. She eyed Qin Chu suspiciously and asked in a teasing tone, "Xiao Chu, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you've fallen for that dragon tamer?" Qin Chu's face instantly flushed red as she denied it. "Stop making things up," Dao Xiaoman giggled. "Hee hee, look at you, your face is completely red." A moment later, Lu Fan stepped through the teleportation portal to the Grand Trial dungeon, only to find it already packed with contestants. Once all the contestants had gathered, the principal's image appeared on a massive screen in the sky to explain the dungeon's rules. "Attention, contestants! The teleportation portal in the sky is divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, extremely hard, and nightmare. Each level opened is determined by the candidate's choice. At the normal level, most enemies are just illusions, so you won't take any fatal damage. The normal level has a point multiplier of 0.9. From the hard level onward, you will face real monsters. If you use the teleportation stone to escape, you can still keep your points. The hard level has a point multiplier of 1. Some contestants whispered among themselves, realization dawning that everyone was defaulting to the hard level, since anything higher would likely be life-threatening. Perhaps only those with hidden classes could pull it off. On the giant screen, the principal continued, "Monsters at the extremely hard level are much stronger and more aggressive, so you should definitely team up. Your life is more important than points. The extremely hard level has a point multiplier of 3. Just then, a contestant named Hong Wu, a level 14 Qigong master, suddenly pointed at the big screen and laughed out loud. "Haha, principal, you're watching, right? This time, I'm going to be the top scorer." Hong Wu's antics caught the attention of many contestants. Dao Xiaoman whispered to Qin Chu, "That's Hong Wu. He's one of the top experts among the younger generation in Southern Province." Qin Chi replied, "A Qigong master? With a class that's so well-rounded in both offense and defense, he's still going solo. We should probably." A discouraged student sighed. "It's over. With Hong Wu here, how is anyone supposed to beat him?" Soon, the contestants finished choosing their levels and entered. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a group of principals and VIPs sat in front of monitor screens, evaluating the contestants' performances. The principal of high school number 1 laughed out loud. "Haha, Hong Wu might look a bit wild, but he's my star student. That top scorer spot is practically his. I see Mr. Chin's daughter is doing quite well too. Making it into the top 3 is definitely within her reach." Unlike the smug principal of high school number 1, the principal of Lu Fan's school sighed quietly in regret. What a shame. If only Lu Fan had awakened a different hidden class, things might have been. Qin Shanhai suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Gentlemen, I'm actually quite confident about who will take the top spot." Someone asked curiously, "Are you hinting at someone, Mr. Qin?" Qin Shanhai replied, "Lu Fan, from high school number 3. The principal of high school number 3 gasped in surprise. "Lu Fan?" Because of Qin Shanhai's words, everyone simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lu Fan's monitor screen. Then, The principal of high school number 1 laughed. Everyone else has already teleported in, and he's the only one left. Is he planning to forfeit? Haha, Mr. Chin, please don't joke. What can we even expect from a dragon tamer? Hong Wu from our school has already reached the 4th floor and taken first place. Suddenly, the expression of the principal of high school number 3 changed, and he cried out. He's not forfeiting. Is that kid waiting for the final difficulty portal? The others were also startled. Is that kid trying to choose nightmare level? That's a level where you can enter but never leave. Is he just overconfident? Has he lost his mind? That dragon tamer is going to get himself killed? Stop him, quick. So, someone spoke through the giant screen in the dungeon, trying to dissuade Lu Fan. Young man, no one who has ever chosen the nightmare level has returned in one piece. But before the person could even finish speaking, Lu Fan smiled and teleported straight into the nightmare level. Seeing this, the principal of high school number 3 stood frozen in shock and muttered, "The last time someone chose the nightmare level was 8 months ago. That guy was eaten alive by a monster and died a gruesome death." The principal of 1st high school wiped the smile off his face, glared at the principal of 3rd high school, and snapped, "This is absurd. Did your school fail to explain the rules of the grand exam? That dragon tamer kid actually chose the nightmare difficulty." He then looked over at Qin Shanhai and said, "Mr. Qin, you really need to work on your judgment. This foolish choice doesn't even begin to compare to our Hong Wu." Someone nearby agreed, "Exactly. We're much better off pinning our hopes on the performance of that genius Qigong master." Qin Shanhai smiled calmly and said, "Aren't you two jumping to conclusions a bit too fast? Why don't we watch first before deciding?" The principal of 3rd high school asked skeptically, "Mr. Qin, why do you have so much faith in him?" Suddenly, his expression shifted as a wild thought crossed his mind. Wait, could Lu Fan have? Inside the nightmare difficulty secret realm, a crimson vortex materialized, teleporting Lu Fan into the zone. The moment his feet touched the ground, Lu Fan realized he was surrounded by monsters lurking in the dark, heavy fog. Instantly drawing his weapon, Lu Fan muttered, "There are at least 10 of them on the 1st floor of this nightmare tower." As the beast stepped out of the black fog, he finally saw what he was up against. Level 10, black-maned wolves. Their bite and tear skill deals damage while leaving a continuous bleed effect. Night Howl. It boosts all stats for their pack members and instantly resets their cooldowns. Bearing their razor-sharp fangs, the wolves lunged straight at Lu Fan. "Well, guess it's time to get started," he muttered. With a smirk, Lu Fan dashed toward the pack and unleashed his skill, Dragon Fang Strike. Just seconds later, a system notification rang out. Nightmare Trial Floor 1, cleared, plus 990 points. Back in the monitoring room, the principal of 1st high school bolted upright, screaming in disbelief. With just 1 strike? How on earth is this Lu Fan kid so ridiculously strong? The man sitting next to him analyzed. His stats are clearly way too high for his level. Trembling with shock, the principal of 3rd high school voiced his earlier suspicion. Did Lu Fan actually find a legendary dragon? The leaderboard updated. Rank 1, Hong Wu, Hell difficulty, 3,000 points. Rank 2, Lu Fan, Nightmare difficulty, 990 points. Tied for Rank 3, Qin Chu, Hell difficulty, 900 points, and Tao Xiaoman, Hell difficulty, 900 points. While everyone in the monitoring room was still reeling from Lu Fan's performance, right behind them, the door swung open, and a man stepped in. "Excuse the intrusion, but I am an envoy from Dragon Capital. I hate to disrupt your event, but we need to take someone back to Dragon Capital for questioning. Where is the dragon tamer?" Lu Fan? Qin Shanhai looked toward the door and immediately recognized the man as Qian Xiong, a level 57 combat class swordsman. Back inside the nightmare secret realm, having finished off the monsters, Lu Fan didn't rush to the 2nd floor. Instead, he stayed behind to locate a spot shown on the high-grade treasure map he had synthesized before entering. It didn't take long before a grin spread across his face. Finally found it. The system notified him. "You have arrived at the location marked on the treasure map." Synthesizing that high-grade map before coming in was a great call. Who would have thought the treasure would be on the very 1st floor? With that thought, Lu Fan reached out and pulled out a skill book. The system chimed, "You have obtained the Growth Acceleration skill book. The Growth Acceleration skill boosts the experience points earned by both the user and their pets when defeating monsters." Without a second thought, Lu Fan learned it immediately. System notification. Growth Acceleration skill acquired. Lu Fan smiled to himself, thinking, "An XP boost? This is perfect for Xiao Ye." Ever since we left Tang Village, Her leveling speed has slowed down quite a bit. This skill is a total godsend. Back in the monitoring room, Qianxiang stared at Lu Fan on the screen and demanded of the principal of 3rd High School, Principal Bai, since Lu Fan is your student, I expect you to terminate his exam immediately and summon him here. But Principal Bai flatly refused. Envoy, whatever this is about, it can wait until his exam is finished. As his principal, I will take full responsibility for him. Qianxiang pushed up his glasses. Take responsibility? You can't serve his sentence for him. Sentence? Principal Bai asked, utterly bewildered. The others in the room exchanged confused glances, completely in the dark about what Lu Fan could have possibly done. At that moment, Qin Shanhai stepped forward, grabbing Qianxiang's arm. Old Qian, for the sake of our old friendship, let me have a word first, will you? Without showing the slightest bit of courtesy, Qianxiang brushed his hand away and warned, Mr. Qin, back off. Do not interfere with my official duties. I don't know why you're trying to cover for him, but let me give you a piece of advice. Keep your nose out of this. Neither the Jin family nor the high-ranking officials in Dragon Capital will let this slide. If you understand, then please excuse yourself. Turning back, Qianxiang demanded once more, Principal Bai, bring the boy out now. Before Principal Bai could even react, Qin Shanhai casually lit a cigarette and spoke up again. Old Qian, the upper echelon of Dragon Capital and the Jin family. The situation between us and Extremistas country is indeed complicated, but once Lu Fan's secret is revealed, neither the High Command nor the Jin family will pursue this matter any further. Today, absolutely no one is taking Lu Fan away. Qianxiang pointed at Qin Shanhai, demanding answers. What secret? Talk about arrogant. Do you have any idea what it means to defy a special envoy? Qin Shanhai suddenly grabbed Qianxiang's hand, his face deadly serious. Fine, if that's how it's gonna be. Feeling provoked, Qianxiang furiously threatened him. Your actions will absolutely be reported to the higher-ups. Seeing the tense standoff between the two, Principal Bai stepped in to play peacemaker. Special Envoy, Mr. Qin, please. Both of you. Calm down. Qianxiang's anger cooled slightly. He yanked his hand back, glared at Qin Shanhai, and demanded to know what this kid could possibly have that justified going this far. Qin Shanhai looked toward Lu Fan's monitor and said, So, aren't you curious about what secret Lu Fan holds that could sway both the High Command and the Jin family? Qianxiang also looked at Lu Fan's screen, and his eyes suddenly went wide as he realized. Lu Fan had actually chosen the Nightmare difficulty. Inside the Nightmare difficulty realm, Lu Fan stood right in front of the gate, leading to the 2nd floor. I originally wanted to see how many floors I could climb on my own. But it looks like I'd better summon Xiao Ye to farm some EXP early. With that thought in mind, Lu Fan raised his hand to the side and began casting the spell to summon Xiao Ye. Outside the realm, Qianxiang was completely bewildered to see Lu Fan's choice. He spun around and asked, He dared to choose Nightmare difficulty. What on earth is this kid capable of anyway? Didn't you see it just now? With just a single strike, before the principal of high school, number 1 could even finish, everyone gasped in shock, their eyes instantly snapping to Lu Fan's monitor. When they saw Lu Fan summoning Xiao Ye, the entire room stood there, jaws wide open. Qianxiang pointed at the screen, his voice shaking. That is a giant dragon. Watching Xiao Ye completely obliterate the gate to the 2nd floor with a single strike right after appearing, Qin Shanhai smiled wryly. Even though I've seen it once before, it really still blows my mind. He waited for the crowd to finish watching Xiao Ye effortlessly wipe out the entire 2nd floor mob with a single casual move before speaking up again. As you can all see, this is the secret I was talking about. As time went on, under the watchful eyes of the stunned crowd, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye quickly reached the 13th floor, clearing it with absolute ease. His score was now sitting firmly in 1st place, leaving 2nd place in the dust. On the scoreboard, number 1 was Lu Fan, playing on Nightmare difficulty, with 58,500 points. Number 2, Hong Wu, on Very Hard difficulty, with 27,550 points. Number 3, Qin Chu, on Very Hard difficulty, with 12,570 points. And tied at number 3, Dao Zi, on Very Hard difficulty, with 12,570 points. After watching closely for a while, Principal Bai gave a serious assessment. Not just his giant dragon, but this kid's personal strength. All of his attributes must be well over 100 by now. Even if he didn't summon the giant dragon, he'd still easily lock down the number 1 spot in Jianghai. Qin Shanhai smiled, turning to Qianxiang. Old Qian. Do you still want to hand him over to the high command now? Qian Xiong replied. Today, I finally see why you went head-to-head with the Jin family for his sake. Qin Shanhai smiled and said, in that case, I'll send a clip of Lu Fan's exam performance to my teacher. From now on, Lu Fan and the Jin family won't need to trouble you anymore, Special Envoy. Qianxiang was taken aback, exclaiming, your teacher? Do you mean? Qin Shanhai looked at Qianxiang with a smile. Northern Marquis, Tu Jing. Meanwhile, inside the nightmare difficulty realm, Lu Fan had already made his way to the 20th floor. Standing right before him were the monsters of this floor. Level 15 Dark Priests. Dark Shroud. Reduces the target's attributes by 50%, while boosting its own attributes by 25%. Shadow Meld. Drags itself and the opponent into the shadows, granting immunity to all attacks. Shadow Control. Allows it to command and manipulate Dark Knights and Shadow Paladins. With the boost from that gear from earlier, Xiao Ye should be leveling up again very soon. With that thought, Lu Fan immediately ordered Xiao Ye to unleash her Lava Flames skill. On Lu Fan's command, Xiao Ye immediately opened her jaws, spitting out a torrent of flames that engulfed the entire space ahead, turning all the monsters to ashes in a blazing sea of fire. The system announced that floor 20 was cleared. Xiao Ye leveled up, and Lu Fan reached level 16. Lu Fan said excitedly, let's keep going, Xiao Ye. Let's completely crush this tower together. On the scoreboard, Number 1 was Lu Fan, playing on Nightmare difficulty, with 90,000 points. Number 2, Hong Wu, on Very Hard difficulty, with 31,500 points. Number 3, Qin Chu, on Very Hard difficulty, with 16,900 points. And tied at number 3, Dao Zi, on Very Hard difficulty, with 16,900 points. An hour later, after intense effort, Hong Wu finally cleared the 50th floor on Very Hard difficulty. I can't believe this exam is so brutal. Monsters like this should be meant for level 70 players, shouldn't they? Well, since everyone is struggling anyway, the only person who could even compete with me for the top spot is Qing Chu. And since she's in a party, her score will be split right down the middle. This year's top scorer of South Province is definitely going to be me. Thinking of this, Hong Wu couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking up toward the sky. Principal, are you watching me right now? Recruiters from the 10 grade academies, you'd better start sending over those admission letters. The examiners merely glanced at Hong Wu, then immediately went back to focusing on their screens. We're back with Lu Fan's run, floor 50. The top scorers from previous years all peaked right here, making this floor the ultimate turning point. Lu Fan, don't get too careless. His climbing speed is bound to slow down from here on. Inside the trial tower, Lu Fan eagerly opens the system panel to check out the new skills that Xiao Ye unlocked after leveling up. Form shifting skill acquired. The available forms include Baby Dragon form, which reduces all stats and mana consumption by 50%. Dragon Girl form, unlocked through a blood contract. Giant Dragon form, which reduces strength by 50% but boosts spirit by 100%, granting the skills Incinerate All and Lava Burst. World Ender form, which reduces spirit by 50% but adds 10 strength, unlocking the new skills, Earth Shatter and Dragon Roar. There are 4 transformable forms in total, including Giant Dragon and World Ender. While Lu Fan is lost in thought, rocks and debris suddenly rain down from the mountain, and a massive beast emerges. It is the level 20 Amethyst Mountain Giant. Its Mountain Arm skill sweeps its stone arm across all targets in front of it, dealing massive damage. Its earth-shattering leap sends it crashing down to the ground, triggering 5 consecutive shockwaves, dealing 10 to 35% damage. Its Amethyst Rock passive reduces magic damage by 50% and blocks all armor-piercing attacks. Watching this, Principal Bai can't help but worry. A Tier 3 boss on Nightmare difficulty? How is he supposed to beat that? Told you so. This is the turning point. Lu Fan's speed is definitely going to slow down on the next floors. The principal of the number 1 high school sighs, secretly burning with jealousy as he looks at the candidates' leaderboard. With this performance, Lu Fan is guaranteed to top Jiang High, and Southern Province is pretty much in the bag too. Why couldn't a prodigy like him have come from my school? Back inside the trial tower, the mountain giant makes its entrance with a devastating mountain arm strike. Its colossal fist hurtles straight toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan doesn't look worried at all. He just stands there, calmly reading the boss's stats. A 50% reduction, huh? Well, we're halfway up, so it makes sense that they'd crank up the difficulty. With a smirk, Lu Fan says, Well then, Xiao Ye, how about we try out that world ender form? Xiao Ye blocks the giant's incoming fist with just one hand, shielding Lu Fan. Then, she lets out a roar and soars into the sky, transforming into her world ender form. Even though her spirit stat drops by 50%, her strength instantly skyrockets. She also gains 2 brand new skills, Earth Shatter and Dragon Roar. Watching through the screen, the proctors are completely dumbfounded. What? It has a combat form too? This form is absolutely terrifying. As Lu Fan watches Xiao Ye transform, he suddenly senses danger creeping up from behind. Instantly jumping to the side, he barely dodges another massive fist from the mountain giant. Lu Fan quickly retaliates, casting Dragon's Blessing to buff himself and his dragon companion. This boosts all stats and attack power by 30%. He then orders Xiao Ye to bite down on the enemy. Xiao Ye lunges forward, tearing into the boss. She deals massive damage, inflicts a bleed effect, and literally bites the mountain giant's head right off. And just like that, the level 20 boss crumbles. The principal of the #1 high school can only gasp in utter shock. Principal Bai breaks into a cold sweat too, trying to wrap his head around how a single strike could completely shatter this boss's defense. That single attack had to deal over 2,000 damage. Back in the tower, just as Lu Fan thinks the mountain giant is done for, its giant hand reaches out for him once again. Lu Fan quickly leaps aside once more, and activates his dragon blood armor. Transforming his hand into a dragon claw, he delivers a devastating punch straight to the giant's face, unleashing an earth-shaking explosion. Meanwhile, Qin Shanhai turns to a completely dumbfounded Qian Xiong and smirks. Old Qian, seeing Lu Fan's power now. Aren't you glad I stopped you? Qian Jiong remains silent, turning his attention back to Lu Fan. Once the dust settles, the mountain giant gets ready to fight again, but Xiao Ye hits it with a devastating World Ender's Dragon Roar, emitting a loud screech that deals massive damage and inflicts a weaken effect on all targets in range. Could its form and stats be at least over 2,500? The principal of high school #1 gasped. Just as I predicted. I'm afraid it's only going to be more, not less, Principal Bai thought to himself. Once he calmed down, the principal of high school #1 spoke up. Anyway, since he has already passed floor 50, why don't we use the X+1 method? By then, everything will be clear. X? Qin Shanhai asked with a puzzled look. Principal Bai explained. That's right. The X+1 format was set up by the very first scholar who created the trial tower. Once you pass floor 50, depending on the X scale of the monster count, everyone is bound to face the tower's boss. This makes the trial feel almost identical to a real secret realm, where you could lose your life at any second. But on the nightmare difficulty, whether it's X or 1, they're all replaced by nightmare grade bosses. In the nightmare difficulty's X+1 format, there won't be just one boss, and their stats will be heavily boosted. Qin Shanhai lit a cigarette, took a drag, and smugly gestured toward the screen. That may be true, but look at Lu Fan. For him, this X+1 thing isn't even worth his time. Inside the trial tower, Lu Fan also sensed that after floor 50, the tower's difficulty had completely changed. But even so, with Xiao Ye's world-ending form, he basically didn't need to worry about it. Just like that, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye swept through the floors, and in just 10 minutes, they reached the 70th floor. His level skyrocketed along with it, leaving the elders amazed once again. It's only been 10 minutes, and Lu Fan is already on floor 70. Honestly, this season's trial tower design might be the hardest one we've ever seen. With a setup like this, I initially wondered if anyone could even reach floor 80. But with the current situation, the principal of high school #1 was left speechless as he saw Lu Fan already climbing to the 83rd floor. Over the years, so many geniuses have pushed themselves to their absolute limits to force a level up, only to end up completely exhausted and losing their lives inside the trial tower. Qin Shanhai nodded in agreement. After all, having climbed 70 or 80 floors, being so close to touching the final reward of the trial, who could easily give up? The principal pointed at the leaderboard, speaking with great anticipation. But Lu Fan, that kid might very well be the first person to complete all 100 floors of the trial tower. The principal of high school #1, let's call him the bald principal, replied out of jealousy, not so fast. Even though those bosses are weaker than their original versions in the secret realm, don't forget how insanely high the difficulty of floor 99 is. Before he could even finish his sentence, someone interrupted. Look, Lu Fan, he has already reached floor 99. Once again, everyone's eyes locked onto Lu Fan. Lu Fan stepped into a ruined palace, where 4 headless suits of armor stood tall in 2 rows around a throne. Right at this moment, the candles on the walls flared to life. A strange blue light radiated from the armor, and they started to move, chanting in unison, "Headless World-Ending Knights. Level 55, World-Ending Pierce." When a knight lands an attack, it inflicts a piercing effect, causing the opponent to take an extra 400% damage. World-Ending Counter. When one of the knights is injured, the knight's sword triggers a counterattack. World-Ending Thunder. The knight's dual swords are imbued with lightning, boosting attack speed and adding lightning damage. World-Ending Slash. When the target's health drops below 15%, the knight will lock on and execute them instantly. World-Ending Covenant. The 4 knights share health and defense, boosting their stats by 400%. Headless Knights from the Fallen Kingdom, a very famous secret realm. All secret realms originate from real events in history. Just like Morning Village, the Fallen Kingdom is the result of a nation overrun by an undead legion, Lu Fan thought to himself as he faced the 4 knights. Intruder, execute. One of the knights roared, using the world-ending slash to lock onto Lu Fan before swinging its axe straight down. Lu Fan quickly dodged, but the shockwave of the impact still sent him sliding far back. Health sharing? In that case, an all-out strike is probably my best option. Since I don't have any crowd control skills, I have to take down all 4 of them at the exact same time. Quickly formulating his strategy, Lu Fan leaped into action. He bounded high into the air, preparing for his first strike. One of the knights immediately used World-Ending Pierce to counter him, but Lu Fan gracefully dodged and delivered a powerful slash of his own. To his surprise, his strike couldn't even pierce the knight's heavy armor. While he was trying to figure out his next move, another knight suddenly appeared behind him, swinging its sword right at his back. Lu Fan quickly spun around and blocked the strike. Just as the knight was about to activate its counter skill, Lu Fan shouted, "Now, Xiao Ye!" Xiao Ye appeared like a god, blowing away the entire castle along with the 4 knights. Just when it seemed over, the knights rose again, throwing themselves at Lu Fan like moths to a flame. Lu Fan leaped into the air once more to dodge. "I can't waste any more time. I have to reach floor 100 as soon as possible," he thought. With that in mind, Lu Fan immediately ordered Xiao Ye to use her blazing lava skill, wiping out the group of knights in a split second. Lu Fan had reached level 20, while his black dragon reached level 15, unlocking a brand new skill, Cataclysm. As expected of Xiao Ye, unlocking yet another new skill. Now, there is only 1 floor left. Lu Fan couldn't help but say excitedly. Meanwhile, the gateway to the next floor creaked open. The door to the final floor of the trial tower was finally open. Seeing the bald principal standing there in absolute shock, Qin Shanhai let out a laugh. "Well, it looks like we are going to witness history in the making today, the 100th floor. Could it be?" Principal Bai stared at the screen in pure dread. That place was never meant for any candidate to pass. Lu Fan continued his journey to conquer the trial tower. The moment he stepped through the gateway, he and Xiao Ye were instantly enveloped by a surge of dark, ominous energy. Watching the sword in his hand slowly turn to ash, Lu Fan warily scanned his surroundings. So, is this the 100th floor? A complete Fallen Kingdom dungeon, an undead army of over 500 soldiers, and the level 60 world-destroying emperor, a nightmare difficulty boss. Lu Fan immediately prepared for the upcoming battle, starting by checking the details of Xiao Ye's newly acquired skill, Cataclysm. It inflicts 3 stages of damage, causing explosions wherever the black dragon flies. This skill deals massive damage while leaving a burning effect, before finally lunging at the target to deal heavy damage and trigger another explosion. Xiao Ye has been in her apocalypse form this whole time. It is about time we test out her destruction form and those new skills. Thinking to himself, Lu Fan turned to Xiao Ye. "This is the final floor. Let's go grab our reward together." Xiao Ye let out a mighty roar in agreement. Lu Fan materialized a sword, pointed it toward the boss, and yelled, "Xiao Ye, switch to destruction dragon form." At that exact moment, Xiao Ye's entire body erupted in searing, blazing flames. Along with it, her strength and spirit stats skyrocketed to unbelievable numbers. Witnessing this scene, the examiners were left utterly speechless. There is a third form? Those flames. Lu Fan still had another trump card up his sleeve. "Protect the king. All troops, charge." At the Headless Knight's command, the undead army let out a collective shriek and surged forward. Undeterred by the massive horde, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye charged straight ahead to meet them head-on. The moment the 2 sides collided, Lu Fan signaled Xiao Ye to unleash her Cataclysm skill. She unleashed a non-stop torrent of fire on the undead army, instantly decimating their ranks. This horrifying display left the examiners completely terrified. Is this really something a mere student can master? The entire undead army is almost completely wiped out. Taking advantage of the chaos while Xiaoye absolutely wrecked the undead army, Lu Fan rushed straight toward the boss. "Insolent fool, kneel before the king." With those words, a group of headless knights jumped out to ambush Lu Fan from all sides. Lu Fan dodged to the side with a quick slide and shouted, "Xiaoye, over here!" Xiaoye triggered the third stage of Cataclysm, creating a massive fiery explosion right where she landed. This perfect tactic instantly obliterated the four headless knights, leaving the spectators watching the screen gasping in awe. The four knights were instantly one-shotted. It was clear that even the toughest floor of this trial was not enough to show them the true depth of Lu Fan's power. 9,800,000 points. In the past 30 years, not a single person has even reached 1 million. Just one more step, and Lu Fan would actually claim the ultimate reward of this exam. On top of that, this year's exam was by far the hardest, meaning the rewards definitely would not be cheap. He would get at least 3 rare items. Inside the trial tower, the entire undead army had been completely cleared out by Lu Fan and Xiaoye. Gripping his sword, Lu Fan slowly walked toward the boss. "Your minions are all taken care of. Aren't you going to show yourself? Insolent brat, you brainless fool." The world-destroying emperor bellowed in rage, charging straight at Lu Fan. Using his dragon claw combined with his dragon blood armor, Lu Fan blocked a heavy slash from the world-destroying emperor. At the same time, he commanded Xiaoye to use her Incinerate All skill, creating a massive fire tornado that tore into the boss. The world-destroying emperor quickly backed away to dodge, but as he did, he realized his hand was bleeding uncontrollably, and his power was completely locked down. It turned out that besides physical attacks, Lu Fan had activated the skill of his Ring of Lament, allowing him to target any foe and siphon their resentment. Once the gathered resentment reached a certain threshold, his attacks would inflict bleeding, stun, and corpse poison to systematically break down the boss. "You underhanded coward." With that roar, the world-destroying emperor prepared for a second assault, only to be cut off again by Xiaoye, this time with the second stage of her Incinerate All skill, which carried a far more devastating blast radius than the first. Seizing the moment while the world-destroying emperor was distracted, Lu Fan lunged forward like lightning, driving his blade straight into the boss's chest and finishing him off for good. With that, Xiaoye leveled up to 17, and Lu Fan reached level 22, completely wiping out the undead army. In the monitoring room, the examiners watched in absolute shock. 1 million points, the legendary 100th floor that no one had ever cleared in 30 years, yet Lu Fan had conquered it in the blink of an eye. "The exam is over. Let's head home. What do you say? You remember what we're cooking, right?" Lu Fan happily told Xiaoye just as the system started spamming notifications that he had cleared the 100th floor. Congratulations to candidate Lu Fan for successfully clearing the nightmare-level trial of South Province. Your reward is the rare grade skill book, Wrath of the Ice Dragon King. Class requirements: Dragon Tamer, Dragon Language Mage. Required level, 20. Upon use, you will learn the magic skill, Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, which unleashes a freezing blast in the target area, dealing damage along with slow and freeze effects. The duration, damage output, and the area of effect scale based on the channeling duration. Next is the rare grade Gale Ring. Required level 20. Agility plus 77, Stamina plus 35, Spirit plus 3 to 2. It grants the wearer the Blessing of the Gale, increasing agility by 35%. Then there is the legendary grade Flame Bone Cloak. Stamina plus 20, Spirit plus 79, Strength plus 56, Agility plus 54. Its special effect, Blazing Surge, reduces incoming fire and ice damage by 30%, cuts debuff durations by 50%, and boosts fire and ice damage dealt by both you and your pet by 30%. I thought I'd have to wait until level 30 for my second class advancement to get a crowd control skill. But now I can finally set up combos with Xiaoye's skills. It's a shame Xiaoye won't benefit from this agility ring, but it's still incredibly useful for me. As for this legendary cloak, when combined with Xiaoye's ruined dragon form, it offers ice damage reduction and a massive fire damage boost. Awesome. Once he gathered his loot, Lu Fan recalled Xiaoye and proudly stepped out of the dungeon. The moment he stepped outside, Lu Fan was greeted with roaring applause from the examiners, especially Principal Bai. He rushed over, his face brimming with excitement, and said, "My boy, how on earth are you this talented? As the top scorer, you are the absolute pride of our school. From now on, your photo will hang forever on our wall of fame." Hearing this, the principal of First High School scoffed. "Are you out of your mind? Our wall of fame is reserved for heroes who died fighting the invading beasts. Are you putting a curse on the kid? Get lost. If anyone's getting cursed, it should be you." Lu Fan has completely shattered the exam record. His future is going to be beyond anything we can imagine. Qin Shanhai stepped in and said, "Either way, this exam really let Lu Fan show off his full potential. Lu Fan, even though I prepared myself beforehand, you still managed to completely blow me away. Uncle Qin, since I've met the conditions, that princess from the Taichi kingdom won't be coming here to cry and make a scene anymore, right?" Qin Shanhai smiled and replied, "I'll keep my end of the deal, of course. Besides, the letter should be arriving soon." "A letter?" Lu Fan asked, looking confused. "Don't worry about that for now. What you need to focus on is deciding which academy to join." The two principals immediately chimed in. "Exactly. The top 10 academies will definitely be fighting tooth and nail to recruit you. The big corporations in South Province are definitely going to try and cozy up to you, so watch out. By the way, where's the dragon? Hurry up and summon it so we can take a look. Are you insane? It'll level the entire school. Congratulations, Lu Fan. With a legendary score like this, no one is taking your throne for at least 50 years. Meanwhile, Qianxiong watched the lively crowd and quietly slipped away in silence. Meanwhile, in an uncharted region at the border of the North Dragon Kingdom, a level 60 zone, Tu Jing, the Marquis of Zhenbei, was sipping his wine while watching Lu Fan's exam video when his subordinate walked in with a report. "Did you find the evidence? It is all right here, sir. We can now confirm that the theory of your student, Qin Shanhai, was absolutely correct. Based on his conversation with Special Envoy Qian Shang, Qin Shanhai deduced that Lord Ruan Changfeng, a high-ranking official of Dragon Capital, has been colluding with the Kim family of the Taichi Kingdom. Our investigation confirms that Princess Jinzhu's studying abroad and bringing a dragon tamer along were both approved by Lord Ruan himself." Tu Jing slammed his bottle onto the table in rage. "Ruan Changfeng, of course it's him. On the surface, both the Kim family and Lord Ruan act like they're just maintaining diplomatic relations, but behind closed doors, Lord Ruan has been granting them massive privileges in exchange for heavy bribes. No wonder he sent a special envoy to capture our dragon tamer." The bottle shattered into pieces under Tu Jing's grip. "Ruan Changfeng, that ungrateful traitor. How dare he help the Taichi princess run rampant in our dragon kingdom? Go deliver my order to Ruan Changfeng. Tell him I am stripping him of all his titles and authority. From this moment on, there is no place for him in the leadership of Dragon Capital. Go, now. If he has a problem with it, tell him to come talk to me face to face. As for the Kim family, if they try to contact Ruan Changfeng again, send a delegation to pay them a little visit. Understood? There's one more thing. Keep an eye on which academy this dragon tamer chooses, and contact the principal beforehand to ensure he gets the absolute best resources." Tu Jing ordered, thinking to himself, "To think the Dragon Kingdom has birthed such a legendary youth. It truly warms my heart. Excellent. Simply excellent. Once my mission is complete, I'll definitely go meet him in person. But when will this duty of mine finally end?" A few minutes later, Princess Jinzhu received the news that Ruan Changfeng had been stripped of his title by the Marquis of Zhenbei, and she lost her mind with rage. Making her subordinate quickly try to comfort her. "Princess, please calm down. We actually have some more good news." "Good news? From you lot? Like what? Without him, how are we supposed to catch that dragon tamer?" "Princess, there is no need for you to waste another second of your precious time on him anyway. The day they announced the trial, results is just around the corner. We discovered that among the participants, other than Lu Fan from Jianghai City, there is actually another dragon tamer in Qingzhou City." Jinzhou was surprised at first, but then a wicked grin crept onto her face as she said, "Now that is some good news. I just hope this one actually knows his place. Congratulations to candidate Hong Wu for completing the 72nd floor of the Nan Province Nightmare Trial with 89,250 points." Hong Wu walked out of the dungeon, grinning from ear to ear, fully expecting to be crowned this year's top scorer and to receive a warm, heroic welcome from the judges, including his own principal. The moment he spotted the principal, Hong Wu eagerly went over to greet him. "Oh, Hong Wu, you're done with the exam?" Hong Wu put on a humble front and replied, "Yes, sir, but I only managed to get 89,000 points. I wonder if that's enough to make me the top scorer? Ha ha, don't worry about that. A score like that is incredible. You can pretty much choose any university you want. Even though grades are important, you shouldn't overexert yourself. Your injuries look pretty serious, so go get them treated right away." The principal's casual reaction and cryptic words left Hongwu utterly confused, scratching his head. Is the principal trying to say my score was okay, but nothing special? What's that supposed to mean? How can he not care at all when my score is this high? Maybe he just wants me to stay humble and is warning me not to get cocky. With that thought, Hongwu perked up again and quickly replied, "I understand, sir. Thank you for your guidance." 3 days later, it was finally time for the results to be announced. The moment Lu Fan stepped out of his house, he was greeted by a massive crowd of businessmen and university recruiters, all pushing and shoving just to hand him gifts and get on his good side. As Lu Fan stood there completely overwhelmed, Qin Shanhai walked up with a grin and said, "Today is the official announcement, so I guess everyone knows you are #1 now. It's way too noisy out here. Let's head inside first," Han Ke suggested shyly. Lu Fan tried to look up his score online, only to find that his results hadn't been made public. While he was still scratching his head, Qin Shanhai stepped up to present his rewards. "Here is 50 million in cash, your reward, from Jianghai City. Your reward for being the top scorer of Nan Province. Go ahead and take it." Aside from the cash, there is also a special gift that Principal Bai sent over for you. Qin Shanhai opened the item chest, and the details of the items immediately flashed before Lu Fan's eyes. Rare skill book, Blue Dragon King's Roar. Required class, Dragon Tamer or Dragon Tongue Mage. Required level, 20. Upon use, you will learn the magic skill. Blue Dragon King's Roar. The Blue Dragon King's Roar unleashes a massive blast of lightning directly in front of you. It deals massive damage along with a paralysis effect. After the attack, you will gain 20 stacks of lightning attribute. Each attack consumes 1 stack and has a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Legendary Lightning Elixir, a consumable item. Upon use, it permanently increases lightning skill power and lightning resistance by 20%. A Dragon Tongue magic book, plus a lightning elixir to boost this skill even further. First ice magic, and now I have lightning magic too. This means I won't have to rely completely on Xiaoye to deal magic damage anymore. Rare Qingfeng armor, required level, 20, strength plus 70, endurance plus 46. Breeze wave reduces 30% of damage received from debuff effects. Legendary Xianling boots, required level, 20, strength plus 68, endurance plus 54. Xianling, upon use, allows the wearer to blink to any location within 50 meters. Requires a 30-second cooldown, granting movement speed and damage reduction. Among all the candidates who just finished the exam, absolutely no one has gear like this. If I put all of this on, my stats will be almost on par with Xiaoye's when she first hatched. Principal Bai must have handpicked these incredibly carefully, especially these Xianling boots with their 30-second blink capability. Qin Shanhai explained, "That is a skill usually only second-class mages can get. Then I'll gladly accept it." Lu Fan took the items. Just then, Qin Chu rushed in, breathless, to deliver some news. "Lu Fan, Sister Han, the recruiters from the 10 top universities have already arrived in Jianghai, and my dad has invited them over to our place, so I'm here to pick you up for the interviews." That fast? The results were literally just announced, Qin Shanhai explained. "For a rare talent like you, they have to move fast. They practically ran here the moment they watched the recording of your exam. I've already arranged to have both your exam recording and your score fully classified. Except for the 10 universities and the high-ranking officials in Longdu, no one else can see them. You are too unique, and it would be a disaster if a second princess showed up to cause trouble. As for that Jin Zhou situation, he took care of it completely, and he's actually really looking forward to meeting you." Lu Fan replied excitedly, "That's awesome. I'd love to meet and thank him in person as well." Qin Shanhai smiled, patting Lu Fan on the shoulder. "Not just yet, though. He's currently away on a mission, but there is no rush. You two are bound to cross paths sooner or later anyway." At that moment, Qin Chu handed a card to Lu Fan. "Please, take this. I actually came to thank you last time, but unfortunately, we crossed paths with Jinzhou instead. No way, I can't accept this amethyst card. We only agreed on 100,000, but this card has 10 million on it." Qin Shanhai stepped in and said, "This is the Qin family showing our appreciation. Thank you for saving Xiao Qiu's squad back in Adong village. Please, just take it." Seeing that Lu Fan was still being polite, Qin Shanhai laughed and said, "Tonight, someone is even planning to take you two to Jiangshan Garden. If you can't even accept this card, how are you going to react when you see the villa the province is gifting to the top scholar? Dad, stop teasing him. Qin stepped in to defend her crush, then quickly pulled him away to meet the university recruiters waiting at her house. Meanwhile, Kui Hongtai led Princess Jinzhou into the forest on the outskirts of Qingzhou City in the Dragon Empire to meet the dragon tamer they had their eyes on. What level is he? Level 19. And his armored dragon is level 14, ma'am. Jinzhou watched Chen Tianji and his armored dragon ahead with great interest, thinking, a dragon tamer really is something else. He is already fighting a level 30 boss. Meanwhile, the giant boss charged furiously toward Chen Tianji. Chen Tianji ordered his armored dragon, Xiao Chu, to swing its massive tail, dealing heavy damage to all targets in its path. Meanwhile, he used his dragon spear strike skill, channeling dragon energy into a powerful, fatal thrust, sending the boss straight to meet the Grim Reaper. Thanks to this, Chen Tianji reached level 20, while Xiao Chu leveled up to 15. Splendid. You damn Jagata didn't waste that dragon egg I gave you. Chen Tianji bowed and replied, I am glad I didn't disappoint you, princess. Jinzhou muttered, if you were like this useless trash here, then I would be disappointed. With that, Jinzhou turned to Kui Hongtai with a cold look. From now on, your spear belongs to him. Any objections? Although reluctant, Kui Hongtai had no choice but to reply, I obey your command, princess. Chen Tianji said gratefully, thank you, princess. With the armored dragon, the dragon spear, and your enhancement magic, I will definitely defeat the top scholar of the southern province. Jinzhou smirked with satisfaction. Chen Tianji ranked second with 210,000 points, while Lu Fan's score wasn't even made public. It is estimated to be around 300,000 points, so Chen Tianji still has a solid chance of winning. Lu Fan. You must remember this name until you destroy him and seize his black dragon. I will help you become the strongest dragon tamer in history. In the Taichi Kingdom, you will be my servant, second only to me, but ruling over everyone else. So when it comes to Lu Fan, do not disappoint me. Chen Tianji replied with determination in his eyes. Please rest assured, princess. This is my honor, and I am willing to be your knight forever. Jinzhou replied with satisfaction. You are very sensible. Much more sensible than that Lu Fan. I gave him a golden opportunity to soar to the heavens, yet he didn't even know how to be grateful. With that, she ordered Kui Hongtai, go to Jianghai and find out which academy Lu Fan is enrolling in. If you can't even do this, then get lost. Kui Hongtai replied, yes, ma'am. Thinking of Lu Fan, Jinzhou muttered to herself with pure hatred. Before long, he will regret forever what he did to me. In the living room of the Qin family villa, before meeting the school representatives, Qin Chu asked Lu Fan, have you decided which academy you're going to apply to yet? Because I wanted to. Wait, no, my dad wanted to ask. He said I should apply to the same school as you so we can support each other in the future. That would be so great. I heard school teams are really important, and we've already worked together before. If we go to dungeons, you're definitely my first choice, but I still don't know which academy to choose yet. I'll let you know in a bit. Oh, okay, Qin Chi replied shyly, wondering to herself. I wonder how many points Lu Fan actually got. If I can't catch up to him, the gap between us will only get wider and wider. Thinking of this, Qin Chu said to Lu Fan, I'll do my best to get into the same school as you. Sure, sounds good, Lu Fan replied with a smile, then pushed the door open to meet the academy representatives. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Fan. Before he could even finish his introduction, a middle-aged man interrupted him. Lu Fan, right? We've all watched your trial video. It was absolutely amazing. The first dragon tamer in history to actually have a dragon. I wonder if our Southern Province champion already has a preferred academy in mind, a female teacher asked, making the middle-aged man look instantly displeased. Name your price. No need to ask if you like it or not. Our Jiangnam Academy will give you the ultimate treatment. A yearly scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, plus all potions, secret realms, and other resources completely free. The other female recruiter mocked him, saying, Hey, everyone sitting in this room is a representative from the top-tier academies in the Dragon Nation. You seriously think you can recruit the top scorer with just those cheap offers? On top of everything Jiangnam Academy can offer, our Beijing Academy will give you an extra 20 million a year, plus 20 exclusive secret realms. The middle-aged recruiter refused to be outdone and snapped, If Beijing can offer that, you think we can't? We can match all of that, and we'll even throw in rare encounter secret realms. The female recruiter wasn't about to back down either, immediately raising her bid. Everything is negotiable. If you're not satisfied, we can add even more. Lu Fan watched the bickering, completely bewildered. I never expected an interview to look like this. Man, now I have absolutely no clue which school to choose. Just then, Gu Han, the recruiter from Longdu Academy, spoke up. This year's representative for the national trials will be chosen by Longdu. Lu Fan, we can give you that slot. Hearing this, the middle-aged recruiter asked in utter shock. Are you serious? Sure, he is incredibly strong, but he literally just awakened his class. How could he possibly be ready for the national trials? Past participants had to go through brutal screening, and the other countries have been preparing for ages. Giving away such a critical spot to a freshman through internal nepotism. Are you guys treating the national trials like some kind of joke? Gu Han ignored the noise and kept negotiating with Lu Fan. The national trials is a super-secret realm, co-created by 23 nations around the world. Once every 3 years, each country sends a single representative under 25 to compete in the national trials. To keep the secret realm stable, all competitors must be newly awakened rookies. National-level powerhouses are strictly barred from entering. The entire world will be watching this competition, and the rewards are rare. Legendary treasures you can't find anywhere else. The female recruiter and the middle-aged man, who were screaming at each other just seconds ago, were now suddenly on the same team, ganging up on Gu Han. If you're going to give him a spot, do it next time. This year's competition starts in just 6 months. Aren't you being way too reckless? Gu Han ignored them and kept going. Anyone who survives the national trials will be qualified to join the ranks of national-level powerhouses. This is your chance to go from being number 1 in Jiangnam to number 1 in the entire Dragon Nation. Longdu is the only one who can hand you this opportunity. The national trials wouldn't just give me insane rewards. It could actually push me into the ranks of the ultimate powerhouses. As Lu Fan was weighing his options, a system notification suddenly popped up. Congratulations, Lu Fan. Your daily treasure map has been delivered. Wow, it's been forever since I got my last God-level treasure map. This is only my second one. The first God-level map got me a black dragon egg. So, what's waiting for me this time? Lu Fan looked at the map and saw it pointing directly at Longdu Academy. Without a second thought, he accepted Gu Han's offer, but on one condition. I want an admission slot for Han Kei. Her class is an enchantment chef. It's a very rare hidden class. Gu Han thought it over for a moment before replying, all right, but whether she gets accepted is something we'll have to discuss in a meeting first. And so, 4 days later, Lu Fan and Han Kei packed their bags and set off for Longdu Academy. I never thought the day would come when we'd actually leave this place. We've lived here for so long, I'm feeling a bit sentimental about leaving. We've got a villa now, plenty of savings, and we can live wherever we want. You don't have to look back, Auntie. Lu Fan comforted her. Han Kei said softly, a wave of nostalgia hitting her. I still remember when we first moved in. You were only this tall. Time really does fly. Just then, Qin Chu and Tao Xiaoman pulled up in a supercar to drive them to the private jet owned by Qin Chu's family, ready to take them all to Longdu Academy. Wait, Taozi, you enrolled at Longdu too? Lu Fan asked with a grin. Tao Xiaoman answered honestly, my score is the same as Xiao Chu's. Since she applied to Longdu just to follow you, I also… Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Chi quickly covered her mouth. I'm so sorry to trouble you girls, Han Kei chimed in. I had no idea Xiao Fan remembered this so clearly. Back when I first awakened my class, I always dreamed of going to college like everyone else. I wanted so badly to start over again. Xiao Fan was still so small back then. I had no idea he'd carry that with him all this time. As she spoke, Han Kei's eyes welled up with tears. Lu Fan pulled his aunt into a comforting hug. She had sacrificed so much and worked tirelessly to raise him, and he would never forget the sheer disappointment and helplessness she felt when she awakened as a mere lifestyle class. He was going to keep his promise. No matter what, he would give both of them the life they truly deserved. This was only the beginning. With their bags packed and everything settled, the 4 of them set off for Longdu. A few hours later, as the group was taking in the bustling scenery outside Longdu Academy, they crossed paths with none other than the spoiled Princess Jin Zhou, who was also arriving to enroll. The second she stepped out of her car, she immediately started complaining as usual. Ugh, typical Dragon Nation. Even their capital is so basic. Wait, Lu Fan? Whipping her head around, she gasped in shock. So you're actually here? So he's that dragon tamer from Jianghai? Well, that saves us the trouble of hunting him down. Chen Tianji growled, about to throw down with Lu Fan right then and there, but Jinzhu held him back. We don't have Ruan Chengfeng's backing right now. If you cause a scene here, you'll be deported. Calm down. Understood. My apologies, princess. On Lu Fan's side, Jinzhu's sudden appearance made everyone uneasy. What should we do now? I remember my dad saying she came to Dragon Country to study abroad. Don't tell me she's attending Dragon Capital Academy? Just then, Gu Han showed up with a warm smile. Did you two arrive at the same time? Come on in. Seeing Lu Fan's utterly confused face, Gu Han looked surprised. Wait, don't tell me you two don't know each other? You guys are the rank 1 and rank 2 of South Province, and both of you are dragon tamers. That's why we call you the twin stars of South Province. Chen Tianji, rank 2 of South Province, and a fellow dragon tamer. Lu Fan studied him closely, sizing him up. Chen Tianji, on the other hand, glared back at Lu Fan with pure hostility. I've heard a lot about you. Nice to finally meet you in person. Lu Fan ignored the attitude and turned to Gu Han. Miss Gu, I guess we've been introduced now. Everyone's exhausted from the long trip. So could you show us to our rooms first? Gu Han nodded warmly. Of course. Let me show everyone where you'll be staying. If there's anything you don't like, we can easily change it. While we're at it, I'll brief you guys on tomorrow's freshman assembly. We'll find our own way, Jinzhu scoffed haughtily, quickly strutting off with her 2 lackeys. Gu Han led the group over to the residential area. This is the villa zone for Tier 1 freshmen. There are 30 villas in total. Every year, the instructors review the trial exam recordings to evaluate and rank the incoming freshmen. Anyone in the top 30 gets to live in these villas. And since Lu Fan is ranked first among the Tier 1 students, Villa number 1 belongs to you. As for Chen Tianji, our South Province runner-up, he's ranked 18th overall, so his place is Villa number 18. Chen Tianji, it looks like he actually took Jinzhu's deal. A guy who sold out his own dignity is supposed to be my twin star? What a joke. Qingqiu piped up, asking, Miss Gu, Tao Zi and I definitely didn't make the top 30, did we? Does that mean we have to go sign up for the regular student dorms? Yes, that's right. Qingqiu, Tao Zi, Xiaoman, Han Ke, I'll take you 3 to the dorms in a bit. But to be honest, the villas are way nicer in every way. Hearing this, Han Ke immediately asked, In that case, can we just live with Lu Fan? Han Ke's sudden suggestion caught the 2 girls completely off guard, leaving them staring with their mouths open in shock. Gu Han thought about it for a moment before replying, Well, there's no rule against it, as long as the primary resident is okay with it. Little Fan, you don't mind, right? I mean, you wouldn't turn down your aunt's home-cooked meals, would you? Of course, Lu Fan had absolutely no objections and agreed on the spot. Han Ke happily linked arms with Qingqiu and Xiao Tao. See? The boy doesn't mind at all. So we're all moving in together. It'll be a great way to bond and build some chemistry. Plus, it'll make teaming up for dungeons way easier in the future. While Xiao Tao was still feeling a bit hesitant about the whole idea, Lu Fan chimed in. You guys should definitely stay with my aunt. The standard dorms are pretty far from here anyway. If we ever need to meet up, this saves you from having to trek halfway across campus. Xiao Tao shrugged. Fair enough. If Xiao Chu is staying, I'm staying too. Besides, the place is way nicer anyway. Yeah, okay, Qingqiu shyly agreed. Awesome, you're going to love my cooking, Xiao Chu. While Qingqiu was distracted by Han Ke, Xiao Tao leaned in and whispered to Lu Fan, living together is one thing, but don't you dare try anything funny with Xiao Chu. I'll be watching you. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Lu Fan's system. Approaching map location. Huh? The treasure is right inside the villa behind me. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly turned to Gu Han. Miss Gu, do you know who lives in Villa number 2? I only handle the South Province students, so I'm not too sure about the others. But if I remember correctly, Villa number 2 belongs to a young girl. Lu Fan told Han Ke, Qingqiu, and Xiao Tao to head inside first. He then used the classic excuse of introducing himself to the neighbor to go inspect Villa number 2. Hearing this, Han Ke shoved a freshly baked cake into Lu Fan's hands, secretly beaming with pride. The second he hears it's a girl, he runs right over. Our little Fan is finally growing up. Xiao Tao, however, rolled her eyes in silent disgust. He already has 3 girls living with him, and he's already trying to pick up the neighbor? Unbelievable. Ringing the doorbell to Villa number 2, Lu Fan felt a bit nervous. He stared at the pumpkin cake his aunt had made, wondering if his neighbor would actually like it. Hopefully, she invites me in. Since everyone just arrived, I need to grab the treasure before the neighbor even realizes it's there. A moment later, the door swung open to reveal a girl. Lu Fan quickly flashed a friendly smile. Hi there, I'm Lu Fan, from Villa Number 1. I'm from Jianghai City in South Province. I brought this as a little housewarming gift. Since we're neighbors now, I hope we can get along well. Exquisite pumpkin cake, consumable. First-time consumption permanently increases agility by 3 points. After checking the gift box to make sure there was nothing suspicious about it, only then did the girl reach out to accept it, coldly replying, Yunbei Province, Jianying. Her voice is so cute, but man, she's really hard to talk to. Thinking to himself, Lu Fan quickly made up an excuse. So, Jianying, do you mind if I come inside and sit for a bit? I'm feeling a bit thirsty and would love some tea. Despite such a lame excuse, Jianying surprisingly didn't object, and just nodded in agreement. The moment the door opened, Lu Fan dashed inside at the speed of light, following the system's guidance straight to the bedroom. He finally found the treasure in a hidden compartment in the bathroom, a place Jianying had never stepped into. It was indeed the second egg. Lu Fan quickly hid the treasure and ran back out, saying, Actually, I don't feel like drinking anymore. I'll head back now. It was nice meeting you. See you at orientation tomorrow. With that, Lu Fan slipped away and vanished from sight. Jianying stared blankly after Lu Fan. Just then, she noticed her bedroom door was open, where she had left her dress and underwear on the bed. She couldn't help but wonder, was he some kind of pervert? That night, inside Villa 1, the dragon egg finally hatched. Emerald Dragon Contract, Legendary Grade 1, Strength, 122, Agility, 150, 3, Spirit, 659, Endurance, 216, Spring of Life. Casts the Spring of Life on all friendly targets to continuously restore their health. Emerald Light. Grants 3 stacks of Emerald Blessing to the target, removing debuffs and increasing all stats by 30%. Each stack of Blessing can block 1 instance of damage. Natural Assimilation. Can devour equipment, turning the gear's special skills into its own. Emerald Dragon Bloodline. Doubles all skill effects for the dragon race, and those connected by bloodline, grants immunity to all debuffs, and increases self-regeneration by 5,000%. Blood Contract. A bloodline connection that grants the dragon tamer an additional 10% of their dragon pet's stats. So the Emerald Dragon isn't a combat type. With a spirit stat over 600, it's clearly a support type. And since it doubles, that means all of my effects and Xiao Ye's will be doubled too. During the trial, thanks to the 30% buff from Dragon's Encouragement, Xiao Ye's spirit stat exceeded 7,000 when releasing Cataclysm. If we add the double effect of Emerald Light now, that'll be a 60% boost to our stats. That would bring the stat close to 12,000. On top of that, the Emerald Dragon can even devour equipment effects and make them its own. Once it levels up or devours more equipment in the future, I can't even imagine how insanely powerful it's going to get. But first, there's one important thing. What should I name you? Lu Fan looked away from the screen and saw the Emerald Dragon sparring with Xiao Ye. You two, stop it. Lu Fan ran over to separate the 2 little troublemakers, then lifted the Emerald Dragon up. After thinking for a moment, he said, How about I call you Xiao Fei? Haha, Xiao Fei sounds great. From now on, you'll be Xiao Ye's little sister. Squeak? Xiao Fei cooed happily, but Xiao Ye didn't seem too pleased and growled in protest. The 2 little rascals started growling at each other again, forcing Lu Fan to snap. Quiet down, you'll wake everyone up. The next day, the freshman enrollment ceremony was held. Since life classes and combat classes had different enrollment ceremonies, Han Ke had to temporarily separate from Lu Fan, Qing Chu, and Xiao Tao. By the way, Lu Fan, why was your room so noisy last night? Just as Lu Fan was about to answer, he was distracted by the surrounding male students who were going wild over Qing Chu and Xiao Tao's stunning looks. They're so beautiful. Either of them could easily be the school beauty. If I could enter a secret realm with beauties like them, I wouldn't mind biting the dust inside. But as for becoming their boyfriend, keep dreaming. Don't you see they've already got a guy walking with them? But there are 2 of them. There's no way they're both his girlfriends. Blushing from the gossip, Qin Chi quickly hurried into the assembly hall. Yesterday I asked Miss Gu, and she said hidden classes have to sit in the front row. Qin Chu said apologetically to Xiao Tao as she and Lu Fan walked to the front. So I can't sit with you, Chu Chu? That's fine. I'll just sit in the back then. As Lu Fan was walking, he spotted Hong Wu and felt a sense of familiarity. That guy looks really familiar. Ah, I remember now. He's that noisy Qigong master from the trial. Noticing Hong Wu staring back at him, Lu Fan gave him a friendly smile and brushed past him to sit in the front row. Someone like you actually thought you'd be the top scorer? Go check the leaderboard and see just how far behind Lu Fan you really are. Recalling the principal's mocking words and contemptuous gaze, Hongwu clenched his teeth in pure rage. Lu Fan, I've finally found you. You're the bastard who made me lose all face in front of the principal. Reaching the front row, Lu Fan saw Jian Ying was already there, so he took the initiative to say hello. Hearing this, Qin Chu asked in surprise, Lu Fan, you two know each other? Yeah, I guess so. She's Jian Ying, our neighbor from Villa 2 next door. Oh, so she must be the one with the second highest overall score. She's not only gorgeous but incredibly talented too. Qin Chu couldn't help but admire. A moment later, Vice Principal Zhao Shengming, a level 78 Thunder Mage combat class, took the stage to deliver the opening speech. I am the Vice Principal of the Dragon Capital Academy. I am Zhao Shengming, the Vice Principal of the Magic Academy. First of all, on behalf of Longdu Academy, I'd like to welcome all of our new freshmen. I'm not a fan of empty speeches, so the instructors will hand out your ID cards next while I walk you through some of the Academy's regulations. The ID card being handed to you is proof that you belong to Longdu Academy. This card is used to store your accumulated points. These points are considered the currency inside the school. Whether you want to unlock Academy-provided secret realms or buy gear like weapons and ammunition, you will need merit points. Your starting points will match the score you got on your recent trial exam. At that moment, a young man raised his hand to speak. Vice Principal, the difficulty of the exam varies by province. This means students from easier provinces will end up with more points, which doesn't seem fair at all. The Academy has already taken that into consideration. Your final points are calculated by taking your exam score and dividing it by a difficulty coefficient, which is based on the differences between each province's exam. The harder the exam, the lower the coefficient. For example, this year's exam in the Southern Province was the toughest, so students from there will be divided by the lowest coefficient of 0.96. Lu Fan looked at his balance of 13,539 points, thinking to himself that this number was his entire starting capital at Longdu Academy. However, these points are only temporary because your scores will be recalculated during the freshman evaluation exam in 1 month. The 30 students with the highest scores will be qualified to join the Qingyun class. Those who make it into the Qingyun class will receive many special privileges, such as the ability to access locked secret realms, trade points for any skills or equipment they want, and even earn the right to move into the Villa district. The Qingyun class? That's the first time I've heard of it. Same here. Does that mean we actually have a chance to move into the villas? Hearing the two guys whispering behind him, Lu Fan thought to himself, so, with my current rank of number 1, I already qualify for the Qingyun class. But if I lose this rank, I'll have to pack my bags and move out of Villa number 1. I know all of you want to get into the Qingyun class, but I must warn you beforehand. Getting in doesn't mean you're safe. Any student can challenge a member of the Qingyun class to take their spot. Only by winning can that member protect their spot. If they lose, the challenger will take their place in the Qingyun class. And members of the Qingyun class are strictly forbidden from declining a challenge. With that, Zhao Shengming projected the list of Qingyun class members on the screen. Currently, the Qingyun class consists of 30 members with the highest overall exam scores. Sitting at rank number 1 is the top scorer of the Southern Province, Dragon Tamer Lu Fan. Hearing his name, Lu Fan stood up and waved to the crowd. What? He's number 1? Isn't that the total simp from earlier? His class is Dragon Tamer, and he's ranked number 1, so he must actually have a dragon, right? Keep your voice down. He can hear you. If he really does have a dragon, we are dead meat. Even if it's just an earth dragon, that's already terrifying. No wonder he became the top scorer of the Southern Province. I just searched for it, and there is absolutely no trace of Lu Fan's exam video or scores. Do you think he's some privileged kid with no real talent who got pulled in by his family connections? Exactly. You can only find Southern Province's number 2, Chen Tianzi. Check this out. His dragon is freaking insane. Chen Tianji then whispered to Jinju, Princess, when do you plan to take care of him? We still don't know his true strength. Let's not rush. For now, let's test the waters and see what he's made of. Hearing the vice principal's words, Qin Chu couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Lu Fan, the vice principal introducing you like that is basically inviting everyone to challenge you. Lu Fan gave a wry smile and replied, I didn't expect this kind of twist either. The assembly then came to an end. Just as Lu Fan was about to head to the secret realm hall to check things out, Hongwu called him out, throwing down a challenge. You want to challenge me? That's right. The vice principal just said it himself. The top 30 members of the Qingyun class cannot decline a challenge. Lu Fan, if you really have the strength to be the top scorer, why are you scared to face me? Hongwu sneered, thinking to himself that even though he couldn't find Lu Fan's exam video or scores, if he actually has any ability, he probably just relied on summoning a bunch of sub-dragons to pass the exam. So, if I just target him directly, I'm guaranteed to win. Lu Fan let out a laugh at Hongwu's words. Scared? Fine. I accept your challenge. Great. Then I'll bet 200 points. Only 200 points? Well, I guess 200 is probably a massive fortune to someone like him. Lu Fan smirked as he thought this, replying with a playful grin. Sure, 200 it is. 44. The exhibition match between Lu Fan and Hongwu immediately became the center of attention. Jin Zhu reminded Chen Tianji. This is a great opportunity to size up his strength. You must pay extremely close attention to Lu Fan's every move. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Fan snapped with irritation. Go to sleep. You must pay extremely close attention to Lu Fan's every move. Meanwhile, not far away. Can Lu Fan actually win? Seeing Tao Zi's skepticism, Qin Chu just smiled and said, You've never seen Lu Fan fight before, right? You'll find out in just a moment. Right on the makeshift battlefield of the schoolyard, Hongwu takes his stance to attack. Smirking confidently, he says, I'll count down from 3 to 1, and then we start. 3, 2, 1, go. With that, Hongwu channels his inner energy. He activates his qi-infused strike skill. This attack concentrates energy, doubling the damage when hitting a weak spot. If it hits, it adds 1 qi point to attack Lu Fan. But instead, the attack only passes through Lu Fan's afterimage. This leaves him completely stunned. Isn't this the blink skill of a second-class advancement mage? How does Lu Fan even have this move? It turns out Lu Fan used the blink boots to teleport in the blink of an eye, causing Hongwu to miss completely. I heard Qigong masters can both attack and defend, fighting in close quarters and at a distance. Is this really all you've got? Lu Fan's mockery drives Hongwu absolutely insane, so he immediately unleashes his ultimate move, Surging Qi Wave, which fires off waves of energy. This skill increases weak spot damage by 5%. Each time it hits, every wave fired adds 1 to his qi. His sole focus is to blast Lu Fan. Haha, helpless now, aren't you? Hongwu laughs. As long as I keep him from summoning his dragon and wait for him to slip up, I'll make my move. But just as Hongwu is gloating to himself, he sees Lu Fan dodging every single energy wave. Lu Fan is even gearing up for a counterattack. Panicking, Hongwu quickly activates his rock-solid skill, consuming all his qi to create a defensive barrier. Every point of qi consumed boosts the barrier's defense by 5% to block the incoming attack. Unless your strength is over 280 points, you'll never break through my rock-solid defense. Hongwu is absolutely convinced of this, only to suffer a bitter defeat when Lu Fan completely shatters his barrier and kicks him straight in the gut, knocking him out cold. The onlookers are utterly terrified by this sight. A single flying kick, without even using a skill. Is the Qingyun class really that powerful? Lu Fan is a dragon tamer, yet he defeated a Qigong master without even summoning his dragon. Is it over already? And here I thought we'd get to see a dragon. Another student looks at Hongwu with a worried expression. Hey, he's bleeding. Is he going to be okay? Lu Fan, looking thoroughly disappointed, says to his opponent, You've got to do better than this. I barely even tried, and you're already flat on the ground. Over in the corner, Jin Zhu asks anxiously, Did you get a good look at that? How confident are you that you can beat him? Hearing Jin Zhu's question, Chen Tianji thinks for a moment before replying. Lu Fan still hasn't summoned his dragon. Judging solely by his raw personal strength, I'd say my chances are about 30%. But with the princess's buffs, that goes up to 70%. Hearing this, Jin Zhu finally breathes a sigh of relief. That's a pretty high chance. With the fight over, Lu Fan immediately pulls out his ID card to claim the wager. Fair is fair after all. Hongwu was the one who started it. So, I'll be taking those 200 points. On the Longdu Academy ID card, Lu Fan's balance increases by 200, bringing his current total to 13,739. Hongwu looks at the displayed number, completely paralyzed with shock. 13,739 multiplied by the South Province difficulty factor of 96 means his exam score is nearly 1.3 million points. Even Chen Tianji, who came in second, only has 21,000 points. Only now does he realize how incredibly naive he was to ever think he could beat Lu Fan. With the battle wrapped up, Qin Chu and Tao Zi head back to the villa to pick up Han Ke, while Lu Fan stays behind in the Longdu Academy secret realm hall to study the dungeons. A short while later, as soon as she arrives, Han Ke rushes over, full of concern. "Someone challenged you already? Little Fan, are you hurt?" Lu Fan smiles and replies, I'm fine. Don't worry, Auntie." Thinking back to the scene, Tao Zi can't help but marvel. Seriously, Lu Fan sent Hongwu flying so effortlessly back there. Haha, I told you he was super strong, Qing Chu laughs. When I first met Lu Fan, he was already stronger than Uncle Geki. He's already this powerful on his own, then wouldn't his dragon be on a whole different level? I can't even begin to imagine it. Well, dragons are already beyond our wildest imagination anyway. Now that everyone's here, take a look at this. I looked through the secret realms provided by the school, and this one gives the most experience points. It's perfect for us to level up. Lu Fan holds up his tablet, feeling a bit annoyed. If it weren't for Hongwu's stupid challenge, Xiao Fei would have leveled up by now. The Forest of 10,000 Poisons, a dread-level secret realm. Requirement: 5 or more members. Entry fee: 45 points. Reading the details of the secret realm, Han Ke can't help but feel nervous. Even though you guys only brought me along to fill the roster. This is a level 45 secret realm, not some child's play. If anything goes wrong, you could lose your lives. Lu Fan smiles reassuringly. Don't worry, Auntie. I'm completely confident I can get everyone through safely. But just then, Tao Zi notices a problem. Even with Aunt Han, that only makes 4 of us. This dungeon requires at least 5 people to enter. Lu Fan hadn't thought about that. Just as he is wondering who to invite, Qin Chu nudges him and nods toward Jian Ying, who is sitting not far away. Hey, Lu Fan, look. The girl from Villa number 2 is here too. She's ranked 2nd overall. So a level 45 dungeon will definitely be a breeze for her. Why don't you go ask her? Though feeling a bit awkward, Lu Fan listens to Qin Chu and walks over to sit down. Lu Fan tried to strike up a conversation with Jian Ying, but before he could even get a greeting out, she was already glaring at him with pure disgust. Oh boy, that look says it all. She definitely misunderstood me. But to be fair, my behavior when I was searching for the dragon egg was pretty sketchy. Besides, talking to Jian Ying is always a struggle. She'll probably just tell me to scram. Forcing his friendliest smile, Lu Fan said, Hey, I see you're looking for a dungeon too. Same here. So, do you want to join our party? After a brief silence, Jian Ying gave him another disgusted look and spat. Pervert. Hearing that, everyone instantly stared at Lu Fan in judgment. Xiao Fan, did you? Lu Fan, what on earth did you do to her? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It was just a weird greeting from last time. Lu Fan quickly defended himself, then held up his tablet showing the dungeon info for Jian Ying to see. I know our first meeting was a bit weird, but I swear, I'm a totally normal guy. I promise you. Since you're looking for a dungeon and I don't really know anyone else here, and we're just 1 member short for the Myriad Poison Forest, joining forces makes perfect sense, right? As soon as she heard Myriad Poison Forest, Jian Ying immediately accepted Lu Fan's offer. Lu Fan's entire party couldn't help but cheer in delight. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lu Fan offered to pay the entry fee for the dungeon, but Jian Ying flatly refused. She pulled out her ID card, paid her own way, and stepped straight into the portal. Jian Ying, Myriad Poison Forest Dungeon. 45 points consumed. Remaining balance, 874. Reading Jian Ying's info, Lu Fan fell into thought. She had over 8,000 points left. He wondered what the difficulty multiplier for North Cloud Province was, but even with the highest difficulty multiplier of 96 in Southern Province, Jian Ying's score would still be over 800,000 points. She really is powerful. One by one, the party members entered the dungeon. The moment they stepped inside, Han Ke couldn't help but cover her nose. Oh my god, the air in here smells absolutely horrible. Lu Fan looked at the path ahead and said, Looks like this is where we're headed. The team followed the trail deep into the forest. Along the way, Xiao Tao asked Lu Fan out of curiosity, Why did you choose this dungeon anyway? It's level 45 and has a terrifying difficulty rating. I checked the entire dungeon hall. There wasn't a single one with a higher level or more experience points than this. Xiao Tao looked a bit flustered. That's not quite what I meant. Oh wait. Since we're here to level up, we absolutely have to share these. Han Ke smiled warmly and pulled out a giant bag of cookies. Perfect quality travel cookies. Eating them grants a 20% experience point boost for 3 hours. Awesome. With these cookies, we'll hit the next level in no time. I found the recipe in a blueprint given by my lifestyle class instructor. Not many people can actually make these. Luckily, my class has a massive success rate buff, so I nailed it on my very first try. Hanke bragged proudly, then walked over to offer some to Jianying. Did you make that cake last time too? Are you talking about the pumpkin cake? That's right. If you like it, I'll definitely make more for you. Sister Han is an amazing cook, and since we live so close, you're welcome to visit any time, Qin Chu said with a smile. Hearing this, Jianying was taken aback at first, but then a rare smile crept onto her icy face. Just then, Lu Fan heard a rustling sound in the nearby grass, and immediately warned his teammates. Heads up, everyone, a monster spotted us. Realizing it had been made, the beast didn't bother hiding anymore and revealed itself. Level 40 Black-Scaled Python. 9,120 experience points. Python Poison Fangs material. 1,745 credits. Poison Fangs. Targets bitten are infected with a stack of poison. Each stack reduces the target's maximum health by 10%. Death Bind. Continuously constricts the target, rendering them unable to move, and draining 10% of their maximum health every 5 seconds. The moment she saw the monster, Xiao Tao rushed forward. Qin Chu cried out in a panic, trying to stop her. Xiao Tao, wait! Ignoring the warning, Xiao Tao charged ahead to attack the beast. But her sword strike did absolutely 0 damage, only serving to infuriate the python. The monsters here are all level 40 and above. They aren't something we can defeat so easily. I can cook up some food to boost our resistance, but I need to gather the ingredients first. No need to go through all that trouble, Lu Fan interrupted. Just focus on fighting, everyone. I'll take care of these issues. With that, energy surged in Lu Fan's hand as he summoned Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's tiny, adorable appearance instantly bewildered the rest of the party, especially Xiao Tao, who had never seen Lu Fan's dragons before. This is a giant dragon? Stop climbing onto my head. Xiao Fei, you're being too mischievous. Lu Fan scolded his pet dragon affectionately. That's not Xiao Ye. Lu Fan has 2 dragons. Xiao Fan, where on earth did this dragon come from? How come I've never seen it before? But the python wasn't about to stand by and let them chat. Seizing the moment while Xiao Tao was distracted, it lunged forward to strike. Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately ordered Xiao Fei to unleash her Jade Light, creating 3 stacks of Jade Blessing on the target, purging all debuffs while boosting all their stats by 30%. Each stack can also block 1 instance of damage. Thanks to that, Xiao Dao barely escaped with her life, though the sheer force of the bite still sent her tumbling backward. Dao Zi, let me heal you. Qin Chi rushed over to Xiao Dao. Only then did Xiao Dao realize in shock that the damage from earlier had actually been blocked. That's right, Lu Fan explained. With Xiao Fei by our side, you guys can focus on fighting without any worries. You don't have to worry about debuffs or getting hurt at all. She clears status effects, grants damage immunity, and boosts stats, all with a single skill. This is honestly way better than a second advancement priest. Xiao Dao agreed, saying, the dragon race is truly insane. A dragon that tiny can already grant damage immunity and boost all my stats at the same time. Suddenly, the python lunged straight toward Qin Chu and Xiao Dao. Just as Lu Fan was about to rush to their rescue, a flash of light from behind him pierced straight through the monster's head, vaporizing it instantly. While everyone was still in shock, Jianying sheathed her sword and warned, don't waste any more time. We've been targeted. Jianying, a level 21 hidden combat class, sword controller. Bloodbreaker sword, epic grade, level 21 weapon, exclusive to the sword controller class. It grants plus 31 strength and plus 126 agility. Its effect is armor break, which ignores 30% of the target's defense when dealing damage. It also has swiftness, which increases sword control speed by 40%. Lu Fan thought, so this is how a sword controller fights. She really was incredibly strong. But as Lu Fan was silently admiring her, he noticed her expression suddenly turn dead serious as she sent her sword flying in another direction. Looking over, Lu Fan spotted a silver armor. Looking over Lu Fan's, but unlike before, Jian Ying's sword strike only managed to deflect the monster's attack without leaving a single scratch on it. Right then, the system screen popped up. Silver Armored Spider, level 45, yields 15,750 experience points, and its silver armor shell material is worth 415 coins. Its skill is Venomous Fangs. Any target bitten will be poisoned. Each stack of poison reduces the target's maximum health by 10%. Next is Pincer Pierce, which swings its forelegs to pierce through 2 targets. If it misses, the skill will instantly trigger a second time. Lastly, its silver armor makes it completely immune to armor-breaking effects. The silver-armored spider screeched and lunged at Jianying with Pincer Pierce, but it kept missing because she was moving way too fast. Lu Fan shouted, "Jianying, watch out!" He then rushed forward, delivering a decisive strike that took the monster down. "Stay focused. That's not the only one," Jianying warned. "And it's not just these spiders. Blacknet hunters are here too." She then drew 2 weapons at once, the Army Breaker Greatsword and the Frigid Water Sword, to fend off the incoming swarm. Army Breaker Greatsword. Epic grade, level 21 weapon. Exclusive to the Sword Controller class. Its skill, Mountain Shaker, deals 210% physical damage and splashes 21% of that damage to surrounding enemies. Then there is the Frigid Water Sword. Rare grade, level 14 weapon, also exclusive to the Sword Controller class. Its skill is Frost, which deals ice attribute damage and slows the target's movement speed by 30%. At the same time, stats for the Black Net Hunter appeared. Level 45, yielding 39,110 experience points, with its spider eyes worth 7,519 dragon coins. It also possesses venomous fangs, where each bite inflicts a stack of poison, reducing the target's max health by 10% per stack. And its most dangerous skill is Binding Spiderweb, which wraps the target tightly, causing death in 60 seconds. As they fought side by side, Lu Fan asked out of curiosity, "All your weapons are class-specific, huh? That's pretty unique. Sword controllers can forge their own weapons," Jianying replied. "Each one scales with me, starting all the way from level 1. But now isn't the time to brag." As she spoke, she nimbly dodged a silver-armored spider's attack, instantly retaliating with Frost to deal ice damage and slow its movement speed by 30%. Lu Fan thought, "This class is a lot like my Dragon Master class. I upgrade my dragons, while she upgrades her weapons." While lost in thought, he noticed a silver-armored spider slipping up to ambush Jianying. He quickly ordered Zhao Fei to activate her Jade Light and dashed in to block the strike with his own weapon. With the danger averted, Jianying immediately unleashed Mountain Shaker, blasting the spider to pieces. Feeling the surge of energy, she smiled. "A 30% stat buff." "Thanks." Lu Fan smiled back, thinking to himself, the Bloodbreaker sword shreds armor, the Frigid Water Sword provides crowd control, and this heavy sword deals massive splash damage. With 3 swords working in perfect harmony, the Sword Controller class is incredibly versatile. Suddenly, Han Kei's screams snapped both of them back to reality. "Dao Zi, protect Sister Han," Qin Chu shouted to Xiao Dao, as the 3 of them found themselves completely surrounded by spiders. "There are still way too many silver-armored spiders. I'll hold them off," Lu Fan called out. "Go hunt down the Black Net Hunters." After dividing the tasks, Lu Fan rushed over with Xiao Fei to support Qin Chu and the others. Jianying shouted back, "Everyone, watch out for the binding spiderwebs. If you get caught, you're dead." But while Jianying was momentarily distracted looking at Lu Fan, a spider ambushed her from behind, completely shattering the 3-layer shield Xiao Fei had just given her. At the same time, it also ended up injuring her. Seeing Qiaman still determined to go after the Black Net Hunter, Luke Pham immediately stopped her. "Wait, Qiaman, you're hurt. Don't just rush in there by yourself. Tu Fi, heal her, quick." Before Luke Pham could even finish, Tan Thu urged him on. "Luke Pham, go after Qiaman, quick. With the Emerald Light active, the rest of us can handle things here." "Got it. I'll leave my aunt in your hands then." With that, Luke Pham and Tu Fi quickly ran after Qiaman. "There she is. Let me help you." Right then, he ordered Tu Fi to release the Emerald Light, creating a shield and buffing Qiaman. "I can handle this myself." But just as Qiaman finished talking big, she realized the Black Net Hunter was attacking her with its binding web. Just when Qiaman thought she wouldn't make it out, Luke Pham dashed forward and unleashed his Dragon Claw. Transforming his arm into a dragon claw, one slash ripped the web right open and wounded the monster. Qiaman was left completely stunned by the sight. We are only 1 rank apart, yet his single attack power is actually as strong as my full-force Mountain Shaker. Let's do this together. Following Luke Pham's lead, the 2 of them joined forces. While Luke Pham used his Dragon Fang strike to channel dragon energy, unleashing an incredibly powerful blow with his weapon, combined with the effect of the Ring of the Spirit Wind, which blessed him with 35% increased agility. Kiem An unleashed both Mountain Shaker and Bloodbreaker swords simultaneously. Combining physical attacks with armor shredding and faster sword control, they finally succeeded in taking down the monster. The Emerald Dragon has reached level 3. Nice, Tufi is already level 3. Once we clear this stage, she'll definitely reach level 5. Watching Luke Pham happily petting his dragon companion, Kiem An suddenly felt a strange sensation in her heart. Even though there was such a huge gap in their strength, she felt incredibly safe. I never thought the day would come when I'd be treated like a weakling and helped like this. Just as Luke Pham was about to say something, Tan Thu's group walked over. Luke Pham, Kiem An, we took care of the silver armor spiders. Tu Pham, Auntie just leveled up, you know. Instead of immediately joining them, Luke Pham looked at Kiem An and said, "No, you're really strong, but no matter how strong you are, we will never leave a teammate to fight alone. Tu Pham, why didn't you use the emerald light on yourself?" "Oh, I don't really need that." "Luke Pham, quick, your giant dragon can heal, right?" Tufi immediately used the Spring of Life to restore the entire team. "Wow, I feel so energized, like I could totally go for another round." "Haha, Luke Pham, your head is glowing totally green." Tufi, don't heal her ever again, okay? Watching Luke Pham's group joke around, Kiem An couldn't help but smile. It turned out having teammates wasn't annoying at all. A few hours later, Tu Dao looked at the map on her tablet, feeling completely lost. The map ends here. Have we already reached the very end? But there's still a massive area ahead, right, Luke Pham? Luke Pham silently stared down into the abyss. Tan Thu looked in the direction Luke Pham was staring, then gasped in shock. It looks like this is the boss's lair. Just then, the system began displaying info on the level 45 Screeching Spider Mother. Web Sweep. Spits out an extremely sticky web, binding all targets within range. Targets die after 60 seconds of continuous binding. Poison Spit spews a pool of venom, causing targets within range to continuously accumulate toxins. Each stack of poison reduces health by 5%. Consume and Regenerate devours her own spider minions, restoring 5% of her health per spider eaten. Horde Frenzy forces all minion spiders to focus their attacks on a single target, increasing all of their attributes by 15% for 60 seconds. Web Weaver increases her own speed while within her spider webs. Reading this, Luke Pham silently analyzed. Consume and Regenerate and Horde Frenzy are both skills that affect the other spiders. Looks like we have to clear out the surrounding spiders first. At the same time, seeing Han Ka about to look down into the monster's lair, Tan Thu kindly warned her. "Sister Han, I really don't think you should look down there." Tu Dao agreed, saying, "If you don't have a combat class, I doubt you'll be able to stomach it. Even if I can't stomach it, I have to learn to deal with it. You kids can't protect me forever. If I can't even look at them, I'll only end up being a burden during battle." Han Ka replied resolutely. But the second she looked down at the swarming army of spiders crawling below, she still couldn't stomach it and immediately ran over to a tree to throw up. Seeing this, Luke Pham laughed. "Talk about a harsh reality check, huh? Whether we want to get close to the boss or defeat it, we have to clear out all the smaller monsters around it first," Kiem An suggested. Tu Dao tapped on her tablet for a moment and announced, "A previous team left behind this strategy. Ranged classes will lure the smaller monsters away, and once they're cleared, we can approach the boss. It will take at least 4 days to clear them all." Hearing this, Han Ka couldn't help but worry. "That long? The food I brought is only enough for 1 day. If I cook now, would you guys be willing to eat grilled spider?" With a grimace, Tan Thu replied, "No way. I am definitely not eating spiders. We don't have to follow other people's strategies." As Luke Pham spoke, he summoned Tu Da, ordering her to activate her Cataclysm Dragon form and cast her Cataclysm 1 skill. The Destruction Dragon unleashes explosions wherever it flies, dealing massive area of effect damage with a burning effect that completely roasts the spiderlings below. Seeing Xiao Ye for the first time, Xiao Tao is absolutely terrified. A fire dragon. So this is the real dragon you guys were talking about. Even Jian Ying can feel the terrifying, overwhelming pressure radiating from Xiao Ye. While everyone is still reeling from Xiao Ye's raw power, Lu Fan wastes no time summoning Xiao Fei to the battlefield. "Xiao Fei, let's back up Xiao Ye." Xiao Fei lets out an enthusiastic chirp. She then activates 3 of her skills at once. Emerald Dragon Bloodline, Emerald Light, and Dragon's Encouragement. With this massive support, Xiao Ye becomes an absolute beast, tearing everything apart like a tiger with wings. Lu Fan leaves the task of protecting his aunt to Qin Chu and Xiao Tao, before heading down with Jian Ying to deal with the mother spider. Xiao Ye, get over here. Xiao Ye obeys instantly, activating Great Disaster Stage 2 and diving straight into the target area, dealing massive damage. She follows it up with Great Disaster Stage 3, crashing down to trigger a devastating explosion, scorching the entire area all over again. Watching this, Jian Ying can't help but marvel in disbelief. That 3-stage damage is insane. Standing this close to the dragon makes me feel like I'm about to be incinerated by the heat waves. To escape Xiao Ye's flames, the spiderlings start trying to scramble upwards. Seeing this, Lu Fan yells out in concern, "Qin Chu, are you guys okay up there?" Fending off the climbing spiders alongside Xiao Tao, Qin Chu shouts back, "Just focus on the boss. Taozi and I have got this covered." Only then does Lu Fan feel relieved enough to close in on the boss with Jian Ying. But the boss isn't about to just sit there and die. It immediately spits a stream of venom right at Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Xiao Fei quickly activates her emerald light. But while Lu Fan is busy protecting Jian Ying, the boss shoots a massive spiderweb right at him. Fortunately, Lu Fan reacts just in time, slicing the web in half, though he still takes some damage. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan orders Xiao Fei to consume his blood, and then commands Xiao Ye to unleash all burning flames Stage 1. The destruction dragon flaps its wings, unleashing 4 massive fire tornadoes that deal devastating damage to the target. He has even more skills? This level of destructive power could easily wipe out an entire city, or maybe even a whole nation. He's almost wiped out the entire spider army all by himself. Thanks to assisting in the slaughter of the massive spiderling swarm, Xiao Fei successfully levels up. Upon reaching level 5, the Emerald Dragon unlocks her new skill, Emerald Blessing. Emerald Blessing applies 3 layers of Emerald Dragon aura to the target, boosting the damage of their next 3 attacks. Just as Lu Fan is about to have Xiao Fei test out her new skill, he notices her body suddenly glowing, and just like that, the little dragon transforms into a new form. Just like Xiao Ye did before, Xiao Fei has unlocked a new form and even greater power. Seizing the moment, the boss lunges forward, attacking Lu Fan and Jian Ying with its 2 front claws. The moment she receives the buff from Xiao Fei's Emerald Blessing, Jian Ying strikes back with 3 swords at the same time. To her utter shock, all 3 swords pierce right through the boss's tough hide. Normally, the blood-breaking sword couldn't even dent the silver-armored spider, yet now it pierces through with absolute ease. It turns out Emerald Blessing doesn't just boost my own strength, it even adds the raw attributes of the Dragon Clan. Awesome job, Xiao Fei, reaching level 5, and already unlocking a new skill and a new form. Lu Fan affectionately pats Xiao Fei's head, praising her while thinking to himself, looking at Jian Ying's attack just now, it's clear that Xiao Fei's dragon aura was infused into it. If I were to use this on Xiao Ye. Just then, the boss spits venom again. Dodging the attack, Lu Fan commands, Xiao Fei, cast Emerald Blessing on Xiao Ye. With the buff active, Xiao Ye immediately conjures a barrage of fire tornadoes, sending them swirling straight toward the boss. Taking advantage of the boss struggling against the raging flames, Lu Fan, Jian Ying, and Xiao Fei launch a coordinated strike, completely vaporizing the boss. As a result, Lu Fan reaches level 23, Xiao Ye hits level 18, and Xiao Fei climbs to level 7. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Jian Ying asks, Lu Fan, what was your score on the recent exam anyway? Oh, it was around 1,300,000, I think. Hearing this, Jian Ying is completely stunned. With his level of strength, his score should be way higher than just 1,300,000. Well, there's nothing I could do about it. After all, 1,300,000 is already the absolute limit for the nightmare difficulty. Lu Fan replies with a smile, before shouting out, Qin Chu, Taozi, hurry up and bring my aunt down here. Jian Ying falls into deep thought. In terms of exam scores, she had half of Lu Fan's. But in terms of real power, the gap between them is just too massive, and it feels absolutely impossible to bridge. In the end, combined with Han Kei's food buffs, the team manages to clear the secret realm in just one go. Not only does everyone level up, but they also get to rake in plenty of materials and rewards. As for Jian Ying, maybe she really does need a team after all, or maybe this group has given her a warmth she's never felt before. And so, for the very first time, the second-ranked Jian Ying agrees to officially join their party. To celebrate their success, everyone decides to throw a little party at Lu Fan's villa. Han Kei cooks up a massive feast of delicious dishes to treat the kids, filling the air with joy and laughter. Over the next few days, Lu Fan slowly adjusts to life at Longdu Academy. His daily routine consists of studying combat theory, and in his free time, heading back into that secret realm to grind some levels. For over half a month, right up until 2 days before the freshman assessment, Lu Fan's party had been getting a whole lot stronger. Specifically, Xiao Ye reached level 19, Xiao Fei hit level 14, Lu Fan made it to level 25, Xiao Tao got to level 22, Qing Chu was at level 22, Han Ke reached level 18, and Jian Ying and her sword reached level 24. And that's a wrap. Taozi, come unbox the loot, I'm on it. Xiao Tao eagerly ran over to open the treasure chest, squealing with excitement. Oh my gosh, it finally dropped. After almost a whole month, I've finally gathered the complete venomous spider set for swordsman. The rare venomous spider set requires level 20 and is exclusive to the swordsman class. The 2-piece set effect gives attacks a chance to shoot out a black spider web, binding the enemy for 60 seconds on impact. With 4 pieces, any crowd-controlled target gets poisoned, losing 5% of their HP every 5 seconds. Seeing this, Qin Chu couldn't help but smile. That's amazing. You're definitely going to boost your rank in the upcoming assessment. Should we call it a day? It's still early, so I'll go head back and whip up some dinner, Han Ke suggested. Qin Chu happily agreed. Yeah, there's no point in lingering here. The assessment is tomorrow anyway, so we should head back, get some rest, and prepare for the big day. Just as Lu Fan stepped out of the dungeon, he found Guhan already waiting for him. Lu Fan, come with me quickly. Vice Principal Zhao has something really important to discuss with you. Important? Like what? And right before the freshman assessment too. Guhan just smiled and replied, you'll understand once we get there. On their way to the vice principal's office, Lu Fan overheard 2 students chatting. Hey, did you hear? Today, some top-tier guy from the Azure Cloud class scored 73 Hong on the new rating scale. Yeah, tell me something I don't know. Noticing Lu Fan's puzzled expression, Guhan smiled. Curious about what they're talking about? Lu Fan replied, scratching his head. Well, yeah. Lately, I've only been bouncing between my room and the dungeons, so I'm completely out of the loop. It's actually because of you and Hong Wu, Guhan explained. After your high-stakes bet, everyone realized they could rake in points through challenges and wagers. We've started calling it the new rating system. Freshmen are constantly dueling now. Winners walk away loaded with points, while losers end up so broke they can't even afford a meal in the cafeteria. So what does 73 Hong mean? They're using your fight with Hong Wu as the baseline. If Hong Wu's strength is 1 unit, then you're valued at 100 Hong, and Hong Wu is just 1 Hong. Guhan pointed toward Hong Wu, who was busy mopping the floor nearby. Since he lost everything, he has to clean the campus just to scrape together enough points to survive. Shortly after, Guhan dropped Lu Fan off right outside the vice principal's office and took her leave. The moment Lu Fan walked in, Vice Principal Zhao Shengming cut straight to the chase. The national trial we discussed earlier? It's officially confirmed to start soon. Originally, the Taiji Kingdom was scheduled to host it in Jinyu City 5 months from now. However, they've suddenly moved the timeline up. It's happening in just 2 months. Taiji has announced they're sending the eldest son of the Kim family, Kim Seong-han. He's projected to hit level 60 and complete his 3rd-class advancement within a month. Lu Fan put 2 and 2 together. So, they're rushing the schedule so they can launch the trial the second he gets his 3rd advancement. Exactly. Most competitors from other nations will only be at their 2nd-class advancement when the trial begins. This practically hands the victory to Kim Seong-han on a silver platter. Zhao Shengming slammed his hand onto the desk in frustration. Lu Fan silently agreed. The gap between a 2nd and 3rd advancement wasn't just about levels. The stat boosts and unique class traits from that extra advancement were on a completely different level. The Kim family sure knew how to rig the game. Zhao Shengming sighed and continued. The academy made you promises, yet we're facing this blatant unfairness. I truly apologize for this. In just 2 months, you'll probably only reach level 30 and get your 2nd advancement. Yet, you'll be forced to go up against opponents who are all over level 50. It could seriously put your life on the line. In past trials, the Dragon Nation has always come out on top, making us the biggest target. And now, our prep time has been slashed in half. Lu Fan, do you still want to go through with this? Contrary to the vice principal's concerns, Lu Fan didn't show a single sliver of fear. In fact, he replied with absolute confidence. Vice Principal Zhao, this is my golden ticket to join the ranks of the Dragon Nation's elite. Of course I'm in. And I'm not just going there to participate, I'm going there to win. Zhao Shengming stared intently at Lu Fan, trying to gauge just how serious the young man was. After a long pause, a smile broke across his face. If that's your decision, then I'll make sure you have all the resources you need. Give the freshman assessment everything you've got. The very next day, the freshman assessment officially kicked off. Standing at the podium, Zhao Shengming addressed the crowd. I'll keep this brief. I expect everyone to follow the guidelines. The rules of the assessment are now on the screen. Teams of 2 will face off in the arena. The announcement immediately sent a wave of whispers through the crowd. Wait, a team battle? Why? I have no clue. Hey, I told you to team up with me. I'll carry you. Bro, we're both support classes, you idiot. Meanwhile, Qin Shi breathed a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The limit is 5 people per team. Since we aren't all combat classes, we can perfectly split into 2 teams. From the stage, Zhao Shengming continued. I know many of you haven't really grasped the concept of teamwork yet, but it's not too late to start. The qualifiers kick off this afternoon, and the top 100 teams will be announced tomorrow night. Any team that wants to register right away can sign up with the advisor. As the speech ends, the students begin teaming up. I'm a top 3 dual swordsman, and I've had my eye on you since the freshman tournament. For this trial, how about we team up? We will definitely— A guy trying to act all cool makes the offer. But before he can even finish his sentence, Jian Ying cuts him off. Pass. She then walks over to join Lu Fan's group. Lu Fan suggests, how about I team up with Qin Chu, while Jian Ying and Daozi form another team. The scene shifts to the next day, at the freshman trial qualifiers arena, where Chen Tianji and Jin Zhu have become a dynamic duo, winning 28 consecutive matches. Our team is now in the top 7. Depending on how the next match goes, will we get to fight the number 1 team? Jin Zhu smiles and replies, it won't be long now. My brother, Jin Cheng'an, is coming to visit me soon. When he arrives, I'll recommend you to him, but first, you have to secure that number 1 spot. Only then can I promote you. Don't worry, princess. I will absolutely follow your every command. Just then, the referee announces that the next match is about to begin. This time, the 18th ranked team of Chen Tianji and Jin Zhu will face off against the number 1 team of Lu Fan and Jian Ying. The announcement instantly sends the stands into an absolute frenzy. A clash of 2 dragons, 2 dragon tamers, with the rank 1 and rank 2 players on the same team. Even Chen Tianji and Jin Zhu are shocked by this insanely overpowered combo. Going back to earlier, when Lu Fan suggested that he team up with Qin Chu and Jian Ying with Taozi so that everyone could get a good rank, Qin Chu turned him down. No need, Lu Fan. You and Jian Ying should team up to take the first place. That way, both of you can maintain your ranks as number 1 and number 2. Taozi chimes in, saying, yeah, I don't want to drag you 2 down either. Seeing Lu Fan hesitate, Qin Chu continues to persuade him, don't worry about us. Taozi and I will do our absolute best. Back to the present, Qin Chu shouts encouragement from the stands. Go get first place, Lu Fan. Lu Fan cracks his knuckles to warm up, then smirks and asks, Jian Ying, taking first place shouldn't be a problem, right? Jian Ying replies without hesitation. Of course. Just a few minutes earlier, while hanging out in the waiting room, Lu Fan decided to fuse a few treasure maps together. After all, the treasure maps he got at Longdu Academy were all low quality, and they were located too far away, so it was better to just combine them all. To his surprise, they fused into a high-grade treasure map for the Flying Dragon Cemetery, a zone for levels 45 to 60. I've never heard of this place before. I'll have to look into it another day. Right then, an announcement blares over the speakers. Team number 18, Chen Tianji and Jin Zhu, versus team number 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Hearing this, Lu Fan smiles and says to Jian Ying, it's our turn to head out. Even if it's just an evaluation, we can't let our guard down. Back to the present, the crowd in the stands is still buzzing with excitement over the upcoming matchup. Look at that. The number 1 player, Lu Fan, teamed up with the number 2 beauty. They might as well just hand them the trophy already. But another spectator says, don't be so sure. Chen Tianji has won 28 straight matches. Besides, the champions in previous years were almost never the top-seeded players on the leaderboard. Facing Chen Tianji for the first time, Jian Ying feels a bit anxious and asks Lu Fan, I heard he's also a dragon tamer. Are you confident you can beat him? Lu Fan smiles and replies, how about we make a bet? Let's see if I can defeat them all by myself. Hearing this, Jian Ying is completely taken aback. Without my help, and without even summoning your dragon? Lu Fan nods. Sounds pretty reasonable, right? Back in the venomous spider forest, I realized our classes are actually quite similar. If I win, you have to tell me all the secrets of a swordmaster. Deal? The match begins. The moment the referee gives the signal, Chen Tianji and his dragon charge forward to attack. I've finally waited for the day we face off. You won't be looking down on me anymore. From now on, there can only be one dragon tamer, and that's going to be me. Chen Tianji thrusts his spear as fast as lightning, but it only cuts through Lu Fan's afterimage, while Chen Tianji is left utterly bewildered. He hears Lu Fan calling out to his teammate, "It's too late to back out of the bet now." Jian Ying. With that, Lu Fan throws a kick, then uses Dragon Claw combined with Dragon Blood armor to transform his arm into a Dragon Claw. He lands a devastating uppercut right on the jaw of Chen Tianji's Earth Dragon, sending the dazed beast staggering backward. Seeing Jian Ying standing idly by with her arms crossed while watching Lu Fan fight, Chen Tianji scowls and screams in anger. "Your teammate isn't even fighting, and you haven't even summoned your dragon. What's that supposed to mean?" Lu Fan smirks and replies, "Just a little bet. Nothing special. Why would I go all out against two absolute losers?" Suddenly, Jin Zhu bursts into laughter. "Lu Fan, I finally have my chance today. An arrogant, low-born trash like you dares to insult me?" With cold murder in her eyes, she snarls, "Today, I'll make you pay double for everything you've ever done." Armored Earth Dragon, attack. Upon receiving Chen Tianji's command, the Earth Dragon lets out a deafening roar and charges furiously toward Lu Fan, the massive beast stomping forward. Look at your Earth Dragon. Its tooth is broken on one side and it looks completely lopsided. Here, let me fix that for you. Right after saying that, Lu Fan drew his weapon and activated his Dragon Fang strike, channeling dragon energy to unleash a devastating slash right in front of him. The strike sliced clean into the Earth Dragon, not only wounding the beast but shattering the very ground and rocks beneath its feet. The students watching this were absolutely terrified. "Oh my god, did you just see that? He literally stopped a dragon in its tracks, with nothing but his own physical strength. But wait, that's an Earth Dragon we're talking about. An Earth Dragon is still a dragon, right? Does this guy not realize how massive the power gap between humans and dragons is supposed to be? Just how strong is Lu Fan? This is absolutely insane. Even Chen Tianji himself was completely stunned by this display. What are you just standing there for, you idiot? Hurry up and finish him off." Startled by Jin Zhu's shout, Chen Tianji snapped out of it and quickly replied, "Right away, my lady." He immediately ordered his Earth Dragon to use Sweep, swinging its massive tail to deal wide area damage to everything in front of it. At the same time, he unleashed his own Dragon Spear strike, channeling dragon energy to deliver a devastating blow alongside his dragon, double-teating Lu Fan. Since both of them are dragon tamers, he shouldn't have any teleportation skills. Facing two attacks at once, there's absolutely no way he can escape. Well, that's what Chen Tianji thought. But for someone like Lu Fan, who has the Flash Spirit Boots, dodging this is child's play. After instantly teleporting away, Lu Fan casually sat down on a boulder, smiling mockingly as he said to Chen Tianji, "When are you and your dragon actually going to make me try?" Watching from the side, Jian Ying couldn't help but marvel at how the Earth Dragon's stats were many times higher than any monster of the same level. Yet, Lu Fan was not only completely suppressing it, but he was also effortlessly handling the other dragon tamer at the exact same time. "Get back, you useless trash." Meanwhile, Lu Fan not only refused to summon his dragon but also wouldn't let his teammate step in to help. And yet, you still managed to make such an absolute fool of yourself in front of all these people. How am I supposed to introduce you to my brother looking like this? You're this pathetic, yet you have the nerve to want to come to Taijie country and become the strongest dragon tamer. Keep dreaming! Jin Zhu screamed in rage before starting to cast a spell. Thanks to you, this princess has to personally step in to save our reputation. Watching this, Lu Fan frowned, thinking to himself, is this the same skill she used to turn her servant into a monster last time? As the Earth Dragon's body began to swell, Lu Fan got his answer. Sure enough, Jin Zhu was unleashing that bizarre mutation skill once again. Following Jin Zhu's buff, the armored dragon's horrifying transformation sent a shockwave through the crowd in the stands. What the hell is happening to that armored dragon? It looks like a demon straight out of hell. It's a buff from Chen Tianji's teammate. Its power is skyrocketing. I think she's an international student, but that skill looks incredibly sinister. Why hasn't Lu Fan summoned his dragon yet? Man, I really want to see a dragon-on-dragon fight. Meanwhile, on the arena, Jian Ying immediately summoned two weapons, letting them float on either side of her. Army Breaker, Epic Grade, Level 24. Class Requirement, Sword Tamer. Mountain Shaker deals 240% physical damage, splashing 24% of that damage to surrounding targets. Bloodbreaker, Epic Grade, Level 24. Class Requirement, Sword Tamer. Armor Piercing. Attacks ignore 32% of the opponent's defense. Swiftness. Sword control speed is increased by 42%. Just as Jian Ying was about to charge forward, Lu Fan raised his hand to stop her, saying, "Jian Ying, I can handle both of them myself. Don't forget our agreement." Jian Ying hesitated, then said, "But I've faced this skill before. The price of agony twists their very forms." With that said, Lu Fan stepped forward to face the armored dragon. On the other side, Jin Zhu barked, "Chen Tianji, crush him to pieces for me." Chen Tianji quickly replied, "Right away, my lady." He then ordered his armored dragon to charge and attack Lu Fan, who stood completely frozen in place. Behind the dragon, Jin Zhu gnashed her teeth, staring at Lu Fan with pure hatred as she snarled, "I'm going to take your black dragon from you. I'll turn you back into a useless piece of trash. If you don't want to be crushed to death, you'd better summon your black dragon right now. Aren't your stats supposed to be high enough to handle my armored dragon? Let's see what you can do now." Suddenly, Jin Zhu's voice cut off as she saw Lu Fan finally make a move. With a calm expression, Lu Fan raised a single hand toward the oncoming armored dragon and muttered, "Dragon language magic, Wrath of the Ice Dragon King." Wrath of the Ice Dragon King unleashes a torrent of absolute zero frost upon all targets within range, dealing heavy damage while slowing and freezing them solid. The duration and effectiveness can vary based on the cooldown. In the very next second, a colossal phantom of the Ice Dragon King materialized right behind Lu Fan. Unleashing a deafening roar, it blasted waves of bone-chilling frost in all directions. Being the closest to Lu Fan, the armored dragon was instantly frozen solid in its tracks. Even though Jin Zhu and Chen Tianji were further away and escaped being frozen, the extreme cold made thick plumes of white vapor escape their lips with every breath. Even the spectators in the stands felt the sudden drop in temperature, sending shivers through the crowd as they cried out in shock. "Man, it's suddenly freezing. The temperature just plummeted. Is this really Lu Fan's pet dragon? It looks way cooler than Chen Tianji's. Wait, no. This is just an illusion. It's not real. I think it's a magic skill. Holy crap, he can use both physical and magic attacks." But the noisy crowd didn't distract Lu Fan at all. After unleashing the magic attack, Lu Fan raised his sword, his sharp gaze locking onto Jin Zhu. "That dark magic of yours definitely boosted the armored dragon's stats way past mine. But who told you that having higher stats means you can crush me? And you even want to steal my black dragon? You're not worthy." With that, Lu Fan dashed toward Jin Zhu like a flash and swung his sword, giving her no time to react. "Princess, look out!" Chen Tianji roared, rushing forward to block Lu Fan's strike for Jin Zhu. He then barked out an order, "Armored dragon, attack." Obeying the command, the armored dragon opened its jaws and spewed fire at Lu Fan. Lu Fan vanished on the spot, dodging the fire breath. A split second later, he suddenly appeared right behind it. "What a loyal dog," Lu Fan thought to himself. "Well, if that's how you want it." He reached his hand out toward the armored dragon and began chanting dragon language magic, "Roar of the Blue Dragon King." This spell unleashes a massive shockwave of lightning, dealing heavy damage and inflicting a paralyzing effect. Subsequent attacks will be imbued with 20 stacks of lightning attribute, with each strike consuming 1 stack, and a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Once again, the audience watched as a massive projection manifested behind Lu Fan. Only this time, it was the phantom of the Blue Dragon King. A moment later, they saw a bolt of lightning strike the armored dragon, causing it to howl in agony. This is insane. Lu Fan just unleashed another new magic spell. Yeah, and it's not just some ordinary spell. That's the rare dragon language magic. First, he fought the armored dragon head-on with just his physical body, and now he's using high-tier magic without even summoning his pet dragon. Looks like Chen Tianji's winning streak is finally coming to an end. Unlike the excited chatter echoing from the stands, Chen Tianji's face was filled with sheer disbelief and dread as he thought to himself, "How? How is this possible? We are both dragon tamers, so why is the gap between us this huge?" At this moment, Lu Fan stepped back to his original position. Facing Chen Tianji and Jin Zhu, he asked calmly, "Ever since we started this fight, I've been wondering about one thing. Why haven't you used any skill other than Dragon Spear Strike from the very beginning?" hiding fearfully behind Chen Tianji. Jinju shrieked. Chen Tianji, what the hell are you doing? Get the armored dragon back in the fight right now. Lu Fan ignored Jinju completely. He ran his hand along the blade of his sword, coating it in a layer of crackling lightning, while keeping his eyes locked on Chen Tianji. Dragon Spear Strike and Dragon Fang Strike might look a bit different, because our weapons are different, but deep down, they're the exact same skill. But why have you never used Dragon Claw or Dragon's Bone Rain? Chen Tianji gasped in shock, thinking, Dragon Claw? Dragon's Bone Rain? Don't tell me. Those are his base skills? Seeing Chen Tianji just standing there like an idiot without taking action, Jinzu screamed at him in a rage. You useless piece of trash. Didn't you swear you'd avenge me just a second ago? Move it. Looking at Chen Tianji's expression, Lu Fan smiled and said, Looks like your contract with the armored dragon couldn't unlock all of its skills. It's not that you're holding back. You simply don't have them. Just give up. You stand zero chance. We are on completely different levels as dragon tamers. Chen Tianji lowered his head, muttering under his breath. Enough. Lu Fan frowned and tried to reason with him. We don't have some deep blood grudge. You don't need to throw away your dignity to be her slave, let alone make an enemy out of me. Hearing this, Chen Tianji suddenly snapped his head up. His bloodshot eyes glared intently at Lu Fan as he roared, Enough! Not only are you blocking my path to becoming the strongest dragon tamer, but you also have the nerve to lecture me about self-respect. With that, he looked over to Jinju and said, Your Highness, your knight will absolutely keep his promise. Please, grant me your strength. I'll put my life on the line to show this peasant exactly what happens when you cross a princess. Hearing this, Jinju was briefly taken aback, but a sinister smirk quickly spread across her face. You said it yourself. This is your absolute last chance. Without another word, Jinju raised her staff and cast her dark magic directly onto Chen Tianji. Chen Tianji screamed in agonizing pain. As you command. Confused, Lu Fan asked, Why on earth are you so loyal to someone like her? You clearly know what kind of person she is. Chen Tianji spat back. What do you know? Without the princess, I would have spent my entire life as a useless nobody. To become a top-tier powerhouse and repay her highness, I'll do whatever it takes. As he spoke, Chen Tianzi's body began to warp, growing massive and muscular, as 2 extra arms ripped out from his back. Once the transformation was complete, Jinju gleefully ordered, Now, go tear Lu Fan to pieces. Obeying her command, Chen Tianzi charged straight at Lu Fan, gripping his weapons with all 4 hands. He raised them high and screamed, Die! Dragon Spear Strike! Seeing this, Lu Fan stopped trying to reason with him. His eyes went cold and sharp as he raised his lightning-imbued sword overhead, pointing the tip directly at Chen Tianji. Tianji, rather than hating you, I actually just feel sorry for you. Lightning Strike. In a flash, Lu Fan dashes toward Chen Tianji at extreme speed, boosted by Spirit Wind's Whisper. Spirit Wind's Whisper grants the wearer the blessing of the wind, boosting agility by 35%. Dragon Fang Strike. Lu Fan lets out a roar, unleashing a flurry of thrusts at Chen Tianji. When he finally stops, Chen Tianji is left standing behind him, his entire body crackling with lightning. His eyes roll back in his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness, Chen Tianji mutters to himself before completely blacking out. He collapses right before Jinju's terrified eyes. When she sees Lu Fan walking toward her with his hand raised, she falls back onto the ground, absolutely paralyzed with fear. Jinju shrieks, What? What do you think you're doing? Don't you dare get cocky with me. My brother is the new ruler of the Taiji kingdom. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, he will make you pay 100 times over. Completely ignoring her threat, Lu Fan slaps her hard across the face. Fine, then let's just say I owe your brother. I just wonder if he actually has what it takes to collect. With that, Lu Fan turns and walks away. Lu Fan's sudden slap leaves the crowd completely stunned. What is wrong with that guy? He already won, so why is he humiliating his opponent like that? Seriously. How could he bring himself to hit such a cute girl? But wait, what right does that girl have to look down on Chen Tianji anyway? Exactly, she's just an arrogant foreign exchange student. Does she think this is her home turf? Just then, Zhao Shengming's voice echoes through the loudspeakers. Quiet down, everyone. I declare this match officially over. The winners are Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Then, he turns to Gu Han with a serious look and says, Tell Lu Fan to meet me in my office immediately, and keep prepping for the next matches with the other teams. As she watches Zhao Shengming walk away, Guhan nods and says, "Understood." A short while later, Lu Fan arrives at Zhao Xingming's office. Zhao Xingming speaks up first. "I thought you were just acting out of anger because of what happened with the Jin family during the last national trial. But after talking to Mr. Qin, I finally understand what's really going on between you and Jinju. Still, settling personal grudges on the arena stage makes it hard to avoid backlash from the people backing them." Lu Fan replies, "I've actually experienced the same kind of loss as Chen Tianji. That's why I knew exactly how Jinju was using him." Zhao Xingming then hands Lu Fan a tablet. "Let's put that aside for now and take a look at this. This is the real reason I called you in. The principal and I watched your entire performance just now. You can actually skip the rest of this freshman assessment." Lu Fan asks in surprise, "Skip it? Is it because both of you are unhappy with my performance just now?" Zhao Xingming chuckles and explains, "Quite the opposite, actually. The moment you unleashed those 2 dragon language spells, the principal and I knew we could confidently send you to the national trial. As for this, these are the high-level secret realms that Longdu Academy sourced for you through the Secret Realm Hunters Guild. Go ahead and pick one." Hearing this, Lu Fan takes the tablet and begins scanning through the options. He thinks to himself, "Secret Realm Hunters are probably just like material hunters. They're all guilds that control resources. These hunters make a living by tracking down and discovering the entrances to different secret realms to claim massive bounties." Zhao Shengming smiles and continues, "These secret realm hunters always use a high-bid auction system, so no matter which one you choose, the academy will go to their guilds and win the bid for you." Lu Fan hesitates for a moment before speaking, but the starting price listed here is incredibly high. Zhao Shengming adjusts his glasses. He replies, "Longdu Academy has never taken national trials lightly. We will win the auction for any resource we promised you, no matter what." Hearing this, Lu Fan stops overthinking. He begins carefully looking through the list. A moment later, Lu Fan's eyes light up and he gasps, "Wait, this is..." Seeing this, Zhao Shengming asks with curiosity, "Oh? Did you find something you like?" Lu Fan smiles and turns the screen to face Zhao Shengming. "Vice Principal Zhao, I definitely want to choose this one." Zhao Shengming looks at the screen and sees the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Realm level, Epic Plus. Difficulty, Nightmare. Player limit, 2 or more people. Starting price, 1,375,000,000 dragon coins. The next day, it is time for the freshman assessment semifinals. The first match of the day features Team 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying, facing off against Team 3, Jiang Feng and Yun Shuxing. Just as Guhan is making the announcement, Zhao Shengming suddenly raises his hand to stop her. He clears his throat and speaks into the mic. "I have a quick announcement to make. Team Lu Fan and Jian Ying has withdrawn from the competition, so the matchups will be reorganized." The moment the announcement is made, the entire arena erupts in confusion. "What? Are you kidding me? Lu Fan withdrew? I literally came here today just to see him. Did something happen yesterday? Who knows, but this doesn't make any sense." Sitting in the crowd, Tao Xiaoma mutters with a frustrated look on her face as she listens. Those comments are seriously so irritating. Sitting next to him, Qin Qiu tried to comfort him. "Just ignore them. Lu Fan and Jian Ying must have entered the secret realm by now." Meanwhile, the 2 of them had already arrived at the forest just outside the Flying Dragon Cemetery. As they walked through the forest, Lu Fan forced a wry smile and apologized. "I'm really sorry, Jian Ying. Just because you teamed up with me, you couldn't finish the exam." Jian Ying replied, acting completely unbothered. "The academy said we both get to keep our spots in the Qingyun class anyway, and we even got an extra 10,000 merit points, so you really don't need to apologize." After walking a bit further, Jian Ying continued, "Besides, being able to visit such a rare secret realm, thank you. So, all the rewards from this secret realm are yours. As for me, the experience points are more than enough." Lu Fan laughed and said, "I get it. You just don't like owing anyone favors." But right as he finished his sentence, he suddenly glared up at a tree and shouted, "Who's there?" Startled by his shout, Jian Ying quickly looked up as well. "Heh, over here," a voice giggled from one of the branches. A second later, a red-haired guy jumped down and smiled at Lu Fan and Jian Ying, introducing himself. "Whoa, don't worry. I'm from the Secret Realm Hunters Guild. You can just call me He Shu." Hearing this, Lu Fan pointed to the badge on his chest and asked, "We're both from the Dragon Capital Academy. Are you the guide for the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery?" He Shu stepped closer, carefully inspecting the badge on Lu Fan's chest. He then turned around, guiding them while striking up a conversation. Since you guys bought it at the auction, follow me. Once I show you two to the teleportation portal, my job is done. I gotta say, you guys from the Dragon Capital Academy are seriously loaded. What level are you two anyway, to be coming to such an expensive place? Lu Fan replied. I'm level 25, and she's level 24. He Shu gasped in shock. Only level 25? Are you two out of your minds? This is a nightmare difficulty secret realm meant for level 55 and above. With that, He Shu stopped in his tracks, pulled out his phone, and continued. Let me contact the Dragon Capital Academy to make sure there wasn't some kind of mistake. Sending two people who haven't even had their second-class change here is just a suicide mission. Seeing this, Lu Fan said, He Shu, you really don't need to waste your time on that. Before Lu Fan could explain, a sudden attack struck a massive tree next to the three of them, sending it crashing right toward them. Lu Fan reacted instantly, grabbing Jian Ying's hand and pulling her away. He Shu also scrambled to catch up with them. The moment they cleared the falling tree, Lu Fan spun back around. Channeling magic into his hand, he roared toward the sky. Roar of the Blue Dragon King. An agonizing screech instantly rang out as a monster plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. The massive impact forced He Shu, who was still running, to stop and look back, and then his jaw dropped in complete disbelief as he yelled, What kind of skill is that? Are you seriously only level 25? Isn't that a level 50 azure-winged dragon eagle over there? With lightning still crackling around his hands, Lu Fan smiled and spoke. He Shu, level doesn't really matter to us. Please, just lead the way to the entrance. Alright, let's keep going then. Scratching his head, He Shu resumed leading the two of them. After following He Shu through several hidden paths obscured by thick brush, Lu Fan and Jian Ying were suddenly greeted by a massive red vortex. He Shu said, We're here. This is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Lu Fan curiously studied the massive vortex, realizing that the portal to the Flying Dragon Divine Tree was located right here. At that moment, He Shu waved his hand, turning to leave, and said, Well, my job is done. See you around if we're fated. Seeing him leave, Lu Fan called out, Wait, He Shu. Then, extending his hand with a smile, he offered, Since we were fated to meet like this, how about we add each other as friends? Secret realm hunters travel all over the place, so I might need your help to track down some locations in the future. He Shu asked in surprise, Huh? Locations? Having no interest in their conversation, Jian Ying took the initiative to step into the secret realm first. Lu Fan smiled and continued, Of course, you'll be well compensated. He Shu quickly asked, Wait, you mean you want to buy location info from me? Just geographical coordinates, not secret realm details? The Secret Realm Hunters Guild definitely forbids selling private secret realm info, but if it's just general locations, that shouldn't be a violation, right? He Shu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before extending his hand, and said, 100,000 per location, 100,000, long coins, that's a friendly discount. And if you can't. Before He Shu could even finish, Lu Fan quickly shook his hand and said, Deal. It's a promise then. He Shu was left a bit dazed by Lu Fan's absolute decisiveness. It wasn't until Lu Fan had fully stepped into the secret realm that He Shu finally snapped out of it, muttering to himself, Are people from the Dragon Capital Academy all this ridiculously rich? Inside the secret realm, the moment Lu Fan stepped out of the teleportation portal, Jian Ying began to urge him, You guys sure have a lot to talk about. Come on, let's get moving. Lu Fan looked around as he walked, whispering to himself, So, this is the sacred dragon wood that Hak Thu was talking about? Meanwhile, he was calculating in his head. The location of the god-tier map was right at the top of this sacred wood. Suddenly, Kiam An sensed something was off and asked, Luke Pham, listen, is that an earthquake? Hearing this, Luke Pham focused his senses. The moment he spotted a swarm of monsters flying toward them, his face paled, and he shouted, No, it's a flock of wyverns. Level 50 decay wyverns. They give 37,120 experience points, and their wyvern teeth materials are worth 2,772 dragon coins. Their swarm bite skill deals physical damage to the target. Once they bite, they summon nearby allies to join the feeding frenzy. Their rotting breath is a cone-shaped attack. Anyone caught in the blast gets a decay effect, cutting their attack power by 50%. Kiam An prepared to strike. Without needing Luke Pham to tell her, she summoned her Fa Quan heavy sword and unleashed the Mountain Shaker skill, obliterating a decay wyvern instantly. The surrounding wyverns also took a decent amount of splash damage. As for Luke Pham, he decided to summon Tu-Da. The moment Tu-Da appeared, the dragon opened its maw, spewing fire directly at the incoming decay wyverns. Molten blaze, a continuous stream of fire that deals massive damage while healing itself. Meanwhile, Kim-on was fully focused on controlling her Fa Quan heavy sword when she suddenly noticed a decay wyvern sneaking up behind her. It had managed to flank her, opening its massive jaw to unleash its rotting breath. Kim-on quickly leaped into the air to dodge. Mid-air, she summoned her blood-shattering sword and used her armor breaker skill to pierce straight through the skull of the ambushing wyvern. But as she tried to land, Kim-on realized she had gone past the edge of the canopy and began to freefall. Fa Quan heavy sword, to me! Kim-on yelled her command, hoping her flying sword would catch her in time. But before the Fa Quan heavy sword could reach her, another decay wyvern lunged straight at her. Gritting her teeth, Kim-on panicked. Oh no, I'm not going to make it. As a swordmaster without a sword by her side, she could only watch helplessly, with absolutely no way out. In that critical moment, Luke Pham spotted her. Diving down, he gripped his weapon and unleashed his Dragon Fang strike, enhanced by his blood pact. With a single slash, he sliced the decay wyvern to pieces. He then reached out to Kim-on and shouted, "Kim-on, grab my hand!" She quickly reached up and grabbed his hand. Luke Pham then twisted his body, driving his weapon deep into the tree trunk to slow down their fall. Once they finally came to a stop, both of them let out a huge sigh of relief. Luke Pham looked down at Kim-on and teased, "Watch your step. Where we're going definitely isn't at the bottom." Kim-on smiled and said, "Looks like you saved me again." After that, they started climbing back up. But they hadn't gone very far before a strange sound echoed around them. Kim-on asked warily, "Are those wyverns back for more?" "No," Luke Pham replied. "It's coming from below." Looking down, Luke Pham gasped. A massive skeletal dragon head, its jaws wide open, was rushing straight toward them at terrifying speed. "Watch out," Luke Pham screamed, decisively pulling Kim-on into his arms as he pressed himself flat against the tree trunk to dodge. In the blink of an eye, he could feel the skeletal head scraping right past his back as it surged upward. Seeing this, Luke Pham looked up and screamed, "Tu-Da!" Up above, Tu-Da had just finished off the last of the decay wyverns when it heard Luke Pham shout. As Tu-Da turned around, a massive skull with wide-open jaws rapidly filled its vision. A second later, everything went pitch black for Tu-Da. It was swallowed whole. Kim-on, whom Luke Pham had just carried back to safety, watched Tu-Da get swallowed and cried out in panic. That's the Berserk Bone Dragon, a level 55 Nightmare tier boss. Its passive, bone armor attachment, causes its bones to continuously grow and fuse into armor, drastically increasing its defense. Its Bone Blade Assault fires bone blades at a target area, dealing area of effect damage, while Bone Storm sweeps bones across the target area, dealing more damage the lower its health gets. Luke Pham gently set Kim-on down and said calmly, "Don't worry, Tu-Da will be fine. I'll go deal with it. You keep going." Kim-on could only let out a dazed, "Huh?" She couldn't wrap her head around his words at first, but when she saw Luke Pham rushing straight toward the Berserk Bone Dragon, she snapped out of it and called out, "Wait, Luke Pham, the Berserk Bone Dragon is an incredibly dangerous lesser dragon." Without stopping, Luke Pham kept running toward the Berserk Bone Dragon and barked an order. Tu-Da, switch to destroyer form. A second later, waves of fire began leaking from the Berserk Bone Dragon's mouth. Then, with a massive explosion, Tu-Da burst out of its maw in its full dragon form, roaring as it soared into the sky. Staring at the Berserk Bone Dragon, which had one of its horns snapped off, and had its lower jaw completely shattered, Kim-on murmured to herself. So, Tu-Da has another form. No wonder Luke Pham was so confident it would be fine. At that moment, Luke Pham summoned Tu-Fi and commanded, "Tu-Fi, release the emerald bamboo. Blessing." At his command, Xiao Fei let out a soft cry and cast her spell on Lu Fan. Immediately, 3 glowing green jades appeared above his head. Jade Blessing applies 3 layers of Jade Dragon energy to the target, boosting the damage of their next 3 attacks. Next, Lu Fan jumped up and yelled, "Work with me, Xiao Ye." Understanding his plan, Xiao Ye flew over and caught him. Together, they soared above the Berserk Bone Dragon, opened their mouths, and roared. The terrifying roar dealt massive damage to all targets in the area while applying a weaken effect. Finally, powered up by the Blood Pact and the Jade Blessing, Lu Fan unleashed a Dragon Fang strike, severing the Berserk Bone Dragon's head. But the Berserk Bone Dragon wasn't dead yet. The hollow eye sockets of its skull and the energy core in its chest suddenly flared with intense light. In an instant, every bone in its body, except for the skull, shattered into pieces. They began orbiting the skull and the energy core at high speed, forming a violent bone storm that trapped Lu Fan inside. Bone storm controls the bones to sweep through the target area. The lower the user's health, the higher the damage. Still not dead? In that case, Lu Fan muttered. But just as he was about to make his move, a streak of red light suddenly pierced through the berserk bone dragon's remaining horn, instantly canceling its channeled skill. Lu Fan looked over in surprise and asked, "What are you doing down here?" Jian Ying, standing atop a flying sword, descended toward him and replied, "I'm here to fulfill our deal. Since you defeated Chen Tianji on your own, I'll keep my word and tell you all about the traits of a sword controller." Lu Fan smiled and said, "Awesome, then let's get ready to strike." Jian Ying answered with action, riding her weapon as she flew straight toward the berserk bone dragon. Every 5 levels, a sword controller unlocks a new weapon. This is my trump card, the Karmic Fire Scythe. Karmic Fire Scythe. Epic grade, weapon level 20, exclusive to sword controllers. With Karmic Burst, the attack element can switch between fire and darkness. For every life harvested, attack power permanently increases by 0.1%. Currently, it's boosted by 8.9%. While explaining, Jian Ying directed the Karmic Fire Scythe toward the berserk bone dragon, clenched her fist, and shouted, "Karmic Burst." Watching Jian Ying fight from below, Lu Fan smiled and thought to himself, so sword controllers don't unlock standard skills. Instead, they use the unique abilities of the weapons they acquire. Then he called out, "Xiao Fei, it's our turn." Xiao Fei flew toward Xiao Ye, casting her jade blessing. Xiao Ye tore through the earth. Hearing Lu Fan's command, Xiao Ye roared and slammed her claws straight down onto the berserk bone dragon, turning it into a massive chunk of experience points. The system announced, "Jade Dragon has leveled up to level 15, unlocking a new form-shifting skill. Lu Fan has leveled up to level 26. Watching Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye nuzzle up to Lu Fan, Jian Ying sighed. Even though I brought out my trump card, the Karmic Fire Scythe, almost all the real damage was dealt by Xiao Ye. The power of a giant dragon is truly immeasurable." Feeling a bit down, Jian Ying sighed and said, "Sorry, Lu Fan. I probably should have just kept heading up. I already knew that with or without me, you, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Fei would take down the boss in no time. Yet here I am." Lu Fan laughed and replied, "Don't worry about it. Thanks for saving me from that bone storm back there. Besides, I gained a lot today. Not only did I learn about the traits of a sword controller, but Xiao Fei also reached level 15. Jian Ying asked curiously, "Is there something special about level 15? Does her power upgrade like my weapons do?" Curious himself, Lu Fan pulled up Xiao Fei's status screen to check. Pact, Jade Dragon, Legendary, level 15, Strength, 650, 6, Agility, 718, Spirit, 3,459, Endurance, 950, 9, Skills, Fountain of Life, Jade Light, Nature Assimilation, Jade Dragon Bloodline, Blood Pact. Blood Pact shares 10% of the dragon pet's attributes with the dragon Tamer. Form Shift. As the Jade Dragon enters the growth stage, she can freely switch between 4 different forms. Baby Dragon Form. Reduces all attributes and energy consumption by 50%. Dragon Girl Form. A form born from the Blood Pact. Eternal Protector Form. Transforms into the eternal guardian of the Tree of Life. New skill unlocked. Eternal Life Pulse. Soul Light Form. Sheds the physical body to become a guiding soul light that attaches to an ally. New skills unlocked. Soul Protection, Soul Attack. You could say that. Now that she's hit level 15, Xiao Fei can shift forms just like Xiao Ye. What a relief. Xiao Fei grows pretty slowly, so I thought it'd be a long time before I got to see her giant dragon form. But now, she has 4 forms to switch between, just like Xiao Ye. I can't wait to test out her new forms, Lu Fan said, gently patting Xiao Fei's head. Well then, let's keep exploring the flying dragon sacred tree, Jian Ying said. But the moment she finished speaking, she noticed a barrage of fireballs flying straight toward them. They're coming! It's a magic attack, everyone! Watch out! Jian Ying and Lu Fan shouted in unison. The 2 humans and 2 dragons quickly dashed behind a massive tree to take cover. Lu Fan peeked out from behind the trunk, quietly observing the situation. Seeing a swarm of flying dragons hovering in the sky, he frowned, trying to figure out what was happening. Looks like the battle with the Berserk Bone Dragon made too much noise and attracted other monsters here. Xiao Kui then transformed into her soul light form and attached herself to Xiao Ye. Lu Fan commanded, Xiao Ye, cover us. Jian Ying, let's head up the Divine Dragon Tree. With their strategy set, the 2 humans and 2 dragons bolted out from behind the tree and went into action. Xiao Ye immediately shifted into her World Destroyer form. Right after that, Xiao Kui transformed into her soul light form and fused with Xiao Ye. Upon entering her soul light form, Xiao Kui unlocked 2 new skills, Soul Aegis and Dragon Chi Impact. As a Jade Dragon, her bloodline doubled the effects of all skills when applied to dragons or anyone with a bloodline connection. Soul Aegis boosted all attributes of the possessed target by 100% to 200%. Each time the target took damage, it would absorb the attack and generate 1 to 2 stacks of Dragon Chi. Once it reached 10 stacks, it would trigger a massive Dragon Chi impact. The damage dealt was equal to twice the total amount of damage absorbed across those 10 hits. Xiao Ye threw her head back and let out a resounding roar. The aura radiating from her was now several times stronger than before, with all her stats skyrocketing. Her strength jumped from 4,374 all the way to 26,244. Her agility went from 3,567 up to 10,701, while her spirit rose from 3,991 to 5,986, and her constitution shot up from 4,094 to 12,288. Jian Ying gasped, "Whoa, Xiao Kui's buff on Xiao Ye is absolutely insane." Lu Fan explained, "Yeah, Xiao Kui's traits work best when applied to fellow dragons." Glancing at his 2 dragon pets, he quickly did the math in his head. With her World Destroyer form, Soul Aegis, and Xiao Kui's bloodline traits, Xiao Ye's strength has already hit 26,000. If I can get up the Divine Tree quickly and cast Dragon Encouragement on her, her strength will shoot past 30,000 points. Just then, the first wave of magic attacks from the monster swarm rained down, aiming straight at Xiao Ye. Lu Fan immediately ordered, "No need to fight back. Xiao Ye, keep pushing forward. Let Xiao Kui absorb all the damage." With that, Xiao Ye maintained her flying speed, and as the incoming magic spells neared her, they crashed into a green barrier like ripples on a pond, getting completely absorbed in seconds. At the same time, a small green ring appeared over Xiao Kui's head, showing the Dragon Chi stacks. The counter ticked up with every absorbed spell until the onslaught ended, and the count hit 10. Seeing this, Lu Fan commanded, "Xiao Kui, release Dragon Chi Impact." Hearing the command, Xiao Kui instantly discharged all the accumulated Dragon Chi, blasting it right back at the swarm. Dragon Chi Impact unleashed twice the total damage absorbed from the previous 10 hits, triggering a massive, wide-scale counterattack. Watching the monsters drop like flies, Jian Ying asked in sheer disbelief, Is that Xiao Kui's skill?" Lu Fan replied, "Exactly. Soul Aegis doesn't just make her immune to damage, it accumulates that damage for a counterattack. Plus, the effect is doubled since she's a dragon." Hearing this, Jian Ying felt a bit demoralized. She muttered to herself, "And here I thought dragons leveling up was just like upgrading my weapons, but they actually unlock completely new skills. Even if I pull out my trump card, the Hellfire Twin Scythes, I'd still be no match for Lu Fan." Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept over, forcing Jian Ying and Lu Fan to a halt. "The boss is right ahead. We're almost there." As soon as Lu Fan spoke, a massive monster loomed ahead, completely blocking their path. Jian Ying gasped in shock. "That's the undead Steelbone Flying Dragon, a level 60 nightmare boss." Violent gales howled as the undead Steelbone Flying Dragon flapped its wings, whipping up a fast-moving tempest that dealt damage and slowed down anything in its path. With its Steelbone thrust, the dragon would charge at its target, instantly crushing any foe with less than 10,000 constitution points. Its passive, Steelbone Skin, reduced all incoming damage by 50% and massively boosted its defense. With a deafening roar, the undead Steelbone Flying Dragon unleashed Steelbone Thrust and lunged straight at Xiao Ye. Worried, Jian Ying quickly spoke up. "It and the Berserk Bone Dragon are both demi-dragons. Lu Fan, we need to go help Xiao Ye." "Don't worry, Jian Ying." After reassuring her, Lu Fan calmly commanded, "Xiao Cui, get ready to trigger Dragon Chi Impact." While in Soul Light form, Dragon Chi Impact continuously gathers Dragon Chi to charge up, gaining 1 to 2 stacks of Dragon Chi per second. It unleashes all accumulated stacks upon attacking, with a maximum capacity of 30 to 60 stacks. While Xiao Kui was charging her Dragon Chi, Lu Fan cast Dragon Encouragement on Xiao Ye, boosting all her stats by 30%, and kept commanding, "Xiao Ye, the rest is up to you." With that, Xiao Ye lunged at the undead steel-bone flying dragon. Soon, the dragons collided. On our side, since Xiao Ye's current constitution was 13,911, 1,911 is nowhere near 10,000, so the Ironbone Wyvern's Steelbone thrust had absolutely no effect. On the enemy's side, after taking a combined hit of a claw strike boasting over 34,117 strength points from Xiao Ye, alongside a soul shockwave, combined with 8 layers of dragon energy from Xiao Fei, one of the Ironbone Wyvern's shoulders was completely severed. The Ironbone Wyvern roared in agony, turning its hateful gaze toward Lu Fan, the commander who had been giving it a massive headache this entire time. Jianying gasped in alarm. "Oh no, it's charging right at us." She quickly summoned 2 weapons, her face filled with determination. Even if she was nothing compared to a dragon tamer, as his teammate, she had to do something. With that in mind, Jianying switched her Karmic Fire Scythe's attribute to Darkness, and unleashed Karmic Burst, boosted by 9.5%, striking at the Ironbone Wyvern. However, under the effect of its Steelbone Ironbody skill, Jianying's attack dealt 0 damage to the Ironbone Wyvern. This left her disheartened, as she muttered, "My attack didn't even scratch it." Lu Fan turned back to Jianying with a smile. "It's fine. I appreciate you looking out for me as a teammate." Right at that moment, behind him, the Ironbone Wyvern's massive maw gaped open, ready to swallow him whole. Jianying shrieked in terror. "Watch out!" Only then did Lu Fan turn around. Weapon in hand, he barked, "Xiao Fei, support me." Hearing the command, Xiao Fei immediately left Xiao Ye and flew over to cling to Lu Fan, the entire process taking less than a second. With that, Lu Fan slashed straight into the wyvern's wide-open maw, sending the crippled beast straight to its grave. The system announced, "Black Dragon has reached level 20 and unlocked a new skill. Pressure." Lu Fan said, "All done. That brings Xiao Ye up to level 20 as well." Meanwhile, Jianying had leveled up to 25. She watched the 2 dragon pets bickering with each other and said, "Xiao Fei is only level 15 and already this powerful. That means at level 20, Xiao Ye could probably one-shot an Ironbone Wyvern, right? I can't even imagine it." Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Xiao Ye doesn't see these Ironbone Wyverns as any threat at all. Let's keep moving." Hearing this, Jianying suddenly let out a soft chuckle, prompting a curious Lu Fan to ask, "What is it?" "I just remembered something Dao Zi once said." Jianying replied, then mimicked Tao Shaman's tone. "With a dragon this powerful by your side, you could literally leash a puppy and still tear the whole world apart." Lu Fan burst into laughter. "Wow, you actually know how to joke? That doesn't sound like you at all." Jianying explained, "It's probably because I've been spending so much time with you guys. I don't feel like my old self anymore." Lu Fan agreed. "You're definitely much more talkative now. That's a good thing though. Ever since we first met, I always thought you had a really lovely voice." Hearing Lu Fan say that, Jianying's face flushed. She shyly asked, "My voice is lovely?" Lu Fan smiled. "Yeah, of course it is. You're actually pretty cute too. Has nobody ever told you that before?" Jianying's face grew even redder as she spoke. "No, I rarely talk to anyone, and I don't really have any friends." Lu Fan smiled and said, "Ah, let's not dwell on sad things then. Let's keep moving." "Okay," she softly replied, bowing her head as she followed close behind him. Meanwhile, behind them, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei were still growling at each other. An annoyed Lu Fan snapped, "You two, knock it off." At the exact same time, inside a nest atop the sacred tree, giant cocoons lay completely motionless, while right at the center, a deep blue egg suddenly began to twitch. Back with Lu Fan's group, they were walking and chatting along. Jianying happily boasted, "After defeating that Ironbone Wyvern, I finally reached level 25. Lu Fan asked curiously, "So you unlocked another new weapon?" Jianying summoned her new weapon to show him. "Yeah, Manhwa. It's an agility-based weapon, and its skills are pretty decent. Too bad it's only level 1 right now, so it doesn't pack much of a punch. Manhwa, perfect quality. Weapon level. Level 1. Class requirement. Swordmaster. Heavenly Sword Rain. Splits into 1,000 copies of Manhwa, with each sword dealing 10% of the original's attack power. After dealing damage, the area returns to its original state. Lu Fan smiled and said, "It might seem weak now, but once you get it up to level 25, it's going to be absolutely amazing." Hearing this, Jian Ying couldn't help but think to herself, even if all my swords reached level 25, would their combined damage even match a single strike from Xiao Ye? That was the real pressure of teaming up with Lu Fan. You just couldn't help but compare yourself to him. Letting out a sigh, Jian Ying said, "If anyone else said that, I'd totally believe them." Lu Fan chuckled and asked, "Why wouldn't you believe me? Once Manhwa levels up, this single sword alone will make you almost unmatched at Longdu Academy." Jian Ying stopped overthinking. Pointing at the two baby dragons ahead, she smiled and said, "All right, let's hurry up. Xiao Ye is already way ahead of us." And so, they continued on their way. But after walking just a bit further, they stumbled upon a pile of corpses. Lu Fan asks skeptically, "Is this the camp of the adventurers who came before us?" Looking at the state of the corpses, Jian Ying shares her theory. It looks like they have been dead for quite some time. Lu Fan and Jian Ying walk over to inspect the bodies, only to find that all of them were combat class fighters. They met their end at different times. Could there be a monster lying in wait here? With that thought, a serious look washes over Lu Fan as he draws his weapon. Scanning the area warily, he warns her, "Jian Ying, there is a high chance this place is crawling with monsters. Watch your back." Right at that moment, in the branches above them, a monster slowly creeps out along the tree trunk. "You mean, this is a trap?" Jian Ying asks, quickly moving closer to Lu Fan. That split-second movement is the only reason the monster's pounce misses her. Hearing the sudden rustle, both Jian Ying and Lu Fan whip around instantly, and they finally see the creature's true form, a level 60 bronze flying dragon, a nightmare difficulty boss. Its bronze auxiliary armor grants a massive defense boost to its allies. The defensive barrier cuts its attack power by 100%, while boosting its defense by 100%. But that is not all. Another monster suddenly swoops out of the sky. A level 65 elemental, three-headed flying dragon, another nightmare difficulty boss. With its triple magic, all three heads can unleash devastating damage simultaneously. Unleashing fire, ice, and lightning, it deals 300% area of effect damage. Thanks to its elemental link, as long as a single head remains alive, the other fallen heads will revive. However, the resurrection time increases with each death. Frowning, Lu Fan mutters, "Two bosses at the same time?" Jian Ying adds anxiously, "They are working together, waiting in ambush." In this area, just then, the elemental three-headed flying dragon opens its three massive jaws, preparing to cast its triple magic. Seeing this, Xiao Ye takes to the sky and charges straight at the middle head, successfully disrupting its attempt to conjure a lightning orb. However, the attack does absolutely no damage. Seeing this, Jian Ying quickly warns him. With that bronze flying dragon buffing it with bronze auxiliary armor, its defense has gone through the roof. Xiao Ye's damage is barely scratching it. We have to take out the bronze flying dragon first. Lu Fan draws his weapon and chuckles confidently. "Just stay calm. I have a plan. Take out your 10,000 flowers sword and just get ready for it to level up." "Wait, what?" Before Jian Ying can process this, Lu Fan dashes forward toward the bronze flying dragon and commands, "Xiao Fei, convert into soul light and fuse with me, then get ready to unleash soul impact. Xiao Ye, prepare to shift into your world destroyer form. I am counting on you over there." Xiao Fei instantly fuses with Lu Fan just as he reaches the bronze flying dragon. He swings his sword, landing a heavy strike, but it fails to pierce its insane defense. Meanwhile, the other two heads of the elemental three-headed flying dragon have already finished charging their magic. They immediately blast their attacks at Xiao Ye, but she agilely dodges them. Lu Fan glances at the icon above Xiao Fei's head, noticing she has only stacked 4 layers of dragon energy. He immediately looks up at Xiao Ye and shouts, "Xiao Ye, use your new skill, Dragon Pressure." Black Dragon Pressure constantly emits a powerful aura, inflicting fear, immobilization, and stun effects on all enemies within a massive area. Xiao Ye soars high into the sky and lets out a thunderous roar. Below her, the elemental three-headed flying dragon is hit by the debuffs, rendering it completely paralyzed. Jian Ying clutches her ears in pain and cries out, "Xiao Ye's Dragon Pressure. I can't believe a crowd control skill can cause such a violent shockwave. My head is splitting." "Hang in there, Jian Ying. It is almost over," Lu Fan reassures her. Noticing that Xiao Fei has finally fully charged 12 layers of dragon energy, Lu Fan orders her to blast the bronze flying dragon with soul impact. At the same time, he channels his strength to deliver a crushing dragon tooth strike, successfully slaying the boss. Right after, Lu Fan turns to Xiao Ye and shouts, "The bronze auxiliary armor is gone. Xiao Ye, strike now." Xiao Ye dives down, pinning the elemental three-headed flying dragon to the ground and crushing its middle head with her claws, sending shockwaves through the earth. Lu Fan quickly reaches out to steady Jianying as she stumbles. "Watch out." Xiao Ye got a bit too carried away again. Seeing Xiao Fei fly over to join the fun, he quickly reminds her, "Great teamwork back there, but you have to be good. Do not copy your sister Xiao Ye and go wild like this, okay?" Perched on one of the dragon's heads, Xiao Fei cheerfully waves her little hand at Lu Fan, nodding her head repeatedly. Only now does Lu Fan have a moment to check his pet's stats. After that intense battle, he has reached level 28, while Xiao Ye hit level 22, and Xiao Fei reached level 17. Remaining quiet this whole time, Jianying notices her 10,000 flowers sword has reached level 6, and she has leveled up to 27. Yet, a wave of self-doubt washes over her. She feels completely useless again. Traveling with Lu Fan, her title as the genius of North Cloud Province really feels utterly meaningless. Suddenly, Lu Fan pats her on the shoulder and says, "To defeat that three-headed dragon, we have to destroy all three heads at the exact same time. Let's just let Xiao Ye have her fun for a bit. In the meantime, we can go explore this camp." Jianying quietly replies, "Okay." Walking ahead, Lu Fan frowns as he stares at his system panel, deep in thought. As night falls, Jianying brings over a plate of food from. She stepped out of the tent and invited him, saying, "Lu Fan, this is the food Sister Han prepared for us. Let's grab a bite first." But Jianying couldn't find Lu Fan anywhere. Feeling a sense of loss, she thought to herself, "It seems Lu Fan realized that I'm nothing but a burden to him." Meanwhile, Lu Fan followed the god-tier map provided by the system and headed to the summit of the Divine Tree, all by himself. To keep the system a secret, Lu Fan could only apologize to Jianying in his heart. "I'm sorry, Jianying, but this god-tier treasure map is the main reason I came to the Wyvern Graveyard in the first place." Just as Lu Fan approached the nest, the massive cocoon cracked open, and a giant dragon burst out, roaring furiously at him. The soul of the level 70 Wyvern King, a nightmare difficulty boss. Elemental Dragon Breath. It blasts its breath at the target, dealing random fire, ice, lightning, or wind damage. Soul Strike. The Wyvern King, freed from its physical body, suddenly lunges forward, dealing piercing damage to the target. Dragon Language Unseal. This unlocks Dragon Language Magic, replacing the Elemental Dragon Breath with Dragon Language Magic. Elemental Wyvern Forbidden Spell. Soul Strike is replaced by the Dragon Language Magic, Ruin's Descent. As a Wyvern, which is the closest subspecies to true dragons, the Wyvern King reduces all incoming damage by 50%. The final boss of an Epic Plus Nightmare dungeon is actually level 70? Slightly surprised, Lu Fan summoned Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, saying with a smile, "With such a massive level gap, we definitely can't take this guy lightly. We have to take this seriously." Meanwhile, the commotion up here caught Jianying's attention down below. She startled and looked up, but then lowered her head sadly. He had to save her over and over again. Lu Fan must be sick of me by now, which is why he went on ahead alone. I can't keep dragging him down. As the top genius of Yunbei, I should have recognized the massive gap between myself and a dragon tamer long ago. How could I even think I'd be able to help my teammate? Just as Jianying was drowning in self-doubt, the words Lu Fan had said to her earlier flashed through her mind. It might be like that for now, but once you hit level 25, using it will definitely be amazing. Your desire to help your teammate, I really felt it. Don't worry about it. Thanks for helping me escape that bone storm, and honestly, I gained a lot today anyway. Recalling his smile and reassuring words, Jianying slowly began to regain her confidence. Clenching her fists with determination, she thought, "Even if I'm not as strong as Lu Fan, I can still help back him up when he's in trouble." At that moment, Lu Fan braced himself to block an attack from the boss, sliding backward from the impact. Level 70 is really no joke. This is way more dangerous than the world-destroying Emperor 1 fought during the exam. Xiao Ye, get ready for blazing lava. With that, Lu Fan cast his dragon's encouragement skill on Xiao Ye. Receiving the order, Xiao Ye opened its mouth to channel fire elements, flew close to the boss, and unleashed a torrent of flames. Scorched by the intense heat, the boss threw its head back and roared in agony. But as soon as the blazing lava faded, the boss didn't go after Xiao Ye. Instead, it used Soul Strike to instantly close in behind Lu Fan. Sensing the sneak attack, Lu Fan quickly created some distance and shouted, "Xiao Fei, switch to eternal form." Xiao Fei instantly transformed and flew over, positioning herself as a shield in front of Lu Fan. The Emerald Dragon's eternal form has unlocked new skills, Life Pulse, and Eternal Protection. Just as Lu Fan was about to call out his next command, a sudden rain of swords poured down from above, striking the boss, interrupting its skill, and pinning it to the ground. Recognizing the familiar swords, Lu Fan gasped, "This is Manhwa." Confirming his suspicion, Jianying appeared nearby, controlling the Manhwa sword to unleash the heavenly sword dance. She shouted, "Let me support you from back here. Don't worry, keeping myself safe is my top priority." Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Got it." Then, he immediately ordered, "Xiao Fei, unleash Life Pulse." Life Pulse grants Emerald Light and Emerald Blessing to all allies in the area, multiplying their active buff stacks by 2 to 4 times. Emerald Blessing adds 3 to 12 stacks of Emerald Dragon Aura to the target, boosting the damage of their next 3 to 12 attacks. Emerald Light applies 3 to 12 stacks of Emerald Blessing to the target, dispelling all debuffs while boosting all stats by 30 to 60%. Each stack of Blessing can block 1 to 2 instances of damage. Life Pulse just granted me both Emerald buffs at the same exact time, with the stacks already doubled, and my Bloodline Bond doubling the effects even further. Thinking of this, Lu Fan quickly commanded, "Xiao Ye, let's tear this thing to shreds." Xiao Ye immediately lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the boss. At the same time, Lu Fan cast his dragon language magic, Blue Dragon King's Roar, to coordinate with the assault. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupted from the sea of flames, and something burst out, radiating a blinding light in the sky. Feeling uneasy, Jianying asked, "What is that?" Lu Fan's face instantly turned grave. He replies seriously, "It's the Dragon Tongue Unseal. The boss is about to unleash Dragon Tongue magic." As the blinding light fades, the boss appears once again. It unleashes the Dragon Tongue magic, Doomsday Fall, hurtling down toward Lu Fan and his group like a blazing meteor. Once Doomsday Fall is unlocked and the dragon reaches its highest altitude, it sacrifices its own health to inflict massive damage upon impact. The damage dealt is equivalent to 12,000% of the sacrificed health. Right now, the dragon is sacrificing 100% of its health for Doomsday Fall. Lu Fan realizes the boss is trying to drag them down with it and quickly yells, "Xiao Fei!" A second later, a massive explosion rings out, and thick smoke blankets the entire peak of the divine tree. Once the chaos settles, a faint green glow can be seen shining through the settling dust and ash. As the dust gradually clears, a vibrant green protective barrier is revealed, keeping Lu Fan and his team completely safe inside. Eternal Protection creates a defensive barrier, shielding all friendly targets beneath it. The amount of damage the barrier can absorb depends on the health and self-regeneration of the Eternal One. The Emerald Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects for the Dragon Clan, and those with a bloodline connection. It grants immunity to all negative status effects and increases self-regeneration by 5,000%. As for the boss, its suicidal attack has now turned into sweet experience points, leveling up Lu Fan and his team. Jianying reaches level 28, Myriad Flower Sword reaches level 10, Xiao Ye reaches level 23, Lu Fan reaches level 29, and Xiao Fei reaches level 18. Looking over with concern, Lu Fan asks, "Jianying, are you okay?" Jianying smiles and replies, "Thankfully, Xiao Fei saved us. Just now, I really thought we were done for." Lu Fan agrees, gently patting Xiao Fei's head as he praises her. "Yeah, Xiao Fei's eternal protection saved us all, thanks to her insane self-regeneration." Seeing Lu Fan only praising Xiao Fei and completely ignoring her, Xiao Ye pouts and lets out an annoyed huff. Lu Fan quickly adds, "But of course, we couldn't have won without Xiao Ye's crazy high damage either." A moment later, Jianying sighs in amazement. "I used to think battles between level 20 and 30 players were just a joke, but just now, I literally stared death in the face." Lu Fan nods and says, "Yeah, this is also my first time fighting a level 70 boss. I didn't expect it to almost drag us down to the grave with it. It was definitely a huge eye-opener." Then, Lu Fan scratches his head, hesitantly explaining, "Jianying, I didn't mean to leave you behind. Actually, I was looking for something, but I didn't expect to run into a boss." Jianying smiles and replies, "No worries. I know you are not the type to abandon your teammates, because I remember what you once told me. Now, I am saying those exact words back to you. You are incredibly strong, but I will never let you fight alone either. Having successfully cleared the Epic Plus difficulty dungeon, Lu Fan and his group are rewarded with a treasure chest. Lu Fan opens the treasure chest to find 3 items inside. Wyvern Soul Wings. Legendary grade. Level requirement. 60. Agility plus 356. Strength plus 291. Spirit plus 246. Stamina plus 234. High flight. Granting the user the ability to fly and increasing their flight speed. If the user possesses Dragon Tongue magic, they will receive Dragon Tongue Unseal, which, upon use, provides a one-time substitute for high-tier Dragon Tongue magic. Lu Fan thinks to himself, a legendary tier item that grants flight and unlocks Dragon Tongue magic. This means I can also use Doomsday Fall, but upon second thought, Lu Fan feels a bit of regret. True flight, not just gliding, is something almost no one can do, except for a few special classes. Too bad I am still underleveled. Epic Dragon Saddle. Pet Equipment. Level Requirement. 30. Race Requirement. Dragon Clan. Flying Sub-Dragon Clan. Once equipped, the pet can be used as a mount for travel. In this state, all attributes of the rider and the pet will resonate with each other. Normal attacks will also carry dragon energy, dealing ranged damage. Lu Fan mutters under his breath, turning my dragon pet into a mount. Once Xiao Ye reaches level 30, I can become a true dragon knight in the national trials. Dragon Calling Bone Flute. Epic grade, consumable item. Upon use, it summons the souls of the twin Wyvern Kings. The level of the Wyvern Kings matches the user's level. It can be used a total of 3 times. Lu Fan thinks to himself, this is amazing, but it is a shame there's a limit on how many times I can use it. Just as Lu Fan puts the 3 items away, he hears Jianying call out, Lu Fan, did you finish grabbing the loot? Quickly, come look. What's going on with Xiao Fei? Lu Fan runs over to check and sees Xiao Fei actively casting her skill, Spring of Life, on her own. Spring of Life casts Spring of Life on all friendly targets to continuously restore health. Watching the streams of green light merge into the divine tree, Jianying asks in disbelief, is she trying to heal this giant tree? Lu Fan theorizes, Spring of Life can only be used on friendly targets. Could this wyvern divine tree actually be a living ally? Right at that moment, several vines sprout from the trunk of the divine tree, rapidly stretching toward Lu Fan. They wrapped around each other, growing all the way up to his knees, and then sprouted a small bud. As the bud bloomed, Lu Fan spotted a seed resting inside. It seemed as though the tree was offering it to him. Lu Fan reached out, took it, and inspected the flying dragon seed, which turned out to be a quest item. Ever since it was overtaken by the claws of the abyssal maw devouring dragon, the flying dragon divine wood had been steadily losing its divine power. But now, a hero had arrived who could save the withered sacred tree. If that hero could slay the abyssal maw devouring dragon, and then dip this seed into its blood to hatch it, he would surely obtain the spirit dragon, the source of all living things, and earn the deep respect of the flying dragon divine wood's master. Jianying asked curiously, did you just trigger a hidden quest? Lu Fan replied, it looks like Xiao Fei can communicate with the sacred tree. This is a quest item. He thought to himself, according to the item description, I have to defeat a dragon king named the Abyssal Maw Devouring Dragon. A Dragon King level boss is way more terrifying than a Nightmare level 1, and it will probably have a 3-digit level. Since this quest has no time limit, I can just wait until I reach level 60 for my 3rd class transfer, or level 90 for my 4th class transfer before taking it on. Putting that aside for now, Lu Fan turned and praised Xiao Fei. Great job, buddy. If it wasn't for you, we would have never known about this hidden quest to heal the divine wood. Xiao Fei chirped happily. Oh, wait a second. As Lu Fan spoke, he pulled out the wyvern calling bone flute and asked, hey, Xiao Fei, can you eat this? In response, 3 pairs of confused eyes stared blankly at him. Realizing they had totally misunderstood, Lu Fan quickly explained, I'm not just feeding her random junk. Xiao Fei has a skill called natural assimilation, which lets her absorb skill traits by devouring items. If she can only absorb gear, then this consumable item probably won't work. But before Lu Fan could even finish his sentence, Xiao Fei flew over, took a quick sniff, and swallowed it right up. Then, with a look of pure delight on her face, Xiao Fei began to chew and swallow. Natural assimilation allowed her to devour equipment and make its skill traits her own. Lu Fan gasped in shock. Whoa, She actually ate it. Jian Ying was just as stunned and quickly asked, "What? Is there really a skill like that? You're not seriously playing around with an epic tier item, are you?" Lu Fan didn't answer right away. He patiently waited for Xiao Fei to finish digesting it, then opened up her status panel, quickly noticing the changes. Jade Dragon Contract 1, Natural Assimilation, Wyvern Calling Bone Flute. Once activated, it can summon the souls of the twin Wyvern Kings, and their level will match the user's level. Lu Fan cheered excitedly. Incredible! Now Xiao Fei can summon 2 Wyvern Kings, and since the item's effect has turned into an active skill, there's no limit on how many times she can use it. Xiao Fei decided to test her new skill, and a few seconds later, 2 Wyvern Kings materialized right behind her, matching Xiao Fei's exact level and possessing all the boss's skills. Seeing this, Jian Ying yelled in disbelief. "The boss we just fought has turned into a summon." Lu Fan laughed and said, "Yeah, but they've shrunk down a ton. Looks like Xiao Fei has got her own pets now." Jian Ying thought with envy, a dragon pet for a dragon pet? Lu Fan is getting more and more absurd by the day. Then, Jian Ying suggested, "Conquering a high-level secret realm is exhausting. Let's head back. Aunt Han must be worried sick. You head on back first. I'll catch up soon," Lu Fan said as he opened up his system map, thinking, "I still have one very important thing to take care of." Later that night, inside Villa Number 1 at Dragon Capital Academy, while Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei stared curiously at the glowing blue egg, Lu Fan spoke to them in a serious tone. "We've been living together for a while now, and it's time we set some ground rules. Xiao Ye, you bully Xiao Fei every single day. Don't you want a little brother or sister so you can finally give her a break? And Xiao Fei, you let Xiao Ye push you around constantly. Don't you ever wish you could grow a backbone and find someone else to vent your frustration on? Well, here is your chance. Are you two even listening to me? I know you guys are excited, but calm down. This is the newest member of our family, and they're about to hatch. Long story short, we all need to get along. Starry Sky Dragon Egg, level unknown." After that, Lu Fan sat down with excitement, placed both hands on the Starry Sky Dragon Egg, and activated his dragon taming skill. Dragon taming allowed him to domesticate dragon-type creatures. But as time ticked by, the Starry Sky Dragon Egg showed absolutely no reaction. That's weird. Dragon taming usually works instantly. Confused, Lu Fan scratched his head and quickly opened his system panel to check. Black Dragon Contract 1, Legend Tier, Level 23. Jade Dragon Contract 1, Legend Tier, Level 18. Locked Contract Slot, Unlock Condition, Rank 2 Dragon Tamer. Right now, I only have 2 dragon pet slots. I need to reach level 30 and complete my second class transfer to unlock the 3rd slot, Lu Fan muttered. Looking at his current level of 29, he felt a bit disappointed and said, "Looks like I'll have to head back to the Poison Lightning Forest to squeeze out one more level. Well, time for bed. No new family member for us today." Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei completely ignored him, continuing to inspect the Starry Sky Dragon Egg while making chirping noises to each other. Xiao Fei asked, "What is this thing?" Xiao Ye replied, "Beats me." Early the next morning, Qin Chu and Dao Xiaoman headed over to Villa Number 1 together. As soon as they reached the door, Qin Chu knocked and called out, "Lu Fan, you are back? Hurry up and get out of bed." A moment later, the door opened. Looking half asleep, Lu Fan asked, "What is going on?" Qin Chu handed her tablet to Lu Fan, telling him to check out this post immediately, as it was blowing up all over the school. Taking the tablet, Lu Fan looked at Qin Chu and asked, "Seriously? You guys woke me up first thing in the morning just to look at gossip? This is about you dropping out of the freshman assessment tournament. Someone posted it on the school forum yesterday, and it became the hottest topic overnight." Hearing Qin Chu's words, Lu Fan finally looked down at the tablet. The number 1 ranker of Fengyun Pavilion responded to this issue. The so-called number 1 withdrew just because he was scared of losing. Fengyun Pavilion has advanced to the 2-on-2 finals. The freshman assessment is beyond debate. Xu Xing actually made a post during Lu Fan and Chen Tianji's match. Lu Fan withdrew from the assessment because he was terrified of facing Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. User A commented that the post was originally anonymous, but it was later exposed that he was the one who posted it. User B commented, "I thought the rumor last time was that Lu Fan got injured by Chen Tianji and had to pull out. Well, Chen Tianji won so many matches in a row, there's no way he's weak." User C commented, "The original lineup was Lu Fan and Jian Ying against Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. Lu Fan must have wimped out and run away." User D commented, Unless the school pits those two against each other, there is no way I'm accepting their decision. Lu Fan might be the number one in the school's eyes, but Jiang Fengyun is the real number one who actually fought his way through the assessment. User E commented, so he was just scared? Keeping Lu Fan in the number one spot would be a complete joke. Anyone who watched Jiang Fengyun's match yesterday can tell Lu Fan doesn't deserve the number one spot at all. After reading through the comments, Lu Fan asked skeptically, Fengyun Pavilion? Qingqiu explained. Originally, the Fengyun Pavilion was just a small team of 4 players ranked from 3rd to 6th, but now, they've recruited nearly 30 people, growing into a formidable faction with many powerful classes. They are led by Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. Lu Fan yawned, covering his mouth, and asked nonchalantly, so I'm the school's hand-picked number one, and this Jiang Fengyun guy is the people's choice? Dao Xiaoman replied, Jiang Fengyun posted a response this morning, to prove to everyone in the Fengyun Pavilion that he's the true number one. He said he's going to clear out your number one villa right after the finals tomorrow morning. Qingqiu added, securing the number one spot qualifies you for the national trial selection. That's definitely what Jiang Fengyun is after. Hearing this, Lu Fan thought to himself, so that's his game. He wants the fame and a ticket to the national trial. Too bad for him, he has no idea. I already secured all of that a long time ago. Seeing that Lu Fan didn't seem to care, Qingqiu quickly said, that Jiang Fengyun guy is way too arrogant. He's just taking advantage of your absence to spread lies and slander you. Dao Xiaoman rolled her eyes at Lu Fan in frustration and said, I don't even know what to say to you. We don't even know who he is anyway. If he wants to come tomorrow, let him. I need to go tell Jian Ying about this. Lu Fan smiled and said, well, if the Fengyun Pavilion wants to target me so badly, I'll give them exactly what they want. Confused, Dao Xiaoman asked, what do you mean by that? Lu Fan held up the tablet and said, let me borrow this for a second so I can reply to them. I accept the challenge. Meet me in the VIP room of the arena at Longdo Academy. Xu Xing, who possessed the rare hidden combat class, Anti-Mage, was scrolling through his feed when he suddenly jumped up in shock and yelled, Boss Jiang, Lu Fan replied. In the arena, Jiang Fengyun, who possessed the hidden combat class, Shadow Warrior, was fighting blindfolded with a black cloth. He suddenly paused for a split second. Right after that, facing the two opponents rushing to attack him, Jiang Fengyun instantly activated his clone skill and charged. The two sparring partners screamed in sheer terror. Wait, hold on, Boss Jiang. Why are you suddenly getting so serious? We're just sparring. Ignoring them, Jiang Fengyun let his clones swiftly take down the two of them. Once it was over, Jiang Fengyun pulled off his blindfold, turned to Xu Xing, and said, go heal them. What did Lu Fan say? Xu Xing handed over the tablet and replied, he just posted on the forum. See for yourself. Jiang Fengyun took it and laughed. Well, this Lu Fan guy has some nerve. Daring to challenge the entire Fengyun Pavilion all by himself? What a big mouth. He tossed the tablet back to Xu Xing and ordered, reply to him. Tell him we'll settle this in the arena right after tomorrow's finals. Surprised, Xu Xing asked, Boss Jiang, are we really going to fight Lu Fan? Jiang Fengyun replied, of course we are. And gather everyone from the Fengyun Pavilion too. Didn't he say he wanted to challenge all of us? If he wants a beatdown, we'll gladly give him one. I'm going to show him the difference between a hand-picked number one and someone who actually fought their way to the top. The next day, Qingqiu read through Lu Fan's post again. Lu Fan had officially replied to Fengyun Pavilion, accepting their challenge. If you want to prove you're the real number one, then face me like a man in a fair fight instead of using online rumors to slander me. That's right, I'm talking to you, the absolute trash of the Fengyun Pavilion. Bring as many people as you want. Let's settle this for real once the freshman assessment is over. In the comment section, the keyboard warriors were losing their minds. Oh my god, Lu Fan actually clapped back. Fight, fight, fight. Fengyun Pavilion just replied, wait, is that rumor about Lu Fan being injured true? What kind of reply is this? The ultimate showdown for the number one spot is happening tomorrow in the arena right after the finals. Ha ha, the entire Fengyun Pavilion is going to show up. Well, things just got interesting. Staring at the comment section, Qingqiu gasped in disbelief. Oh my gosh, Jiang Fengyun actually accepted the challenge. Tao Xiaoman asked, hey, I heard Jiang Fengyun has a semi-final match today. Do you want to go watch? Lu Fan replied, to be honest, I couldn't care less about his strength. We'd be better off going to the dungeon lobby to level up. Bringing the food to the table, Han Ke overheard them and chimed in with some advice. Little Fan, don't talk like that. Pride comes before a fall, you know. It never hurts to know your opponent. Tao Xiaoman agreed and added, yeah, you should totally show your face there. Who knows? You might even have more supporters than the Fenyun Pavilion. But Qin Chu added with concern, but right now, Lu Fan is super famous on the school forum. If people see him scouting Jiang Fengyun beforehand, they'll definitely start gossiping. Han Ke smiled and said, then we'll just have to wear a disguise. Lu Fan's face went completely blank, absolutely speechless. A little while later, sitting in the stands, Tao Xiaoman turned to Qin Chu and asked, the next match is Jiang Fengyun's, right? Qin Chu replied, yeah, looks like it. Man. So many people came to watch the Fenyun Pavilion. Sitting in the front row, Han Ke turned to Lu Fan. He was wearing a hoodie with the hood pulled up, a baseball cap, huge sunglasses, and a face mask. His aunt smirked and asked, so, what do you think? With this disguise I made for you, there's no way anyone will recognize you, right? Lu Fan remained silent. Just then, an announcement blared. The semi-final match of this year's freshman evaluation is about to begin. Will both teams please take the field? The moment the announcement ended, Lu Fan suddenly stood up from his seat. Han Ke asked in confusion, Little Fan, where are you going? The match hasn't even started yet. Lu Fan replied, this match is going to be incredibly boring. I'm going to take a walk outside. Give me a call when you guys are finished. With that, Lu Fan turned and walked away. Sitting in the front row, Zhao Xingming glanced back, watching Lu Fan's departing figure in deep thought. His mind drifted back to his recent conversation with the principal. At that time, Zhao Xingming had walked up to the principal's office door, knocked gently, and called out, Principal, I'm not sure if you've seen the recent posts on the school forum about the upcoming match between Lu Fan and Jiang Fenyun. The door remained shut as the principal's voice drifted out from inside. Is that you, Zhao Xingming? Why are you bothering me with some silly freshman match? Just let Guhan handle it. There's no need to report this to me. Zhao Xingming frowned and said, given Lu Fan's overwhelming strength, I strongly suggest the academy steps in to stop this match. I'm worried that if we let this happen, he won't know how to hold back. After all, Chen Tianji is still recovering in the infirmary after fighting him. The principal replied, Vice Principal, you are worrying far too much. Instead of worrying about this, you should be focusing on the fact that in 1 month, a special envoy from the Dragon Capital will arrive to evaluate whether Lu Fan is qualified for the national trial. That's what you should be concerned about. Startled, Zhao Xingming asked, in just 1 month? That's so soon. The principal replied, since the national trial was moved up, the envoy has to arrive early too. How is Lu Fan's preparation coming along? Zhao Xingming reported. Currently, Lu Fan is very close to his second profession change. Please don't worry, Principal. I've also heard about the envoy from the Dragon Capital. Although Qian Xiang is quite arrogant, he is professional and definitely won't make things difficult for Lu Fan. The principal scoffed. Your information network is really outdated, Vice Principal. The envoy is no longer Qian Xiang. The current envoy from the Dragon Capital is Ruan Changfeng. Hearing that name, Zhao Shengming's expression completely changed. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he thought, Ruan Changfeng. Lord Qin mentioned that name to me when he was telling the story of Lu Fan and Jinju. It seems that the incident between Lu Fan and Jinju was exactly what got Ruan Changfeng stripped of his position. If that's the case, Ruan Changfeng must hold a massive grudge against Lu Fan. The principal's voice sounded again from behind the door. He once held an incredibly high position, but after being repeatedly demoted, he's ended up as a mere envoy. This is getting rather entertaining, don't you think? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Zhao Shengming snapped out of his thoughts and quickly bowed toward the door, saying, my apologies, Principal. If he's the one with the authority to evaluate candidates for the national trial, I'm afraid Lu Fan is going to face a lot of trouble. The principal said, Lu Fan is a candidate I personally approved. I trust you know exactly what needs to be done? Zhao Shengming replied, understood, Principal. I will secure more resources to help him quickly reach his second profession change to make up for his lower level. In that case, how do you view Lu Fan's match tomorrow against Jiang Fengyun? A loud burst of laughter echoed from inside the room. The principal replied, watch it. Of course I'm going to watch it. How could I possibly miss out on something so entertaining? Returning to the present, inside the point exchange room at the Dragon Capital Academy's arena. Suddenly, a student was sent flying out of the room, instantly drawing murmurs from the crowd nearby. Wait, how many people has he defeated already? There's no way a 100-point arena should be this brutal. It has to be someone in their second profession, who lowered their rating just to farm points from others. There's no way this is a level 29 arena. At that moment, the student who had just been sent flying scrambled to his feet and yelled a warning. Do not go into that room. No one can beat him. Someone asked, Hey, who is the room master anyway? Do you know him? The beaten challenger replied, He looks incredibly familiar, but I just can't. That makes sense. Meanwhile, in the points arena, after sending his opponent flying with a kick, Lu Fan muttered to himself in boredom, Why did I even bother going to watch that match? I would have been better off leveling up in the poison spider forest. Just when he thought no one else would challenge him, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Another one? Curiously, Lu Fan took a closer look and saw a girl with white hair walking in. The white-haired girl walked up to him and greeted. Hi there. Do you still have time for a match with me? Lu Fan greeted her back. Hello, senior. The white-haired girl giggled. Since you are so polite to a senior who is way higher level than you, I guess I should go easy on you, huh? Lu Fan replied. No need for that, senior. Just give it everything you have got. Really? Well then, here I come. With those words, she raised her hand, and in an instant, a massive amount of fire elements surged toward her palm. Lu Fan watched in surprise, realizing this senior sister was definitely not someone to be messed with. Before he could even process the thought, he gasped in shock as she vanished on the spot. A split second later, she materialized right behind him, brandishing a trident made of pure fire. I am nothing like those kids outside, you know. You had better give it your all too. With that, she thrust the trident straight at his back. Reacting instantly, Lu Fan drew his weapon, spun around to block the strike, and immediately counterattacked. After exchanging a few more blows, Lu Fan was pushed back quite a distance. Staring at her with a serious look, he thought in dismay, she is too strong. Just what level is she? Instead of pressing her advantage, she stood there, covering her mouth with a chuckle. You actually blocked it? Impressive. But that counter of yours missed me completely. What, were you afraid of hurting your big sister? If you keep holding back like that, I am going to have to teach you a lesson. Lu Fan replied seriously. Understood. And just like that, they clashed again, making the entire room shake with their intense battle. Meanwhile, outside the door, a crowd of students was still gathered, eagerly waiting to see the outcome. That pretty senior was really brave to walk into such a crazy room. Shh, quiet. It sounds like they are still going at it. Even I only lasted 2 minutes. She must be hanging on for dear life. Just then, an announcement echoed, signaling the end of another exam match. Someone quickly pointed out, Hey, Jiang Fengyun's match is over. Meanwhile, at the arena where the freshman evaluation was taking place, Team Jiang Fengyun, shooting wins. As the announcement blared, the stands erupted in thunderous applause. Jiang Fengyun, Jiang Fengyun, Jiang Fengyun. Down in the arena, Jiang Fengyun basked in the cheers with a smug grin on his face. Shu Ting leaned in and whispered, Brother Jiang, some guys from the Fengyun Pavilion said Lu Fan sneaked into the stands today to watch you fight. Jiang Fengyun snorted. Trying to analyze me? Looks like he is scared. Too bad for him. I did not even show half of my real strength in this match. With that, Jiang Fengyun raised a single finger and laughed out loud. Lu Fan, you won't be acting cocky for much longer. Don't you dare chicken out of tomorrow's match. Hearing this, the crowd went wild, chanting Jiang Fengyun's name even louder. Up in the stands, Tao Xiaoman said, Seriously, let's get out of here. But as she spoke, she realized Lu Fan was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, she asked, Wait, where is Lu Fan? Qin Chu said worriedly. Did Jiang Fengyun realize Lu Fan came to watch? Han Qi dialed Lu Fan's number and said, He said he got bored and left a while ago. Let me give him a call. Back in the points arena, Lu Fan was knocked back once again, losing his glasses and cap in the process. Catching his breath, Lu Fan panted heavily, thinking, She is insanely strong. Where on earth did this woman come from? And she easily could have taken me down in just a few moves. Instead, it feels like she is guiding me to spot the flaws in my own movements. Why is she doing this? Who is she really? Standing her? In just 15 minutes, you went from struggling to actually predicting my moves. You are a fast learner, but your stamina is lacking. And besides, she took a step closer to him. Why hide such a handsome face anyway? She leaned in so close that a flustered Lu Fan ended up slipping and falling backward onto the floor. Suddenly, his phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this. Feeling like he had just been granted a stay of execution, Lu Fan quickly scrambled over to answer it. Hello? Yes, I am on my way back right now. Hanging up, Lu Fan turned to the white-haired girl, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. Thank you. You really taught me a lot of close combat skills today. Before I go, could I get your contact info? The white-haired girl teased with a smirk. Barely set foot in this academy, and you are already asking girls for their contact info? Seems like you are not as innocent as you look. Lu Fan quickly waved his hands to explain. No. I just wanted it so I could set up a time with you next time I am at the gym. I really want you to keep guiding me, senior. If you want to see me again, just open a points match room like today. If we are meant to cross paths, I will show up again. With that, the white-haired girl waved her hand and walked out, leaving Lu Fan standing there dazed and lost in thought. Who on earth was that senior? No, she only looked like a senior because she seemed pretty young. But in that fight just now, she completely dominated me. There is no way someone that strong is a student. Could she be a teacher? Does Longdu Academy actually have a teacher like her? Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of Lu Fan. Longdu Academy ID card, Lu Fan, account balance changed, plus 100. I got the points, but she did not take them? Shaking off his shock, Lu Fan rushed out of the room. He shouted, "Wait, senior!" As he ran, Lu Fan accidentally bumped into several bystanders, drawing their annoyed complaints. Hey, watch where you are going. What is the rush? Lu Fan ignored them completely, running as fast as he could, looking around and shouting for the senior. At the same time, he could not help but wonder, who exactly was that incredibly powerful senior? She did not want the points, did not tell me her real name, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Is she even from Longdu Academy? Or did I just see a ghost? Right then, Lu Fan heard someone calling his name. He turned around and saw 3 people. It was Han Kei and the others. Seeing Lu Fan turn around, Han Kei waved and smiled. Little Fan, what are you doing here? Come on, let us head back. Qin Chu curiously asked about the senior, while Dao Xiaoman grumbled. Lu Fan, what are you up to now? Did you seriously just flirt with some girl in that short amount of time? Lu Fan gave up his search. Looking disappointed, he walked back to the 3 of them and let out a sigh. I could not find her. She really is a mysterious senior. The next day, even after the freshman evaluation finals at Longdu Academy, the crowd showed no signs of leaving. Everyone stayed behind, waiting expectantly. One spectator gasped, "Man, look at this crowd." No wonder. The real final match is definitely this showdown between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun. The person next to him added eagerly, taking on the entire Fengyun pavilion all by himself. Let us see if he is actually that strong, or just completely insane. Down on the arena floor, Jiang Fengyun and the members of the Fengyun pavilion had already gathered. After waiting for a while, with no sign of Lu Fan, Jiang Fengyun grunted in annoyance. Where the hell is Lu Fan? If he is too scared to show up, we will go straight to Villa number 1 and drag him out myself. We did agree on this exact time. Boss Jiang, maybe we should give him a few more minutes. Just as Xu Xing finished speaking, someone pointed toward the arena entrance and shouted, "Look, Lu Fan is here." Hearing this, Jiang Fengyun instantly locked in and yelled, "Everyone get ready." In stark contrast to the tense, serious atmosphere of the Fengyun pavilion, Lu Fan casually strolled onto the field with a piece of toast in his mouth and said, "Let us get this over with quickly. I have got things to do later." Jiang Fengyun glared at Lu Fan and sneered, "Quite an entrance you are making there." Lu Fan replied, "I am not late. I am right on time. I do not know how many of you there are in your little Fengyun pavilion, but since you are all here, just bring it on." Hearing Lu Fan say that, a big, bald guy pointed at him in a rage and snarled, "Hey, watch your mouth, you cocky brat. How dare you talk to Boss Jiang like that? You got a death wish?" Jiang Fengyun raised his hand to stop the bald guy and said coldly, "Since you clearly do not respect us, there is no point in wasting words. I am betting 7,000 points. Lu Fan scratched his head. "Oh, right. I almost forgot we had to wager points on this." Saying that, Lu Fan pulled out a card and declared, 17,000 points. I am going all in. Longdu Academy ID card. Lu Fan, 17,642 points. The members of the Fengyun Pavilion were utterly shocked by that massive number. Xu Xing cried out in a panic. "That is way too much. Boss Jiang, we do not have enough points to match that." "Shut up!" Jiang Fengyun snapped. Greed flared up in his chest as he thought, "He really dares to play this big? If I can win those 17,000 points, I will be living comfortably at Longdu Academy for at least 3 to 4 years. With that thought, Jiang Fengyun snapped out of his daze, clenched his fists, and roared, "Fengyun Pavilion bets every single point we have. If you want to gamble, We will play with you. Xu Xing and the others immediately backed him up, shouting, "Quiet down. Follow Boss Jiang's lead. Do we even have 17,000 points combined? Don't second guess it, just back Boss Jiang up." Once the Fenyun Pavilion members finished squabbling, Lu Fan stretched his shoulders and smiled. "All right, since the bet is set, let us get started." Jiang Fengyun glanced at Xu Xing and whispered, "To be this cocky, he is definitely planning to summon his dragon right away." Xu Xing replied, "Understood." With that, she raised her weapon and began chanting her spell. Jiang Fengyun then roared at the top of his lungs, "Fengyun Pavilion, get ready." Hearing the order, the rest of the members drew their weapons, waiting for the command. Right as Jiang Fengyun gave the signal, Xu Xing unleashed her binding spell, aiming it straight at Lu Fan. The binding chain spell locks down the designated target, rendering them completely unable to move and unable to use any skills for 5 seconds. Taking advantage of this, the other members unleashed their own unique moves, charging straight toward Lu Fan. Leading the charge, Jiang Fengyun lunged forward and roared, "Perfect. Now let us see how you are going to summon anything. Charge!" Behind him, the other members also cheered excitedly. "Attack! Get him!" On the other side, Lu Fan clicked his tongue as he watched the members of the Wind Cloud Pavilion charging toward him with overwhelming momentum. With a slight flex of his body, the binding chains shattered. He drew his weapon and effortlessly blocked Jiang Fengyun's incoming attack. Jiang Fengyun gasped in shock, thinking, he broke free. Before he could even process it, Lu Fan reached out. Grabbing him by the collar, Lu Fan casually threw him to the ground like a bag of trash. Up in the stands, the crowd gasped in disbelief. He slammed Fengyun with his bare hands. On the field, the Wind Cloud Pavilion members froze in their tracks, staring wide-eyed at Lu Fan and the fallen Jiang Fengyun. Xu Jing cried out in worry. "Brother Jiang." He quickly cast a rigidity spell on Lu Fan and screamed to his teammates, "Hurry, use long-range attacks." Rigidity spell. The designated target's body gradually stiffens, reducing their movement and attack speed by 75% for 7 seconds. Hearing his shout, the Wind Cloud Pavilion members finally snapped out of it and rapidly unleashed their magic skills. In an instant, a barrage of magic rained down on Lu Fan's position, causing massive explosions and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust finally cleared, Lu Fan stood completely unscathed. He stepped on Jiang Fengyun's head, smiling as he mocked, "Is this the best the #1 freshman can do? You're really falling short of expectations." Pinned to the ground, Jiang Fengyun grabbed Lu Fan's leg. Struggling to turn his head towards Xu Jing, he yelled in anger, "Xu Jing, what the hell is wrong with your spell?" Trembling all over, Xu Jing stammered in disbelief. "How is this possible? No way, I clearly hit him." Looking down at them, Lu Fan chuckled and explained, "Hey, don't blame him. My stats are just a bit too high thanks to my Dragon Tamer buffs. Low-level skills like that won't work on me." Furious and deeply humiliated, Jiang Fengyun roared, "You bastard." He pulled a blindfold over his eyes and activated a skill, spawning multiple clones that completely surrounded Lu Fan. The Wind Cloud Pavilion members cheered in excitement. Brother Jiang is using that move. It's his ultimate technique. Lu Fan is finished. Only Xu Jing kept his head down, staring blankly at his hands as he muttered, "Just how high are Lu Fan's stats compared to mine? Is my skill really that useless against him?" Meanwhile, facing the army of clones surrounding him, Lu Fan raised his hand, gathering fire elements as his confident smile remained. "I gotta admit, Jiang, this move of yours looks pretty cool. Since you're the top freshman, I'll give you a special treat that even Chen Tianji hasn't seen yet." Sensing what was coming, Jiang Fengyun panicked. What does he mean by that? Is he going to summon something? A few seconds later, Xiao Ye, in her doomsday form, materialized in the sky for everyone to see. The moment she was summoned, a massive shockwave of fire erupted from her, sweeping outward. Taking the hit head-on, Jiang Fengyun's clones were instantly wiped out by the fiery wave. As the inferno continued to spread, the Wind Cloud Pavilion members scrambled in terror, crying out, "Someone help me! My legs are shaking. I can't even stand. A dragon! It's a real dragon! I can't breathe. We need to run. We're dead. Oh my god." Up in the stands, the crowd gasped in awe. "Is that Lu Fan's dragon pet? That size is insane. Look, even the Wind Cloud Pavilion guys are running. We've got to get out of here too." On the field, Xu Jing was running for his life when he noticed Jiang Fengyun standing frozen. He screamed in panic, "Brother Jiang, let's get out of here. Stop fighting." But Jiang Fengyun didn't seem to hear him. He stared blankly up at Xiao Ye in the sky, whispering, "It's different, totally different." This is nothing like Chen Tianji's dragon. This is a legendary dragon. Right then, Lu Fan spoke up. Hang in there, Jiang. Now, it's my turn to fight back. The moment he finished speaking, Xiaoye let out a deafening roar, unleashing her draconic pressure. Instantly, any Wind Cloud Pavilion members who hadn't escaped the arena were hit with negative debuffs, stunned, feared, and paralyzed. On top of that, they felt a splitting headache, as if their skulls were cracking open. They couldn't help but scream in agony. It hurts so much. Save me. Please, spare us. Brother Jiang, help me. Jiang Fenyun wasn't doing any better. His head was spinning, and his body swayed, on the verge of collapsing. What on earth is this? How can anyone win against this? My body won't move. I have to get out of here. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Jiang Fengyun's vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness completely. Lu Fan held the card in his hand and looked down at Jiang Fengyun with a smirk. So, do you know who's number 1 now? I'll be taking all of Wind Cloud Pavilion's points, then. Dragon Capital University Student ID. Lu Fan's points changed, plus 12,941. Turning to Xiaoye, Lu Fan said, all done. Let's go. Xiaoye, we still have important things to do. Hearing this, Xiaoye transformed back into her dragon girl form and flew down to Lu Fan's side. A moment later, over at the Longdo Academy Point Battle Arena, Lu Fan is on the phone with Qin Chu. Qin Chu asks, if we didn't have class, we totally would have been there to cheer you on. So, how did it go? Did you get hurt? Lu Fan chuckles and replies, of course not. I actually racked up a ton of points. Once I get back tonight, I'll share some with everyone, okay? Right then, the door creaks open. Oh, let's talk more when I get home. I'm hanging up now. Hanging up, Lu Fan stares at the door, waiting for his opponent to enter. But when he sees the white-haired girl walk in, his face lights up with joy. Senior, you actually came, he exclaims. The white-haired girl smiles and says, well, I'm pretty free today, but hearing you say that, were you waiting for me? Lu Fan grins and replies, yeah, of course. Fighting other people is so boring. Sparring with you is the only way I can actually learn anything. After all, you're above level 70. Honestly, you're not actually an upperclassman, are you? Hearing this, the white-haired girl is momentarily taken aback. She steps back and glances at the small sign outside, right next to the door. It reads, 100 points, level 70 room in use. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Zhao Shengming rushes over to the Fengyun Pavilion group. After checking them over, he lets out a sigh of relief and says, looks like that kid knows when to hold back. None of their injuries are life-threatening. Back to our main character, the white-haired girl, let's just call her the gorgeous senior, pouts and says, you brat, are you trying to set me up? Lu Fan quickly explains, what? No. The door has a level limit setting. Since you were able to walk right in, it proves your level is higher than 70, meaning you're definitely not just an upperclassman. Changing your tone already? So, what do you think my real identity is? The gorgeous senior asks, looking quite amused. Lu Fan rubs his chin, analyzing her. Based on looks, you definitely look like a senior student, but with that level and power, you must be an instructor. The gorgeous senior bursts out laughing and replies, oh please, just keep calling me senior. And speaking of looks, she suddenly steps closer to Lu Fan. It's much better to see you without your handsome face covered up this time. But hey, stop playing these little games to pry into my business. If you still want to see me, stop setting the level limit any higher, or I won't show up anymore. Yes, ma'am, Lu Fan replies with an embarrassed laugh, feeling a bit disappointed inside. He was actually planning to set it to level 80 next time, but looks like that's out of the question now. I didn't expect you to adapt and use the combat skills I showed you last time in your match against Jiang Fengyun so quickly. Saying this, the gorgeous senior draws her weapon, ready to spar with Lu Fan. So, you watched my match earlier, senior? Lu Fan asks with a chuckle, drawing his own weapon to prepare for battle. The gorgeous senior continues, you barely traded a few blows before summoning your dragon and scaring the entire crowd. You seemed a bit too impatient, but knocking Jiang Fengyun down right after launching your counterattack showed some incredibly fast reflexes. I guess the speed training I gave you really paid off. Lu Fan grins. Hee hee, thanks for teaching me, senior. My close combat skills still have a long way to go. Just as they're chatting happily, the gorgeous senior suddenly lunges forward and slashes at him. Catching Lu Fan completely off guard, the strike leaves a cut. What are you doing? Lu Fan cries out in shock. Even though you've improved a lot, you're not good enough to pull off that humble bragging act just yet. The gorgeous senior lectures him with a serious face. No, you've got it all wrong. I'm not humble bragging. I genuinely want to learn from you. You're so strong and kind, senior. Last time, you didn't just teach me. You even gave me 100 points. It feels like you're taking care of your own little brother. If you could guide me more often, I'd definitely improve in no time. And if that's asking too much, I can even pay you tuition. The gorgeous senior can't help but laugh at his words. Like a little brother, you really know how to sweet-talk your way into things, don't you? Keep your tuition. I heard you have an older sister who's an amazing cook, right? If you want me to teach you, just bring me some of her home-cooked food. Yes, ma'am. Lu Fan happily agrees, silently adding, she's actually my aunt, but calling her my sister isn't too far off. Since you've been waiting for me, come at me. Let's see what you've learned. All right, here I come. With that, Lu Fan takes the initiative and charges. The gorgeous senior effortlessly parries his strikes, assessing his moves. Oh, you really are much faster now. Tell you what, if you can land just one hit on me today, I'll gift you a brand new weapon. What do you think? Your current weapon doesn't suit your level anymore. How about switching to one like mine? That's actually true. This dark dragon scale sword has been with me for a long time. Lu Fan is referring to the unique effect that allows him to partially transform into a dragon, significantly boosting the dragonification power of his dark dragon scale sword. Then besides a weapon, what else do you want? I want a level Do you have any idea how extremely rare and precious that thing is? With that, she immediately launches a counterattack, beating him to a pulp while sighing. Why did I even bother asking you? Take this. That evening, Lu Fan drags his battered body back home. After hearing him explain what happened, Hanka finally breathed a sigh of relief. As she helped massage Lu Fan, she said, "Why were you so terrified and panicking like that anyway? I thought you and Jiang Fengyun were in the middle of some crazy showdown, but you didn't even land a single hit on her the entire afternoon. While your whole body is aching, she didn't even break a single drop of sweat." Hearing that, Jian Ying speculated, "Based on what you said, there is a high chance that Senior is not an instructor at Longdu Academy. At least, I have never run into any instructor like her." Qin Chu, who had been glued to her tablet this whole time, suddenly blurted out, "Lu Fan, you are trending on the school forum again. You and Xiao Ye are in the video posted by the Fengyun Pavilion." As she spoke, she turned the screen around so everyone could see. Someone actually caught that on camera? I was there at the time, and I almost died. What on earth is that? A dragon? Lu Fan's dragon sent Chen Tianji flying 108,000 miles away. There were just too many people, so I could not squeeze through the crowd. Then, out of nowhere, there was this terrifying roar, and everyone started running out. I heard some people saying Lu Fan took down Jiang Fengyun, and seeing this video, it is actually true. I told you guys before that Lu Fan was number one for a reason, but nobody believed me. Now that you have seen the dragon, you believe me, right? It is such a bummer that I missed it. Is anyone down to form a group and stake out in front of Lu Fan's villa? Even if we do not get to see the dragon, just getting an autograph would be awesome. Reading the comments under the post, Hanka smiled and said, "Oh, so the whole school knows you won now. I guess that previous controversy is finally settled. From what I can see, things are not going back to normal anytime soon. You are going to be the new target of their obsession instead of the Fengyun Pavilion," Jian Ying warned. Lu Fan sighed and replied, "I already got a taste of that back when the college entrance exam rankings were announced. But whatever. We just need to focus on our own goals. So what is your current goal?" Lu Fan did not answer, choosing instead to let his actions speak for him. A moment later, inside the level 45 Venomous Spider Forest Secret Realm on Nightmare difficulty. "I did not expect your goal to be leveling up. I thought you wanted to focus on studying under that senior," Jian Ying said while constantly wiping out mobs of monsters. "Of course I have to level up. Once I get stronger, I will definitely be able to gain the upper hand against her." After defeating the boss, Lu Fan successfully reached level 30, which meant he met the requirements for his second class advancement. So, the group left the secret realm and headed to the class advancement hall. To their surprise, the moment the other students saw Lu Fan, especially the female students, they went wild and swarmed him to express their admiration. This left Lu Fan with no choice but to use his old trick, running off in a hurry to throw on a disguise. 10 minutes later, wearing a face mask, sunglasses, and covered from head to toe, Lu Fan finally dared to return to the class advancement hall. Where did he go? He was just here a second ago. As expected of the number one, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Qin Chu breathed a sigh of relief as the newly formed crowd of fans brushed past them. "We made it out. Looking apologetic, Lu Fan said, I am sorry guys, but do I seriously have to go out dressed like this from now on? Jealous, Xiao Dao said. Talk about a first world problem. I would love to have a bunch of hot guys chasing after me like that. Speaking of which, there has never been any record of a dragon tamer undergoing a second-class advancement, so there is absolutely no data for you to reference right now. In contrast to Jian Ying's concern, Qin Qi said excitedly, which means Lu Fan is about to make history. That is right. No one can give me advice for this class advancement. No matter how it turns out, I can only rely on my own strength. While Lu Fan was lost in thought, Xiao Dao patted his shoulder to urge him on. Lu Fan, we have arrived at the class advancement hall. Taking off his disguise, Lu Fan did not forget to reassure them before entering the class advancement hall. Do not worry, everyone. I already have a way to figure out the path for a dragon tamer's second-class advancement. The advancement ritual has to be done in private, so just wait here for my good news. Inside the advancement chamber of the Longdu Academy's class advancement hall, after the system verified that Lu Fan was eligible for class advancement using the student ID card issued by Longdu Academy, it announced, Student Lu Fan, your second stage class advancement is ready. Please step onto the advancement platform. As Lu Fan followed the system's instructions, he thought to himself, unlike the initial class awakening, the second stage class advancement offers many different sub-branches that I can actively choose from. For known classes, as long as someone has chosen them before, it would be recorded as a reference for future generations. The advancement platform activated. No information regarding the Dragon Tamer class has been found. Please do not leave the advancement platform while the ritual is in progress. Current class. Dragon Tamer Stage 1. No records for the second stage advancement branch. As expected, there are no records of the Dragon Tamer's advancement subclasses. Fortunately, I can search for it through my own system. The advancement ritual begins. Longdu Academy wishes you a successful class advancement. Just a few seconds later, 3 subclasses of the second stage Dragon Tamer, represented by 3 different color panels, appeared. First, we have the Dragon Priest. Its 2 key stats are Spirit and Stamina. Once your pet dragon receives the Dragon Priest buff, your recovery rate and overall power will shoot through the roof. This class leans heavily towards support, allowing me to learn powerful abilities like Dragon Encouragement. If I go with this, I'll get stronger by casting buffs on my pet dragons. And even without a dragon by my side, I'd still be an all-around support powerhouse with top-tier skills. Lu Fan then turns his attention to the purple panel displaying the Dragon Spellcaster class. Its 2 key stats are Spirit and Agility. The description says it unlocks a vast array of dragon language magic and crowd control skills, and it even lets me absorb and cast my pet dragon's own abilities. It looks like a pure mage-type class. My main arsenal would be high-tier dragon language magic, along with the ability to copy my dragon's moves. Next up is the Dragon Hunter, with Strength and Stamina as its primary stats. It specializes in close combat and damage reduction skills. The craziest part? It even allows me to dragonize my own body and fight as a massive giant dragon. If Dragon Spellcaster is the advanced form of a dragon language mage, then Dragon Hunter must be the ultimate upgrade for a Dragon Blood warrior. I'd gain upgraded versions of skills like Dragon Claw, except I'd be able to dragonize multiple parts of my body at once. I could even transform completely into a giant dragon, unleashing absolute destruction while soaking up tons of damage. So, my choices are a support build with Dragon Encouragement, a magic build with dragon language magic, or a melee beast focusing on enhanced dragonization. Man, every single option sounds incredible. But that dragon transformation from the Dragon Hunter class is just too cool to ignore. So these are all the second-tier class paths for a dragon tamer. But just as he's weighing his options, a brand new panel pops up on the screen. Second-tier class path, Silver Dragon Rider. However, there are 0 historical records for this class. It's called the Silver Dragon Rider, with agility and strength as its core stats. It unlocks a wide range of skills designed for seamless cooperation with your pet dragon. Your solo combat skills become even more devastating, and you aren't restricted to any single playstyle. This means you can become a flawless all-rounder, and your skills reach godlike levels when fighting side by side with your dragon. Honestly, you don't even need a brain to guess which path Lu Fan is going to choose. After successfully class changing into a Silver Dragon Rider, his contract limit increases from 2 to 3, and his base stats skyrocket. On top of that, several of his skills get a major upgrade. A dragon tamer can tame any creature of the dragonkin, His dragon encouragement skill is upgraded, boosting all stats and attack power for both him and his dragons by 30%. Dragon Claw evolves into Dragon Annihilation, morphing his arm into a massive Dragon Claw to unleash 6 high-speed consecutive strikes that can even hit targets from a distance. And yes, this move can be executed in perfect sync with his dragon. Meanwhile, Dragon Fang Strike evolves into Void Break, channeling draconic energy to deliver 2 consecutive slashes that can sync with his dragon from afar. Meanwhile, outside the temple, everyone who entered the class change hall after Lu Fan has already come out, but there's still no sign of Lu Fan, and his friends are starting to get really worried. Hey, does a class change usually take this long? The longer we wait, the more anxious I get. Do you think something went wrong? Don't worry, Daozi. This is a massive moment for Lu Fan after all. Han Ke tries to reassure her, though she's actually shaking like a leaf herself. Seeing her like that, Jianying steps in to comfort her. I completely understand how worried you are, sis. Right now, Lu Fan is exploring brand new possibilities. In fact, his choice might just rewrite the rules of this entire era. So at a crucial moment like this, we need to believe in him more than ever. The dark, 800-year history of the Dragon Tamers is finally coming to an end. Just as Qin Chu finishes speaking, Lu Fan finally steps out of the class change hall. Lu Fan, is the ritual done? How did it go? What's your class now? Lu Fan, is everything okay? Lu Fan smiles and replies, sorry for keeping you guys waiting. Everything went perfectly. Let's talk on the way. Hearing Lu Fan talk about his new class, Taozi can't help but look at him with awe. Wow, Silver Dragon Rider sounds absolutely badass. Han Ke then asks curiously, Lu Fan, does this class mean you have to learn how to ride a dragon? Of course it does. Actually, part of the reason I chose this class is because I managed to get a dragon saddle back at the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Once Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei reach level 3, I'll finally be able to use it. Lu Fan replies, secretly celebrating in his head. Not only do I have Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, but I've also unlocked my 3rd contract slot. Astral Dragon, wait for me. I'm coming to tame you. But as soon as he gets back to Villa number 1, Lu Fan spots a familiar figure waiting at the door, leaving him completely stunned. Senior? What are you doing here? I really should have just given you my contact info. Waiting around like this has been a massive waste of my time. Seeing the stunning beauty, Taozi immediately nudges Lu Fan's shoulder with a playful smirk. So, this is the senior who beat you to a pulp? Why didn't you mention she was such a total knockout? Taozi, please, calm down, Lu Fan says, feeling his cheeks burn. Well, looks like everyone already knows who I am. The gorgeous senior lets out a soft laugh, then turns her gaze toward Han Ke. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the buff cook, Han Ke, right? Oh, yes, that's me. Lu Fan Senior knows who I am? Of course I do. Actually, I came here today to discuss something with you. Do you mind if I borrow your precious Lu Fan for a little bit? Her words instantly leave Lu Fan standing there, completely flustered. Lu Fan and his friends froze in place for 5 seconds. Haha, it is just a small matter in the city. Don't overthink it. Hearing that, Han Ke happily replied, oh my gosh, if you two have plans, just go. Why are you even asking? Besides, little Fan has learned so much from you over the last few days anyway. Thanks, Sister Han, let's go, the gorgeous senior said as she dragged Lu Fan away. Jian Ying, who had been silent the entire time, kept her eyes locked on the gorgeous senior until the two of them completely disappeared from sight. On the road, while the gorgeous senior was driving, Lu Fan received a text message from Qin Chu. It read, Jian Ying just said that after meeting this senior, she is even more convinced this woman is not a teacher from Longdu Academy. Lu Fan, you must be careful. After reading the text, Lu Fan instinctively turned to look at the gorgeous senior. Sensing the strange look in his eyes, she smiled and asked, what is wrong? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Senior, what are we about to do? Why did we have to leave the campus? What else could we be doing? To buy you a gift, of course. It is that ultra-rare consumable you mentioned last time, the level removal enchantment? Wait, really? The gorgeous senior did not answer, driving straight toward the Tianhe auction house. Senior, are we here because... Only then did the gorgeous senior explain. It just so happens that there is an enchantment scroll you wanted at this auction. You have to seize the opportunity when it comes. Last time, the vice principal had to pay an insanely high price to get the Flying Dragon Cemetery, so I am afraid this rare scroll will be just as crazy. Thinking about this, Lu Fan said hesitantly, Senior, maybe we should forget about it. Seeing Lu Fan's worried expression, the gorgeous senior laughed and said, Where did all that energy you had when demanding a gift go? Relax. I have got way more money than you think. Before I find out her true identity, I should still be careful. I cannot just keep owing her favors. Thinking to himself, Lu Fan quickly promised, Senior, I will find a way to pay you back for this. A few minutes later, the auction officially began. The very first item was the exact scroll Lu Fan needed. This is an extremely rare enchantment scroll. It can remove the level restrictions of any tool or gear. Not only are the crafting materials extremely expensive, but its success rate is also a mere 0.35%. The starting bid is 95 million dragon coins. The moment the auctioneer finished speaking, the crowd went wild with bids. 125 million dragon coins, 140 million, 185 million, 200 million. Listening to the numbers, Lu Fan was completely stunned. Sure, I planned to pay her back no matter how much it was, but why is the price skyrocketing so fast? We currently have a bid of 230 million dragon coins. Is there anyone else willing to go higher? Let me teach you a lesson. When it comes to auctions, never play the slow burn game. You have to strike with a decisive blow. The gorgeous senior whispered to Lu Fan, then raised her hand to bid. I bid. But before she could even finish her sentence, someone cut her off. 300 million. I bid 300 million dragon coins. Everyone turned their gaze toward the person who had just made the bid, and Lu Fan was no exception. And when he saw who it was, Lu Fan could not hide his shock. Kim Ju? She wants this enchantment scroll too? The gorgeous senior frowned. The little princess of the Taiji kingdom? She is loaded. If we compete with her, it looks like it is going to cost an arm and a leg. Her remark left Lu Fan even more surprised. Senior, how do you even know her? My sources of information are very broad, so I know all about the history between you and Kim Ju. Today, I will help you get some payback. Even if the price goes through the roof, there is no way she is getting her hands on it. This scroll is definitely going to be your gift. The gorgeous senior chuckled, raising her paddle to offer a staggering amount. 400 million. Oh, 400 million? The bid has now reached 400 million dragon coins. Who is that? How annoying. Kim Ju angrily slammed the table, jumping to her feet and looking around to find the person who had just bid. Princess, please calm down. We brought 500 million dragon coins with us this time, so we can still keep bidding. The moment Choi Hyung-tae finished speaking, the gorgeous senior dropped another bombshell. No, I changed my mind. I bid 500 million. Her words immediately sent the auctioneer into a frenzy, shouting, This is absolutely unbelievable. 500 million. This is the first time I have ever seen someone outbid themselves like this. Is there any bid higher than 500 million? 500 million going once? 500 million going twice? 500 million going 3 times. What? Who on earth is the annoying jerk trying to pick a fight with me? Hearing the furious scream and seeing Kim Ju's bitter, sour face, the gorgeous senior could not help but feel extremely amused. This is exactly what I meant by striking with a decisive blow. On the outside, Lu Fan was smiling, but on the inside, he was crying a river. He desperately wished he could have just let Kim Ju have it. How on earth was he going to pay back 500 million? Sold. Congratulations to this lady for getting exactly what she wanted. Please proceed to the VIP lounge. Following the auctioneer's instructions, the gorgeous senior and Lu Fan left their seats and headed to the lounge. Only then did Choi Hyung-tae catch a glimpse of the bidder, instinctively gasping, Lu Fan. Hearing that, Kim Ju immediately whipped her head around to look in the direction Choi Hyung-tae was pointing. Once she confirmed it was Lu Fan, she gritted her teeth in sheer rage. Him again, that annoying peasant. How dare he ruin my plans? Princess, please calm down. I'll just find another scroll just like this one. Jinzhou didn't even spare Choi Hyung-tae a glance as she whipped around to leave. As she walked, she barked out an order. Let's go. You really are completely useless. Just wait until my brother gets here. You're gonna get what's coming to you, you worthless trash. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his beautiful senior had been sitting in the VIP lounge of the Tianhua auction house for a while. Soon, a stunning woman walked in, carrying the item they had just successfully bid on. The moment she saw the senior, she clicked her tongue and teased, I knew it was you. Only you would dare to bid like that at my place. The beautiful senior rushed over and playfully hugged her. Sorry for showing up without giving you a heads up. You really should have. You spend so much money here every single time, I need to make sure you're treated like royalty. Only then did the woman notice someone else in the room. She sized Lu Fan up with a curious look and asked, And who might this be? He's my junior. I actually bought this scroll as a gift for him. Oh? A little brother? Du Yakyu smiled knowingly and introduced herself. You can call me Sister Du, or even Aunt Du if you prefer. I'm the owner of this place, so if you ever need to buy anything rare in the future, just come straight to me. Lu Fan shook Du Yakyu's hand and politely replied, Hello, Sister Du. I'm Lu Fan. It turns out you and my senior are acquainted. Haha, your senior and I are way more than just acquainted. I'm actually her sister-in-law. Her brother and I run this auction house together. Ah, I see, Lu Fan replied. He thought to himself, no wonder she was bidding so freely. This place literally belongs to her brother. It makes my insistence on paying her back look kind of ridiculous. Out of the 500 million, I still need to make another 480 million to pay her back in full. But those worries completely vanished the moment his beautiful senior called him over to open his gift. With this enchantment scroll, he could finally bypass the level 60 requirement for the soul wings of the Wyvern King. By the way, have you found anything new to add to the illustrated catalog lately? Du Yakyu asked with a smile. Pulling out an elite black card to pay for the scroll, the beautiful senior let out a heavy sigh and replied, I've got nothing. You've already recorded all my random junk. Man, my account is totally wiped out. Seeing the funds clear into her account, Du Yakyu beamed and said, Make sure to shop here again next time. Noticing Lu Fan's thoughtful expression, the beautiful senior teased him, Xiao Fan, oh Xiao Fan, you better figure out how you're going to pay me back those 500 million. Sister Han is waiting for me to return you in one piece, but you look like you're planning to pull a fast one on me. Ignoring her teasing, Lu Fan asked, Excuse me, but what is this illustrated catalog you two were just talking about? Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention it. This is actually the other reason I brought you here. The beautiful senior tapped on her tablet and turned the screen around to show Lu Fan the secret behind how I make so many dragon coins to buy whatever I want. It all lies in the Baibao illustrated catalog system, which is exclusive to this auction house. As long as you find something that isn't already recorded in the catalog, you can make money. Simple, right? Du Yakyu chimed in with a laugh. Though the money she makes here can only be called pocket change, because the value of actual legendary treasures is simply beyond measure. Lu Fan scanned the list, then asked in surprise, Wait, you said recording it, not selling it? Exactly. As long as you record a treasure's information in the Baibao illustrated catalog, the Tianhua auction house will estimate its value and pay a percentage of that valuation to the owner. To put it simply, they use the collected records of rare treasures as advertising for the Tianhua auction house, especially since my sister-in-law's business targets high-end clientele. Du Yakyu added, Of course, if you actually want to sell the item, we can do that too. I can earn 3% of the appraised value just for recording it. If I record my rare gear, I might be able to pay off that 500 million debt in no time. With that in mind, he quietly made a decision. Lu Fan immediately pulled the legendary soul wings of the Wyvern King out of his storage ring and asked Du Yakyu to appraise it, leaving her jaw dropped in shock. What? A level 60 legendary soul wing. This is the real deal. Handsome, this thing is worth at least 2 billion. Please, you have to let us record it in our Baibao illustrated catalog. 3% of 2 billion is 60 million. Well, see? I wasn't lying, was I? Making money with the catalog really is just that simple. Lu Fan silently agreed. His senior's method was incredibly convenient, but it was still far from enough to cover the 500 million. Thinking of this, Lu Fan smirked and said, By the way, Sister Du, I actually have something even rarer than the soul wings. Hearing this, Du Yakyu's eyes lit up with excitement. You have even more good stuff? I wonder how you would appraise this dragon egg. With that, Lu Fan pulled out the cosmic dragon egg, leaving Du Yakyu utterly stunned. A dragon egg? Wait, are you the dragon tamer from the southern province? Even the beautiful senior couldn't hide her shock as she blurted out, Lu Fan, you have a second dragon besides the black dragon? Lu Fan didn't answer, but secretly felt a pang of regret. If he counted the 2 Wyvern Kings summoned by the bone flute, he actually had 5 dragons now. It was a shame he had fed the bone flute to Xiao Fei, or else he could have recorded it in the catalog to make even more cash. A small sum. If the unranked soul wings are considered the elite of the elite, then this dragon egg is an absolute, once-in-a-lifetime miracle. I take back what I said, not every treasure can be given a price. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel completely bewildered when he heard Du Yakyu's words. So, this dragon egg can't be added to the catalog? Du Yakyu rushed over, grabbed Lu Fan's shoulders, and said excitedly, No, please, you absolutely must let us add it to the Baibao illustrated catalog. If this dragon egg is featured in the prestigious catalog of the Tianhua auction house, our name will spread like wildfire across the entire country. Actually, it is not just national, it will take the world by storm and literally make history. How about this? You come to our auction house once every month. Take whatever you like. No matter how high the auction price goes, I will cover it. How does that sound? Without a second thought, Lu Fan replied, "Of course, that sounds great. Please, go ahead and add these 2 items to the catalog. So, which month does this perk start?" "Really? That's amazing. It starts this month, effective right now." Lu Fan laughed and replied, "That's perfect. It just so happens there is something I would like to take for free right now." A moment later, Lu Fan happily left the lounge with an enchantment scroll he got for $0. Just owning 1 dragon was enough to put him on the path to becoming #1 in the world. But now, Lu Fan has yet another dragon egg. I really made the right bet this time. The beautiful senior looked at Lu Fan and said, "Hey, I clearly did not back out of our deal, so you had better return that 500 million. Got it?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Sure thing. Since Sister Du said it takes effect today, I'm just choosing this level removal enchantment as my free item for this month." She did not expect her sister-in-law to agree so easily and immediately transfer the money back to her like that. The beautiful senior felt a bit of regret. The refund came so quickly that she felt too embarrassed to even ask for a bit of interest. Tianhua really has collected so many rare items. I will definitely have to remember to come here once a month from now on, Lu Fan said. Just as he and the beautiful senior were walking through the lobby, the Tianhua auction house's catalog was updated with the latest information. The moment the dragon egg appeared in the catalog, it sent shockwaves through the crowd. A dragon egg? Did Tianhua seriously get their hands on a dragon egg? A dragon? The legendary creature capable of wiping out an entire nation? Oh my god! Just then, an overexcited young man grabbed a security guard by the collar and shouted, "How much is that dragon egg? Even if I have to go completely bankrupt, I must buy it." The guard flusteredly replied, "I am so sorry, but I really do not know anything." Meanwhile, someone else was calling a friend, and because the other person did not seem to believe him, he had to insist. "Seriously, I saw it with my own eyes. There is definitely a dragon egg added to Tianhua's catalog." Lu Fan looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but marvel. Sister Du really works fast. From now on, the Tianhua auction house is going to be completely famous. "Hey kid, now is not the time to be celebrating for her." The beautiful senior gestured with her chin. "Look at that mob frantically squeezing inside just to see the dragon egg. If we do not get out of here fast, we will end up sleeping here tonight." After a chaotic struggle, Lu Fan and the beautiful senior finally managed to get outside and breathe the fresh air. "We finally escaped." The beautiful senior sighed in relief. "My sister-in-law is going to make an absolute fortune this time. You really should have demanded 3 or 4 treasures a month to make it worth your while." Although Lu Fan was crying tears of regret on the inside, he still put on a brave face and replied, "I think that might have been a bit too greedy. By the way, where is your ride?" "My ride is right here." The beautiful senior playfully winked and walked over to a heavy motorcycle parked nearby. "But this isn't the bike we came here on, is it? That other one was just a ride I brought to return to my sister-in-law. My actual bike has been here the whole time." Lu Fan silently stared at her, feeling quite surprised. He had assumed she would summon a mount like Uncle Chin, or have a personal chauffeur like Jin Zhou. He never expected her to be the type who loves to ride solo and feel the wind in her hair. "What are you just standing there for? Make sure to hold on tight. Your senior rides very fast. If you happen to fall off, I am absolutely not turning back to pick you up." Only then did Lu Fan scramble onto the back. Before he could even settle in, the bike shot forward, nearly sending his soul flying right out of his body. "Sis! I haven't even got a good grip yet," Lu Fan screamed in terror. Hearing this, the beautiful senior burst out laughing and teased him. "After your second-class change, your agility and endurance stats are pretty high. Are you seriously still scared of this speed? Wow, you really know a lot about me, huh? I literally just completed my second-class change, and you already know everything?" The beautiful senior continued to chat as she rode. "After reaching your second-class change, you should have 3 pet slots. Wait, if you had 2 slots before, one was for the black dragon, so why wasn't that unhatched dragon egg in the other slot?" Saying this, the beautiful senior suddenly turned her head to ask Lu Fan, "Hey, don't tell me that dragon egg is actually your 3rd dragon. The 3rd one? Watch the road, sis," Lu Fan yelled, so terrified his tongue was tied. "You seriously have no idea how insanely lucky you are, kid. Dragons are basically gods. Some people struggle their whole lives and never get to even see one. And then there is you, so young and already having 3 of them. Taking advantage of the friendly atmosphere, Lu Fan boldly asked, "Senior, why are you helping me so much? And when will I finally get to know your real identity?" The beautiful senior replied seriously, "It's not time yet, Lu Fan. You still have to get past the first hurdle." The first hurdle? That's right. A special envoy will soon arrive at Longdu Academy to test whether you're qualified to participate in the national trial. And you have to get him to recognize you to pass this stage. That special envoy is also over level 70. I'm worried he might target you. Lu Fan burst out laughing. "So you were sent by the academy to help me with this, senior. You could say that, but why are you laughing?" Lu Fan joked half seriously. "No matter what level he is, as long as you're the one training me, that special envoy better start praying. I'm definitely joining the national trial, so he'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, he's going to learn a very painful lesson. Haha, you sure are cocky. Make sure you put him in his place when the time comes." The beautiful senior laughed heartily and looked up at the sky. "Is it already this late? I need to get you back right away. I promised the girls at Villa number 1 that I'd return you tonight. Hold on tight, I'm about to speed up." While the beautiful senior was speaking, Lu Fan quietly activated his wyvern soul wings and grabbed her hand. "Senior, hold on tight to my hand. Let me fly you back for the rest of the way." With that, Lu Fan held her hand and soared into the sky. A moment later, Lu Fan gently set her down on a main road, asking with a hint of regret, "Are you sure you don't need me to drop you off at your place?" "Yeah, go on home," she replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Fan didn't linger any longer and obediently left. What a dork. Any other guy would have insisted on walking me all the way to my doorstep, but I guess it's fine. I actually prefer being the passive one. The beautiful senior's joy didn't last long, though, as she suddenly realized she had left her motorcycle behind, making her angrily curse at Lu Fan. "You dummy." Back with our main character, flying home was exhausting, but on the bright side, it helped him get used to using the soul wings. After resting up, Lu Fan immediately got back to the task he had put on hold for his date with the beautiful senior, hatching the Star Sky Dragon egg. Before getting started, he didn't forget to warn his dragons. "Xiao Fei, Xiao Ye, are you two ready? Even though we failed last time, remember what I told you. You have to get along peacefully from now on." Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei nodded immediately. Only then did Lu Fan feel reassured enough to cast the dragon taming art on the Star Sky Dragon egg. "My third little dragon, come on out." Just a few seconds later, the eggshell cracked open, unleashing a brilliant light that projected an illusion of the starry sky. And thus, a baby dragon with a unique appearance was born. Star Sky Dragon Contract, Level 1, Strength, 795, Agility, 276, Spirit, 109, Stamina, 370. Shattered Star. Creates a star and crushes it to deal massive area of impact damage. The destructive power depends on strength. Starlight Scale Armor. Equips scale armor that continuously absorbs damage taken within 60 seconds. When the skill ends, all enemy targets in melee range will receive the absorbed damage. Star Surge. Energy continuously gushes forth, steadily increasing stamina the longer the battle goes on, so the Star Sky Dragon specializes in physical attacks. It just hatched, and its strength is already 795. Lu Fan picked up the baby dragon, thinking to himself with awe. Its raw stats are aggressive, just like Xiao Fei's, but its strength is double what Xiao Ye had at the start. Once it reaches around level 20, even without my buffs and Xiao Fei's, its strength could easily exceed 10,000. I always thought Xiao Ye was the one best suited for physical attacks, but now it seems Xiao Ye has balanced stats, similar to the Dragon Rider class I chose. The Star Sky Dragon's Starlight Scale Armor looks like a standard damage absorption skill, but it actually serves as both offense and defense, reflecting all the damage absorbed in 60 seconds back at the enemy. Star Surge continuously boosts the Star Sky Dragon's stamina, making it perfect for drawn-out battles. On top of that, the Star Sky Dragon doesn't rely entirely on physical attacks. According to the description of Shattered Star, it's a magic skill with insane damage, but I'll have to test it out to see its true destructive power. While Lu Fan was lost in thought, Xiao Ye habitually picked up a piece of the eggshell. Before she could even pop it into her mouth, the Star Sky Dragon rushed over and smacked her hand, sending the shell flying. Furious, Xiao Ye glared at the newcomer, with daggers in her eyes. "All right, as per tradition, it's time to name your new little sister." Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei, since your names both start with Xiao, how about we name her Xing Chen? Before the newborn could even react, Xiao Fei sulked in a corner, looking totally hurt. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye kept growling in dragon language to voice her disapproval, leaving Lu Fan completely flustered. What's wrong? It's just a name, don't take it so seriously. Come on, once I think of a better name, I'll change it for you guys, okay? Xing Chen, do you like this name? Xing Chen's only response was a completely indifferent look, leaving Lu Fan feeling totally embarrassed. Oh, what an attitude. Well, at least she and Xiao Ye won't end up tearing the place apart. That's a relief. Meanwhile, Kim Seong-han, the new level 60 #1 player of the Taiji Nation, was at Wanlisha, a level 60 to 70 zone. While grinding, he received a phone call from an underling of his troublemaking sister, Kim Ju. Yeah, I got it, Kim Seong-han replied curtly before hanging up. Seong-han, what's wrong? You don't look too good, a young man in white armor asked with concern. Kim Seong-han replied honestly, my little sister had someone call me to ask me to get revenge for her. Two girls in his party, who were sitting and chilling, heard this and asked out of curiosity, Kim Ju. Isn't she studying abroad in the Dragon Nation? Did she get bullied there? Yeah, she's been nagging me for days, saying some punk beat her up, and not just once either. She's all grown up but still acts like a total child. It's my fault for spoiling her since we were kids, Kim Seong-han sighed, completely ignoring a gargantuan monster slowly rising from the mud pit behind him. A young man wearing glasses watched this nonchalantly and continued asking, So, are you going to the Dragon Nation? Of course I am, Kim Seong-han said, while casting a skill to summon a dark illusion, instantly sending the monster trying to ambush him straight to its grave. As the big brother who loves her most, I naturally have to clear all her troubles. But right now, preparing for the national trial is our top priority, so let's conquer the secret realm one more time. Once I get the final piece of the cursed death set, I'll head to the Dragon Nation. Besides dealing with my sister's trouble, I also need to scope out who the Dragon Nation's representatives are for the national trial. At that, his face turned arrogant as he added, This year's championship must belong to our Taiji Nation. His teammates burst out laughing, as if they had just heard a hilarious joke. That's for sure. When Seong-han takes action, it's nothing but total victory. Haha, scouting them like that is giving those Dragon Nation losers way too much credit. Back to Lu Fan. Within 1 week of obtaining his spirit, and with no media drama from the Fengun Bureau, and no harassment from Kim Ju, his life was back on track. Lu Fan spent his time sparring and training with his seniors. Every day, his squad kept entering the poison spider forest, helping his 3 baby dragons level up quite a bit. Aside from that, Jian Ying had also advanced to her second profession change, becoming a second-tier blade dancer. Qin Chu and Xiao Tao were a bit slower, but eventually, everyone met the requirements for their second profession change. Standing in front of the profession change hall, Jian Ying was slightly surprised to learn of Qin Chu's new class. I chose Blade Dancer because it inherits the skills of a sword controller, but I thought you would lean more toward a support class, Qin Chu explained. To be honest, I did consider choosing a support class, but with Xiao Kui in our team, my healing spells are basically useless, so I chose a branch that specializes in offense. Compared to before, my light attribute offensive magic has gotten way stronger. Lu Fan smiled and said, Now our squad has a complete lineup of physical, magic, buffs, and debuffs. We just need Taozi to succeed in her profession change. Speak of the devil, here she comes. Xiao Tao walked out of the hall, her face glowing as she exclaimed, That was awesome, Qin Chu asked eagerly. How did it go? Taozi acted all mysterious and said, Guess what class I just changed to? Jian Ying guessed. Did a hidden class appear in the branches of the second profession change? Spot on. Xiao Tao grinned, and then showed off a few basic moves for everyone to admire. A second-tier Water Lotus Swordsman. I can use water element magic, which makes me a type of magic swordsman. Seeing the shocked expressions on Jian Ying and Qin Chu's faces, Lu Fan asked out of curiosity, Can hidden classes appear in the second profession change too? Yes, but the rate is extremely low, even lower than getting a hidden class during the first profession change. Hearing this, Xiao Tao grew even more prideful, boasting, Really? I knew I was a natural-born genius. I finally feel like I can stand on equal footing with you guys. Lu Fan teased. So because Taozi couldn't make any waves in the team before, she decided to become a water swordsman? You jerk, Lu Fan. Get over here. Just as Xiao Tao was about to lose her temper and teach Lu Fan a lesson, he received a call from the vice principal, informing him that the special envoy was arriving and telling him to head to the assembly hall immediately. Lu Fan and his teammates didn't dare to delay, heading straight to the Combat Profession Assembly Hall of Dragon Capital University. While waiting for the special envoy to arrive, Gu Han kindly shared some inside information with Lu Fan. The special envoy is named Ruan Changfeng. He is a level 76 Holy Shield Knight who has completed his third profession change. Gu Han said the vice principal warned that he doesn't seem to like you very much. Doesn't like me? Earlier, Senior also mentioned that he would target me. Just who is this Ruan Changfeng guy? While Lu Fan was deep in thought, he was surprised to see the Brahma staff, which used to top the 100 Treasures illustrated book now, in the hands of a mysterious figure on the stage. Unable to hide his curiosity, he leaned over and whispered to Gu Han, "Miss Gu, do you know who that cloaked person holding the staff is? That's our school's new principal. Even though they're called new, they've actually been in charge for 2 years already. I heard they're a fourth-turn powerhouse, but does really nobody here know how strong the principal actually is?" Gu Han nodded and replied, "Yeah. Aside from the vice principal, absolutely no one knows anything about them. They don't participate in any events. Their voice is entirely magic synthesized, and nobody even knows if they're a man or a woman, let alone their actual level. For the principal to personally come out and welcome him like this special envoy, Ruan Changfeng, must be a really big deal." Just as Gu Han finished speaking, Ruan Changfeng made his entrance. The moment he stepped into the hall, he demanded in a sharp tone, "Who's the principal here?" Zhao Xingming immediately rushed over with a bright smile, saying, "Welcome, special envoy. I am the vice principal of Longdu Academy. I'm looking for the principal. If you don't have the final say on who gets into the national trial, then don't waste my time," Ruan Changfeng said with blatant contempt, brushing right past Zhao Xingming, and looked up at the stage, asking, "Are all the seed candidates here?" The principal didn't say a word, only giving a slight nod. Annoyed by Ruan Changfeng's arrogant attitude, Zhao Shengming dropped his friendly act and said in a cold voice, "There are no other seed candidates. Longdu Academy is only recommending Lu Fan." The heavy tension in the room immediately set the students whispering. The vice principal said the special envoy wanted to choose the candidates himself. "Our academy can only recommend qualified students, so the special envoy must be incredibly pissed off right now." Lu Fan stared at Ruan Changfeng for a moment, then whispered to Gu Han, "I can tell this special envoy is no joke. He's definitely got a lot of blood on his hands." Gu Han agreed, nodding. "Yeah, it looks like the principal and vice principal have high hopes for you. They'd rather offend the special envoy just to recommend you. It's clear the envoy came prepared, and yet we don't have any other candidates to offer. And with the vice principal refusing to back down, this is turning into a high-stakes gamble." Ruan Changfeng turned his sharp gaze back to Zhao Shengming and sneered, "Lu Fan, so your academy has already made the decision for me? I guess my opinion as the newly appointed special envoy doesn't matter at all then, does it?" Zhao Shengming gave a polite but hollow smile, replying, "You're overthinking it, envoy. Longdu Academy has absolute faith in Lu Fan. We are certain he will satisfy your standards." "Satisfy me?" Ruan Changfeng mocked. "This Lu Fan you speak of. I've seen his file. I'll admit, he has potential." As he spoke, Ruan Changfeng walked over to where Lu Fan was sitting. Level 32, Dragon Knight, top scorer of Nan Province, and the #1 freshman, from Jianghai to Longdu, from the Qin family to Marquise Zhenbei. With everything always going so smoothly for you, do you even understand the struggles and efforts of the other candidates? Do you honestly think your measly level 32 can hold a candle to the level 50 or 60 third-turn powerhouses from other nations? Lu Fan silently stared at Ruan Changfeng, thinking to himself, "There's something seriously off about this old guy. He's totally hostile towards me. Since Longdu Academy has so much faith in you, let's see if you actually have what it takes to back it up." Ruan Changfeng smirked, and in a flash, he drew the sword at his waist and lunged straight at Lu Fan. Fortunately, Lu Fan was already on high alert and managed to block Ruan Changfeng's sudden strike just in time. Ruan Changfeng's reckless actions instantly drew outrage from the academy staff. "What kind of test is this? That's completely unfair. Special envoy, a level 76 fighting a level 32. Aren't you just picking on him at this point?" But Ruan Changfeng ignored them, continuing his relentless assault on Lu Fan, spitting back unreasonably, "I don't care if he joins the national trial or not. What do I care what level he is? My job is to find someone strong enough to go head-to-head with 22 other nations." If you can't even get past me, you don't deserve to represent the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fan struggled to defend against Ruan Changfeng's rapid-fire strikes, thinking to himself, I can't go toe-to-toe with him in close combat. His level is way too high. Plus, this place is too cramped to summon my dragons without hurting everyone else. Damn it! Come on, Lu Fan, show me everything you've got. Let me see just how talented you are. Talented enough to get me kicked out of the upper echelon of Longdu and demoted to a measly special envoy. Ruan Changfeng fought with growing ferocity, his attack power ramping up with every swing. For a level 32 freshman like Lu Fan, engaging in close combat with this old monster was like throwing an egg against a stone. And in no time, his weapon was violently knocked out of his hands. Just as Ruan Changfeng was about to land a lethal, finishing blow, a sudden surge of power forced him back. You seem to be having a lot of fun, Special Envoy. Why don't we move this test somewhere else? With those words, the white-cloaked principal raised their staff to activate a magic circle, instantly teleporting Lu Fan, Ruan Changfeng, and the vice principal straight to Longdu Academy's arena. This place is spacious enough. Special Envoy, feel free to test him to your heart's content. A change of venue won't change a thing, Ruan Changfeng sneered. Ruan Changfeng let out a cold snort and told Lu Fan, bring out everything you have. Don't bother hiding a thing. Otherwise, those two principals who recommended you are going to end up totally embarrassed. No wonder this exam felt off right from the start. Since we are finally in an open area with enough space, I will show you my full power just like you wanted. Lu Fan used a blink potion. After using it, he can teleport to any location within a 50-meter range, with a 30-second cooldown. He slipped behind Ruan Changfeng's back and summoned Xiao Ye, getting ready to hand him a massive beatdown. So this is the black dragon that the Jin family's little princess hates so much. It looks exactly like it did in the video, but too bad. No matter how powerful that dragon is, it won't do a thing against me. Before a level 76 Holy Shield Knight like me, you're just a wet behind-the-ears brat. With that thought, Ruan Changfeng unleashed his power, and a massive shield materialized on his left arm. You better watch closely now, Mr. Special Envoy. As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, Xiao Ye opened its mouth, unleashing its majestic pressure to inflict debuffs on Ruan Changfeng. Ruan Changfeng used his shield to block Xiao Ye's attack, and though he was hit with both immobilization and stun effects, he could still move normally. Grinning smugly, he said, a giant dragon's pressure is indeed terrifying, but your level is just too low. Watching this, Zhao Xingming couldn't help but feel worried. Last time, Lu Fan's black dragon used this exact move to wipe out the entire Fengyun Pavilion. The principal standing next to him smiled and replied, you really think that's all he's got? Just keep watching. This trick might work to show off in front of your little classmates, but using it on me is… Ruan Changfeng was cut off mid-sentence as his body suddenly buckled to the ground, paralyzed by the fear effect of the dragon's pressure. How is this possible? A Holy Shield Knight like me is feeling fear? While Ruan Changfeng was still in shock, Lu Fan clicked his tongue and mocked him. If you're going to keep kneeling like that, Mr. Special Envoy, how are you supposed to assess me? You dare mock me? Shaking with rage, Ruan Changfeng activated his steadfast stance skill, a night aura that dispels all stun, fear, and charm effects. It also grants total immunity to these crowd control effects for the next 12 minutes. The moment he could move again, he lunged forward to attack Lu Fan, yelling, you little punk, how dare you make a fool out of me? How is this making a fool out of you? Lu Fan sneered, instantly raising his hands to conjure 2 teleportation portals, making Ruan Changfeng immediately on guard. 2 teleportation portals? What is he trying to summon? Don't tell me. Sure enough, Ruan Changfeng's suspicions were spot on. Xiao Fei and Xing Chen officially entered the battlefield. If you want me to go all out, Mr. Special Envoy, then you'll have to make me take this seriously. The moment Lu Fan spoke, Xing Chen lunged forward like a flash of lightning, launching a fierce strike straight at Ruan Changfeng. Ruan Changfeng barely managed to block the blow with his sword, but he still couldn't hide his shock, crying out, 3 dragons? You have 3 dragons? Too bad, you guessed wrong. Lu Fan snapped his fingers and commanded, Xiao Fei, summon the twin flying dragon king. Xiao Fei immediately used the nature's assimilation skill, playing her bone flute to summon the soul of the twin flying dragon king just as Lu Fan ordered. Principal, did you already know that Lu Fan had 5 dragons? I literally can't even process what I'm looking at right now. The principal didn't answer. He just stared at Lu Fan and muttered in awe, you really are full of surprises, Lu Fan. All right, Mr. Special Envoy, do you think I'm qualified to join the national trial now? With one hand in his pocket, Lu Fan pointed forward with the other. On cue, the 5 dragons let out a roaring battle cry and charged at Ruan Changfeng all at once. This can't be happening. What do I do? What do I do? How on earth is this brat overpowering me? Panicking, Ruan Changfeng instantly activated his Holy Light Protection skill. Xiao Ye led the charge, unleashing a devastating strike right where Ruan Changfeng stood. A massive explosion erupted, sending wild gusts of wind and a thick cloud of dust swirling around, completely blocking everyone's view. Zhao Shengming shielded his eyes from the flying dust and anxiously said to the principal, "The special envoy is finished. Getting hit directly by a giant dragon like that, he's a dead man for sure." Just then, a burst of laughter rang out, catching everyone's attention. It turned out that thanks to his Holy Light Protection skill, he had generated a barrier that granted complete damage immunity for 10 seconds. With the shield active, his movement and casting speeds were boosted by 100%, allowing Ruan Changfeng to barely escape Xiao Ye's deadly strike, though the skill now had a 16-hour cooldown. Right then, the old man fled on the back of his bloodthirsty bat, gloating, "You'll have to wait another 8 years before you can even dream of killing me." Zhao Shengming was taken aback by the sight. He actually ran away, though I guess that's still better than being shredded by a giant dragon's claws. The principal sneered, to think that Ruan Changfeng, a man who used to look down on everyone, would end up running away in such a pathetic state. Seeing Ruan Changfeng flee, Lu Fan yelled out mockingly, "Wow, Mr. Special Envoy, you sure are fast at mounting up and running away." Sure enough, the provocation worked instantly. Hearing this, Ruan Changfeng immediately turned his mount around. Do these bastards think they can mock me just because they're lucky enough to have some dragons? Without those giant dragons, you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. I just need to land one hit on you, and my Holy Light Protection still has 4 seconds left. With that in mind, Ruan Changfeng steered his mount and charged straight at Lu Fan. At the end of the day, a little chick is still just a chick, and no matter how many dragons he has, his defenses are full of holes. He roared, swinging his sword to unleash his Holy Light Judgment skill, channeling Holy Light into his weapon to deal 420% holy damage. Successfully casting this skill would double his next holy damage, and with 2 seconds left on his Holy Light Protection, he intended to take Lu Fan's life right then and there. But just as the blade was about to strike Lu Fan, it was blocked by a green shield from the Emerald Light skill. Emerald Light grants 12 layers of Emerald Blessings to the target, removing all debuffs, while boosting all attributes by 60%. Each layer of blessing can block 2 instances of damage. That's more like it. Just one more strike, and I'll break a layer of Emerald Light. Lu Fan smirked and said, "Your Holy Light Judgment only managed to break half of a shield layer. Even at close range, you can't touch me while my dragons are around." The duration of Holy Light Protection finally ran out. Realizing he was outmatched, Ruan Changfeng tried to fly away on his mount, only to be cut off by Lu Fan. "Are you trying to run away again, Mr. Special Envoy? Then don't blame this little chick for not letting you leave." As he spoke, he began charging up the Blue Dragon King's Roar skill. Blue Dragon King's Roar releases a surge of lightning straight ahead, dealing massive damage and inflicting a paralysis effect. Following the attack, it grants 20 stacks of lightning attribute. Each attack consumes 1 stack and has a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Meanwhile, Ruan Changfeng was so focused on Lu Fan's movements that he failed to notice Xing Chen blocking the path right in front of his bloodthirsty bat. With just a casual swat from Lu Fan's mount, the bloodthirsty bat was left dazed, stumbling as it plummeted to the ground. Ruan Changfeng fell right along with it. Watching Ruan Changfeng plummet from the sky and scramble across the dirt, Lu Fan laughed and said, "Look at you. Where did that grand special envoy go? The one who was so eager to teach me a lesson earlier." As Lu Fan finished speaking, the Blue Dragon King's Roar was fully charged. "Wait, hold on." Ignoring Ruan Changfeng's pleas, Lu Fan didn't hesitate for a second, blasting the surge of lightning straight into his face. The bloodthirsty bat was vaporized on the spot, and while Ruan Changfeng managed to survive, he was severely injured. Lu Fan slowly walked up to him, looking down at him with disdain as he said coldly, "My apologies for your mount, Mr. Special Envoy, but in the brutal battle of the national trial, taking down an opponent's mount is completely normal. You really went to great lengths just to test how I would handle this situation, Mr. Special Envoy." At this point, Zhao Shengming, fearing that Lu Fan might actually kill him, quickly stepped in to urge Ruan Changfeng, "Mr. Special Envoy, this evaluation has gone far enough. Just grant Lu Fan his qualification. Shut up! When this ends is up to me, Ruan Changfeng barked in fury. Zhao Shengming was about to say more, but the principal stopped him. Just leave him be. Ruan Changfeng won't last much longer anyway. With flash, damage immunity, dragon tongue magic, and 5 dragons to boot, anyone else would undoubtedly be a top contender in the national trial. But anyone but you. Blinded by hatred and refusing to back down, Ruan Changfeng suddenly grabbed his weapon and charged at Lu Fan. You, Lu Fan, are the only one who doesn't deserve this. A filthy peasant living in a bun shop, yet you dared to reduce me to this state. Seeing this, Xiao Fei let out a low growl and was about to use a skill, but Lu Fan stopped it, choosing to face Ruan Changfeng head-on. You caused the Jin family and the high officials of the Dragon Capital to abandon me. You ruined my career, and now you mock me and kill my mount. I will destroy you today, Ruan Changfeng screamed, furiously hacking down with his sword. Yet, Lu Fan effortlessly dodged every single strike, ultimately delivering a swift kick that sent Ruan Changfeng flying backward over 10 meters. Fighting someone who has completely lost his mind is utterly meaningless. I have no interest in kicking a man while he's down. If you feel I still haven't passed the evaluation, then stand up and let's keep fighting. And if you feel that the grudge between me and Jinzhou ruined your career, then I'll be waiting for your revenge at any time. Just keep one thing in mind. Next time, I won't hold back. Ruan Changfeng stared weakly at Lu Fan. Before his eyes slowly drifted shut, he passed out cold. Hang in there, Mr. Special Envoy. I'll get you to a priest right away. Zhao Shengming rushed over and quickly carried Ruan Changfeng away. The vast arena was now empty, leaving only Lu Fan and the white-robed principal. The principal then praised him, saying, "You hid your strength well. Even I didn't expect you to have 5 dragons. Even though you said you fought with everything you had, just how much of your real power did you actually use?" Lu Fan replied honestly, "To be honest, not even 10%. The dragons were just getting some light exercise. They haven't even unleashed a single skill." Excellent. It seems choosing you was indeed a wise choice. With those final words, the principal tapped his staff against the ground and completely vanished right before Lu Fan's eyes. Lu Fan stared blankly at the empty space where the principal had just been. Deep down, he couldn't shake the strange feeling that there was something incredibly familiar about him. That night, at the northernmost border, a level 60 uncharted region of the Dragon Nation, Tujing, burst into a wide grin. He had just received the assessment from Ruan Changfeng, confirming that Lu Fan was fully qualified for the national trials. Not bad, kid. I knew the Dragon Nation's representative had to be Lu Fan. I bet Ruan Changfeng was crying his eyes out when he signed this, wasn't he? Haha, adjutant, get in here. The adjutant immediately pushed the door open and walked in. Yes, Marquis of Zhenbei. What are your orders? Tujing ordered, get my griffin ready. I need to make a trip to Longdu Academy. What? Are you leaving the camp, sir? Recently, several of our scouting routes have been attacked, and all of them were targeted by that thing. If you leave now, Tujing cut him off with a serious look. It's not like I'm never coming back. What are you so worried about? Tell the Griffin Riders to keep patrolling the other routes as usual. I'm going not only to meet our Dragon Nation representative, but also to investigate that entity. I'll be back in 2 days. As for Lu Fan, now that he was officially cleared by Ruan Changfeng to join the trials, he decided to use his free time to go treasure hunting. He reached out to Black Rat for some inside info. Over 3,000 kilometers? That's insane, Lu Fan gasped, staring at the map. The Tide Tier Bay was a level 20 to 30 zone, but the distance was mind-boggling. He couldn't believe a place over 3,000 kilometers away only had a mid-tier treasure. With a sigh, Lu Fan spoke into the receiver to Black Rat. Never mind then. I'll hit you up next time I need something. Are you sure? I can hook you up with a teleportation mage to send you straight there. Of course, it'll cost you a bit more, Black Rat tried to persuade him. Right then, a system notification popped up. Ding, Lu Fan, congratulations. You have received today's treasure map. Holy crap. After all this time, a god-tier map has finally dropped. Lu Fan thought to himself excitedly. Hello? Lu Fan, are you still there? Yeah, hold on. There's actually another place I want to ask you about. It's located at the northernmost border. Before Lu Fan could even finish his sentence, a massive fireball hurtling at lightning speed slammed straight into Villa Number 1. A dark, cloaked figure stood high above, looking down coldly at Villa Number 1 as it was swallowed by a sea of flames. Just as the assassin assumed his mission was accomplished and prepared to slip away, he saw Lu Fan bursting out of the roaring fire, riding the soul-winged flying Dragon King. Thanks to Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye's quick rescue, The others also managed to escape unharmed. Where do you think you're teleporting to? Stop right there. Consumed by rage, he charged forward and slashed, tearing the attacker's hood to shreds and exposing his face. You're that teacher who was standing next to the principal. Hearing the massive explosion, students from the surrounding area rushed over to see what was going on. Call the fire department. What just happened? What was that explosion? Is everyone okay? What is going on here? Chin Chu pointed angrily at the cloaked figure. That guy attacked our home. He's trying to silence us forever. Since I've been exposed, I have no other choice. The cloaked teacher immediately activated his skill, Crimson Flame Lock, binding Lu Fan so tightly that he couldn't receive any buffs for 8 seconds. Even if the target managed to break free, their movement speed and casting speed would be slashed by 90% for the next 4 seconds. Under the overwhelming force of the spell, Lu Fan was completely immobilized. But he didn't stop there. He unleashed his final flame skill, burning his own life force to summon a blazing core. He was sacrificing his life to detonate it, dealing massive burn damage equal to 1,250% of his spirit attribute. The area of effect grew larger the longer the core charged, as he desperately tried to drag Lu Fan to the grave with him. Qin Chu and Jian Ying immediately realized the teacher's suicidal intent. They cast their skills to break Lu Fan's chains, but it was absolutely useless. Blazing core charging. 23%. Blazing core charging. 59%. Blazing core charging. 72%. As the blazing core absorbed more and more energy, the teacher's body began to swell, bloating rapidly like a giant balloon. Realizing he couldn't break free in time, Lu Fan's first thought was still to protect his friends. Xiao Fei, get ready to activate Eternal Protection. Xiao Ye, protect everyone. Lu Fan, you can't escape. Death is your only option. Die with me. Ha ha ha. Just as the blazing core was about to detonate, the white-robed principal pierced his staff straight through the teacher's chest, killing him instantly. With his death, Lu Fan's chains shattered, allowing him to leap away just before the body exploded. The Academy's administration arrived shortly after to clean up the aftermath. They put out the fire, calmed the panicked students, and immediately launched an investigation. Lu Fan, that was terrifying. Are you hurt anywhere? With tears streaming down her face, Han Kei ran forward and threw her arms around him the moment he landed. I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry, Auntie. Qin Chu also ran over, asking anxiously. That was absolutely horrifying. Lu Fan, do you have any idea who that mage was? I think I saw him. The special envoy arrived for the evaluation, standing alongside the principal. Zhao Shengming stared at the charred corpse of the instructor and said with deep regret, Lu Fan, we honestly never expected someone from our own school to try to assassinate you. What's worse, he was an honorary professor of our academy and a level 81 fire archmage. It's just unbelievable. Why would he do this? Is he one of Ruan Changfeng's men? Lu Fan asked, furrowing his brow. Standing nearby, Han Kei spoke up in anger. Vice Principal, you must get to the bottom of this. We almost died out there. Qin Chu agreed with her completely. The moment that monster realized Lu Fan was still alive, he immediately activated a self-destruct skill, trying to drag Lu Fan down to the grave with him. Zhao Shengming was completely flustered by the intense reaction of the two girls. Calm down, everyone. Please calm down. I will absolutely investigate this thoroughly and give you all a proper answer. Early the next morning, inside the principal's office at Longtu Academy, the principal spoke with deep concern. Assassination attempts like this are bound to happen again. They failed this time, which means the next attempt will be even more dangerous. That honorary professor had been working here for a very long time. To think someone like that was right under my nose, and I didn't even notice. It truly sends a shiver down my spine. Even though the entire school is within my skill range, if I had been just a moment later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At this point, the principal turned to the man across from him and snapped. Are you even listening to me? Tu Jing chugged down the entire teapot in one gulp and replied, You know, you really should keep some liquor in your office. This tea is incredibly bland and tasteless. Seeing the principal fall silent, Tu Jing laughed heartily and said, Calm down, I'm listening. It's been so long since we last saw each other, and I traveled a massive distance just to get here. Can't you at least ask me why I'm visiting this time? Finally cooling off, the principal sighed and said, I'm sorry, I've just been rambling on and on about Lu Fan's situation. So, is your mission in the far north finally complete? Of course not. But from what you're saying, Lu Fan isn't safe staying at school right now. Besides, Both you and the vice principal have to focus on investigating this matter. But don't worry, it works out perfectly since I can take some of the weight off your shoulders. Take some of the weight off? Exactly. Let the kid come to the far north with me. Even if he's not afraid of being assassinated, trouble is definitely going to keep finding him. Bringing him to the far north with me will keep him safe and ensure his friends aren't caught in the crossfire. Having him go with you would indeed be very safe. But what's in it for you? Does a Grand Marquis of Zenbei like you really have the time to look after him? I've had my eye on that Lu Fan kid for a long time. He grows so fast that he won't be wasting much of my time at all. And of course, the main reason I want him to come along is because I think he can help me investigate that thing. I see, but you must guarantee that you won't let Lu Fan fall into any danger. Tu Jing found a bottle of liquor in a drawer, popped it open, and took a massive swig before replying. Of course, I'll bring him back in one piece. Blech, this tastes awful. What is this junk? Hey, what the heck are you doing? That was a gift from someone. Early the next morning, in front of the main gate of Longtu Academy, the moment Kim Ju saw Kim Sung-han step out of his car, the troublemaker rushed forward to hug him tightly and said joyfully, "You're finally here. What's more important to you, anyway? Me or your gear?" Of course, my little sister is more important. But the national trials are being held in Taejay country this year, so I had to prepare thoroughly. I came to find you the second I was done, didn't I? So, you're going to get revenge for me, right? Kim Sung-han smiled and replied, "Yeah, whoever dared to upset my precious little sister, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson." Since Villa Number 1 was still undergoing repairs, Lu Fan and Han Kei temporarily stayed at Villa Number 2, which belonged to Jian Ying. That night, Lu Fan contacted He Shu to purchase a map of the location containing the God-grade treasure mentioned by his system. Jian Ying overheard this and asked curiously, "Where are you planning to go?" With his eyes glued to the map, Lu Fan replied, "Yeah, I'm pretty interested in this place, but I don't plan on leaving until we get the results of the investigation regarding the attack." Jian Ying didn't pry any further, simply offering a gentle reminder. No one got any proper rest last night, so everyone is asleep upstairs right now. If you do decide to head out, at least wait for them to wake up and let them know. Yeah, I won't just vanish without a word. Thanks for taking care of them for me. Just then, the doorbell rang. I'll get it. It's probably the vice principal. With those words, Lu Fan quickly went to open the door. How's the investigation going, sir? Lu Fan froze mid-sentence when he realized the person at the door wasn't Zhao Shengming, but an older man with a long scar over his left eye. Who are you? I don't really know the results of the investigation either, but don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. Saying this, Tu Jing pointed behind him and gave an awkward laugh. By the way, the fact that these bodyguards are knocked out is actually just a misunderstanding. Do you guys have any way to wake them up? I came here to find you, but they just kept lunging at me, so I guess you could say it was just self-defense, right? Wait. Those are the vice principal's bodyguards. The bodyguards the principal arranged are all knocked out. Is it possible he's another attacker? With that thought, Lu Fan drew his weapon and asked on high alert, "Who are you?" Right then, Qinqiu came downstairs. Seeing Du Jing, she asked in surprise, "Oh, Uncle Du, what are you doing here?" Only then did she notice the bodyguards completely knocked out on the floor. Panic-stricken, she gasped, "What on earth happened?" A moment later, after getting the whole story, Lu Fan said apologetically, "So you're the mentor Uncle Qin told me about." Qinqiu nodded and said, "Exactly. I've been calling him Uncle Du since I was a kid. But Uncle Du, you went a bit too far this time." Du Jing burst out laughing and replied heartily, "Good thing young Chiu got here in time. Otherwise, this young fella and I would have ended up in a real brawl." Lu Fan quickly apologized, "Please forgive me, senior. I completely misunderstood and thought you were here to attack us. Actually, I've wanted to meet you for a long time to thank you for taking care of the mastermind behind Jin Zhou." Du Jing smiled and said, even though Ruan Changfeng had been dismissed back then, he still used his status as a special envoy to seek revenge on you. In reality, you were the one who dealt with him, so there's no need to thank me. Qinqiu giggled and said, "Still, I can't believe the bodyguards didn't recognize you. After all, you're the legendary hero who rode a griffin alone to fight off an entire beast tide. Fought off a whole beast tide all by yourself? Back when I was studying in Jianghai, there was a memorial wall honoring the heroes who fell fighting the beast tide. So, you're the hero who pushed back the beast tide all those years ago." Lu Fan leaped to his feet, his voice filled with admiration. Du Jing laughed out loud. "Haha, that's ancient history. Every era has its own talents. For instance, right now, I have my eye on you. Lu Fan. Du Jing sat up, patted Lu Fan's shoulder, and said with a serious look, I came here for one thing only. I want to take you to the far north border to train. I've already spoken with the principal. Coming with me to the far north will help you level up and prepare for the national trials, while also keeping you safe from further attacks. But Uncle Du, the far north border is uncharted territory. Right now, Lu Fan represents our country. Nothing can happen to him before the national trials. Qin Chu and Jian Ying's concerns weren't without reason, so Du Jing reassured them, I know the conditions in the far north are harsh, but it is the perfect place to boost your strength. And once you leave this place, those who are targeting you won't be able to harm the people around you anymore. Lu Fan remained silent, thinking to himself, the location on my God-tier map is right in the far north, so of course I want to go there. But once I'm gone, will everyone really be safe from attacks? As if reading his mind, Jian Ying spoke up. Lu Fan, if you want to go, just go. We've all completed our second profession change. Even if we're attacked, we can handle ourselves. I'll watch over everyone for you. Qin Chu agreed. Yeah, we'll keep Aunt Qi perfectly safe, so you don't have to worry about a thing. Hearing this, Lu Fan let go of his worries and accepted Du Jing's offer. Du Jing laughed heartily, ha ha, fantastic. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Chu, go buy some good liquor for your uncle. We need to throw a grand farewell party for this kid. Qin Chu playfully replied, Uncle Du, none of us can handle that strong liquor you love so much. Jian Ying added, I usually eat at your villa, number 1, so I don't think there are any ingredients left in the kitchen. Lu Fan suggested, let me go buy them. We can eat together once Aunt Kay and Taozi wake up. I should also take this chance to say goodbye to Senior. Just then, Du Jing remembered something. Little Chu, go heal those bodyguards outside. It'll look bad if someone sees them like that. Qin Chu replied awkwardly, well, I've advanced to a holy light arbiter, so I don't have healing abilities anymore. Du Jing turned to Jian Ying for help. Don't look at me, she said. I've never had any healing skills. In the end, Lu Fan had to summon Xiao Fei to sort things out. Leaving the house, Lu Fan dropped by the arena and set up a points room just to see the beautiful senior and say his goodbyes. I'm heading to the far north, and I won't see you until the national trials start. Without our sparring matches, I'm probably going to be so bored. The gorgeous senior stepped closer, pinched Lu Fan's cheek, and smiled. Silly boy, you'll learn far more in the far north than you ever could sparring with me. It's incredibly dangerous there, so you won't have time to be bored. Yeah, I got it. I'll head home then. I still need to say goodbye to the others tonight. Just as Lu Fan was about to leave, the gorgeous senior suddenly hugged him from behind. Kim Sung-han walked out from behind a tree with a smirk and said, Finding you was no easy task, you know. Lu Fan asked, Who are you? Why are you following me? You might not know who I am, but I've heard quite a bit about you. I'm Kim Sung-han, Kim Ju's older brother. My little sister was well taken care of by you, so I'm here to return the favor. Lu Fan dropped his groceries to the ground, quickly drew his weapon, scanned his surroundings, and asked, Oh, so you're the newly promoted top-tier expert of Taijie? Kim Ju is here too, isn't she? Tell her to show herself. As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, a haughty female voice echoed from the shadows. Aren't you a cocky one? Of course I came. I had to watch my brother teach you a lesson. As she spoke, she walked over to Kim Sung-han's side. Kim Sung-han flashed a confident smirk and said, Whether you get beaten to a pulp depends entirely on you. Lu Fan, I'll give you one chance. Let my sister return those slaps from last time, and we'll call it even. Hearing Kim Sung-han's threat, Lu Fan scoffed in disdain and sneered. Does the Kim family have a terrible memory or what? Kim Ju, it looks like you forgot to tell your brother what happened to you the last time you said the exact same thing. Furious at his words, Kim Ju urged, Brother, he's still being stubborn. Don't bother making deals with him, just take him down. Kim Sung-han shook his head and sighed, slowly raising his hand. Lu Fan. Oh, Lu Fan. You really won't learn until you're staring death in the face. Even in this situation, you still dare to disrespect the Kim family. In that case, I have no choice. As he spoke, a small summoning array materialized in his palm, emitting waves of gloomy energy that made Lu Fan frown and quietly analyze the situation. Summoning magic. It's just as bizarre as Kim Ju's spells, Lu Fan muttered to himself. Kim Sung-han continued, Time to send you to hell. The moment the words left his mouth, a bizarre-looking monster was summoned, immediately spewing a green liquid toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan leaped backward to dodge, his eyes landing on the grocery bag on the ground that had been hit. He thought to himself, that was just a basic attack, but its corrosive power is insane. I'll need to focus on dodging if I want to fight this thing. Looking across again, Lu Fan was surprised to see Kim Sung-han's summoned beast undergoing a new transformation. First, its body became rounder. Next, numerous tentacles sprouted from its body, flailing in the air, while some pressed against the ground like legs to lift its weight. Finally, a head suddenly emerged right from the center of its body. Lu Fan looked back and forth between the monster's head and Kim Sung-han, feeling a sense of unease as he questioned, did it just grow? Kim Sung-han's face? Before long, the monster's transformation was complete. Kim Sung-han commanded, 3 Abyss Walkers, capture that brat. Hearing the order, the 3 Abyss Walkers let out a loud roar and charged at Lu Fan. Lu Fan gripped his weapon tightly, ready to react at any second. But just then, he noticed a giant beast flying rapidly toward them from the sky. What on earth is that? Before he could even make sense of it, the giant beast arrived in the blink of an eye, pinning the 3 Abyss Walkers to the ground with its talons and whipping up a massive gust of wind. The Frost Griffin King, a legendary mount. Kim Ju covered her face in annoyance and shrieked, "What is that?" Kim Sung-han also shielded his face with his arm, but strained to look ahead, spotting a figure leaping right over Lu Fan's head. "Do you think this is the Kim family's territory?" With those words, the figure landed, standing protectively in front of Lu Fan. Kim Sung-han trembled, thinking, the Griffin King. And that voice. Could it be? Cold sweat broke out all over him as a terrifying name flashed in his mind. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed, "What absolute insolence!" Snapping back to his senses, Kim Sung-han quickly looked over and saw the intruder's face clearly. Just as he feared, it was indeed Tu Jing, the Marquis of Zhenbei. And now, with blinding speed, he appeared right before the 2 siblings and lunged with his spear. "Sister, get back! This man is too dangerous!" Before Kim Sung-han could even finish his warning, the tip of Tu Jing's spear impaled his body, making him cough up a huge mouthful of blood. Kim Ju screamed in terror, "Brother!" Ignoring her, Tu Jing hoisted Kim Sung-han's body high into the air with his spear and asked coldly, "Recognize me now?" Kim Sung-han choked out with great effort, "Tu Jing." Meanwhile, a small magic circle began to glow on his hand. Noticing Kim Sung-han's subtle movement, Tu Jing remained completely unbothered and said, "Give it up. Your summoned beast can't save you. Nothing escapes the talons of my griffin." His hand freezing mid-motion, Kim Sung-han glanced at his 3 Abyss Walkers, pinned completely helpless under the griffin's massive talons. In the end, he chose to stop resisting. Nearby, Kim Ju watched in utter shock, having never seen her brother in such a pathetic state before. Terrified and helpless, she slumped to the ground, sobbing quietly, "Brother, please, brother." Kim Sung-han kept coughing up blood, one hand tightly gripping the shaft of the spear as he stared at Tu Jing. As expected of, the Marquis of Zhenbei. With those final words, Kim Sung-han's remaining life force drained away. His head slumped forward, lifeless. Kim Ju shrieked in despair. "Brother!" Standing not far away, Lu Fan thought in utter shock, Senior 2, he actually killed Kim Sung-han on the spot. Right at this moment, Du Tin revealed that an Abyss Summoner possesses a 3rd stage skill called Abyss Symbiosis. As long as their Abyss Summon remains alive, they can resurrect inside its body. Hearing this, Luke Pham was shocked once again. At the same time, he also noticed something strange. Kim Thon Han's body had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a hollow layer of skin like a shed snakeskin. Is Kim Thon Han still alive? Just as this thought flashed through Luke Pham's mind, he saw Du Tin swing his spear, unleashing a powerful wave of spear energy. The energy wave blasted toward the bodies of the 3 Abyss Walkers as Du Tin barked, "Get the hell out of there right now, or don't blame me for wiping out your summons too. I'll make sure you stay dead this time." Kim Chow also realized what was happening. She hurriedly turned to the 3 Abyss Walkers, her voice filled with hope as she softly called out, "Brother!" A second later, Kim Thon Han's head forced its way out of the body of the 3 Abyss Walkers, groans of pain escaping his lips. It was clear that this process was far from pleasant. Abyss Symbiosis. As long as an Abyss summon still exists, the summoner will eternally coexist with the Abyss. The cooldown for the first resurrection is 12 hours. From the second resurrection onward, each subsequent revival doubles the cooldown time. The current cooldown for his Abyss Symbiosis is 12 hours. Kim Thon Han, level 60, hidden combat class, 3rd stage Abyss Summoner. Crawling out from the bodies of the 3 Abyss Walkers, a weakened Kim Thon Han croaked, "You, You can't kill me. I am the representative of Tai Tai. Attacking a representative before the national trial begins is a crime punishable by 23 nations. Luke Pham was amazed once again, thinking to himself, he actually resurrected through his summon. Du Tin walked up to Kim Thon Han, pointing the tip of his spear at him as he said, "Of course I know about that. But I also know that if a country's representative is attacked, putting down the aggressor carries zero consequences." Hearing this, Kim Thon Han gasped in shock. "What did you say? Luke Pham is the representative of the Long Nation?" Du Tin calmly replied, "I am not a bloodthirsty man. And since this year's national trial is being held in Tai Tai, I will spare you this once. Don't play any more tricks." Kim Thon Han muttered back, "Understood." Du Tin continued, "Remember this, I absolutely despise your Kim family, so don't let me ever see your faces again." With those words, Du Tin hurled his spear directly at the three Abyss Walkers, obliterating them on the spot. Consider it a final warning to Kim Thon Han. Not daring to utter a single word, Kim Thon Han grabbed Kim Chaw's hand and muttered, "Kim Chaw, let's go." Kim Chaw replied, "Okay." With that, the two siblings supported each other as they walked away. Before leaving, Kim Thon Han didn't forget to turn back toward Luke Pham. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "You better start praying, because once you are in Tai Tai, there won't be anyone left to protect you." Luke Pham completely ignored Kim Thon Han's threat. He walked over to Du Tin and said that Kim Thon Han is honestly both annoying and hilarious. He literally just died once, yet he still has the nerve to talk like that. Du Tin glanced at the distant figures of the two and said, "That's just how people from Tai Tai are. Their bodies might fail, but their mouths never stop running. Let's head inside. I told everyone to stay indoors earlier, so they must be worried sick by now." Then, Du Tin asked, "By the way, where are the things you bought? Your aunt has been waiting forever." Luke Pham froze, thinking to himself, "Oh no." They were completely corroded by that Abyss summon. That evening, during the farewell party, everyone forgot the tension from the earlier attack. A drunk Dao Tiu man threw her arm around Du Tin's shoulder, laughing as she said, "Hey old man, can you even handle this? Let's keep drinking." Some talked endlessly, while others wept silently. After getting drunk, Han Ka hugged Luke Pham, crying, "Xiao Pham, you must stay safe, okay? Don't push yourself too hard." Luke Pham gave a helpless smile and said, "Come on, don't cry. I'll be back in just 1 month." As for Tan Thu, whether it was from the alcohol or shyness, her face was bright red as she leaned against Luke Pham, whispering softly, "You have to take good care of yourself. Don't worry about us." Meanwhile, Luke Pham knew deep down that he had to leave. Since he was the main target, he couldn't afford to put everyone else in danger because of him. With only 1 month left until the national trial, the secrets of the far north border were waiting for him to uncover. In the afternoon of the following day, Luke Pham and Du Tin rode a griffin, soaring toward the far north border. Sitting up front, Du Tin steered the griffin while calling back, "Hang in there, don't let yourself freeze to death." Before long, they arrived at the uncharted territory of the far north border. The uncharted territory was filled with threats above level 60. The God-tier map was located right here. While lost in thought, Luke Pham suddenly noticed a massive circular shape on the horizon. Completely shocked by the sight, he blurted out, "Senior Du, what on earth is that?" "It looks just like a blood moon," Du Tin replied. "That is exactly why I brought you here." Sometime later, at the far north border camp, Du Tin guided Luke Pham while explaining, "The elite Griffin Legion under my command is stationed here. Everyone must master mounted combat skills. As for our exploration of the far north, we have currently mapped out 114 routes." After that, he paused, pointed to a map on the wall and continued, "As for what we discovered out there, well, you've already seen it for yourself." Lu Fan looked at the map and asked, "Are you talking about that blood moon?" Du Jing's expression turned grim as he replied, "Exactly. So far, we haven't been able to get close to it or figure out what it actually is, so we just call it that thing." But just a few seconds later, Du Jing suddenly burst into laughter, landing heavy slaps on Lu Fan's shoulder, and said, "But now that our legendary young talent is here, I'm sure our exploration mission will make a massive breakthrough." Lu Fan smiled, stepped closer to the map, and took a careful look. So, this was Senior Du's real motive all along, but honestly, it was exactly what he wanted. He could hunt for the God-grade map while leveling up in a level 60 zone. These two routes are the closest to the location of the God-grade map. Once he made up his mind, Lu Fan pointed to the areas of Route 77 and Route 78 and asked, "So, can I join these forward routes right away?" Du Jing stared at the route Lu Fan was pointing at and immediately warned him, to be young and reckless. You're rushing into this, kid. Even though Route 78 has quite a few outposts, it's still crawling with ferocious beasts. At level 32, if anything happens to you in there, your academy principal will literally take my old life. Lu Fan replied with a serious look. Senior, besides coming here for safety, I'm also here to push my limits. If I just take the safe path, there's no point in being here at all. Seeing Lu Fan's sheer determination, Du Jing stopped trying to convince him. He waved his hand and snorted. You little rascal. You're just like I was when I first joined the military, always looking to dive headfirst into danger. With that, a weapon materialized in his hand. He handed it to Lu Fan and told him to take it. Lu Fan reflexively reached out to grab it, asking in confusion, Wait, what is this? The moment he grabbed the weapon, a system panel popped up. Legendary grade Nether Serpent Bow. Requires level 70. Level requirement removed via enchantment. Strength plus 591, enchantment plus 315, agility plus 756, enchantment plus 213. When equipped as a sub-weapon, it boosts all attributes by 10%. Nether Serpent Arrows. The Nether Serpent Bow consumes no physical arrows, firing pure magical arrows instead. Without drawing the string fully, it can release 12 magical arrows at once, each dealing 20% damage. If fully drawn and charged for 3 seconds, it fires the Serpent Shadow Arrow, boosting damage by 500%. Lu Fan gasped inwardly. A legendary grade sub-weapon bow? This means I can equip both the Black Dragon Scale Sword and the Nether Serpent Bow at the same time. The stat boosts are insane, and it even has level bypass. Senior Du must have spent at least 800 million on these enchantments alone. Realizing just how incredibly valuable the item in his hands was, Lu Fan quickly tried to hand it back to Du Jing. Senior Du, this bow. Du Jing waved his hand to stop him and chuckled. Don't play hard to get. If I give it to you, just take it. If you're serious about taking Route 78, you're going to need gear like this. Hearing that, Lu Fan stopped refusing. He immediately equipped it and shouted happily, Thank you, Senior. With this bow in my hands, you can rest easy regarding both the exploration and the national trials. Du Jing laughed and scolded him. You brat, cut the sweet talk. But deep down, his heart was bleeding as he thought, if it weren't for the fact that I can't use bows, there's no way in hell you'd be getting this. Right then, a soldier ran up with a cloak and reported, Report, Commander, here is the cloak. Du Jing took the cloak and handed it to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, put this cloak on. I'm going to take you to see that thing. If you still insist on Route 78 after we get back, I'll let you join the squad tomorrow. Without wasting a second, Lu Fan grabbed the cloak, threw it on, and said, Let's go, Senior Du. I can't wait. A moment later, Du Jing was riding a griffin high in the sky, looking curiously at Lu Fan, who was flying right beside him using a pair of wings, and asked, Lu Fan, you're a dragon rider, right? Why aren't you riding a dragon? Lu Fan explained, Well, my dragon's level isn't quite high enough yet. But Xiao Ye is already at level 29, so we're close to unlocking that skill. Du Jing let out a hearty laugh. Well, once you can ride that dragon, I might just have to give you a special pass into the Griffin Legion. Lu Fan was about to reply when he suddenly heard a monstrous screech echoing nearby. Turning around, Lu Fan spotted 3 monsters flying toward them. They were level 60 owl demons. Poison feathers, fires 3 highly toxic feathers at the target. Each feather has a 30% chance of poisoning the target for 30 seconds. While poisoned, the target loses 2% of their health every second. Getting hit multiple times will stack the poison duration. Phantom Song. Hearing their screeches continuously for 30 seconds will cause targets to lose consciousness and enter a charmed state lasting 5 minutes. The owls can screech while performing other skills. As the screeching owl demons lunged at Du Jing, Lu Fan shouted in alarm, Senior Du, watch out! But Du Jing remained completely unfazed. With one hand, he took a massive swig from his flask, while the other hand summoned his spear, instantly skewering the nearest owl demon. At the same time, his griffin used its sharp talons to seize another owl demon in a death grip. You're the one who needs to watch out, Du Jing said. If we were on Route 78 and you reacted this slowly, you'd be dead by now. With a powerful flick of his wrist, Du Jing swung his spear, launching the impaled carcass directly at the remaining owl demon. The two collided with a sickening thud and plummeted to the ground. And just like that, the fight was over. Lu Fan stared in awe, thinking to himself, Everyone in the Griffin Legion is seriously over level 70. Even though he just joked about fast-tracking me into the squad, with my performance so far, he is probably totally disappointed in me. This is not school anymore. I have got to lock in. While Lu Fan was busy reflecting on his mistakes, Tu Jing suddenly looked down. A voice called out from below, saying they had arrived. Snapping back to reality, Lu Fan also leaned over to look down. Spotting a massive, circular red object in the snow, he stammered, unsure of what he was seeing. Is that a giant eye? Tu Jing smiled and explained. Bingo. It is an absolutely massive creature, and to this day, we still have no idea what it actually is. Hearing this, Lu Fan frowned in deep thought. The eye and the surrounding mountain ridges looked suspiciously like half of a giant dragon head. But could it really be a dragon? Its scale was so immense that even the entire Griffin Legion could not map out its full body. Noticing Lu Fan's stunned expression, Tu Jing asked with a chuckle, "Shocked? The first time we got close to this thing, even the Griffin King was too terrified to approach. We actually found it completely by accident." Lu Fan did not say a word, instead quietly opening his system to appraise the eye. But the result? Unknown. Seeing this, Lu Fan frown deepened. With a growing headache, he thought to himself, "Not even my system can pull up a single shred of information on this thing?" Tu Jing let out a deep sigh and continued, "In truth, we humans have barely scratched the surface of this world. Most of it remains uncharted territory, waiting for legions like ours to go out and map them. When I first stumbled upon this thing, it did not look like this. That was the very first time I had ever gotten that close to it. We were clearing out some demon owls above a resource node back then. Right in the middle of our rescue mission to save the mining crew. It suddenly opened its eye. It has been a whole year since then. Countless experts have come to study it, yet we are still completely in the dark. But there is one thing I know for sure: it is alive, because it stared right at me when it opened that eye. If it ever fully awakens one day, will we even be able to live in peace like this?" Suddenly, Lu Fan spotted some figures in the distance riding flying beasts. He pointed them out, saying, "Senior 2, look, it looks like some members of the Legion are flying toward us." But as they drew closer, Lu Fan realized he was dead wrong. These were not allies, they were clearly a swarm of monsters. Gripping his weapon tightly, Tu Jing stared at the oncoming horde, his voice heavy with sorrow. Legion members? They used to be, but not anymore. Level 65, Fallen Corpses. Ultimate skill. For every active fallen corpse nearby, defense is increased by 25% for all of them. Born from death. Each time they take non-lethal damage, their defense increases by 25%. Despair. Every attack dealt by a fallen corpse inflicts an additional 1 to 2 follow-up hits. The bonus damage scales with their current defense. With a blood-curdling screech, one of the fallen corpses lunged at Lu Fan, who barely managed to parry the savage blow with his sword. A fallen corpse. Wait. Could these be the Griffin Legion members who died out here? Doubt gnawing at him, Lu Fan turned to Tu Jing and asked, "Senior, what exactly are these monsters?" Tu Jing remained silent, his head bowed. Just by looking at his face, Lu Fan could tell that Tu Jing was completely devastated. It took a few agonizing seconds before the veteran finally made his move. "They are extremely stubborn, and I really do not want to destroy them." With that, Tu Jing steered the Griffin King high into the air and unleashed his Arctic net. A massive web of frost enveloped the fallen corpses, sending them crashing into the snow below, completely immobilized. Arctic net causes the mount to cast an ice elemental magic net that lasts for 15 seconds. All targets trapped in the net take continuous minor ice damage and will be completely frozen within 5 seconds. Tu Jing's reluctance to fight only confirmed Lu Fan's grim suspicion. He pressed on, asking again, "Senior, were they once your subordinates?" But Tu Jing chose to dodge the question entirely. Wheeling the Griffin King around, he simply said, "Let us go. It is time to head back." With no other choice, Lu Fan buried his questions deep inside and followed Tu Jing back. Down in the snow, the fallen corpses finally broke free from the Arctic net. One of them stood completely still, staring up at the two departing figures until they vanished past the horizon, before slowly turning away. Early the next morning in his office, Tu Jing took a heavy swig of liquor, glanced at Lu Fan, and asked, "Are you absolutely sure about this?" Lu Fan nodded firmly. "Yes. No matter if it is the fallen corpses or that gargantuan beast, I still want to go to the front lines." Tu Jing burst into a hearty laugh. "That is the spirit. Adjutant, send them in." A few seconds later, the adjutant ushered a group of 3 people into the office. "Sir, they are here," the adjutant reported. Among the 3, a white-haired man snapped to attention, saluted, and barked. "Squad 78, reporting for duty. Lu Fei, level 76, Divine Punishment Night Tier 3, leader of Squad 78. Next, a blond man scratched his head and asked lazily, "We rarely get a day off, so what are your orders, Lord Marquis of Zhenbei?" Lu Changkong, level 70, Holy Shield Night Tier 3, member of Squad 78. And finally, a brown-haired girl who had kept dead silent since stepping inside. Shen Tai, level 70, Soaring Eagle Knight Tier 3, member of Squad 78. Tu Jing gestured toward Lu Fan and introduced him, saying, "Old Lu, I have got a fresh recruit for you today. This kid is Lu Fan, the #1 student at Dragon Capital Academy." Lu Fan smiled warmly, playing along. "I look forward to learning from you all, seniors." While Lu Fei and Shen Tai remained indifferent, only Lu Changkong welcomed him warmly, stepping forward to shake Lu Fan's hand. "Ah, Dragon Capital Academy. Lu Fan, what a crazy coincidence. My last name is also Lu, and I actually graduated from the Qingyun class at Dragon Capital Academy too," Lu Fan said in surprise. "Oh, really? Thank you for your hard work on the front lines, senior." Lu Changkong grinned, happily throwing his arm around Lu Fan's shoulders. Pulling him aside, he reassured him, "Don't worry, buddy. I'll make sure you don't lose a single hair on your head." Lu Fan was a bit overwhelmed by Lu Changkong's intense enthusiasm. He let out a polite, awkward laugh and replied, "Well, thank you so much then, senior." Then, Lu Fan asked, "By the way, senior, what does the badge on Captain Lu Fei's chest stand for? How come he's the only one who has it?" Lu Changkong explained, "That's a military merit medal. Old Lu Fei has this bronze badge, which is why he was made captain. There are silver and gold ones above it. In our entire Griffin squad, only 8 people have gold badges. Whenever Commander 2 is out of the camp, those 8 have the final say." In another corner, Lu Fei had a serious expression as he whispered to Tu Jing, "Commander, I have a question. What on earth are you doing? Bringing a college kid here just for a resume-building internship? Please don't play around like this, Commander. The missions of Squad 78 are incredibly tough. We don't have time to babysit." Tu Jing replied with equal seriousness. "Lu Fei, do I look like someone who would make a joke like that? If things get dangerous, you guys can just leave him behind. If he croaks, that's his own problem. Outside of work, we're brothers. But here, I'm your boss. From this moment on, Lu Fan is a member of your squad. Don't treat him like some student. Do whatever needs to be done. That is an order." Seeing that Tu Jing wasn't joking at all, Lu Fei reluctantly accepted. "I understand." With those words, he turned and walked toward Lu Fan. Lu Changkong immediately called out, "Captain!" Lu Fei nodded, glanced briefly at Lu Fan, and said, "Shen Tai, take Lu Fan to the meeting room. We'll hold a briefing for this mission shortly." Shen Tai adjusted her glasses in annoyance, muttering under her breath, "What a pain." A short while later, in the meeting room of Squad 78, 4 people, including Lu Fan, were sitting together. A large map was laid out right in front of them. Looking at the map, Lu Fei analyzed. "According to the report from the outpost, a blizzard is hitting in 4 days. That means we must complete this operation within 4 days. Just traveling to the outpost and back will take 2 days. Once we reach the outpost, we'll only have 2 days left to scout along Route 78. Lu Changkong frowned and said, 2 days? That doesn't feel like enough time to explore much of anything. Lu Fei replied, "Since we have a new member joining us this time, we only need to map out another 100 miles to call the mission a success." Shen Tai asked, "Isn't that still a bit too much? After all, we have a student here just to get a taste of real life, so shouldn't we take things a bit easier?" Noticing the clear disdain for Lu Fan in Shen Tai's words, Lu Changkong quickly gestured for her to dial it back. As for Lu Fan, he didn't pay it any mind. Thinking about those words, his eyes were now glued to the map. He couldn't help but wonder, is the God-tier map hidden in the uncharted territory? If this exploration mission succeeds, maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to get my hands on it. Right then, Lu Fei stood up and gave the order. "Time waits for no one. Get your mounts ready, we head out in 15 minutes. Shen Tai groaned and complained, "He is like a literal robot. We could easily just wait for the blizzard to pass first." Lu Changkong chuckled, trying to keep the peace. Come on, we are the Vanguard squad after all, remember?" Lu Fei turned to Lu Fan and reminded him, "Oh, by the way, Lu Fan, you can leave your mount in the squad stable. We have only the best feed in there. Lu Fan hesitated before replying. Actually, my mount's level is still too low, so I can't ride it yet. Shentai looked shocked and scoffed. Huh? Well, I am definitely not waiting for you. Go talk to the captain about it. Lu Changkong raised an eyebrow and asked, Then how on earth are you going to keep up with us in the air? Lu Fan smiled and said, You guys don't have to worry about waiting for me. And indeed, 15 minutes later, as they rode their griffins through the sky, Lu Changkong stared at Lu Fan, soaring beside them with wings on his back, and gasped, Holy crap, kid, you look badass. You already got rare gear, and it was personally arranged by Master Du himself. Don't tell me you are some secret heir to the high brass in Dragon Capital? Lu Fei remained silent, but he kept his eyes on Lu Fan, lost in thought. After flying for a while, Lu Fan flew closer to Shen Tai and asked, Hey, Sister Shen, those two small escort eagles flying next to your giant eagle, are they scouting the area? Shen Tai glared at him and snapped, Now is not the time for small talk, kid. We are about to enter the cloud zone. Not long after, as the group entered the thick clouds, Lu Fei shouted a warning, Visibility is extremely low in here. Everyone, stay alert. Lu Changkong looked over at Lu Fan and smiled. Junior, make sure you stick close to me, all right? Don't go getting lost. Got it. But just as the words left Lu Fan's mouth, a sudden violent gust of wind swept through, blowing him far away from the group. By the time he regained his balance, panic set in. The others were completely gone. Lu Fan yelled out in panic, Senior, Captain, where are you guys? But after only a few shouts, Lu Fan instantly shut his mouth. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he realized a pair of bloodthirsty eyes had locked onto him from behind. Spinning around, he saw a roaring beast lunging straight at him, its jaws wide open to swallow him whole. It was a sky-hunting flying lion, a level 75 fallen corpse. With its skill, cloud mist camouflage, it could blend seamlessly into the clouds, moving at incredible speed while staying completely hidden. Its sky-hunting illusion attack strikes like lightning from the mist. If it hits, it creates a clone of the target at their current position. The clone lasts for 8 seconds, mimicking the host and executing basic attacks. It had been completely corrupted into a fallen corpse, granting it the standard skills of the fallen tide, like rebirth through death and hopelessness. Another fallen corpse. It seems that Blood Moon didn't just affect humans, he thought to himself. Lu Fan reacted instantly, swinging his sword with full force at the monster's head, forcing it to snap its jaws shut in pain. Refusing to back down, the enraged beast raised its claw and unleashed its sky-hunting illusion right at him. These fallen corpse monsters are completely different from normal beasts. I can't risk summoning my dragons here. While Lu Fan was hesitating on how to counter the strike, Lu Changkong's voice suddenly cut through the air, shouting, Junior, get out of the way. Right after that, Lu Fan saw two creatures streak through the air, slamming violently into the beast. Looking closer, Lu Fan gasped in realization. Those are Sister Shen's escort eagles. He wasn't wrong. It was indeed Shentai's escort eagles. She had used her twin eagle feint skill to pull him out of danger. This skill commanded both eagles to charge forward, ramming into the enemy to draw its aggro. Rushing over on her griffin, Shentai shouted at the top of her lungs, Don't let that thing create its illusion clone. But as she watched only one of her companion eagles fly back to her side, she cursed in frustration. Damn it, I just lost one of my companion eagles. Lu Changkong quickly flew to Lu Fan's side, casting a buff on him. Stay close. These clouds are crawling with elite monsters. Let us protect you. Dealing with monsters like this is just a walk in the park for us. Lu Fan spoke up. Thanks, Senior. But I can't just stand by and watch you guys do all the fighting. Seeing more enemies arrive, the sky-hunting flying lion triggered its cloud mist camouflage and vanished back into the thick fog. Shentai turned to Lu Fan and snapped, You're a rookie, so stop acting on your own. Just do what you're told. Lu Changkong playfully patted his chest and called out, Exactly, leave this flying lion to us. We've been leaning on the captain way too much and haven't earned a single medal yet. It's time to get serious. Shentai rolled her eyes and muttered, You're unbelievable. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the clouds, instantly putting everyone on high alert. Lu Fan tensed up and asked, That doesn't sound like the flying lion, does it? Shentai and Lu Changkong fell dead silent, their eyes locking onto a single direction. A few seconds later, sheer terror washed over both of their faces. In control, Griffin turned to flee. Lu Changkong screamed, Oh crap, that is Thon Thien. This is no joke. Junior, run. Still remembering his duty, he shouted a warning to Lu Fan. Thon Thien stirred slightly. Curious, Lu Fan looked up and saw a massive monster, many times larger than a sky-rending flying lion. The level 75 corrupted corpse, Thon Tien, devours heaven and earth. Thon Tien swallows any target drawn into its mouth, dealing damage equal to 1% of their maximum health. Its whalefall ability treats the clouds as the sea. Once it leaves the sea of clouds, whalefall is triggered, dealing 9,999% damage to all targets within its crash zone, including itself. Corrupted corpse state. Thon Tien has undergone corpse, corruption, possessing the standard skills of a corrupted corpse. Corpse, tied, born from death and despair. Lu Fan thought in sheer terror. This is even scarier than Xiao Ye's world destroyer form. Just then, Lu Fei flew over and urged, "Don't just stand there dazed, fly faster." Shaking himself out of it, Lu Fan quickly flew after Lu Fei and the others. Seeing Lu Fei arrive, Lu Changkong said in relief, "Captain, what do we do now? Even Thon Tien has shown up." Lu Fei barked, "Shut up and fly faster. There is a whole flock of corrupted birds in those clouds." Flying behind them, Lu Fan pondered. Everything under the blood moon was corrupted. Even though that massive creature showed no signs of life, it was completely warping everything in this area. He casually looked back at Thon Tien and gasped in horror as he saw its jaws wide open, activating its devour heaven and earth skill. There's no way out. Even though he still wasn't sure if his dragons would be affected by the corpse corruption and the blood moon, if he didn't summon them now, they would all be swallowed whole. With that thought, Lu Fan stopped, reached his hand out to summon his dragons, and shouted, "Captain, let me handle this." Lu Fei barked back angrily, "Don't be ridiculous, just stay close to us and get out of here." Spotting a light ahead, Shen Tai cried out in joy, "There it is, just a bit further, and we're out of here. Once we make it through, we'll be safe." With that, everyone pushed to full speed, rushing toward the light. A moment later, 4 figures burst out of the clouds. Right behind them, as soon as Thon Tien emerged, its whale fall skill was automatically triggered. Its devour heaven and earth skill was instantly cut short, and the massive body began to plummet. Only now did Lu Fan catch his breath enough to ask, "Are we safe?" "It isn't chasing us?" Lu Fei explained, "Yeah. Once Thon Tien leaves the clouds, it drops like a stone." Hearing this, Lu Fan thought to himself, every type of corrupted corpse has a different counter. This valuable knowledge was bought with the very lives of the senior members of the Griffin Legion. Very quickly, Thon Tien slammed into the ground with a massive crash. Lu Fei immediately commanded, "Changkong, Shen Tai, get ready to land. We need to rest and regroup." Lu Changkong replied, "Got it." Still shaken, Shen Tai let out a sigh of relief and said, "That was way too close to meeting our makers." Shortly after, they touched down right next to the massive crater left by Thon Thien's fall. Lu Changkong clicked his tongue and said, "Old Lu was way too impatient this time." Even with a rookie on board, he still risked going through the clouds. It would have been fine to take a slight detour and save some trouble. Lu Fan lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry. I still don't know much about the far north." Lu Changkong threw an arm around Lu Fan's shoulder to comfort him. "Hey, no need to apologize. The blood moon, the corrupted corpses, the clouds, I didn't know a thing about them either until I actually got here. Everyone in the Griffin squad started out the exact same way." Shen Tai suddenly chimed in, "If we keep going like this, our scouting mission is going to be near impossible to finish. We only have 3.5 days left." Lu Fei said, "It is just because we have a new member, so we're moving a bit slower. Once he adapts, we'll be fine." Hearing that, Shen Tai couldn't hold back her anger any longer. She snapped to her feet and yelled, "Do we even have time for him to adapt? You and Chang Kong might not care, but I am seriously worried about whether we'll even make it back by the 4th day." She then marched over to Lu Fan, jabbed her finger at his chest, and scolded, "Lu Fan, I don't care what kind of connections you used to get here, but let me make one thing crystal clear. This is not a place where you can just wing it and expect to survive. Think long and hard about the rest of this journey. If the thing down there actually wakes up, it won't just be the Dragon Kingdom in danger, the entire world will be at risk. You'd be better off heading back to the camp and playing nice in logistics, because if you go to the front lines and run into trouble, we won't have the strength to keep saving your butt." Lu Fan looked directly at Shen Tai with a serious expression and said, "Sister Shen, the captain and brother Lu have taught me a lot along the way. I'm starting to understand this place now. For the rest of the journey, please believe in me. I can help everyone." Seeing how tense the atmosphere was getting, Lu Changkong quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. "Come on, guys. Why are we raising our voices?" Lu Fei chimed in as well. "All right, that is enough bickering. If this was Master Du's arrangement, Then he definitely had a good reason. Use this time to rest. We need to move out soon. Lu Changkong cheerfully replied, got it. Lu Fei then looked at Shen Tai and advised, don't overthink it. Just let him protect himself. As long as he doesn't cause any more trouble, that's fine. We'll see how he can help us down the line. Shen Tai mumbled in irritation. It's already a blessing if he doesn't drag us down. Suddenly, Shen Tai's escort eagle shrieked, warning them of an incoming enemy attack. Just as Shen Tai finished her sentence, a series of strange, crashing noises echoed above them. What is that? She looked up in alarm, only to see massive chunks of ice hurtling down toward them. Lu Fei barked out an order. Everyone, scatter, hurry, Chang Kong, activate your shield. Everyone leaped in different directions, desperately trying to dodge the falling avalanche. At the same time, Lu Changkong quickly activated his protective shield skill. The protective shield covers all allies, absorbing damage equal to 200% of the caster's maximum health for 10 seconds. Within those 10 seconds, once the maximum absorption is reached, it heals allies for an amount equal to the total damage absorbed. As the ice finally stopped falling, everyone heard Lu Changkong shout, I'm hurt! Lu Fan and I got separated. Lu Fan didn't say a word. He steadied himself, warily scanning his surroundings, and muttered under his breath, don't tell me, it's the fallen corpses again? Elsewhere, Lu Fei yelled out, Shen Tai and I are okay. Where's Lu Fan? Lu Fan, report your status. But there was no reply. Lu Fei shouted again, Lu Fan, answer me, now. Lu Fan didn't reply because he was completely frozen, staring at the massive horde of monsters standing right in front of him. There are so many of them. We're surrounded by level 80 elite monsters, Icefield snow monsters, level 80 fallen corpses, ice projectile throw, a skill where the monster throws chunks of ice as weapons, dealing massive damage. If hit repeatedly, the target is frozen solid for 30 seconds. And Berserk, which activates when the monster's health drops below 50%, boosting its attack power by 350%, and both its movement and casting speeds by 100%. Fallen mutation. The Icefield snow monsters have been corrupted by the Fallen, inheriting their standard skills, including Zombie Horde, Defying Death, and Despair. Lu Fan, if you're still alive, answer me. Seeing that Lu Fei was still shouting, Shen Tai anxiously warned, keep your voice down, or the fallen corpses will hear you. Lu Fei quickly ducked back behind a massive sheet of ice, peering out warily as he muttered, shoot, at this rate, there's no way that kid survived. There are at least 20 or 30 of those fallen Icefield snow monsters. We can't take them on. We need to get out of here. Fast. Shen Tai chimed in. Captain, I still have one escort eagle left. We can use it to draw them away. Lu Fei thought for a moment, then said, Chang Kong is still alive. Listen. Once you create the distraction, I'll sneak in and get him out. Before he could even finish his sentence, Lu Fei sensed danger approaching from behind. He grabbed Shen Tai and threw them both forward, just barely dodging a sneak attack from an Icefield snow monster. He quickly barked out, change of plans. I'll hold them off. You go find Chang Kong. Don't look back. Just go. Got it. And with that, Lu Fei stayed behind to hold off the Icefield snow monster, while Shen Tai seized the chance to run. Shen Tai leaped onto the peak of a massive block of ice, scanning the area for her next move, when she caught sight of Lu Fei struggling to fend off a brutal strike from one of the monsters. Captain! Shen Tai's heart sank with dread. Even worse, several more Icefield snow monsters, drawn by the sounds of battle, were heading straight toward Lu Fei's position. There are too many of them. I have no choice. Even if it blows my cover, this is the only way to get Chang Kong's attention. With no time to waste, Shen Tai whistled sharply, ordering her escort eagle to locate Lu Changkong. Her whistle also caught the attention of the surrounding monsters, drawing some of the pressure away from Lu Fei. Drawing her weapon, she thought desperately, Lu Changkong, where on earth are you? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Lu Changkong had been gravely wounded, his abdomen impaled by a massive shard of ice. Slumped on the ground, he stared at Lu Fan, who was facing down 3 Icefield snow monsters alone. He asked weakly, Lu Fan, are you okay? Save your strength. Hang in there, I'm coming for you. Just let me handle these 3 first, and I'll heal you right up. With that, Lu Fan drew his weapon and began channeling his energy. Dragon Fang Strike. Void Cleave. Wait, your skills are charging and you can still heal? Don't push yourself. You're no match for level 80 Icefield snow monsters. Before Lu Changkong could finish, Two of the monsters lost their patience and charged at Lu Fan, launching their ice projectile throw at him. Lu Fan immediately unleashed his Dragon Fang strike, obliterating the first monster on the spot. He then slipped past it, slashing another across the shoulder and sending it reeling back with a painful shriek. Dragon Fang strike. Void Cleave channels Draconic energy, delivering 2 consecutive slashes that can coordinate with the dragon. Current Draconic energy, Black Dragon 1. Stunned by the display, Lu Chengkong whispered, "How? How is that even possible?" Lu Fan smiled. "Nothing is impossible. After all, I'm the Dragon Tamer of South Province." As they spoke, the last remaining ice-field snow monster hoisted a massive boulder of ice and hurled it straight at Lu Fan. Lu Fan calmly converted his dragon chi into that of the Starry Sky Dragon and unleashed the Dragon Fang strike skill, Void Sever, slicing the giant ice block in 2. Lu Chengkong stammered in disbelief. A level 32 Dragon Tamer can actually fight on equal footing with a level 80 elite monster? Could that underleveled mount he mentioned earlier actually be? Right then, Shen Tai walked over while supporting Lu Fei and said, "There you are. Just as I thought. The battle earlier was." Before she could finish, Shen Tai noticed Lu Chengkong's poor condition and asked in concern, "Chengkong, what happened to your wounds?" When Lu Fei saw Lu Fan, he cried out in shock, "Lu Fan, you're alive." Lu Chengkong replied, "I'm still holding on. Lu Fan found and saved me. I'm just glad you two are okay." Lu Fan turned around to look at the newcomers. Right at that moment, the Tundra Snow Beast lunged forward to attack him. "Lu Fan, watch out," Lu Fei shouted, quickly unleashing his Sword of Victory skill to eliminate the monster and save Lu Fan. Sword of Victory, a skill where the Divine Punishment Knight throws their weapon at a target. The weapon will homingly pursue the target until it strikes. It deals 100% physical damage and 76% holy damage per second for the next 10 seconds. Lu Fei coughed a few times before speaking up. "Don't do anything rash, everyone. Let me think of a way," Shen Tai suggested. "Our only choice is to get out of here. The griffin is nowhere to be seen, but my giant eagle can still carry 2 people." Lu Fan smiled and said, "Honestly, I don't think it's that hard. If we just wipe out all these snow beasts, we'll be safe, right?" Shen Tai scolded him angrily. "Is this really the time for jokes? We need to retreat to the nearest outpost right away." Lu Fan said seriously, "I'm not joking. I can actually heal everyone too, but with this many fallen corpses around, I won't be able to keep you all safe." Shen Tai snapped, "Are you messing with us? Stop playing hero and causing trouble." Lu Fan didn't want to waste time arguing with Shen Tai. Spotting a swarm of tundra snow beasts rushing toward them, he summoned a bow and spoke. "We don't have time to chat. Sister Shen, get the wounded out of here first." Seeing the bow in Lu Fan's hands, Lu Fei cried out in shock. That's the underworld serpent's cry. Lord Tu once aimed that very weapon at the Southern King's head, forcing thousands of Southern Imperial guards to retreat. "I can't believe he gave it to you," Shen Tai gasped. "What?" She thought to herself. That bow is what Lord Tu used to suppress invading nations. For him to hand over such a priceless treasure to Lu Fan. Could Lu Fan actually be serious about what he said? Lu Fan smiled once again. "Captain Lu, don't worry. Once you guys break through the snow beast's encirclement, I'll be free to slaughter every single one of these fallen corpses." This time, no one objected to Lu Fan's plan. Shen Tai decisively called down her escort eagle to evacuate everyone. Before leaving, Lu Fei turned back and said, "We won't hold you back then. Take care of yourself, Lu Fan." Watching the escort eagle fly away, Lu Fan muttered, "I hope they make it to the outpost safely." Lu Fan then smiled and activated the serpent's hidden arrow skill. Glancing at the oncoming snow beasts, he said, "All right, time to test out Senior Two's bow." On the other side, Shen Tai was still uneasy and asked, "I'm still thinking about what Lu Fan said earlier. Will he really be fine holding the rear by himself?" Lu Chengkong gave a weak smile and replied, "He'll be fine. I've seen him fight. Compared to him, we're basically useless. After all, he's a dragon knight, the southern province's premier dragon tamer." The snow beasts used their ice throw skill to hurl giant blocks of ice at Lu Fan, but his serpent's hidden arrow completely neutralized them. Seeing this, the snow beasts switched to a direct charge, swarming toward Lu Fan all at once. "Still not giving up, huh? You stubborn pests, let's see how you handle this." With that, Lu Fan unleashed serpent swarms the sky without drawing the bow. Underworld Serpent's Cry could fire 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. He then summoned Xiaoye and Xingchen to the battlefield. Struck by serpent swarms the sky, the snow beasts began to enter a state of frenzy. Simultaneously, they received buffs from several skills. Frenzy, triggered when the snow beast's health drops below 50%. It increases their attack power by 350% and boosts both movement speed and casting speed by 100%. Fallen Tide. Each nearby fallen corpse increases the defense of all fallen corpses by 25%. Undying Will of the Fallen. Each time they take fatal damage, their defense increases by 25%. To counter this, Lu Fan ordered Xingchen to use the Shattered Star skill, creating a star and launching it high into the sky. A star began to condense in its hand, aimed directly at the heart of the enemy army. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lu Fan's mind. Xingchen, return. Let me shatter this star myself. As the star plummeted, Lu Fan activated his Serpent's Hidden Arrow skill. By drawing the bow and charging it for 3 seconds, Underworld Serpent's Cry fires a Serpent's Hidden Arrow, boosting damage by 500%. Thus, the single Shattered Star move had now evolved into the Shattered Star Serpent's Hidden Arrow, creating a star arrow, boosting damage by 500%. Thus, the Shattered Star move had now evolved into the Shattered Star Serpent's Hidden Arrow. Then, he shatters it with a Serpent Shadow Arrow to deal massive AoE damage. The attack power is boosted by an extra 500% of the Starry Sky Dragon's strength stat. The monsters can't take the heat and are instantly vaporized. The destructive force of the star-shattering Serpent Shadow Arrow triggers a massive explosion that shakes the entire area, causing the griffin carrying Lu Fei's group to wobble and drop them right out of the sky. A moment later, Lu Fei, Lu Changkong, and Shen Tai are dragged out of the deep snow by the beak of a giant eagle. Lu Fei coughs up some snow, looking toward the source of the blast with utter disbelief. Could this really be Lu Fan's power? At the same time, down in the abyss, the fallen ghouls are vaporized in the blink of an eye, leaving absolutely nothing behind, not even their corpses. Perfectly synergizing with his dragon skills, this is the true power of a dragon rider. Thinking of this, Lu Fan happily pats Xingchen's head and praises him. Awesome job, Xingchen. Go back and rest now. We'll let Big Sis Xiaoye handle the rest. Then he turns to Xiaoye and says, Xiaoye, scout the area and see if there are any fallen ghouls left. If not, we'll go regroup with the others. Just then, a familiar voice calls out. Lu Fei's group steps out of a portal, taking Lu Fan completely by surprise. Captain, what are you guys doing back here? Lu Fan, was that massive explosion you're doing? Lu Fei asks, shifting his gaze to Xiaoye. Since this is her first time meeting Lu Fei, Xiaoye looks highly guarded. Seeing this, Lu Fan chuckles and says, It's okay, Xiaoye. They're on our side. You can change forms. Xiaoye lets out a cry, soaring into the sky as she transforms into the destructive giant dragon. Xiaoye, if you don't like this place, just sweep it clean. That's all Xiaoye needs to hear. She instantly unleashes her skill, Great Disaster 1, triggering explosions everywhere she flies, dealing massive AoE damage along with a burn effect, leaving Lu Fei's group utterly speechless. This is unbelievable. Are you really the famous dragon tamer from the southern province? Lu Fan, is that little girl really your dragon? Lu Fan replies, looking surprised. Yes, she's my black dragon. Xiaoye. You guys have heard of me? Lu Fei says excitedly. More than just heard of you. For months, Lord Tu has been talking non-stop about a young dragon tamer who not only has a legendary dragon, but is also the prodigy Lord Tu favors the most. Shen Tai chimes in. Even someone like me, who usually minds his own business, has heard tons of rumors about you. It turns out Lord Tu sent us someone this incredibly powerful. Lu Changkong chuckles and says, Lu Fan, you really knew how to hide your strength. Lu Fan humbly replies, You guys are giving me too much credit. I'm still new here and barely know my way around. I've caused you guys so much trouble and put you through so much work. Lu Fei steps forward, pats Lu Fan on the shoulder, and says gratefully, I've led plenty of young folks like you, but you're by far the most mature and responsible. Thank you for saving our skins back there at the critical moment. Shen Tai says, looking a bit embarrassed. And to think I was targeting and looking down on you earlier. I should have realized that anyone sent by Lord Tu wouldn't be ordinary. Besides, we've had a connection from the moment we met, so I'll be counting on your help in the future. Lu Fan happily replies, I'm just glad we're on the same page now. Right then, Xiaoye suddenly screeches and unleashes a massive burst of power, terrifying the other three. Lu Fei asks in a panic, Lu Fan, What's going on with your dragon? Lu Fan smiles and replies, Xiaoye just hit level 30. Thanks to the level up, she got a solid stat boost and even unlocked a new skill. Her Black Dragon Covenant 1 upgraded to Black Dragon Covenant 2, and she unlocked the new skill, Perception. With Black Dragon Covenant 2, her senses are razor sharp, allowing her to detect enemies who are in stealth or disguised. Actively using this skill will instantly strip away the stealth and disguise of all surrounding enemies. As expected, reaching level 30 for a dragon brings a massive power spike, just like my second class advancement. Almost all of her stats have blown past 10,000. Plus, this new skill is a perfect counter for sneak attacks. Even if we run into high-level assassins, we won't have to worry at all. Lu Changkong suddenly remembers something and asks, Lu Fan, didn't you say before that your mount wasn't a high enough level to ride? Now that your dragon leveled up, can you actually ride her? Yes, I'm finally a true dragon rider. As he speaks, Lu Fan pulls the dragon saddle out of his storage ring. Dragon saddle, epic pet gear, required level, 30, required race, dragon or flying wyvern. Once equipped, it turns the pet into a rideable mount. While mounted, all stats of both the rider and the pet will resonate, syncing with each other. Normal attacks will be infused with dragon aura, dealing ranged damage. Lu Fei suddenly shouts, Lu Fan, look at your dragon, quick. Those flames are insane, they're lighting up the entire sky. This is actually the first time Lu Fan has ever seen Xiaoye like this. A wave of worry washes over him, but it quickly melts away, replaced by pure excitement. It turns out Xiaoye's strange behavior is just her shifting forms. Since she reached stage 2, her new form is significantly more powerful. Now, she has clearly matured into a full-grown giant dragon. Lu Changkong's jaw dropped in awe. Who would have thought Lu Fan's mount was a giant dragon like this? It was incredibly badass. Even a seasoned veteran like Lu Fei couldn't help but gasp. That fiery form from earlier literally gave me goosebumps. I never expected a dragon's growth process to be this mind-blowing. Riding a legendary beast like this definitely requires a special saddle. Lu Fan, hold on a second. Let me get you one. Lu Fan quickly waved his hands, saying, Oh, no need, sir. I will just use my own. Lu Fei replied, You just don't get it yet. The custom-made saddles of our Griffin Legion are military-grade gear. It can boost all your attributes by 10% of your mount's stats. It is extremely rare. Shentai chimed in. Exactly, Lu Fan. With an extra 10% from a giant dragon, you will be soaring through the clouds with ease. Lu Fan grinned and pulled out an epic saddle to show them, saying, Actually, this dragon-riding saddle of mine is exclusive gear made specifically for dragons. It transfers 100% of Xiaoye's attributes to me, and my attacks even get infused with dragon energy. 100% of all attributes? And it even buffs basic attacks? What kind of god-tier gear is this? Lu Fan, you seriously never fail to blow our minds. Compared to this saddle, the Legion's gear is absolute trash. And here I was, bragging about it to Lu Fan. How embarrassing. Clearing his throat in embarrassment, Lu Fei muttered, Well, Lu Fan, since you already have a saddle, why don't you show us what it can do? This morning, I thought Lu Fan was just a deadweight, but now it feels like everything he pulls out is a masterpiece. Man, I really want a saddle like that. Shentai looked at her with envy and said, Keep dreaming. That is exclusive dragon gear. Does your bird even have a drop of dragon blood in it? Yeah, I know my bird cannot use it, but hey, just basking in the dragon's presence is pretty awesome already. Watching Lu Fei and Shentai bicker, Lu Changkong kept his eyes locked on Lu Fan and said with a smile, Knock it off, you two. Look at Lu Fan. We are witnessing the birth of the world's very first true dragon knight. Xiaoye, thank you for always sticking by my side and helping me break free from the weakest class. From now on, whenever we face danger, we can fight side by side. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Fan gently patted Xiaoye's head and equipped the dragon-riding saddle on him. The moment he mounted the saddle, Lu Fan felt a sudden transformation surging through his body. This incredible power was coursing through his entire being. It felt like he could shatter the earth with a single wave of his hand. The dragon-riding saddle was literally giving him the raw power of the dragon race. As a level 32 dragon rider, his strength soared from 1,412 to 10,470, agility from 985 to 9,431, spirit from 1,293 to 10,107, and stamina from 1,304 to 10,473. Dragonfang Halberd evolved into Void Cleave. Enhanced by dragon energy, it unleashes 2 claw strikes infused with draconic force. Dragon Claw evolved into Dragon Annihilation, transforming his arm into a massive dragon claw to deliver 6 rapid, high-speed strikes that can hit from a distance. When coordinated, the dragon simultaneously inflicts 6 instances of magic damage. The dragon riding saddle infuses his basic attacks with dragon energy, dealing ranged damage. Dragon Rider Lu Fan. This is a real dragon knight, the first and only one of his kind. Ever since Lu Fan saved me, I knew he was stronger than me, but seeing this massive gap now, even though we are both knights, compared to Lu Fan, I am nothing but a complete loser. Lu Changkong thought to himself, a wave of bitterness washing over him, getting into the Qingyun class at Longdu Academy and being recruited by the Griffin Legion after 10 years of hard work. Lu Fan, those achievements were supposed to be my lifelong pride, but standing next to you, they are absolutely nothing. Right then, as if sensing something, Xiao Ye let out a sharp cry, snapped his head in one direction, and rocketed into the sky. Sensing what was happening, Lu Fan asked, Xiao Ye, is another enemy heading our way? Let us use perception to check. Sure enough, just as Lu Fan suspected, the moment Xiao Ye activated perception, everyone could faintly see a swarm of humanoid monsters with butterfly wings hiding behind the thick layer of ice and snow. Lu Fei and the others quickly mounted their beasts and flew up. They could not help but gasp at the sight. He actually detected hidden enemies? Look, their stealth state is broken. They look humanoid, but they definitely are not human. Are they hovering in midair? At that moment, Lu Fei spoke up with a grim expression. Those are snow moths. They are extremely dangerous. Everyone stay back. Level 85 snow moths. They can blend into the blizzard, cloaking themselves without being detected. Their stealth is only broken when they initiate an attack or take damage. With their blood drain skill, the snow moth siphons the target's blood, causing them to lose 10% of their health per second. If they are in their cloaked state, the first 4 seconds of the blood drain will not even alert the target. The snow moth is a nocturnal monster that specializes in hiding within blizzards. By the time you realize you are being attacked, you have already been sucked completely dry. Lu Fei explained. Extremely dangerous? That is exactly what I need. Lu Fan smirked with excitement, drew his weapon, and charged alongside Xiao Ye to completely wreck the snow moths. Witnessing this, Lu Changkong could not help but sigh. The snow moths have taken the lives of so many of our comrades, and yet Lu Fan just crushed them like it was nothing. Shen Kai blinked in disbelief and muttered, Lu Fan working in sync with a giant dragon is honestly mind-blowing. Lu Changkong turned to Louis Fei with a wide grin and said, Captain, with him on our side, why the hell should we even be scared of these snow moths anymore, right? Louis Fei was about to reply when he suddenly cried out in panic, Chang Kong, behind you. Before the words could even leave Louis Fei's mouth, a flash of light sliced through the air, completely obliterating the pack of snow moths that was sneaking up on them. It's Lu Fan. Does he seriously have a long-range combo skill too? Lu Fan had just used Dragon Slayer to transform his arm into a dragon claw, unleashing 6 consecutive high-speed strikes that could hit from a distance. When coordinated, the dragon simultaneously unleashes 6 magic attacks, wiping out the pack of snow moths they were just warned about. Watch out for ambushes, everyone. With Xiao Ye's perception, they won't be able to hide from us. After a brief but intense clash, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye completely wiped out the entire pack of snow moths. The last of those snow moths are finally dead. That was absolutely insane. Lu Fan, you just saved our skins again. With the giant dragon's perception and your combo skills, we literally have nothing to fear anymore, right, Captain? Hearing Lu Changkong talk like that, Shen Kai rolled her eyes and scoffed sarcastically. Look at yourself. Every other word out of your mouth is Lu Fan. Grow up and start acting like a senior instead of making Lu Fan babysit and save you all the time. Lu Fan chuckled and said, Captain Louis Fei, I've completely mastered coordinating with Xiao Ye. Even if a blizzard hits, I can keep us safe and lead everyone to finish this exploration mission. Lu Fan, I know you're incredibly capable, but take a look up at the sky. In the extreme north, a starless night sky like this is a dead giveaway that a massive blizzard is on its way. It's hitting much earlier than we predicted. I'm afraid it will be here by tomorrow. In the end, my worst fear has come true. If the blizzard hits earlier than expected, we won't even have time to make it back to camp. Shen Kai looked up at the sky and muttered, Dragging an injured person like me along to explore in a literal blizzard? No way. That's incredibly dangerous for both me and the rest of the team. Seeing everyone's spirits plummet, Lu Fan spoke up to reassure them. Look, even those dangerous snow moths didn't stand a chance against us. If we can take down the beasts during the blizzard and complete our mission at the same time, this will be the perfect chance for us to rake in some serious military merits. With that, Lu Fan extended his hand toward Louis Fei and said with utter confidence, "Trust me, I would never put everyone's lives on the line. I truly believe I can help everyone complete this mission safely, even in a blizzard." Shen Kai and Lu Changkong both turned to look at Louis Fei, waiting for his decision. "I hear you. With you around, I'm not worried. No matter what the weather throws at us, we're pushing forward with the exploration," Louis Fei replied with a smile, reaching out to shake Lu Fan's hand. And just like that, the team resumed their exploration mission. Before long, they had traveled 100 miles past the outpost. Lu Fan swung his sword, instantly vaporizing another snow moth. To his surprise, the defeated snow moth dropped the exact item Lu Fan had been searching for: unmelting ice, an epic-grade ice crystal found only in the extreme north. It never melts, and is commonly used for decorations. Rumor has it that the drop rate for this item is slightly higher during blizzards. There it is! All that grinding through the blizzard and slaying countless snow moths finally paid off. I finally got the unmelting ice my senior sister needs. Lu Fan put away the unmelting ice and yelled back to the group, "Come on over, guys! The coast is clear!" Hearing him, Louis Fei's group struggled to make their way forward through the howling winds, complaining as they walked. "Man, once the blizzard hits, these monsters pop up everywhere like earthworms after a heavy rain. Lu Fan, you've been clearing out monsters all the way to this mission site. You must have slain several thousand, if not 10,000 beasts by now, right?" "Honestly, I lost count. They were mostly snow moths anyway, and I'm honestly getting sick of looking at them." Lu Changkong sighed and said, "Listen to yourself. You're only level 32, yet you're complaining about being bored of killing level 85 monsters. If I had your kind of power, I'd stay out here grinding monsters until the blizzard cleared up, and Lord 2 would definitely award me a gold medal." Standing right behind him, Shen Kai smacked Lu Changkong on the back. "You seriously think you're Lu Fan? Why don't you go tell Lord 2 that yourself, and see what he thinks?" Lu Changkong laughed and replied, "Come on, let a man dream a little." Ignoring the two bickering behind him, Louis Fei turned to Lu Fan and said, "Lu Fan, our 100-mile exploration mission is officially complete, and our supplies are running low. Let's head back to camp." Shen Kai chimed in, "Yeah, Lu Fan, let's head home. If we stay out here any longer, my wounds are going to heal on their own. Yeah, we should definitely head back. None of us have had any real rest for the past 3 or 4 days." Hearing that, Xiaoye instantly shrank down into her cute, tiny form and let out a happy little squeak. Lu Fan smiled gently and coaxed her. "You've been hungry and cold out here for way too long, haven't you, girl? Let's get you back to get some rest." And with that, everyone was on board. Shen Kai marked their coordinates, preparing to head back to camp. Louis Fei issued the final order. Watching the way Lu Fan doted on Xiaoye, Lu Changkong turned to tease Shen Kai. "Lu Fan really spoils that dragon of his. Poor Giga. Your giant eagle must have been starving for days, right? He's doing just fine, so mind your own business," Shen Tai snapped. Shen Tai scoffed, then pulled out a massive beacon pillar, slammed it into the ground, and pulled the trigger. Instantly, a brilliant red beam of light shot straight into the sky. A beacon positioning gun, this mission essential gear, is standard issue for the Griffin Legion, crucial for far north exploration to secure signal beacons to the ground and relay tracking data back to the base's main server. Since Lu Fan's system didn't display any info on the device, he turned to Lu Fei and asked, "Sister Lu Fei, what is Sister Shen holding?" Lu Fei explained, "That's a beacon positioning gun. It marks our current location so that once the weather clears up, the construction crew can come out here and set up a temporary outpost." With that, everyone quickly mounted their flying beasts and headed back to base, completely unaware of a shadowy fallen figure standing right beneath the beacon, watching them fly away. The next day at the far north base, Lu Fei ordered, "I'm heading over to report to Lord 2 now. Everyone, dismissed." She quickly made her way to Tu Jing's office. Meanwhile, just as Shen Tai was about to head back for some rest, Lu Fan ran up to catch her. "Sister Shen, wait up. Do you know if there's anyone in the base who can work with Everfrost?" Shen Tai looked surprised. "Everfrost? Old Chu, the blacksmith over in Quartermaster, is pretty skilled at that. Oh ho, planning to make a gift for a girlfriend?" Blushing, Lu Fan waved his hands in panic. No, it's not like that. She's just a regular friend." Shen Tai chuckled. Sure, no need to explain, I get it." Lu Fan scratched his head and said, Well, I'll go find the blacksmith then. See you later. With that, Lu Fan ran off, calling out to Xiao Ye. Come on, buddy, let's go get you some meat. Shen Tai watched Lu Fan walk away, then pulled out an Everfrost pendant of her own. She gazed at it softly and pressed a gentle kiss against it, her face filled with longing. Back with Lu Fan, right after he handed the Everfrost over to blacksmith Chu, Tu Jing suddenly appeared behind him and patted his shoulder. Ah, so this is where you've been hiding. I've been looking all over for you, Tu Jing said. Lu Fan blinked in surprise. You were looking for me, Elder? Tu Jing smiled warmly. Lu Fei told me everything. To think that on your very first mission, you not only saved everyone but also led the entire squad to success right through that raging blizzard. If I didn't trust your skills, I would have thought you guys were goner in that hellish weather. Outstanding work. This bronze badge is yours. With that, Tu Jing personally pinned the medal onto Lu Fan's chest. Thank you for your recognition, Elder, Lu Fan said excitedly. In his mind, he realized this medal was identical to Captain Lu Fei's. Just as Captain Lu Fei had mentioned, this badge officially put him on the same level as a Griffin captain. As for the Changkong squad, by the time the other teams found them, they had already turned into the Fallen. There was no choice but to put them out of their misery. It's a tragedy, but unfortunately, it's a common risk on these exploration runs, Tu Jing continued. Fortunately, your dragon wasn't affected at all. Lu Fei couldn't stop praising how well you and your dragon fought together. It really makes me want to see it for myself. But Lu Fan barely registered the praise, his mind slipping into deep thought. He silently realized. It seems the closer we get to the blood moon, the more vulnerable living creatures are to being corrupted. I was terrified for a moment, but thank goodness Sister Shen's giant eagle and Xiao Ye are still completely fine. Tu Jing chuckled again. By the way, I just saw that little dragon of yours eating. Man, does he have an appetite? A legendary creature truly has a legendary way of stuffing its face. Tu Jing roared with laughter, picturing Xiao Ye devouring his food like a ravenous beast. Lu Fan laughed sheepishly. Yeah, Xiao Ye has never gone hungry for that long before, so I figured he'd be absolute savage when he finally got to eat. Well, let your dragon eat his fill. In the meantime, there's something I need to show you. Tu Jing's expression turned dead serious as he pulled out a stack of photos and handed them to Lu Fan. Take a look at these. Our intelligence agents uncovered them in the Star Nation. The national trial representative of the Star Nation, Charlie Morgan, is currently leading the exploration of the Holy Mountain ruins on their border. Our agents managed to tail them and, after a little negotiating with the Morgan family, they got their hands on these photos. Look at this. A colossal humanoid skeleton. An entity this mysterious. It bears a terrifying resemblance to that massive blood moon. Lu Fan murmured. It does look familiar. Compared to that skeleton, the workers in the photo look like tiny ants, almost invisible. Tu Jing continued. There's also a video our agent managed to record at the Holy Mountain ruins after infiltrating the Morgan estate. This footage could blow the lid off a massive, world-altering secret. The scene shifts to a spot right in front of the colossal skeleton. A man in a suit speaks up. Sir, we've arrived. Another voice gasps in awe. Whoa, it looks just like a six-winged angel. A blonde woman with curly hair gestures behind her with her thumb and asks, Where did Master Charlie go? The other voice replies, He went toward the shrine. The man in the suit looks at the distant shrine and explains, Yes, we sent a reconnaissance team inside. We even had a top-tier expert with them, but the entire squad has gone completely silent. Just as he finishes speaking, a startled voice cries out, What's that sound? The curly-haired blonde answers, Those are the Holy Mountain golems. The golden light radiating from the shrine has corrupted the local wildlife, mutating them into incredibly powerful and violent beasts. Sensing movement behind them, the man in the suit warns, Wait, someone's coming. The blonde whips her head around to look. Wait, isn't that guy the Tier 4 expert from the exploration squad? Look, they've finally returned. The man frantically whispers, Shh, don't make a sound. He looks wrong. And those wings. Suddenly, the Holy Mountain slave lunges right at them, making them scream in sheer terror. Run, run. He's already turned into a Holy Mountain slave. Meanwhile, inside a secure room, the projection screen suddenly freezes. Tu Jing sighs and says, That's where the footage ends. Our scout barely made it out alive with this tape, or we'd be completely in the dark. Staring at the screen, Lu Fan quietly mutters, A Holy Mountain slave. Tu Jing explains. It's a much more advanced creature than a Holy Mountain puppet, Both puppets and slaves are horrifying mutations caused by the dark energy of those colossal skeletons and the ancient bronze temple. Lu Fan connects the dots, realizing that just like the fallen corpse puppets mutated by the blood moon, these things are corrupting everything around them, and they are starting to wake up. Looking back at the screen, Tu Jing nods. Exactly. We've already sent this critical intel to the high scholars at Dragon Capital. They estimate there are definitely more than just 2 of these mysterious entities out there. They've existed since ancient, untraceable times, and now they're known as. Tu Jing pauses for dramatic effect before dropping 2 heavy words. Ancient gods. Lu Fan's brow furrows deeply at the mention of the name. Staring intensely at the photo of the massive skeleton on his desk, Lu Fan can't help but wonder. Where did they come from? Why are they buried here? We still have absolutely no clue about the scale of their power, but calling them gods is definitely not an exaggeration. Tu Jing picks up his small flask. I know exactly what's on your mind, kid. But the truth is, the mysteries surrounding these ancient gods are virtually endless. That's what's giving me a massive headache. It feels like we've only scratched the surface of the world's deepest secrets. He takes a long swig from his flask and continues. The monsters corrupted by the Holy Mountain are classified as either Holy Mountain puppets or slaves, while the ones corrupted by the Blood Moon become fallen corpse monsters. Lu Fan immediately finishes his thought. So if that's the case, the fallen corpse monsters should also be split into fallen corpse puppets and fallen corpse slaves. Tu Jing glances at him, the image of a mysterious cloaked figure standing before a colossal skeleton flashing through his mind. I was thinking the exact same thing. So far, the fallen corpse puppets we've encountered have basically been mindless, walking corpses. So you and Elder Lu need to be extremely careful if we ever cross paths with actual fallen corpse slaves. Lu Fan nods firmly. I got it, Senior 2, but after that, Holy Mountain slave attacked. Did anything else happen? Tu Jing looks away, scanning his memory before speaking. That Holy Mountain slave slaughtered every single member of the Moore family at the ruins, except for one survivor, Charles Moore. Lu Fan's eyes widen. Charles? The star representative of Star Strip Country in the National Trial Secret Realm? Tu Jing nods grimly. Yes, him. After our scouts escaped the slaughter, they witnessed the Holy Mountain slave and Charles meeting right in front of the bronze temple. But instead of attacking him, the creature opened its massive hand and offered him something. A mystical substance known as the Holy Mountain Essence. Lu Fan's jaw drops. The Holy Mountain Essence? Tu Jing continues, explaining that Charles was already incredibly powerful to begin with, but after absorbing that essence, he underwent a class change into a sacred priest, a class completely absent from any known database, making it almost impossible to dig up any info. Tu Jing pats his shoulder with a heavy warning. Keep your guard up around Charles. Lu Fan stands frozen, whispering the name to himself, a sacred priest. But then, he turns to Tu Jing with a fiercely confident look in his eyes. Don't worry, Senior 2. No opponent is too tough for me. No matter what kind of cheat-like power Charles has obtained, I'm taking that top spot. 2 days later, at the base's blacksmith shop. The master blacksmith proudly holds up his latest creation. Well, are you satisfied with this? An item of this caliber would easily fetch over 100,000 dragon coins on the open market. Lu Fan's face lights up with pure joy. Satisfied? It's absolutely perfect. Your craftsmanship is truly legendary, Master Ju. He then hands over a massive flask of fine liquor. Here, this is the premium strong stuff Senior 2 loves. Please accept it, Master Ju. I know you've worked tirelessly these past few days. Master Zhu bursts into a hearty laugh. Well, aren't you a sharp kid? You even dug up my personal favorites. Right on cue, Shen Kai calls out from behind him, Lu Fan, it's time to roll out. Chang Kong chimed in, urging him on. Yeah, our next exploration mission is officially live, and we're just waiting on you. Master Ju waves them off with a wide grin, tightly clutching his new bottle, as they make a promise to catch up later. Lu Fan turns around, clutching his newly crafted necklace. It's a deal. As they walk, Chang Kong slings an arm around his shoulders, teasing him playfully. Man, I can't believe Junior Lu already scored a bronze wing badge. I've been risking my neck out here for a whole year, and still haven't gotten mine. Shen Kai shakes her head in disbelief. It's honestly ridiculous. You've only been here for a few days, and you're already our boss. Early the next morning, Louis Fei takes the lead and calls out to the group. All right, team, we've packed plenty of supplies this time. We're stocked up for at least 15 days, so let's push our exploration line even further. The three young squad members shout back in unison. Understood. Gliding over the deep snow, Lu Fan scans the area, feeling a bit uneasy. That's weird. The map says we're right on target. But where is the beacon we left last time? Just then, Shen Kai shouts out to him, Lu Fan, over here. She points urgently toward the beacon, which has been completely knocked down, on the snow and said, Hey, it was probably blown down by the blizzard. It's only been 2 days and it's already broken. What cheap garbage. Lu Fan silently thought to himself that this situation felt off, almost like they were being lured right into a trap. Chong Kong pulled his cloak tight and stepped forward, saying, Then what are we waiting for? Let's get this mission started. Catch up from behind, okay? Senior Lu called out, Get back, quickly. I'm afraid it's an ambush. Just as Chang Kong leaned in to ask Lu Fan, a horde of monsters emerged from the shadows behind him. Chang Kong looked around in sheer panic. We're surrounded. We are in deep trouble this time. La Fei, who was nearby, hadn't expected this at all and grumbled in frustration. Lu Fan, however, remained calm, analyzing the beast's movements. La Fei also recognized the creatures and gasped, Divine servants. Are these really the divine servants that Senior Tang warned us about? Suddenly, a dark, gloomy voice echoed out. That is correct. Divine servants are the slaves of the glorious gods. Lu Fan looked up warily toward the source of the voice. Who's there? Chang Kong's face paled with fear. Who are you? A pale purple hand grabbed the hood, and La Fei gasped out a familiar name in horror, Li Luo. Even Shen Kai was frozen in utter disbelief. Li Luo called out to her, Kai, it's been a long time. Li Luo, a level 76 fallen servant, a spear knight? Lu Fan turned to his teammates. Li Luo, do you guys know him? La Fei explained that Li Luo used to be a silver badge officer, and he was also Shen Kai's fiancé. But during a search mission, Li Luo went missing. No one expected him to turn into a fallen corpse. As La Fei was speaking, Chang Kong suddenly cut him off. Captain La, stop it. Lu Fan watched with concern as Shen Kai covered her face and sobbed. Sister Kai. Shen Kai cried out through her tears. Li Luo, I missed you so much. Sob, please, come back to me. She then noticed a pair of legs suddenly appearing in her field of vision, as a deep male voice whispered in her ear, Kai, I missed you too. Li Luo knelt down in front of her, reaching out to gently touch her cheek. I've finally found you. Shen Kai was so overwhelmed with emotion that she threw herself into his arms. It really is you. Please, come home with me. Everyone will be so happy to know you're still alive. But suddenly, a dark, ominous mist began to roll off of Li Luo. I can't go back. Will you stay here with me? Shen Kai looked at him, completely confused. In an instant, Li Luo reverted to his divine servant state. All of you must stay. Stay here, and serve the god who is about to awaken. Shen Kai shrieked in terror as Lu Fan's voice echoed in her ears. Sister Kai. Li Luo stared at her with dark, glowing red eyes, whispering seductive words to convince her to stay and serve the god. Meanwhile, Lu Fan desperately tried to snap her back to reality. Sister Kai, don't listen to him. Whatever you do, don't go near him. On the other side, Li Luo kept pressuring Shen Kai, even throwing out threats. If you refuse, there is only one end for you to be torn apart by the fallen corpse puppets and become mindless husks just like them. Shen Kai could do nothing but beg Li Luo desperately. All the while, Lu Fan's voice kept calling out to her, Sister Kai, Sister Kai. By now, he had firmly grabbed the trembling, terrified Shen Kai. Sister Kai, pull yourself together. Li Luo sat atop a massive skeleton and asked again in that chilling, dark voice, Kai, answer me. Are you willing to stay with me and serve the god? La Fei looked at the scene unfolding before them and said, Lu Fan, we can't let Li Luo take her away. But with this many fallen corpse puppets, can you even break out? Shen Kai whimpered in a low voice. What do we do? What are we going to do? Chang Kong spoke up to protest. Captain La, there are thousands of these monsters. Even if we follow Lu Fan, we'll get separated. Besides, if we don't fix that signal tower, we won't be able to get a signal lock next time. La Fei snapped back in a serious tone. What kind of situation do you think we're in right now? Who cares about the outpost? We need to run as far as we can. But right at that moment, Lu Fan smiled and said, I don't think trying to break out is a good idea. Actually, we don't need to run at all. His words caught everyone completely off guard. Chang Kong stared as Lu Fan began channeling magic in the palm of his hand and blurted out. Wait a minute. You're not about to go on another killing spree, are you? Without denying it, he replied. You guessed it. By now, a bow and arrow had appeared in Lu Fan's hands. Since free military merits are practically knocking on our door, it would be rude not to accept them. Li Luo looked at them and asked, So, this is your answer? What a pity. There is only one outcome for those who reject the god. Pausing for a moment, Li Luo yelled, Die, and become fallen corpse puppets. The moment the words left his mouth, the horde of savage beasts charged straight at them. Lu Fan calmly aimed with his serpent shadow arrow and called out, Cheng Kong, get ready to deploy the protective shield. Without a second thought, he did as he was told, wrapping the three of them in a glowing golden energy shield. Got it. And then what? Lu Fan smiled confidently and replied, That's it. After this, leave the rest to me. The serpent shadow arrow was released, streaking directly toward Li Luo. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Hearing his response, Cheng Kong couldn't help but scream, Wait, what do you mean leave the rest to you? My protective shield only lasts for 10 seconds. Lu Fan replied in a reassuring, confident tone, Trust me, 10 seconds is more than enough. With only 10 seconds left on the shield, Li Luo warily watched the incoming arrow. A phantom arrow comes hurtling in. At the very last second, he manages to dodge it just in time. The protective shield has 8 seconds remaining. Meanwhile, Lu Fan has somehow appeared right behind Li Luo. Xiao Ye, activate World Destroyer form. A massive dragon emerges from the void, letting out a deafening roar to assert its dominance. The protective shield has 6 seconds remaining. Looking up at the battle in the sky, Lu Fei mutters, Lu Fan, we are all counting on you. Seeing the horde of beasts rushing toward them, Cheng Kong quickly warns, Captain Lu, look out. The protective shield has 4 seconds remaining. By now, Lu Fan is already holding a short sword in his hand. Xiao Ye, coordinate with me and attack. With the current dragon energy, the black dragon shield has 3 seconds remaining. He then immediately lunges forward, slashing repeatedly at Li Luo's body. The system notification pops up, displaying the special effects of Void Break. Xiao Ye, in her massive dragon form and enveloped in blazing fire, lets out a deafening roar. Great cataclysm. The surrounding beasts are slowly incinerated by the giant dragon's flames. The protective shield has 2 seconds remaining. Cheng Kong stares in awe at the scene before him, unable to hold back his praise. Standing beside him, Lu Fei explains, No, this is just standard coordination between a dragon tamer and his dragon. To Lu Fan, mowing down nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts is as easy as cutting grass. Despite being gravely wounded, Li Luo groans in bitter resentment. He watches as Lu Fan reaches out, trying to grab his hand. My God. Why? Meanwhile, the shield is down to 1 second. On the other side, Xiao Ye continues to spew fire, ruthlessly wiping out the remaining beasts. The shield's timer hits 0 seconds. Not long after, as the dust of battle finally settles, Lu Fan watches Shen Kai cradling Li Luo's body and asks with concern, Sister Shen, are you okay? Shen Kai softly replies, Thank you, I am all right. When Cheng Kong suggests using holy light to seal Li Luo's body, Lu Fan immediately declines. Staring in anguish at the man she loves, Shen Kai mutters, This is Li Luo, but at the same time, it does not feel like him. He used to be so gentle. Meanwhile, Li Luo groans in agonizing pain as his entire body aches. Suddenly, a massive wave of fallen corpse energy begins to pour from his body. Looking closely at the rising energy, Lu Fan instantly identifies it as fallen corpse energy. As the dark energy almost completely dissipates, Li Luo seems to regain a final shred of his consciousness. With his last breath, he tells Shen Kai to leave this place. Shen Kai tearfully grasps his hand. Li Luo, you are back. Please, just hold on a little longer. After gasping out his final words about their love, Li Luo's hand goes completely limp right before Shen Kai's eyes. Overwhelmed by infinite grief, she screams his name in pure agony. Weeping uncontrollably, Shen Kai sobs. Even if it was only for a few seconds, that was truly him just now. Lu Fan gently reassures her. Yes, he came back to you. Standing amidst the snowy mountains, Lu Fei speaks up. Lu Fan, if it were not for you and Xiao Ye, none of us would have made it out alive. What happened to Li Luo is highly unusual. We need to head back to camp and report this immediately. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lu Fan nods. I get it. Besides, Sister Shen needs some time to process this. Suddenly, a streak of purple light shoots through the air, causing Lu Fei to yell in shock. What is going on? Why has this thing not disappeared yet? Lu Fan reacts instantly. tightening his grip on his blade. This is the protective energy from inside Li Luo's body. It is heading straight for the blood moon. In the blink of an eye, he charges straight toward the streak of light. This energy is crucial for analyzing fallen corpse slaves. I cannot let it escape. With a swift flick of his wrist, he uses the fallen corpse essence. This is a legendary grade consumable item whose exact effects are still unknown. Holding the gem in his hand, he ponders. The holy mountain essence that Sly obtained represented the Starbird Empire. Could it be the same type of essence as this one? Just then, a system prompt flashes, notifying him that he has obtained the Fallen Protector essence. He wonders, if that is the case, could this protective essence also allow me to change to a hidden class and become an ancient god slave? In the distance, Lu Fei and the others can be seen rushing over. Lu Fan, is it really safe for you to hold that directly? Lu Fei asks. But Lu Fan is still deep in thought. Following this logic, Sly must have sworn loyalty to the ancient god. A vision of the solemn vows made to become a servant of the ancient god flashes before his eyes. Snapped back to reality by Lu Fei's voice, he replies, I am fine for now. Captain Lu, you need to get this to Senior 2 as quickly as possible. Looking over at the two figures nearby, Lu Fei hesitates. I understand, but we should probably wait a bit before heading back. Sensing his hesitation, Lu Fan says, Captain Lu, we should go over and help them out. Time is running short. Lu Fei finally agrees. The group quickly approaches Shen Kai, who is still softly whispering, I really hope when you said I miss you too, you actually meant it. As she speaks, tears stream down her face, but sadly, it was probably just my own delusion. Clutched in Shen Kai's hand is the unmelting ice necklace, an epic-grade accessory. As she grieves, Lu Fan steps up behind her and gently reassures her. It was real. We all heard it. Hearing his voice, Shen Kai slowly takes off her glasses and wipes the tears from her cheeks. Lu Fan, thank you. By the time she puts her glasses back on, the resilient, strong-willed Sister Shen we all know is back. Captain Lu, I'm completely fine. What's our next move? Everyone silently agreed to treat her normally, and she no longer shied away from anything related to Li Luo. Seeing that everyone had settled down, Lu Fei immediately issued the order. It's good that you're all right. Squad 78, prepare to head back to camp. As soon as she finished speaking, all three of them acknowledged the order in unison. The group quickly left the snowy mountains, leaving the landscape empty and quiet. Because after that day, she knew she had to say goodbye to this pure love and keep moving forward. At noon the next day, Tu Jing sat in front of that glowing purple gem, suddenly realizing the truth of what had happened. Everything makes sense now, Lu Fan spoke up. Senior 2, connecting all the pieces of what happened, I have a theory. Tu Jing stroked his chin and said, let's hear it. Lu Fan then explained, I believe there must be certain conditions to become an ancient god slave. The deceased members of the Lion Legion and those ferocious beasts can only become mindless puppets acting as guards. Dead people can't become slaves of the ancient god, likely because they've lost their intellect. And beasts probably can't become slaves for the same reason they lack intelligence. But the ancient god's slaves seem to retain their ability to think, even though Li Luo was completely controlled by the fallen guardian essence. So, transforming into an ancient god slave using the essence must require a deliberate choice by the ancient god. Holding the fallen guardian essence in his hand, Tu Jing fell silent. So you're saying that having this thing doesn't guarantee you'll become a fallen guardian? To gain that power, you also have to be recognized by the ancient god? Lu Fan didn't deny it. I'm afraid so. Living, intelligent beings are the most likely candidates. Li Luo also mentioned that the fallen guardian slaves are capable of leaving this place. This was an intriguing theory to Tu Jing. It brought to mind some recent rumors. He said in a low voice, over the past few years, strange cults have emerged in more than 10 countries. These heretical followers claim to have received protection from a god. Using their incredible power, these cults are aggressively expanding and recruiting followers, declaring that they are preparing to welcome the awakening of their god. Tightening his grip on the gem, he asserted, if what Li Luo said is true, then these cultists are either the ancient god's slaves or their loyal followers. Hearing this, Lu Fan lowered his gaze in deep thought. More than 10 countries. Doesn't that mean there are more than 10 ancient gods beginning to wake up? Suddenly realizing something, he called out, Senior 2, so far, this camp is the only place in the far north with people, right? Tu Jing quickly gave a nod of confirmation. Yes. Why do you ask? He pressed further, and as for the Lion Legion members like Li Luo, how many of them are still missing? At this point, Without needing it spelled out, Tu Jing realized something was terribly wrong. Are you saying they've all become fallen guardian slaves? Lu Fan began to speculate. If any of them survived and left this place, there's a high chance they've already turned into fallen guardians. We should issue a wanted order to track them down and eliminate this hidden threat. Hearing this, Tu Jing went completely quiet, unable to say a word. After a long pause, his voice grew heavy. I feel so bad for my brothers. They dedicated their lives to our country, and now they're going to be hunted down like criminals. Understanding how he felt, Lu Fan patted his shoulder to comfort him. Things have come to this, and there's no other way. The brothers of the Lion Legion would understand. Tu Jing knew what was more important, only sighing with regret. I understand. Consider it decided. He glanced at the fallen guardian essence on the table and said, let's use this to test and verify my theory. At this, Tu Jing was suddenly taken aback. Tested on whom? You're not thinking of using it on a human, are you? Lu Fan smiled instantly and replied, let one of my dragons give it a try. Upon hearing this, Tu Jing immediately grew agitated. Your dragon? Don't be ridiculous. I can't test it on a human. But we can't use a dragon either, even though Xiao Ye isn't affected by the blood moon. What if something goes wrong? Not only would that be a massive loss, but it's also incredibly dangerous. After getting an earful, Lu Fan quickly explained, Senior 2, you've got it wrong. The dragon I'm talking about isn't my main dragon pet. This time it was Tu Jing's turn to drop his jaw. Wait, what? Not long after, the two of them walked side by side through the falling snow. He asked, I watched your battle with Ruan Chengfeng. Aside from those 5 dragons, you don't have any others. Lu Fan replied, 2 of those 5 dragons aren't actually my dragon pets. He turned his head and smiled. They're actually summons from my dragon pet. Tu Jing was shocked. Summons from your dragon pet? As if to prove his words, Lu Fan immediately raised his hand. Come on out, Xiao Fei. Let's summon the twin flying dragon kings. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a beautiful girl materialized in midair. With a quick wave of her hand, she summoned a massive dragon. This was the dragon summoning bone flute, which summons the souls of the twin dragon kings. The level of the flying dragon king matches the user's level. Tu Jing watched the scene unfold, still reeling from the shock. So it was your dragon pet that summoned these two. To think that even the divine wood flying dragon boss is only fit to be a summon. Out of all of Lu Fan's dragon pets, not a single one is easy to deal with. And this beast right in front of us is the soul of the level 22 flying dragon king. When it unleashes its dragon breath on a target, it inflicts random elemental damage like fire, ice, lightning, or wind, along with various other types of damage. Lu Fan pondered, realizing that the Flying Dragon King was actually the weakest of his 5 dragons. Even if it turns into a fallen corpse, Senior 2 and I can easily put it down. Besides, it can be re-summoned after dying without any penalties. It really is the perfect test subject. Having made up his mind, he turned and called out to Senior 2. The veteran caught on instantly and replied, let's get to work. Lu Fan then gave the command, Xiao Fei, feed them this. She nodded obediently, and in an instant, the fallen essence was tossed into the air, flying straight toward the Flying Dragon King. A second later, the dragon snapped its jaws shut, easily swallowing the crystal. Almost immediately, a violent transformation erupted inside the dragon's body. Plumes of purple mist surged out, wrapping around it as the Flying Dragon King roared in sheer agony. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and Xiao Fei cried out in alarm. Squeak! Squeak! Tu Jing quickly snapped out of it and yelled, Lu Fan, get back. It's turning into a fallen corpse slave. But Lu Fan immediately stopped him. Senior 2? Wait, just give it a moment. Staring at the snarling dragon in the distance, he added, it would be a waste to kill it right now, Tu Jing protested. But that will only create another fallen corpse. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. Lu Fan thought for a second, then commanded, Xiao Fei, you are their master. Take back control and break them free from the ancient god's grasp. An instant later, she charged forward and unleashed her emerald light, clearing all debuffs and boosting attributes by 30%, with each blessing nullifying 1 point of damage. Watching this, Lu Fan deduced, the Flying Dragon King is only a sub-dragon, so it doesn't benefit from Xiao Fei's double effect. She was using her emerald light to resist the ancient god's dominion, but Tu Jing was still skeptical. Is that even possible? I can still see that dark purple aura swirling around it. Meanwhile, waves of green energy from the emerald light kept flowing out, enveloping the Flying Dragon King. The power grew stronger by the second, and the dragon's reaction became increasingly violent as it roared non-stop. Suddenly, Xiao Fei's eyes flashed, radiating a vibrant green aura. A moment later, carrying a massive surge of energy, she dove straight toward the dragon. Down below, Tu Jing and the others watched in utter shock. What on earth is happening? The rampaging beast actually calmed down. Not only did it avoid becoming a fallen corpse slave, but it also absorbed the ancient god's power. By now, the Flying Dragon King had evolved into a level 22 fallen demonic dragon. Its skills had also completely changed after this transformation. Tu Jing couldn't help but marvel. Xiao Fei actually snatched the Flying Dragon King right out of the ancient god's hands. You really are something. He then turned to Lu Fan and said, "It looks like your hunch was right." When using the essence, the ancient god tries to seize their minds. Lu Fan smiled, realizing the evolution of the two flying dragons would influence each other, causing them to mutate together. That was definitely an unexpected bonus. He let out a sigh of relief. Good thing you stopped me, or I would have killed them. With these two demonic dragons by your side, you've hit the jackpot again, kid. Gently patting Xiao Fei's head, Lu Fan glanced over and said, I can't wait to test out the fallen demonic dragon's new skills. Can Squad 78's interrupted mission be resumed now? Tu Jing didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed they could. With the ancient god slave and the ancient god essence verified, only one thing remained: the temple. Lu Fan turned his head and quietly muttered, whereabouts? By noon the next day, the entire squad set out. Sitting on his mount, Lu Changkong asked curiously, Is this a temple or some kind of ruin? Lu Fan explained, The ruins Li Luo mentioned and the Golden Light Temple discovered by the Star-Spangled Nation are one and the same. To understand the ancient god's awakening, we must find this place. Just then, the system popped up a notification, indicating they were close to the destination marked on the treasure map. Is the god-grade treasure map really pointing to this area? Suddenly, Shen Ziru spotted something and called out in excitement. Look ahead, there's a flash of light. We're finally stepping out of the blizzard's reach. The view ahead was painted in a peaceful shade of green, with birds occasionally soaring through the sky, prompting her to marvel at how beautiful it was. Lu Fan thought to himself that such a beautiful, sunny day felt like they had completely escaped the frozen extreme north. Lu Changkong's attention shifted to a massive lake nearby, and he realized with a shock, Wait, isn't this actually an ocean? Only then did Tu Jing realize, this is where we first set foot. But what exactly is connected to that giant chain beneath the ice? Lu Changkong wondered, could the ruins Li Luo mentioned be located along the path of this chain? Right at that moment, another system notification caught Lu Fan's eye, announcing that he had arrived at the treasure map's location. A second later, he turned around in pure excitement and ran back, shouting, I found it. Based on this aura, it's definitely a dragon egg. He quickly brushed away the thick layer of snow and ice, and soon, a glowing object emerged from beneath the white powder, a green dragon egg of unidentifiable grade. He eagerly reached out, wanting to pick it up. Sure enough, the fourth dragon egg was finally in his hands. Suddenly, Lu Fan noticed something and quickly turned around to look. It turned out he had pulled a black square box from the snow. Once he opened it, the system quickly showed him the information about the book inside. Hearing the details about what he had just found, a sudden thought crossed his mind. At the same time, using Dragon Tongue magic would boost its power by 100%. His expression grew more devious as he stared at the book in his hand, deep in thought. Once I tame the blue dragon, its skill will definitely correspond with the roar of the Blue Dragon King. With this Dragon Tongue resonance, the two Dragon Tongue magic spells cast by me and the blue dragon will double in strength. He sat there contemplating his plan. He only needed to reach level 35 to learn this skill. It looked like he should contact Sister Du at the Tianhua auction house to use his monthly privilege and get a pet slot expansion scroll. Just then, Shen Tai and Chang Kong walked over to where he was sitting. Shen Tai waved and called out, Lu Fan, what are you doing standing over there? Chang Kong rested a hand on his hip and teased, Is our junior, Lu, enjoying the scenery all by himself? Seeing the two of them arrive, he stood up and cheerfully replied, It is nothing. I was just looking around. Besides, I feel like this is already the edge of the far north. It is highly likely that the other side of this frozen lake is an uncharted territory. Lu Fei and his giant eagle turned back to look at him, sighing, Even though we have explored the outskirts of the blizzard, the far north is still incredibly vast. This place is just the inner region. Towering mountains were blanketed in thick layers of snow, with the howling wind mixing with Lu Fei's voice. The Blood Moon mountain range, which stretches for miles, also ends here. So this place is probably the tip of the ancient god's tail. Chang Kong stared at the view ahead, utterly amazed. This is massive. Just its body alone spans for miles, and that is not even counting its head. Lu Fei continued. Although the ancient god's true form remains unknown, but these giant chains are clearly connected to the blood moon. Lu Fan responded, it is almost like a leash used to control the blood moon ancient god. Shentai blurted out. Then does that mean the ancient god is just a massive mount, and its master is waiting at the very end of those chains? Lu Fan crossed his arms, thinking cautiously. It is still too early to jump to conclusions. We should keep following the chain forward to see what is actually up ahead. Chang Kong threw an arm around his shoulder, clenching his fist with determination. Exactly. Who knows? Maybe the ruins or a temple are waiting for us on the other side of the lake. Lu Fei warned everyone with a serious expression. As your captain, I must remind you all of one thing. We have no idea how dangerous this unexplored lake in front of us is. Chang Kong, do you remember how you got injured last time? At the mention of his past failure, Chang Kong's face slumped, and he mumbled, I know. Captain Lu, you do not have to keep bringing that up. I will not go. Shentai patted his shoulder to comfort him. Drop that dream of riding on someone else's coattails for military credit. Come on, help me set up the waypoint markers. While Chang Kong and Shentai were talking, Lu Fan began to walk away, calling back to the captain. Do not worry, Captain Lu. I will go scout ahead and be back in no time. Lu Fei replied, if this were before, I definitely would not have allowed it. But now, we will not hold you back. A bright light burst from Lu Fan's hand as he shouted, Xiao Ye, World Beholder, form. Xiao Ye unleashed a massive surge of power, letting out a loud roar. Lu Fei stood with his hands on his hips and said, we will rest here, recover, and await orders. If you run into any danger, get back immediately. This time, I had Shentai bring a teleportation scroll so we can warp back to camp if anything goes wrong. Shentai did not forget to remind him, be careful out there. She casually smacked Chang Kong on the head, making him jump and cry out in pain. Lu Fan spread his wings and turned his head, replying confidently, got it, no problem. He and Xiao Ye set off. Xiao Ye, let us go. After 2 hours of exploring, Lu Fan sat on Xiao Ye's back, constantly marveling at how incredibly vast this place was. Feeling puzzled, Lu Fan muttered, we have been flying for so long, yet I still cannot see the end of the chain. The system's alert suddenly rang out. Warning, entering ruin territory. Regional grade ruin map loaded. Surprised, he thought to himself, the drowned corpse ruins. Everything is finally fitting together. Xiao Ye began flying faster and faster while he remained deep in thought. It perfectly matches the findings of the Star-Spangled Nation. They are all mysterious regions right next to the ancient god. What on earth happened to those who went to the Holy Mountain Temple that turned them into Holy Mountain slaves? Maybe there are similar things hidden inside these ruins. Suddenly, Xiao Ye stopped and let out a growl. He asked anxiously, Xiao Ye, what is wrong? He seemed to spot something and stared intently beneath the freezing water. There was an object that looked vaguely familiar, making him think, it looks like a giant black coffin. Lu Fan quickly checked the system. This was the secret of the drowned corpse ruins. And just like the blood moon, it could not be appraised. He froze in shock, staring at the coffin. His heart skipped a beat when he saw a shadow lurking near it. Xiao Ye noticed it too and let out a sharp shriek. Lu Fan quickly composed himself and urged, easy. Xiao Ye, calm down. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, Xiao Ye is being way too impulsive. He is definitely no match for that thing. We have not even gotten the appraisal results yet. We absolutely cannot afford to pick a fight right now. Under the water, the dark shadow was rapidly closing in on Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. He yelled, oh no, it has spotted us. The ice above cracked rapidly under the speed of the dark shadow, making Lu Fan panic and scream out. Xiao Ye, get back to the other side of the lake. Staring anxiously at the dark shadow beneath the water, he thought, shoot, it is swimming even faster than Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye soared high into the air, radiating a brilliant blue light that blanketed the sky. Lu Fan turned his head back to check the situation. Seeing that the shadow had stopped chasing them, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, it is stopped. We finally lost it. His expression grew grim as he realized, thank goodness my stats perfectly stack when I am riding my dragon. I used to only be able to buff my own stats, but now I can even share my spirit whispers with others. Hearing the commotion, Chang Kong spun around to look. Seeing Lu Fan and Xiao Ye return, Chang Kong said with relief, Junior Lu, you are back. but noticing Xiaoye's agitated state, he asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Lu Fan gritted his teeth, answering with intense tension. "The fallen corpse ruins are right ahead, but there's something extremely dangerous lurking beneath the ice." He continued, "We need to report this to the camp immediately." Hearing his words, everyone froze in utter shock. Chang Kong stammered, "Wait, what?" Even Lu Fan had to run away from that thing? 15 minutes after teleporting back to camp, Du Jing spoke up. "The black coffin and the dark shadow are sealed under the ice along with the fallen corpse." He turned to the others and continued, "In that case, we cannot keep searching there. Otherwise, we will end up like the Morgan family, facing devastating casualties." Lu Fan replied, "It feels like some kind of seal. Whatever unknown entity is lurking in that lake is making Xiaoye extremely uneasy." Unrolling the map, Du Jing said, "If it is an entity forbidden even by the Dragon Clan, then the frozen lake at the fallen corpse ruins must be classified as a forbidden zone." He looked up and ordered Lu Fei, cancel all search routes that go anywhere near the fallen corpse ruins immediately. Send the coordinates of the frozen lake to the high-level scholars in the Dragon capital. Lu Fei immediately acknowledged. "Understood." Du Jing continued, "The search mission for the 78th Squad is officially cancelled. Your new mission is to assist the scholars from the Dragon capital in researching the fallen corpse ruins." The squad saluted in unison. "Understood, sir." Then, he turned to Lu Fan and said, "As for you, Lu Fan, it has not even been a month, and yet you have already led your squad to such a major discovery." Holding out a badge, he presented it to Lu Fan. "Take this. It is the division's way of recognizing your achievements." Lu Fan quickly tried to decline. "Thank you, Senior Du. But this badge represents the mission and responsibility of the entire division. I have only been here for a month, and besides, I already have a silver badge." Du Jing shoved the badge into Lu Fan's hand and insisted, "Just take it. If you join the division after graduation, you can use this silver badge to start directly as an officer. It won't go to waste at all." Lu Fei smiled softly and added, "In this entire legion, only 19 people hold a silver badge. If you enlist, Lu Fan, even I would gladly take orders from you." Chang Kong made a playful face, looking a bit jealous, and grumbled, "I cannot believe Lu Fan got a silver badge so fast. I am totally not jealous at all." Lu Fan held up the badge and smiled. "All right then, I'll humbly accept it, Senior Du." Chang Kong clung to Lu Fan's arm, whining, "Come on, let me touch it, just for a second." Shen Tai shook his head in embarrassment. "You are so shameless." Lu Fei turned back to Du Jing. "Lord Du, if there's nothing else, we will go contact the scholars from the Dragon capital now." Du Jing replied, "Go ahead. You have all worked incredibly hard these past few days." He added, "Oh, by the way, Lu Fan, stay behind." Lu Fan looked up, caught off guard. Shuffling through some documents, Du Jing said, "Ever since you arrived at the far north, our search efficiency has skyrocketed. I would love to keep you here permanently. Unfortunately, my time with you is almost up." Du Jing handed a thick file detailing the national trials of various countries to Lu Fan and said, "This is for you. I will be taking you back to the Dragon Capital Academy in a week." Taking the documents, Lu Fan thought, "The national trials start in less than 2 weeks. I guess it really is time for me to get ready and leave." Seeing him lost in thought, Du Jing asked curiously, "What's on your mind? Did you forget about the national trials? Or are you just sad to leave the division?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "I definitely will miss this place, but I have never forgotten my goal." He continued, "With the mounted synergy skill I have with the fallen corpse demonic dragon, I'm confident I can win the national trials." Du Jing laughed heartily. "That's the spirit. These documents are public records your academy's principal went out of his way to find for you. Take them back and study them well." Lu Fan turned to leave, responding, "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, in the Taite Kingdom, deep inside the outskirts of a dense forest, a terrifying monster is completely cornered by a sinister purple light. Cheng Han, the representative of the Taite Kingdom, steps forward with a sly, wicked grin. A dark, mysterious aura swirls intensely around him, forming ghostly, demonic faces that wear chillingly twisted smiles. Hiding fearfully behind Tianzi, Kim Zhou trembles as she asks Cheng Han, "Brother, hasn't your abyssal demon walker evolved yet? We've been grinding monsters here for so long." Cheng Han maintains his eerie, sinister expression as dark energy crackles in his hand. He sneers, almost. "Once it feeds on a few more lives, It will finally evolve to the next stage. Suddenly, a local peasant calls out, "Your Highness the Prince." "And Her Highness the Princess is here too." He looks at them with doubt and asks, "Are you both out here personally hunting down these wild beasts?" His wife, cradling their baby in her arms, chimes in eagerly, "Oh my, what an absolute honor this is. Please, come inside our home to rest for a bit." Cheng Han smiles warmly and replies, "Well, since you're offering, I suppose." He suddenly summons a swarm of ghostly spirits with hideous faces and continues, "It would be rude to refuse." Instantly, those spectral horrors charge straight at the helpless couple. The peasant screams in terror, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" while his wife shrieks in sheer panic, "Monsters! Monsters!" Tianji calls out in a panic, "Your Highness, be careful, you might accidentally harm the civilians." Cheng Han doesn't stop, completely ignoring the blood-curdling screams of the couple. He turns back, glaring furiously at Tianji, and spits, "Accidentally harm? I already told you. My summon just needs a few more lives to finally evolve." He adds with sheer contempt, "They're just filthy peasants. Who cares if they die? Besides, serving as nourishment for my summoned beast is the greatest honor they could ever hope for." Glaring with rage, Cheng Han snaps at Tianzi as he walks past. "You've been serving our Kim family for so long, and yet you still spout such idiotic nonsense. You haven't made a single bit of progress." Kim Zhou quickly runs after him, calling out, "Brother, wait up! Wait for me," leaving Tianzi standing there, lost in deep thought. Meanwhile, inside the dimly lit magic assembly hall of the Han Kingdom, 4 figures sit around a flickering candle, whispering in secret. Jilan, the representative of the Han Kingdom, speaks up. "So, it is settled. We will be allies in this upcoming national trial." Wei Ji, the representative of the Han Kingdom, replies, "Since our nations have arranged it this way, I have no objections." She adds with a cold, threatening warning, "But remember, if anyone leaks word of this alliance to the outside, you all know what the consequences will be." Jia Shanlai, the representative of the Southern Kingdom, calmly states, "Every year, the national trial serves as our foundation. With our 4 nations allied this time, we will definitely secure the top ranks." The 4 raise their glasses and cheer in unison. Here's to a successful partnership. Immediately after, the candle flame flickers and goes completely out. High up near the roaring mouth of an active volcano in the Snow Kingdom, a servant anxiously reports, "Young master, the head of the house has sent word. He wants you to prepare to set out immediately." Andre, the representative of the Snow Kingdom, carrying a massive battle axe, walks away with a satisfied smirk after effortlessly obliterating a monster, saying, "Finally, it's about to begin the national trial." The scene shifts to the ruins of the sacred mountain temple in the Star-Spangled Kingdom, where a messenger is sprinting in a panic toward a group of waiting figures. A dapper, elegantly dressed gentleman steps forward and asks, "Sally is about to head to the Tai Te Kingdom. How are the battle preparations going?" Sally, the representative of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, with golden wings glowing brilliantly, bows and replies confidently, "In this national trial, I will be absolutely peerless." 2 days later, while Lu Fan is busy reading through files, a sudden knock sounds at his door. When he opens the door, Tu Jing asks with a smile, "So, how is it going? Has our Dragon Kingdom's top representative finished studying the materials?" The other 3 join her, making all 4 of them stand outside Lu Fan's room. Chang Kong grins broadly and says, Hey, you better bring home first place, Junior Lu." Lu Fei chimes in, "As your captain, it is officially time for me to authorize your departure from our squad." Shen Tai offers some encouragement, "I'll be cheering you on." Tu Jing smiles brightly at Lu Fan and asks, "Are you ready? It's time to head back to Longdu Academy." Lu Fan smiles and replies, "Let's set off." The next morning, outside the headmaster's office at Longdu Academy, Lu Fan approaches and knocks on the door. From inside, a voice calls out, "Come in." He gently pushes the door open and says politely, "Excuse me." Zhao Shengming excitedly extends his hand and welcomes him. "You're finally back. It's been a while, hasn't it, Lu Fan? The headmaster is currently away on a business trip, so I'm the one in charge of the national trial preparations." Gesturing toward Shadow Guard Yue and Shadow Guard Zen, he adds, "These 2 are elite Shadow Guards, sent by high-ranking officials of Longdu to ensure the safety of our representatives on the journey to the Tai Te Kingdom." He eagerly continues, "The Shadow Guard unit is different from the regular army division. They only answer to and protect high-ranking officials of Longdu. It seems the higher-ups in Longdu are paying exceptionally close attention to this year's national trial. Zhao Shengming gestures for Lu Fan to take a seat. Lu Fan sits down and asks, "Will you be traveling to Taipei with me in the headmaster's place, Vice President Zhao?" He nods and replies, "That is correct. The headmaster won't be back for at least 10 to 15 days. I've chartered a special private plane under the academy's name. We'll be departing tomorrow at noon." He emphasizes, "You've only just returned from the far north, and now you have to set out again. So, make sure to get some good rest today. Oh, and one more thing. If there is anything you need, just ask. As long as it's reasonable, Longdu Academy will provide it for you." Lu Fan chuckles softly and says, "Actually, there is indeed something I need." He looks directly at him and asks boldly, "I wonder if the academy can provide me with a pet slot expansion scroll." Shengmin spat out his tea the moment he heard that. He quickly asked Lu Fan, "Do you have another new dragon?" Lu Fan replied, "I am just preparing in advance, just to be safe." Zhao Shengmin closed his eyes and said softly, "While this item isn't very expensive, the school doesn't usually keep it in stock." "I'm really sorry." Lu Fan turned around and smiled. "In that case, I won't trouble you anymore, Vice Principal Zhao. I'd like to manage the rest of my time on my own. Is that all right?" He replied, "Of course. Don't worry about the shadow guards. They won't get in your way." At Villa number 2, 2 shadow guards followed Lu Fan home. The moment Lu Fan arrived, Han Ke rushed out and hugged him. "Fanner, you're finally back. I've missed you to death over the past half month." Qin Chu added, "We've been waiting since last night. You're finally back." Hearing this, Lu Fan softly replied, "So the vice principal informed everyone? What a pity. I wanted to surprise you all." Han Ke warmly pulled Lu Fan to the dining table. "Don't just stand there. You probably didn't have a single good meal in the far north. Come and eat." Tao Xiaoman chimed in, "I've been waiting for you to eat. Hurry up, I'm starving." Qin Chu smiled. Sister Han started preparing everything before dawn. Lu Fan looked at the spread excitedly. "That's so much food. In the far north, what I missed most was your cooking, Auntie." Qin Chu said excitedly, "Come on, tell us, how much stronger did you get over the past month?" 2 hours flew by over the meal. Lu Fan shared his experiences in the far north and was relieved to learn that no one else had been attacked. But besides his close friends and family, there was someone else on Lu Fan's mind. Holding up a piece of jewelry with a blue stone, he thought to himself, "I met her right before I left." Suddenly, Tao Xiaoman rushed over. She exclaimed, "Ooh, look, who are you giving this gift to? It looks pretty expensive." Lu Fan quickly pulled his hand back. "You scared me to death. Mind your own business." Behind them, Han Ke chimed in, "We have to leave early tomorrow, so let's wrap this up soon so everyone can get some rest." Xiaoman teased, "How boring. I don't even have to think to know it's for that senior sister of yours, right?" Lu Fan cleared his throat, looking a bit flustered. "Ahem, I'm going out for a bit." An hour later, inside a spacious room, Lu Fan walked in, sat down on the floor, and sank into his thoughts. Looks like senior sister definitely isn't coming today. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Oh, wait, I have Sister Du's number, don't I? Maybe I can ask her to contact senior sister for me. And since I'm at it, I can also ask the Tianhua auction house if they have a pet slot expansion scroll." Inside the VIP lounge of the Tianhua auction house, a playful voice echoed, "Hello? Well, look who finally decided to call. It was Du Yakyu." On the other end, Lu Fan asked, "Sister Du? I was wondering if you could help me get in touch with senior sister?" Yakyu replied, "What's wrong? Haven't seen her in a month, and you already miss her?" He sheepishly answered, "Actually, I have something to give her, but I couldn't find her at the academy." Yakyu clicked her tongue. "Well, that's going to be tough. Something came up at her home, so she went back. I have no idea when she'll be back, and even I can't reach her." She added, "But since you're back in Long City, why don't you swing by my place for a bit?" Before she left some things for you. That afternoon, Lu Fan went to see Yakyu. Seeing him, she teased, "Well, look at you. You're not the same as before, huh? Walking around with bodyguards following you everywhere." He smiled and said, "They're highly professional. They won't bother anyone, sister." The two sat down to chat, and Lu Fan marveled, "Sister Du, business at Tianhua auction house is really booming, huh? There are so many people downstairs." Yakyu replied, "Isn't that all thanks to you? Ever since you put that egg in the illustrated guide, customers have been flocking here every day just to get a glimpse of that dragon egg." Hearing this, Lu Fan thought to himself, "A single starry sky dragon egg managed to push Tianhua's reputation to its peak, so if I show them the green dragon egg in my hand. Actually, never mind. I'll keep that as an exclusive deal with Sister Du. With that, Yakyu pulled out a box and opened it. This is what she left for you. Go ahead and take it. Staring at it, Lu Fan gasped in shock. A legendary grade weapon? Flowing Fire Heavenly Flame Sword. Legendary quality. Level requirement, level 30. Crafted weapon, strength plus 256, agility plus 204. He picked up the sword with excitement. This sword is so light and can accumulate fire damage. It's like it was custom made for me, Yakyu replied. Of course it was. The top blacksmith your senior sister found spent a whole month crafting this masterpiece. I have to say, she really understands you. Even when you weren't around, she still went out of her way to have a master forge the perfect weapon for you. He gripped the sword, his face filled with excitement. The cost of forging this sword must have been astronomical. It turns out she was carefully observing my battles every single time we sparred. Senior sister really is incredibly thoughtful. With that thought, he blurted out, "Thank you, senior sister." Just then, Yakyu added, "Oh, and that's not all. Along with the weapon, there was something else." As she handed it over, he immediately realized it was a fire-type dragon language spell, Lava Burst. A skill book requiring the Dragon Tamer or Dragon Mage profession, with a level requirement of level 25. He smiled with pure joy, thinking that once he reached level 35, he could finally use Xiao Ye to trigger the dragon language resonance. And with that, the Flowing Firestar Flame Sword could also stack even more damage. While lost in thought, he pulled out a letter. Senior sister really did me a massive favor. With this, my strength will get a major boost for the national trials. It is just a shame she is not here right now. I will definitely have to thank her properly when I see her. Yachu spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. What is that? Don't tell me it's a love letter? The letter read, "Junior brother, long time no see. Something unexpected came up, so I have to be away for a while. I won't be able to watch you take the championship at the national trials. By the time you read this, you should have already received the gift I prepared for you, right? I bet you absolutely love it, don't you? Last time, I promised to get you a gift, but you ended up finding a dragon egg and even returned the money for the scroll. So this time, I had a master craftsman forge this gift personally, just to see how you could possibly return it. Your senior sister still has a lot of things to take care of here. Once I am back, the very first thing I will do is drop by your place for a meal, and then drag you to the arena for a good sparring session. If I don't show up at Villa number 2, don't be foolish enough to wait for me at the arena. I wanted to go to Taiki country to cheer you on, but I can't make it right now. Still, you had better give it your all and perform well. If you don't take first place, it is going to be extremely embarrassing for me. And if that happens, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Keep that in mind." Reading this, a faint smile played on his lips. "Oh, and by the way, you promised me that eternal ice. You didn't forget, did you? Make sure you secure it, and I will come collect it when I return." Beside him, Yachu spoke up. "Hey there, kiddo. You doing okay?" He smiled and replied, "I'm fine, sister. Thank you for delivering this to me." She replied, "Don't mention it. You're a VIP of Tianhua. If you ever need anything, I will definitely help you out." His eyes lit up, and he asked softly, "Speaking of help, Sister Du, do you happen to have a pet slot expansion scroll?" Hearing Lu Fan's question, Yachi frowned and said, "I'm so sorry, handsome, but our auction house doesn't have that kind of scroll in stock right now." She explained, "The market for those scrolls is pretty small since only hunters and summoners buy them, so we rarely keep them in stock." "All right, thank you anyway, Sister Du," he said with a sigh of regret. He thought to himself, neither the academy nor the auction house has it. I guess I'll have to put my plans of hatching the green dragon egg on hold. My spirit is only at level 11 right now anyway, so leveling up my spirit should still be my priority, Yachu added. "But don't you worry, handsome." She tapped the box reassuringly and said, "If any scrolls or dragon language magic books show up in future auctions, I'll definitely keep an eye out for you." Lu Fan took the box and smiled, saying, "That's great. I'll be in your care then, Sister Du. It's getting late, so I'll head back now." Walking through the night, he thought to himself, even if Sister Du keeps an eye out for me, we're setting off tomorrow, so there's no way I can get it in time. He continued to ponder, farming fallen corpses in the extreme north only raises my military merit, not my actual level. If I want to boost my spirit, it looks like I'll have to level up as much as possible before the national trials begin. Seeing him return, Jian Ying, who was waiting at the door, remarked, "Coming back this late, it seems you aren't nervous at all." He replied, "Jian Ying, what are you doing out here all by yourself?" She said, "I was waiting for you." She added, I didn't get a chance to ask you during dinner. Since we're heading abroad tomorrow for the tournament, care for a quick sparring match? He smiled and said, sure. It just so happens that I wanted to test out my new weapon. At the points arena, specifically the dueling stage of the Dragon Capital Academy, he unsheathed his weapon with an imposing air, used the skill book Lava Burst, and successfully learned the Lava Burst skill. Jan Ying also got into a fighting stance and said, a newly learned skill? It seems you've secured quite a few good items on this trip. She muttered softly, having spent so much time in the extreme north, I'm really curious to see just how strong you've become. With a shout, she swung her weapon and lunged straight at him. Armed with the sword from his senior sister, he braced himself to counterattack as a powerful, blazing energy. He marveled in amazement. Unbelievable. This sword is even lighter than I imagined. He then bent his body and launched his counter-strike. It felt as if the weapon completely understood his next move. Jian Ying watched him, wide-eyed with surprise. Evil Karma Eruption. Evil Karma Eruption. Attack attribute shifted to fire attribute. Every life harvested permanently increases the attack power of Karma Fire by 0.1%, with the current boost at 12.4%. Dodging with agile movements, he thought. Senior sister's gift is indeed incredible. This sword suits me so much better. It seems I should try out more diverse types of weapons. Leaping into the air, his mind raced. The more I use it, the more natural it feels. My black dragon scale sword can officially retire now. He then yelled, Jian Ying, watch out. On the other side, Jian Ying was still pushing forward with her attack, shouting, Army Breaker Greatsword. A terrifying wave of energy erupted. A loud explosion rings out as the two of them clash head-on. Jian Ying thinks to herself that Lu Fan still isn't used to his new weapon, but to her surprise, he easily parries all 5 of her swords. She smiles and says, Lu Fan, you really are someone who just keeps getting stronger. He replies, I can tell you've gotten a lot stronger too. The attacks from those 5 swords of yours are incredibly sharp. She sighs and responds, is that so? Too bad even my combat skills can't keep up with you anymore. She suddenly shouts, Mountain Shaker. A massive wave of force pushes him back. She approaches him and says, Lu Fan, you're someone who never stops moving forward. You just keep getting stronger. And honestly, being around you always makes me feel safe. Jian Ying then extends her hand to him. Taking first place in the national trials shouldn't be a problem for you, right? He reaches out and shakes her hand, replying, Of course not. Early the next morning, Han Ke waves goodbye with a sigh of regret, saying, Off again, huh? Make sure you stay safe out there. The two behind her also chime in, wishing him well. Have a safe trip. We'll be cheering for you. Lu Fan smiles and waves back. His one-day layover at the Dragon Capital quickly comes to an end. Now sitting on the plane, he gets lost in thought. The national trials are only 3 days away, and everyone's high hopes and expectations keep echoing in his mind. Resting his head against the plane window, he thinks about this golden opportunity to join the ranks of the Dragon Nation's top rising stars. He is absolutely determined to seize it. Just then, Zhao Xingming walks over and says, Lu Fan, we've arrived. He adds, the Dragon Nation's battle overseer is already waiting for us. Lu Fan blinks. Battle overseer? Zhao Xingming explains, in the national trials, every participating country has to send a battle overseer in addition to their representatives. Their main job is to monitor and enforce the rules of the competition. As they head down to the airport terminal, he continues, our overseer was handpicked by the top brass of the Dragon Capital. When you meet him, make sure you're on your absolute best behavior. Before Lu Fan can even process this, Zhao Xingming suddenly freezes in his tracks and hastily drops to his knees. Lu Fan asks in utter confusion, Vice Principal, what are you doing? Just then, the battle overseer slowly approaches and speaks up, please, stand up. There's no need to kneel. He chuckles and adds, and this young man must be our Dragon Nation's representative. Lu Fan, right? Here at Jinyu International Airport in the nation of Tai Chi, Zhao Xingming finally looks up. Recognizing the man as Han Fei Bai, Zhao Xingming instantly panics, stammering, Elder Han, what are you doing here? For you to personally come and receive us. This is too great an honor. I'm practically losing years of my life. Han Fei Bai simply waves his hand and laughs heartily. Oh, come on, don't be so dramatic. Hearing this, Xingming can only offer a helpless smile before turning to introduce Lu Fan. This is Lu Fan from our Dragon Capital Academy. He's currently a second advancement Dragon Knight. Lu Fan takes a step forward, awkwardly scratching his head as he greets, It's an honor to meet you, Elder Han. Han Feibai strokes his long white beard and throws his head back with a loud laugh. Well met, young man. Having your own dragon at such a young age, your future is truly limitless. He looks at Lu Fan with a warm, encouraging smile. Heroes have always risen from the youth. I'm certain that when you return from these national trials, you'll be hailed as a hero of the Dragon Nation. Avoiding any empty flattery, Lu Fan respectfully bows and replies, You praise me too much, Elder Han. I will do my absolute best. Han Feibai turns around, chuckling. Tu Jing and I go way back. If you ever run into any trouble, just go to him, and if he can't handle it, tell him to come find me. With that, he walks straight toward his car, turning back to remind them before getting in. Come on, let's get moving. It's still quite a drive to the banquet venue. Lu Fan watches the old man's retreating back. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Fan asks, Vice Principal Zhao, who exactly is Elder Han? Zhao Shengming's expression instantly turns dead serious. He cuts Lu Fan off immediately, whispering, Elder Han is one of the legendary 3 elders of the Dragon Nation. Pausing for dramatic effect, he continues. He solemnly enunciates the name Han Fei Bai. Hearing this name, Lu Fan's eyes widen as he gasps. What? His expression instantly turns solemn as he thinks to himself, the 3 elders of the Dragon Nation hold the highest power in the Dragon capital. They literally shape national policy. Their words carry the absolute most weight in the country. Even Senior 2 works under them. No wonder he has shadow guards escorting him. Meanwhile, Zhao Shengming is still riding a high of excitement, completely oblivious to Lu Fan's stunned reaction. Make sure you stay close behind him in a bit, he reminds. Lu Fan smirks slightly, already calculating his next move. He's willing to back me up the very first time we meet? He must know a lot about me. Who would have thought that joining the national trials would get me connected with such a powerhouse? A short while later, as their car speeds down the highway, Lu Fan speaks up with a puzzled look. Vice Principal Zhao, if Elder Han is one of the 3 elders, why can't I feel even a shred of powerful aura from him? Is it because my level is too low to sense it, or is his power just that deep? Zhao Shengming bursts out laughing. He isn't hiding anything at all. Actually, he's just a chef, and he's only around level 40-something. Lu Fan's jaw drops. What? How is that even possible? Zhao Shengming looks at him and explains calmly. I had the exact same reaction. While it's true that in this world, might makes right and strength is supreme, sometimes, it's not just about raw combat power. Among the 3 elders, only one of them actually has a top-tier combat class, who is rumored to have reached his 5th advancement. The other is a support class, with no combat power at all, yet they are still hailed as the pillars of the Dragon Nation, the Dragon Country. He went on to add, you've probably seen it yourself, but whenever Elder Han goes out, he always brings along his personal bodyguards, the 4 ultimate swordsmen. Word has it that these 4 top-tier swordsmen were personally recruited by Elder Han and chose to follow him of their own free will. Elder Han's true power must lie in another area entirely. Hearing this, Lu Fan fell deep into thought, unable to imagine just how strong they really were since they never showed their true faces. One was a combat class, another an enhancement class, while Elder Han is a cooking class. Not a single one of them is ordinary. Suddenly, the shadow guard slowly turned his head to inform them, Representative, we have arrived. The car slowly pulled up and stopped in front of the hotel's main entrance. Before they knew it, a swarm of reporters had already gathered there, completely blocking the hotel entrance. One sharp-eyed reporter spotted the vehicle and immediately shouted to the crowd, The Dragon Country representative's car is here. Lu Fan stepped out of the car, escorted by Zhao Shengming and 2 shadow guards. Flashes went off relentlessly all around them as a barrage of questions poured in. Mr. Lu, representative of the Dragon Country, please grant us an interview. As the only dragon tamer who actually has a dragon, how do you feel? Representative Lu Fan, is it true that you have beef with the Jin family, as rumored online? Mr. Lu, please look at the camera. Excuse me, is the Dragon Country confident in taking home the championship this year? He frowned, thinking to himself in annoyance. Jinyu City is pretty small, so it didn't take long to get to the hotel, but this place is way too noisy and chaotic. Zhao Shengming struggled to push through the crowd of reporters, shouting, Clear the way, everyone. Do not delay our representative's schedule. Just as Lu Fan was about to step inside, someone suddenly yelled from behind, Another representative has arrived. The scene cuts to that afternoon, where a large crowd had gathered in the lobby, breaking off into small groups to chat lively. Only then did he let out a long sigh and sit down in a quiet corner. Lu Fan grumbled exhaustedly. There are way too many reporters crowding the hotel entrance. He paused for a second, glancing at Zhao Shengming beside him before adding, I can't even go out for a walk. Hearing this, Zhao Shengming quickly advised him, there's nothing much to see around here anyway. Just stay in the hotel and relax. Suddenly, he looked around and asked, Vice Principal Zhao, hasn't Shirley from the Star Strip country arrived yet? Zhao Shengming calmly poured a drink into his cup and explained with a light smile, the Star Strip country is always like that. They never show their faces before the competition starts. Suddenly, something caught Lu Fan's attention. He frowned, his expression turning sour. It turned out that Jin Chenghan was sitting not far from him, laughing and chatting happily with the others. Sensing Lu Fan's intense gaze, Jin Chenghan immediately turned around, on high alert. Suddenly, Jin Zion stood up with an enthusiastic smile. Oh my, if it isn't Elder Han. I didn't expect you to be the combat overseer for the Dragon Country this year. Upon hearing this, the crowd started whispering in excitement. Elder Han? Wait, is he one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Country? Meanwhile, Jin Zion quickly rushed over to Han Feibai, warmly shaking his hand as he introduced himself. I am Jin Zion. Not only am I the combat overseer for Extremistas Country, but I am also the head of this national trial. Han Feibai laughed and replied, pleasure, absolute pleasure. The crowd around them began to buzz with curiosity again. He really is one of the 3 elders. So those guys next to him must be the 4 ultimate swordsmen, right? Absolutely. I met them once during the Roman International Conference. Someone else gasped loudly, oh my god. It looks like the Dragon Country is going all out this time. Seeing Han Feibai walking toward them, Lu Fan and Zhao Shengming quickly stood up. Elder Han, please have a seat. Han Feibai looked at him and greeted him warmly. Lu Fan, we meet again. Someone overheard this and asked in curiosity, if even Elder Han came, could Lu Fan have some deep connection to the leaders of the Dragon Pavilion? Before the room could get any noisier, a hand was raised high, followed by a loud call that captured everyone's attention. Everyone! Jin Zion spread his arms wide and announced grandly, since everyone is here, tonight's banquet officially begins. Hearing this, Goran couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Woohoo! It's starting! Yasunrei joined in. The banquet is always what I look forward to the most in the national trial. Goran eagerly watched the approaching food carts and chimed in, yeah, this is a state banquet, so it's bound to be amazing. Meanwhile, Zhao Shengming leaned in and whispered to Lu Fan, by the way, there's something I need to tell you. We're used to the food in the Dragon Country, but when eating here in Extremistas Country, be mindful. Don't make the hosts look bad. He nodded blankly and replied, huh? Oh, okay. Before they had to wait too long, the dishes on the table were finally uncovered. But when they saw what was inside, both Goran and Yasunrei froze in pure disbelief. Lu Fan's face also turned incredibly sour. Unable to believe his eyes, he turned to Zhao Shengming for confirmation. Vice Principal Zhao. He stared at the food on the table and asked hesitantly, is this actually their state banquet? Elder Han smiled gently and explained, yes, Extremistas Country is quite scarce in resources. Aside from minerals, they don't have much to develop, so we'll just have to make do with their food. He laughed dryly and muttered, I get it, I get it. Lu Fan sighed deeply, complaining in his head, man, this makes me miss a good plate of meat. Even a random dish made by my aunt would taste way better than this stuff. Suddenly, he paused as a thought hit him. Wait a minute, I actually packed some food from my aunt in my bags. Suddenly, not far from where he was sitting, a loud crash echoed as a muscular hand slammed furiously onto a table. That man was Andre, a level 60 blaze warrior, a hidden class. He roared in anger. How can this garbage taste so awful? Is this how you treat your guests? Seeing this, a heavily bearded man behind him quickly spoke up to warn him. Andre held back his temper, while Jin Shengen frowned, making an annoyed, sarcastic remark. If you don't like it, then starve. Losers don't deserve to enjoy good food anyway. Andre was instantly enraged by Jin Shengen's words. Veins popped on Andre's face as he barked back in a provocative tone. What did you just say? Say that to my face if you have the guts. In the blink of an eye, he marched right up to Jin Shenghan, aggressively ordering him, say it again. Seeing things getting out of hand, Zai An immediately stepped in to stop them. Calm down, Jin Shengen. The national trial hasn't even started yet. The bearded man also flusteredly held him back. That's enough. Cool it, Andre. But blinded by rage, Andre was in no mood to listen to their warnings. Pointing at Jin Shengen, he bellowed, you little punk. Your name is Jin Shenghen, right? You'd better hope I don't run into you during the national trial. A terrifying, menacing aura began to radiate from Jin Shenghen. He scoffed, replying with utter disdain, "Right back at you." Hearing this, Andre didn't linger any longer and stormed off in a huff. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shout, "I'm out of here. This food is making me sick. Just throw my portion away." The bearded man hurriedly chased after him. "Where are you going? Get back here and sit down." As Andre was walking, a mouth-watering aroma suddenly drifted over, making him freeze in his tracks. He sniffed the air greedily. "Man, that smells incredible." Following the scent, he looked over and realized it was coming from Feibai's table. Right then, Feibai was laughing heartily and praising the food, saying the flavor was exceptional. Sheng Ming was also completely amazed by the feast laid out before them. "Seriously, Lu Fan? Why did you pack so much food?" Lu Fan scratched his head and gave an embarrassed smile. "My aunt prepared it. She was worried I wouldn't get used to the food in the Taiki nation." Andre's gaze must have been too intense, because it made Lu Fan suddenly spin around. As their eyes met, Lu Fan didn't show any annoyance. Instead, he smiled and asked him, "Want to join us? This is way better than any state banquet," Lu Fan added with a warm, friendly smile. "Since we can't really enjoy the local food here in the Taiki nation anyway." Without any hesitation, Andre quickly sat down next to him and said, "Thanks." Holding the piping hot bun in his hand, his mouth watered so much he could barely contain himself. But before taking a bite, he didn't forget to say, "Well then, I won't stand on ceremony." The moment the words left his mouth, Andre couldn't wait any longer and took a massive bite. That very first bite triggered a flavor explosion, sending his emotions erupting like a volcano. Andre cheered in excitement. "This is delicious," Lu Fan gently reassured him. "Don't worry about it, just sit down and eat." Andre quickly blended in with the group and said happily, "Thanks, brother." Lu Fan then pulled out a salad. He turned to Feibai and Shengming to invite them. "Vice Principal Zhao, Elder Han, please try some as well." Feibai chuckled heartily and replied, "Well, we won't say no to that then." Between mouthfuls, Andre kept praising, "Brother, the food from your dragon nation is seriously amazing." Their voices quickly reached the ears of Zion and Jin Shenghan. The people sitting around them could only watch in envy, occasionally whispering, "That looks so good." Shengming leaned forward, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Your aunt's cooking is truly incredible. She's definitely a master chef." Hearing this, Jin Shenghan couldn't suppress his rage. He clenched his fist and snapped his chopsticks right in half. Suddenly, Zion reached out to stop him from doing anything rash, calmly whispering, "Calm down." With that, Zion stood up, a warm smile on his face as if nothing had happened, and called out, "Everyone!" Everyone instinctively stopped what they were doing, their eyes locking onto him. Zion was holding a remote control. He spoke as he pressed it with a beep. "The banquet is drawing to a close." Lu Fan and his group also gathered their attention, curious to see what he would do next. Zion was indeed a smooth talker. He followed up with, "Please allow me to reveal the map and the rules for this year's national trial." A massive screen quickly lit up behind him. Zion explained loudly, "As you can see, this is the map for this session of the national trial." Someone asked curiously, "Is this a combined map? It looks absolutely massive, doesn't it?" "It's even bigger than the map from previous trials," Lu Fan thought to himself, frowning in deep contemplation. 9 types of terrain, each with different fierce beasts. Excellent. The larger the map, the longer the match will drag on, which makes it perfect for me to rest and recover my mind. As if answering the audience's doubts, Zion spread his arms wide and replied slowly, "That's correct. And I believe you've all noticed. This year, our Taiki nation, we have scouted 9 distinct terrains from around the globe to construct the most massive, ultimate map in history. Each region is teeming with deadly beasts, ranging from level 50 to level 80. His expression grew increasingly grim as he spoke. He also warned that the points gained from slaying these beasts would vary depending on how rare they are. In short, the stronger the beast, the more points you get. That is a given. He shifted the display to another area and explained, "We have also added a whole new way to score points, quest zones. We have set up quest zones across every terrain. Once you complete a quest, those zones will automatically reward you with points. The quests themselves are completely randomized." Hearing this, everyone's face turned serious. Naturally, Lu Fan was no exception, listening intently to his words. Of course, each person can only take on 1 quest at a time, and you must complete it before moving on to the next. He glanced sideways, realizing he had probably guessed what the others were whispering about. Lu Fan did some quick mental math. So far, the entire presentation had revolved around how to earn points. It seems like player versus player combat is not encouraged, but actually, it is the exact opposite. These rules are secretly setting the stage for a total bloodbath. Crossing his arms, he observed the crowd. Once the points accumulated by the national representatives started piling up, stealing all those points by slaughtering them was exactly what everyone was really planning. Fei Bai let out an amused laugh next to him. Jilan pointed curiously at the map on the screen and asked, "We understand the rules, Mr. Kim, but what is the deal with those skulls on your map?" Zion laughed in appreciation. "Great question. Those symbols represent our newest rule, the Dark Spires." Jilan repeated in confusion, "Dark Spires?" Everyone's eyes locked onto the skull icons flickering on the screen. Zion continued, "Within each terrain, there will be a dark spire that moves around randomly. Inside each of these spires, a real, historical army of demon beasts is sealed." With a sinister look on his face, he introduced, "And leading them is the Nine-Realm Demon." Hearing this, someone shrieked in terror. "What? The Nine-Realm Demon that almost wiped out your Taiji nation? You actually put them in the national trials?" Gasenlai rested his chin in his hand, looking bored. "Is this some kind of joke? That cannot be real, right?" Wei Qi coldly spat out two words. "Madmen," Lu Fan asked curiously. "The Nine-Realm Demon?" Sheng Ming chimed in to explain, "It is a demon beast sealed by the great Taiji nation. 50 years ago, an accident broke the seal. The entire Taiji nation was almost wiped out by the Nine-Realm Demon and its army." Fei Bai cut in. "In the end, it took 5 fourth-turn experts to seal the Nine-Realm Demon again. Those 5 are national hero-class guardians of Taiji." He frowned and replied, "It took 5 fourth-turn experts just to defeat an ancient demon beast." Jilan smiled faintly and called out, "Mr. Kim, usually the monsters brought by other countries have their stats nerfed for the trials. I wonder, what percentage of its original strength does the Nine-Realm Demon have this time?" Zion flashed another sinister grin. "Excellent question. And that brings us to the most exciting part of this year's national trials." He shouted excitedly, "The Nine-Realm Demon in this trial is its actual unsealed self, without any nerfs whatsoever. Even the demon army inside the Dark Spires is at their original, full strength." Hearing his words, the crowd immediately erupted in anger. "What? The Nine-Realm Demon and its army are real? That is way too dangerous. If they break out of the trial realm, we are basically being sent to our deaths. Placing a boss that slaughtered millions in Taiji directly onto the map is pure madness." Someone yelled out in outrage. "It literally took 5 fourth-turn experts to defeat that thing. This new rule is absolutely absurd," Andre chimed in. "With 23 representatives constantly plotting against each other, there is no way we can form a 10-man team. For level 60 players like us, we would need at least a 10-man party to even stand a chance." Amidst the heated argument, a hand suddenly shot up, followed by a voice. "Mr. Kim, I have a question." Lu Fan asked seriously, "Does successfully defeating the Nine-Realm Demon grant a massive amount of points?" Wei Qi could not help but snort in amusement. Jilan turned to him and mocked, "My dear Dragon Country representative, this mechanic is meant to put pressure on us because it is extremely dangerous. It is not a farming spot for you." Zion pressed a button, turning off the screen behind him in an instant. He smiled at Lu Fan and replied, "I am not sure if you genuinely want to know or if you are just trying to liven up the room, but as the head coordinator, I can answer that. Every beast within the trial realm will grant points. And yes, defeating the Nine-Realm Demon will yield an astronomical amount of points." With that, Zion suddenly bowed, bringing his presentation to a close. "If there are no further questions, then today. That is all for today. Thank you all for coming." Hearing this, everyone began to disperse and head back to their quarters. Gasenlai sighed in dejection, while Wei Qi let out a cold, annoyed snort. Before leaving, Fei Bai didn't forget to turn back and say with a smile to Lu Fan and Sheng Ming, "Vice Principal Zhao and Representative Long, you two should head back to rest as well. We'll see each other again tomorrow." He and Sheng Ming immediately bowed and replied, "Goodbye, Elder Han." Fei Bai laughed heartily as he walked away. The 9 Realms points. "I'm really looking forward to Lu Fan's performance." Time flew by quickly, and Lu Fan lay in bed, quietly lost in thought. Real ancient beasts, a massive map spanning 9 different terrains, and a system that allows killing opponents to steal their points. I don't know much about Sei Li, but Jin Changhan will definitely do exactly that. Suddenly, his eyes fell on his phone lying nearby. As soon as Lu Fan turned it on, the first thing that popped up was the predicted rankings for the national trials. Looking at the predicted rankings, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. I'm actually ranked first? Lu Fan sighed in frustration, thinking, classic media. Of course, he only complained about it in his head. Who would have thought they'd put me in the same tier as Jin Changhan? They're really just making stuff up. Staring at his phone, he thought to himself that even though these predictions weren't very reliable, he still needed to keep an eye on one other person in his group, just to be safe. This person was also ranked first, making them someone he definitely needed to watch out for. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. As the opening ceremony of the national trials began, the host's voice boomed through the speakers. Finally, the moment everyone has been waiting for is here. This year's national trials, hosted by the Taichi State, officially begins right now. Everyone, please look up at the sky. Hearing the host's call, he immediately looked up. The host continued to announce, the Secret Realm teleportation gate is now officially active. The moment those words were spoken, all the representatives were instantly sucked into the gate. Lu Fan closed his eyes and thought to himself, everything is ready. It'd be best if I get teleported right next to a spire. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his face full of confidence. Let's do this. A notification popped up in front of him. Now entering the national trials, Secret Realm. Meanwhile, the crowd outside was glued to the screens. The host's voice continued to boom. The last representative has entered the national trials, Secret Realm. The competition officially begins, and points will now be tallied. Everyone watched the representatives on the screen with anticipation. The final scores would determine each contestant's ranking. The crowd watched the screens in tense silence. Whoever secured the top spot would be crowned the winner. Over with Fei Bai and Sheng Ming, they also stared intently at the giant screen, showing all the contestants who had entered the secret realm. Who would claim the #1 spot? We'll just have to wait and see. Cut to Lu Fan, who slowly opened one eye, scanning his surroundings with a look of suspicion. A system notification rang out. Successfully entered the national trials, Secret Realm. Lu Fan scanned his surroundings and thought to himself, I'm very familiar with this terrain. This has to be the edge of the far north. The system displayed another notification. National Trials, Secret Realm, Ice Plane. Lu Fan raised his arm, his expression serious as he tapped on his smartwatch. A holographic screen quickly projected from the watch. He checked his position on the map and thought, I'm right on the edge. The leaderboard hasn't updated yet, which means no one has scored any points. As Lu Fan scanned the area, he noted, there's a quest point in the bottom right corner of this ice map. This is my first target. With these smart bracelets, representatives from different countries could check real-time rankings and the number of survivors. Just seeing who had more points was a massive temptation for everyone, to say the least. But hey, this is pretty simple, and I like it. He stretched his arms to both sides, summoning 2 portals, one deep blue and one fiery red. In an instant, 2 fearsome dragons emerged. He leaped onto Xiao Ye's head and shouted, Let's go, Xiao Ye. Hearing the command, Xingchen immediately breathed a blast of fire, let out a massive roar, and soared into the sky. Lu Fan sat casually on Xiao Ye's back, smiling as he asked Xingchen, Hey, Xingchen, how about we go level up with your big sister Xiao Ye next? What do you say? It swooped down with an unhappy squeak, clinging to his shoulder and acting cute. Squeak, squeak. Seeing this, Lu Fan could only smile wryly. Is this little guy still being a bit stubborn? Without wasting another second, he shouted, Let's go, Xiao Ye, let's head out and find that dark spire. As if responding to his words, she let out a roar and accelerated into the distance. Scene changed to another national trials, Secret Realm the desert. A figure walked slowly across the sand, leaving a trail of deep footprints behind. Jin Changhan smirked as he pulled off his glove. Summoning a purple portal from his palm, he muttered with an annoyed expression, Well, look at that. Right back to the desert terrain I know so well. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and commanded, Shackled creatures of the abyss, split and obey me. Instantly, countless faces with various expressions fly out from the gate. The system quickly displays the information. Summoned Beast, Abyssal Binder. 2. Level 61. The evolved form of the Abyss Walker. The faces, filled with a wide range of emotions, fly through the wind. The summoned beast summoned from the abyss will sever its 8 limbs and hide them in designated locations. Each limb provides the abyssal symbiosis effect and remains in a stealth state. Seonghan leisurely watches the heads grow multiple legs and crawl away across the sand. The system displays more information. Abyssal symbiosis. As long as the abyssal summoned beast is alive, it will always coexist symbiotically with the abyss. Upon death, it can be resurrected within an abyssal spirit beast. The cooldown is 12 hours. Starting from the second resurrection, the cooldown will double with each subsequent revival. He looks at the info panel displaying Abyssal Symbiosis, cooldown 12 hours. He laughs out loud, muttering with a cocky look. Including the host bodies of the Abyssal Bender, that's a total of 9 chances to resurrect. I am basically immortal. Suddenly, one of the crawling heads on the sand is pierced by a cold blade. Musaitan looks at the head slowly dissolving on her blade and sneers. Too bad you only have 8 lives left now. Seonghan's watch quickly displays her information, but he is in no mood to pay attention to anything else right now. He roars in anger, Musaitan, what the hell are you doing killing my summoned beast? Aren't we allies? Sheathing her sword, Musaitan calmly replies, don't get so worked up. Of course we're allies. I just wanted to see if I could score some points by killing your summoned beast, that's all. Seonghan retorts angrily. Then go kill Lu Fan to get your points. We had an agreement before the match. Killing my summoned beast literally cuts off my chances of reviving. Musaitan calmly acts as if nothing happened and replies, you still have 8 more lives left, so what's there to be angry about? At worst, I'll let you take down a few bosses, alright? Seonghan doesn't bother arguing with her anymore. Brushing past her, he grumbles, I don't have time to argue with you. Move. Seeing this, Musaitan frantically chases after him. Don't leave me behind. Kim Jae-an might be monitoring this battle. Quietly teleport me to your side. You have to protect your ally. Hearing that, Seonghan only coldly warns her, cut the chatter. Don't let the supervisors hear us. Suddenly, he stops, looking at Musaitan with a cold face as he says, an alliance is fine. I'll take care of Lu Fan, and you will deal with the Black Dragon. Also, let me fill you in on what Kim Jae-an left out during his introduction of the spires. He smiles sinisterly and continues, when the Dark Spire randomly moves across each map, if it spots any representative, it will actively attack them. Musaitan gasps in shock. What? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? No wonder you prepared so many extra lives. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she screams anxiously. If we run into those realm demon spires, you can resurrect. But what about me? Seonghan raises his hand, which is enveloped in a purple aura, and replies, since you're my ally, I will definitely protect your life. Saying that, he blasts the energy directly into Musaitan's body. Caught completely off guard, she stumbles back a few steps, staring in confusion at the purple energy surrounding her. What is this? Seonghan explains with a smug smile. No need to dodge. This is the abyssal contract. Suddenly, Musaitan's entire body is tightly bound by invisible chains, making her shiver uncontrollably as she finds herself unable to move. After a long moment, Musaitan finally can't hold it in any longer. She bends over and begins dry, heaving repeatedly. Paying no attention to her, Seonghan casually walks away while tossing a line over his shoulder. From now on, if you die, you can also resurrect inside my abyssal summoned beast. You and I have successfully bound ourselves to the abyssal contract. At that, he suddenly turns his head back with a cold sneer. Of course, if I actually die, you will die too. Musaitan snorts in dissatisfaction. He talks about an alliance, but he's clearly still on guard. Don't worry, I won't stab you in the back. Walking away casually, Seonghan replies, no need to overthink it. Partnering up with Tai Chi Country is the right choice. Once the national trial is over, I'll dissolve the abyssal contract. Walking behind him, Musaitan asks curiously, wait for me. Are we going to find Lu Fan now? Seonghan shakes his head. No, first we take on quests to rack up points. We'll wait until the realm demons wipe out almost all of the other representatives before starting our plan. Looking around at her surroundings, she asks in confusion, take on quests? But isn't that where the quest points are? Seonghan turns his head back, replying with a sinister look. Those are quest traps. Kim Jae-an places one on every single map, and only I know their locations. Once you accept it, you won't be able to take on any other quests. Hearing this, Tang Tian was taken aback. He quickly asked, so, what exactly is the mission? Ching Han smirked, replying with a mysterious and sly grin. You'll find out soon enough. After all, this is a mission that absolutely no one can complete. Time flew by. 5 hours later, in the monitoring room, a crowd gathered around the giant screen, whispering and chatting among themselves. The big 3 of the national trial? What's the big 3? Staring at Lu Fan's image on the screen, Someone slowly explained. It refers to the Dragon Nation, the Star Nation, and the Snow Nation. In all previous national trials, they've always taken the top 3 spots. Seriously, what is going on with the Dragon Nation this year? The media is. The system putting the Dragon Nation's representative at number 1 is clearly just trying to ride their coattails. He's probably a total fraud. He's only got 257 points right now. Taking down a couple of basic beasts would get you more than that. Suddenly, a soft trickling sound nearby catches Jae-in's attention, pulling his confident gaze away from the screen. A slender hand calmly pours tea from a pot into a small cup. Feibai slowly raises the cup to his lips before suddenly bursting into laughter. The bystanders look utterly confused, whispering among themselves. It really is bizarre. What on earth is this Dragon Nation representative even doing? Jae-in silently glances at them, his eyes filled with intense wariness. Cut to Lu Fan, who is currently checking his stats on his watch. Lu Fan thinks to himself, where on earth is this dark spire? I've been searching for so long and still haven't seen a single trace of it. Suddenly, a notification flashes on his screen. Voidtail Manticore, level 60, worth 84 points. Right at that moment, 2 Voidtail Manticores pounce down from the sky. Fortunately, Xiao Ye reacts in time, swiftly dodging the deadly ambush of the 2 monsters. He looks down at the 2 massive, ferocious beasts, sizing them up. These Voidtail Manticores are much weaker compared to the fallen corpses he encountered back in the Cloud Realm. In this secret realm, each one is only worth a few dozen points. It's not worth wasting his time. To rack up serious points, he either needs to take on boss subjugation quests or eliminate other representatives. Suddenly, something catches his attention as a massive explosion erupts right in front of him. Instantly on high alert, his hand begins channeling his power, ready for a fight. At the same time, his watch flashes a notification, alerting him to a nearby quest objective. Frowning, he orders his companion, Xiao Ye, we've reached the quest location. Let's go down and check it out. Gasolai yells as he swings his sword, facing off against a massive, terrifying beast. He lands several heavy blows on the monster's body, making it shriek in agonizing pain. With a final shout, Gasolai defeats the monster. Panting heavily, he grumbles in frustration. Without the 3rd class advancement, this really drains my energy, he mutters, complaining non-stop. But at least I can finally accept this quest. But the moment he turns around, he freezes. Gasolai's eyes widen in sheer shock. His face goes pale, completely frozen with fear. Standing right before him is a massive, incredibly menacing dragon. Terrified out of his mind, he bolts. Gasolai screams at the top of his lungs as he runs for his life. Suddenly, a figure casually leaps down from the dragon's back. Recognizing who it is, he screams in absolute shock. You're Lu Fan of the Dragon Nation. Lu Fan doesn't bother replying to Gasolai. His gaze remains fixed entirely on the information displaying on his screen. After a brief silence, Lu Fan shuts off his holographic screen and calmly walks toward Gasolai. The young man instantly goes on the defensive, raising his sword to block his path. But to his utter shock, Lu Fan simply walks right past him without saying a single word. Watching Lu Fan's receding back, Gasolai seethes with anger, thinking, arrogant jerk, looking down on me like that. The Dragon Nation team once humiliated the king of the Southern Nation, almost bringing the country to ruin. If I can take out Lu Fan right here, he checks Lu Fan's stats on his virtual display, a sinister smirk slowly spreading across his face. Rank 23, and he's only level 32. This is a godsend. With that thought, he swings his sword toward Lu Fan, shouting, stop right there. Gasolai unleashes his skill, Scale Water Prison, striking directly at him. The Scale Water Prison shoots out water currents that lock around the target, trapping them completely with no way out. The effect lasts for 19 seconds. Seeing his trap close in, he laughs triumphantly. Lu Fan, the great representative of the Dragon Nation. Did you think you could just stand by and reap the benefits of my hard work? Gasolai mocks smugly. How naive. Suddenly, a massive black claw lunges toward him. Before he can even react, the claw strikes him with full force. Gasolai is sent flying, screaming in agony as he is tossed aside like a rag doll, his body crashing hard onto the solid ground. He clutches his injured arm and struggles to sit up, thinking, damn it, that dragon's power is the real deal. I think my arm is broken. Right then, Lu Fan reaches his hand straight through the Scale Water Prison, speaking in a chilly tone. Reap the benefits? You're overthinking it. Even if I don't make the rankings this time, as long as I take out the representative of the Dragon Nation, I'll still be a hero of the southern nation. Before Jia Sanlai could even make a move, a ferocious roar from Xiao Ye sent him flying backward. And it didn't stop there. The beast slowly crept closer, sparks already swirling in its maw, ready to unleash a wave of fire. Jia Sanlai could only shriek in sheer terror. Lu Fan flashed a friendly smile and gave a gentle warning. I'd suggest you don't do anything stupid. This quest is mine. You don't have a problem with that, do you? In an instant, his wrist device flashed with a new notification. Quest accepted. Current quest. Subjugate the epic boss, Earth Fiend Demon of the 9 Realms, level 85. Lu Fan's expression turned dead serious as he stared at the screen before him. Back with Lu Fan and Jia Sanlai, the latter scrambled backward in panic, his voice shaking as he whimpered, This time, I'm completely dead. Suddenly, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes leaped out from right behind him, forcing him to gasp and crane his neck upward. The dark figure crashed down toward Lu Fan, shaking the entire area and sending up a massive cloud of dust. Seeing his chance, Jia Sanlai screamed at the top of his lungs and bolted. But before he could get very far, he tripped and went rolling head over heels onto the dirt. Terrified, he spun his head around and stammered, That's the Quest Protector boss. It was actually the Icefield Snow Monster King, level 75, worth 245 points. The beast let out a savage, earth-shattering roar. Jia Sanlai let out a smug laugh, secretly gloating. The heavens are on my side. Who would have thought Lu Fan would kick the bucket right in front of me? But suddenly, the Snow Monster King swung its massive arm, swatting Jia Sanlai away like a fly. Its eyes glowed crimson as it glared down at him with pure rage. Jia Sanlai's face instantly went paper white, his eyes bulging in sheer horror. He started shaking like a leaf, tears welling up in his eyes as he bit his lip, thinking, I'm so dead. This is really it. Suddenly, an eerie crimson glow flared up behind the Snow Monster King, instantly grabbing its attention. The beast let out a puzzled growl and turned to see what it was, only to be blinded by a sudden flash of light. In that split second, a massive gash tore open across the Snow Monster King's body, spraying thick green blood everywhere. Jia Sanlai shrieked in terror. Before the monster could even process the pain, Xiao Ye lunged right at its face with insane speed. Unleashing a deafening roar, Xiao Ye drove its razor-sharp claws deep into the beast's chest. The system flashed immediately, Void Break infused with Dragon Aura, dual consecutive slash. Simultaneously, Dragon Pet uses Dragon Strike twice, infused with Dragon Aura. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice echoed, What? You're just a big target, nothing more. Seeing him, Xiao Ye immediately scurried behind his back and let out a high-pitched cry. Lu Fan looked down at the Snow Monster King's carcass and scoffed, Weak. Honestly, you're not even as tough as a fallen corpse. A status window quickly popped up in front of him. Current Dragon Knight, Black Dragon Rider Lu Fan. Score, 257. Total points gained, 245. Jia Sanlai stared in utter disbelief, sweat dripping down his face like rain. He froze in place, scared to make even the slightest movement. Right beside him was a bottomless crater that Lu Fan had just blasted into the earth. He looked at the yawning abyss beside him, his face twisted in absolute terror. One strike, and the boss was obliterated. Is Lu Fan really only level 32? If that hit had landed on me. His face grew incredibly tense, his chest tightening. At this moment, even breathing felt like a monumental struggle. With glowing crimson eyes, Lu Fan gripped his sword and began walking slowly toward Jia Sanlai. Jia Sanlai screamed in his mind, I'm dead, I'm so dead. Is this really how it ends for me? Thinking of his impending doom, he squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself and holding up his hands defensively as he shrieked, I'm sorry. Please, spare me. But to his utter shock, Lu Fan just calmly walked right past him without a word. When Jia Sanlai finally opened his eyes, there was no one there. The area was completely deserted, and a chilly gust of wind blew past, leaving a cold sting on his face. He looked around, completely bewildered, and muttered, Lu Fan, didn't kill me? Did he really just let me go? Suddenly, a bright light flashed behind him, making him whip around in surprise. What he saw only left him more confused. The quest portal had been activated. Subjugate the epic boss, Earth Fiend Demon of the 9 Realms, level 85. Jia Sanlai gasped, Wait, how is a quest like this even here? He paused, a realization hitting him. Hold on. Earlier, when Lu Fan asked me, was he actually serious about hunting down the Earth Fiend Demon? Meanwhile, Outside the national trial grounds, Sheng Min, who was watching the monitors, suddenly yelled out in anger, "Why on earth would you put a quest like this inside the secret realm?" He pointed aggressively at Zion and demanded, "This is clearly an impossible quest. If he gets stuck with it and can't complete it, how is Lu Fan supposed to earn his points?" Zion gave a cold, dismissive look and said, "Keep your voice down. You're making a scene." Sheng Min completely lost his cool, lunging forward to grab Zion by the collar as he barked, "How the hell am I supposed to stay calm? This setup is rigged. I'm filing an official appeal. Remove this quest right now." Zion smirked, forcefully brushing Sheng Min's hands off him. "If you keep making a scene, I'll have to ask you to leave." "Hands off." Sheng Min spat, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth. Knowing the Taiki state, they definitely did this on purpose. Gritting his teeth, he hissed out a single word. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Fei Bai quickly spoke up to calm him down. "Vice Principal Zhao, please, control your temper." Hearing him speak, Sheng Ming turned around, unable to hide his frustration. Meanwhile, old Han Fei Bai casually poured himself some tea, as he added, giving the green light to their own representatives while sabotaging others. "They're cheating for their own selfish gains, and you're supposed to be the supervisor representing the Dragon Kingdom. Don't you have the right to file an appeal?" Sheng Ming asked, completely bewildered. "What do you mean by that?" Fei Bai raised his teacup, explaining calmly, "Even if we appeal, it won't change anything. Tell me, do you really think Lu Fan getting this quest was just a coincidence?" Sheng Ming asked, utterly confused. "Elder Han, you know very well this is unfair. As our battle supervisor, why didn't you speak up for Lu Fan?" The old man chuckled. "Sometimes, playing dirty backfires on you. In the face of absolute power, petty tricks mean absolutely nothing." Looking down at his steaming teacup, he added, "This impossible quest is exactly what Lu Fan wanted. I believe in him, and I'm sure you do, too." Hearing this, Sheng Ming finally calmed down. Turning his gaze back to the monitor, he replied, "I see what you mean, old Han." Suddenly, a look of shock flashed across his face. Staring at Lu Fan riding on Xiao Ye's back on the screen, Sheng Ming gasped in disbelief. "I can't believe Lu Fan is actively looking for the spire of the 9-demon realm." Meanwhile, back with Lu Fan, he was scanning the area while riding on Xiao Ye's back. Finally, a warning flashed on his screen. "Dark spire ahead." He cried out in excitement. "Finally found it. Let's go, Xiao Ye. It's time to unleash hell." As if responding to his call, the dragon let out a piercing screech and surged forward. At the 9-demon king's spire, hordes of monsters swarmed from all directions. The system announced that the beast horde had been awakened. Bloodthirsty bats, level 60, 84 points accumulated. Lu Fan smirked. "Well, aren't these Yuan Changfeng's precious mounts?" Mocking them, he immediately ordered Xiao Ye to charge. Right now, they were nothing but free experience and points. Just before that, he turned back and called out to Xingchen, "Xingchen, wake up, time to fight." The dragon responded with 2 loud roars. Flames enveloped him as he shouted the transformation command. "Destruction dragon form." The system notified. "Black dragon transformation complete. Destruction dragon." Xiao Ye's status window popped up next. Roaring flames erupted, incinerating a large number of bat monsters. He shouted a warning, "Xiao Ye, watch the ground." Below them, a swarm of crypt demons was rushing in, triggering a system notification. Crypt demons, level 75, 127 points accumulated. Unsheathing his sword, he prepared for battle. Crypt demons, perfect timing. You might as well all charge at once. The system showed his current dragon aura. The black dragon, Xiao Ye, let out a mighty roar, blowing away nearby monsters with lava flames. System note: a dragon tamer's basic attacks carry dragon aura, dealing ranged damage. Blown away by the shockwave of Xiao Ye's roar, the monsters collapsed in heaps. The lava flames surged forward, spewing fire that dealt damage while healing himself. Watching another wave of monsters flying in from the distance, he thought, "There are so many vanguard beasts. It's a waste of time to kill them one by one." With that thought, he raised his hand to activate his skill. Dragon's Encouragement. Dragon's Encouragement boosts his own and his dragon pet's stats, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. At the same time, Xiao Ye let out a roaring burst of energy. Xiao Ye, level 30 Black Dragon. Strength increased from 5,124 to 6,661. Agility increased from 9,431 to 12,260. Spirit increased from 20,214 to 26,278. Stamina increased from 10,473 to 13,614. Charging forward, he commanded Xiaoye to prepare Cataclysm. Xiaoye let out several terrifying, dominant roars. The Destruction Dragon's Cataclysm detonated the area they flew over, dealing massive damage and setting everything ablaze. Looking down from above, Lu Fan thought, with Xiaoye's spirit stat now over 26,000, it's time to test out this move. Serpent Shadow Arrow. Underworld, Serpent's Guidance. Charging the bow for 3 seconds releases a Serpent Shadow Arrow, boosting damage by 500%. As the countdown began, the system notification appeared. Charging. 1 second. Xiaoye roared once more, releasing a massive wave of fire. Cataclysm crashed down on the target area, dealing heavy damage before triggering a massive explosion, followed by the system notifications. Charging. 2 seconds. Charging. 3 seconds. Taking aim, he released the string. Right at that moment, the arrow shot forward, weaving through the monsters and plunging straight toward the designated spot. As planned, the arrow struck right where Xiaoye was standing, triggering yet another massive explosion. Serpent Shadow Arrow Cataclysm. Shoots a Serpent Shadow Arrow at the target area marked by the Destruction Dragon, detonating and burning the zone to deal massive area of effect damage. Its power scales up to 500% of the Black Dragon's spirit stat. The system notifications spammed. Lu Fan of the Dragon Kingdom. Points increased from 502 to 22,758. Lu Fan of the Dragon Kingdom. Rank increased from 23rd to number 1. This is it. The entire army of the Earth Fiend Demon has finally awakened. Thanks to the Starry Sky Dragon reaching level 12, Lu Fan has skyrocketed to level 33. Looking at the leaderboard, everyone is in absolute awe. Oh my god, they're back. The big three are back. No one expected Lu Fan to actually dare to raid the Black Flame Spire. Grabbing the points and pulling out is definitely the smartest move. Sally and Andre have also received this questline, but their points aren't budging at all. Zhao Xingming looks up, breaking into a cold sweat, realizing that Elder Han was absolutely right. The quest to eliminate the 9 realm demons is no trap for Lu Fan. Instead, it is serving as his ultimate stepping stone. Gently setting down his teacup, he chuckles. Huh. The raw damage output from Lu Fan and the Black Dragon is truly satisfying to watch. Han Feibai continues. What's more, he still has so many other dragons he hasn't even summoned yet. The man quickly replies, Elder Han, please wait a moment. I will have the staff bring up some hot tea right away. Elder Han raises his hand to stop him. No need. We can drink tea any time, but we cannot afford to miss a single second of Lu Fan's spectacular performance. He smiled and said, Lu Fan's growth seems to have far exceeded our wildest imaginations. Once he slays the Earth Fiend Demon, then we will brew some hot tea. Kim Jaeon stands there, thinking to himself, let them enjoy the show for now. Once the Earth Fiend Demon steps onto the field, they'll be collecting Lu Fan's corpse. He mutters, the boss is about to emerge, and he's still not leaving? Does Lu Fan seriously not know when to quit? The monster army hasn't dispersed yet. It seems he really intends to wipe out the entire Black Flame Spire. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the giant chain snaps right in half. A massive object crashes down, making a loud, heavy impact against the ground. Startled by the thunderous sound, he quickly whips his head around. The gates of the 9 Realms Demon Tower slowly creak open, revealing the menacing shadows of monsters and ferocious beasts within. Raising his weapon defensively, he mutters, seriously. If I had known, I would have just waited for all of them to come out and wiped them out in one go. What a waste of time. New monsters rapidly emerge alongside system notifications. Night Ghoul Demon, level 75, worth 135 points. Two-Headed Ogre, level 75, worth 297 points. Roaring Wildly, Realm Scout Demon, level 60, worth 50 points. Seeing this, he doesn't back down for a second. Xiaoye, sorry to put you to work again, but let's wipe this monster army off the face of the earth. He continues, Xing Chen, you are finally willing to join the fight, huh? Xing Chen flies forward, holding out a hand to keep Lu Fan back as he roars. Lu Fan is taken aback and asks, wait, do you want to handle this on your own? Without hesitation, the monsters charge forward, shrieking and howling. Xing Chen shows no fear, letting out a powerful, majestic roar in response. Lu Fan shouts in concern, Xing Chen, get back. Seeing that his warnings are useless, he calls out to Xiaoye, Xiaoye, let's cover Xing Chen. He grumbles in his head. This rebellious little kid isn't listening to me again. With such a low level, he's definitely going to get hurt. The two-headed monster suddenly freezes when it notices something rushing straight toward it. It raises its weapon, roaring aggressively to alert its pack. Lu Fan charges forward, riding Xiaoye. Xing Chen's personality is incredibly independent, so getting him to obey orders is going to be extremely difficult. Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind. Wait, I don't think I've ever actually seen Xing Chen's full power before. Maybe I should take this opportunity to let him fight on pure instinct and see what happens. Over on this side, Xing Chen roars, preparing to unleash Starlight Scale Armor, covering his scales in starlight to absorb incoming damage, which lasts for 6 seconds. Once the skill ends, all enemies in melee range will suffer the exact amount of damage absorbed. A massive blue vortex erupts, sweeping away the surrounding monsters. The whirlwind quickly envelops the giant two-headed monster, pinning him in place. The attack is so powerful that it blasts the monster quite a distance away. He grips his club and stands back up, roaring in absolute fury. Watching this, he says, "Xiaoye, hold on. The Starlight Scale Armor has already absorbed the damage. It seems we don't need to worry about Xing Chen at all." The two-headed monster freezes in place once more upon sensing the incoming surge of power, even if he is a bit disobedient. He continues, "So he can still use skills to fight on his own. Starlight Scale Armor forces all enemies in melee range to take the full brunt of the damage. A massive blue explosion erupts, sending the monsters flying. The two-headed monster watches and lets out a ferocious roar. Shattered Star creates a star and crushes it to deal massive area of effect damage, with its power depending on the infused energy. Seeing this, he says, "Xiaoye, let's back up a bit." Right after, accompanied by Xiaoye's roar, a surge of blue energy erupts. The two-headed monster that was just watching is instantly frozen by the energy, while the other monsters can only shriek in despair as they suffer the same fate. Xing Chen flaps his wings, unleashing a devastating wide-range attack. He happily praises him. "Incredible job, Xing Chen. If it weren't for the 5 times damage multiplier of the X-Shadow Arrow, this Shattered Star skill would easily be on par with Xiaoye's Great Fire." With that, Lu Fan's level increases to 34. Hearing the praise, the little dragon snorts smugly as if saying, "Ain't I the best?" He chuckles to himself. Well, aren't we a proud little guy? Just a few compliments, and his head is already in the clouds. Xiaoye, of course, isn't about to let that slide either. Feeling left behind, she let out a loud roar. Lu Fan quickly praised her. "Whoa, Xiaoye is super strong too. I will let you show off when the next boss appears." Xing Chen stuck out his tongue to tease her. "Man, I shouldn't have compared them like that." Now Xiaoye is getting all worked up. Suddenly, a massive purple explosion went off nearby. Drawn by the noise, both Xiaoye and Xing Chen turned around to look. A giant green foot emerged from the smoke, revealing a massive frog monster. Ribbit. It was a level 80 Black Mountain Horned Behemoth, worth 429 points. Lu Fan smirked. "Well, look who decided to deliver itself. Xiaoye, Xing Chen, get ready. Let's send this thing packing." Sensing them, the green monster suddenly whipped its long tongue straight at them. System notifications flashed as Lu Fan barked his commands. Lava Burst, skill activated. Current Dragon Chi, level 11 Black Dragon, Xiaoye, get ready for Lava Burst. Stellar Valor, continuous energy surge, with power increasing as the battle drags on. The 3 of them lunged forward in unison. Void Slash, infused with Dragon Chi, delivering 2 consecutive slashes. When the summoner unleashes a skill, the dragon pet simultaneously delivers 2 claw attacks charged with Dragon Chi. Angered, the frog monster stomped its feet and roared, firing a green energy beam from the horn on its head. The horn and the green energy beam charged right at them. Lu Fan yelled, "Xing Chen, show this overgrown toad what you've got." Xing Chen quickly obeyed, releasing a shield of energy to block the attack. Lu Fan took the opportunity to direct his next move. "Xiaoye, now's your chance." Xiaoye's chest suddenly burst open, revealing a blazing red core of energy. The burning energy launched from her chest, blasting directly toward the frog monster. The system announced the skill. Lava Burst, a violent explosion that creates a pool of lava around the target area. Once submerged in the lava pool, targets will slowly sink, while taking continuous massive damage. But the monster leaped high into the air, dodging the fatal blow. Suddenly, a flash of red light pierced the sky, aiming directly at the exact spot where the frog monster was about to land. Lu Fan plunged straight down toward it. "Take this." Hovering above, Xing Chen used his powers to lift the monster's own horn. With a wave of his claw, Xing Chen hurled the horn straight back at the monster, scoring a perfect hit. Lu Fan smiled in satisfaction. Awesome teamwork. The Dark Sentry Tower is indeed a goldmine for experience points, allowing them to level up incredibly fast. The Starry Sky Dragon has already reached level 13. Lu Fan of the Dragon Nation. Score: 23,160, then 28,193. The crowd watching the screens gasped in absolute shock. The points harvested from the Demon Beast army have easily surpassed 50,000. This combination is truly mind-blowing. Now I get why Lu Fan dared to compete with level 60 players when he's only in his 30s. Even if Kim Seung-han is twice as fast, the Dragon Nation's representative has really opened my eyes, Zhao Shengming remarked. This kid, Lu Fan, went all the way to the far north. To think he could become this powerful. Han Feibai smiled and replied, he's definitely something else. Kim Jae-an slammed his fist against the wall and cursed. What the hell is going on with Lu Fan? The Demon Beast army wasn't weakened at all, yet he completely wiped them out. He's even blown past Kim Seung-han's score by a mile. He barked at his subordinates. Go backstage right now and double-check the data from the Dark Sentry Tower. That Dragon Nation representative must have exploited some kind of glitch. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood? He plotted silently. Aside from our supreme national hero of Taes, absolutely nobody should be able to defeat the Nine Realms demon. Just you wait, Lu Fan. The moment I catch you slipping, I'll have you disqualified immediately. Half an hour later, inside the Jinyu City arena, his subordinates rushed in to report. Director Kim, we finished our investigation. The national trial system is running perfectly, and there are absolutely no errors in the Dark Sentry Tower's database. Refusing to believe it, Kim Jae-an grabbed one of them by the collar. What the hell do you mean? The man stammered in fear. I'm sorry, Director Kim. We'll double-check right away. Kim Jae-an roared. You useless pieces of trash. Keep digging. Don't stop until you find a glitch. Now move. The two subordinates scrambled out, stuttering. Understood, sir. Kim Jae-an gritted his teeth. We set up these mechanics to keep other representatives in check. But now, it's nothing more than a points-farming playground for Lu Fan. We can't let his score rise any further. If it comes down to it, I'll manually boost the stats of the Nine Realms demon to force him to back off. With that thought, he finally felt a bit relieved. As for the rankings, I'll just have to put all my faith in Kim Seung-han. He and Wu Zhangtian are both second awakened classes over level 30, so it should be a walk in the park, right? Kim Jae-an regained his composure and walked toward the buzzing crowd, but as he approached, his eyes locked with Han Feibai's. Suddenly, his eyes went wide with shock, and his jaw dropped in disbelief. The battlefield was a chaotic mess, with raging flames, scattered arrows, and monster carcasses littering the ground. Lu Fan stood commandingly atop the pile of corpses, looking on. Just then, another wave of monsters emerged, led by their massive leader, Head. He raised his hand to summon something. Against a level 85 boss, he had no choice but to summon Xiao Fei. Bringing Xiao Fei onto the field would split some of the experience points, but at this point of the sweep, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. The monster minions quickly shrieked and rushed forward. He shouted, "Come forth, summon!" Xiao Fei transformed into the eternal form. The Jade Dragon has transformed into the eternal form. A system notification popped up. Jade Dragon Bloodline. All skill effects on the dragon race and those with connected bloodlines are doubled. Life Pulse applies Jade Light and Jade Blessing to all friendly targets within range, boosting the effects by 2 to 4 times. Xiao Ye roared in response. Roar! Jade Blessing increases the target's dragon energy by 3 to 12 stacks, subsequently increasing attack damage by 3 to 12 times, while Jade Light grants the target 3 to 12 stacks of blessing, cleansing all debuffs and boosting all stats by 30% to 60%, with each stack of blessing capable of blocking 1 to 2 hits of damage. Lu Fan took his stance and said, Xiao Ye, Xing Chen, let's go. Roar. Yeah. System notifications continuously flashed. Xiao Ye, the level 30 contracted black dragon. Strength increased from 5,124 to 8,189. Agility from 9,431 to 15,890. Spirit from 20,214 to 32,342. And endurance from 10,473 to 16,756. Charge. Lava flame surges forward, breathing fire to deal damage while healing itself. Lu Fan, Xiao Fei, and Xing Chen also charged in one after another. Roar. Eternal Guardian creates a protective barrier. For all targets under the protective barrier, the amount of damage absorbed by the shield is determined by the Eternal's health and recovery power. He shouted, "Xing Chen, activate Starlight Scale Armor." Starlight Scale Armor coats the dragon scales with starlight. For 60 seconds, it continuously absorbs incoming damage, and when the skill ends, all enemies in the area take damage equal to the absorbed amount. Xing Chen charged forward to attack the monster minions. Starlight Scale Armor has absorbed the damage. He turned his head and thought, "Oh, right. I just remembered something really important. Current Dragon Energy. Black Dragon 11. Lu Fan smiled and summoned it. This is the Dragon Language Magic Book. It's usable at level 35, and I've been waiting for this for so long. Epic Grade Dragon Language Resonance, a skill book requiring level 35. Once used, it teaches the passive skill, Dragon Language Resonance. When the Dragon Rider and their Dragon Pet use the same Dragon Language magic, both the Dragon Rider and the Dragon Pet will get a 100% boost to its power. System notification, Dragon Language Resonance skill has been used. You have acquired the skill, Dragon Language Resonance. Lu Fan clenched his fist and thought, I already have the Magma Burst skill that Senior Sister gave me. Now, I can finally sync up with Xiao Ye to trigger Dragon Language Resonance. A red light suddenly flared up, cracking the ground around it. He asked Xiao Ye, "Are you ready?" Roar. He then raised his hand to activate his newly learned ability, Dragon Language Magic. Feeling the rush of power, Xiao Ye let out a mighty roar. Magma Burst. When targets within range are engulfed in blazing flames, it forms a pool of magma, and any targets trapped inside will gradually sink into the molten rock and suffer massive continuous damage. Xiao Ye stood still, channeling a massive amount of energy. On his command, Xiao Ye got ready to unleash the attack. Magma Burst. A massive blaze quickly erupted, incinerating everything in sight. Magma Burst. When targets within range are engulfed in blazing flames, it forms a pool of magma, and any targets trapped inside will gradually sink into the molten rock and suffer massive continuous damage. Dragon Language Resonance. When the Dragon Rider and their Dragon Pet use the same Dragon Language magic, both the Dragon Rider and the Dragon Pet will get a 100% boost to its power. Lu Fan charged forward to attack, successfully triggering Dragon Language Resonance, doubling the power of both magma bursts, making it 4 times stronger than when Xiao Ye used it alone. He looked at his hands, smiling in awe of the incredible power, finding it hard to believe, as if syncing up with Xiao Ye's heartbeat, engulfed in roaring flames that melted everything they touched. The monster leader was no exception, as his body began to melt from the intense heat. He shouted, "Xiao Ye, transform into the World Destroyer form and finish it." Roar. System notification. Black Dragon 2, transformed into the World Destroyer form. Xiao Ye, level 30, contracted Black Dragon. Strength increased from 5,124 to 32,790. Agility, 15,899. Spirit increased from 32,340 to 80,850. And Endurance, 16,750. 6. The beast struggled to fight back. Giant Crocodile Assault. After a high-level dash, it sweeps continuously, dealing bleeding damage to the target. He observed it and saw that it was still barely hanging on to life. Then let me handle this. Current Dragon Energy. Black Dragon 2. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right where the monster leader was standing. Xing Chen stuck out its tongue teasingly. "Drop dead, you bad guy." It gathered energy, preparing for a single strike. Starlight Scale Armor. All enemy targets within melee range will suffer all the absorbed damage. The Demon Beast army has been annihilated. System notification. Jade Dragon has reached level 23. Holy crap, Xing Chen. Why did you learn how to kill, steal too? The Black Dragon reached level 31. Lu Fan thought to himself excitedly. Xing Chen has finally hit level 15. This time, I have got to unlock its giant dragon form. Huh? The Star Dragon reached level 15 and unlocked a brand new skill. With its form transformed, Lu Fan quickly opened the system interface to check the stats. He was completely shocked to see its strength had crossed 4,000, Starlight, and Galaxy. These two forms are way stronger than I ever imagined. He thought to himself that Xing Chen's Starlight form boosts its strength by 5 times, which easily blows Xiao Ye's World Destroyer form out of the water. But the catch is, this form only lasts for 60 seconds. Still, combined with the new skill, Xing Chen's starlight form will definitely be my ultimate trump card. Then he kept thinking, compared to that, the galaxy form is completely beyond my expectations. It is actually pretty similar to Xiaofei's soul light. Both of them abandon their physical bodies, making themselves completely immune to attacks. But when Xing Chen transforms into a nebula, it can even lurk around enemies without being detected. I will have to find a monster to test this out. Suddenly, he wondered, speaking of testing, why hasn't a single beast shown up yet? It looks like the entire demon beast army has been completely wiped out. Off to the side, Xing Chen crossed its arms smugly, thinking, I am just too strong. They are probably terrified of me. But right then, Xiaoye lifted its head and let out a massive roar. The system announced, Black Dragon's perception can detect enemies in stealth or disguised states. Actively using this skill will instantly dispel the stealth and disguise of all surrounding enemies. He thought to himself, Xiaoye's sensing an enemy in the spire. No doubt about it, it must be the Earth Fiend. He then mounted Xiaoye's back and soared into the sky. With Xing Chen and Xiaofei following close behind, he declared, If it won't come out, then we are going in to find it. Xiaoye roared in agreement. While flying on its back, Lu Fan turned and called out to Xiaofei and Xing Chen. Then he told them, Listen up, you two. Remember this for later. And just like that, the four of them flew straight into the massive purple portal of the Dark Spire. Once inside the Dark Spire, they were met with an endless, dark void. The sky was a mystical, deep purple black. As Lu Fan walked, he thought to himself, I didn't expect it to be this pitch black inside. Judging by the echo of my footsteps, this place is absolutely massive. Suddenly, a flicker of purple flame caught his eye, making him freeze. A split second later, a whole line of purple torches lit up one after another. An enormous path laid right ahead of him. He calmly told Xiaoye, Xiaoye, let's head up. Xiaoye blinked its big eyes in utter confusion but still walked alongside him. He stepped forward cautiously, thinking, There is absolutely nothing here. Is the Earth Fiend trying to lure me in? Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept past, causing a shiver to run down his spine, and he stopped dead in his tracks. Instantly, the chandeliers lining the path lit up brilliantly, creating an incredibly eerie and sinister atmosphere. Staring at the scene before him, Lu Fan was completely taken aback. Right there stood a colossal, towering throne. Beside him, Xiaoye wouldn't stop growling. His heart pounded with anticipation as he waited. Come on out, Earth Fiend, show yourself. Suddenly, the sky went pitch dark, and a booming voice echoed through the space. A human, and even dragons. I recall being slain by humans a long, long time ago. At that moment, a massive vortex of black smoke began to swirl and form over the giant throne. The dark mist continued speaking. Ah, now I understand. I lost my physical body, and this is not my castle. I was sealed away. Then, he burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Those foolish humans actually kept my soul alive. Hearing those words, Lu Fan became more guarded than ever. Soon, a crimson arm bound in heavy chains slowly materialized. He sneered, How pathetic. I, one of the great 9 lords of the demon realm, was treated like a toy by humans after my death and imprisoned here. It is utterly ridiculous. With a burst, he fully revealed his form, a crimson demon with a single, glaring eye and endless tentacles writhing all over his body. This was the nightmare grade boss, the Earth Fiend. With strength at 37,951, spirit at 30,582, and at level 85. Agility is at 39,034, and endurance is at 40,658. He possesses 3 main skills. First is Shadow Slashes, which unleash strikes infused with Earth Fiend energy. When a target is hit, they are marked with a shadow stack, up to a maximum of 3 stacks. Each shadow stack increases the damage the target takes from subsequent attacks by 40%. The second is Shadow Walk, allowing him to meld into the Earth Fiend energy to gain complete stealth, letting him move undetected within it. His stealth cannot be broken, and he is immune to all attacks until the stealth effect is manually cancelled or expires. And finally, Blood Blade, where he unleashes 5 high-speed blood claws. If they slash the opponent, they deal massive damage and boost his own strength by 200%, lasting for 5 seconds. With that, he bared his razor-sharp claws and lunged directly at Lu Fan. He snarled in rage, Are you and your little dragon trying to play hero and seal me away again? He immediately activated his shadow slashes and sneered arrogantly. Say your final words. "You insignificant ants." He just stood there, not even flinching. The moment those razor-sharp claws lunged at him, a protective shield instantly flared to life. This was Xiao Fei's jade light. Right after, he looked back at the monster with pure disdain and spoke. "Last words? Save them for yourself." Then, he commanded Xiao Fei. "Xiao Fei, switch to the fallen corpse demonic dragon form." Right before the shocked eyes of the demon, Xiao Fei gradually transformed into the terrifying fallen corpse demonic dragon. The Earth Fiend demon couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "This presence, what kind of power is this?" Lu Fan casually swung his sword and replied, "You don't need to know." Then, he ordered Xiao Ye to activate her lava flame. Xiao Ye opened her mouth, firing a massive fireball straight at him. The blazing fireball streaked forward like a meteor heading for the Earth Fiend demon, but the beast just stood his ground. The moment the fireball hit, it passed right through his body. Witnessing this, Lu Fan was stunned. It passed right through? Is his physical body immune to attacks? Seeing Lu Fan's surprised face, the Earth Fiend demon burst into a mocking laugh. An arrogant human and a newborn dragon. What a pathetic, brainless combination. As it turned out, he had activated Shadow Walk to phase through the attack. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is bad." Xiao Ye's perception can only detect basic invisibility and camouflage, but the Earth Fiend demon's stealth was on a whole different level, making it impossible to track. In a flash, the Earth Fiend demon slipped behind Xiao Fei for a sneak attack, immediately launching a strike toward Xiao Ye. Fortunately, Xiao Ye managed to trigger her shield just in time. "Die, you little brats." Seeing this, the Earth Fiend demon laughed like a maniac. "Ha ha ha, I can play this game all day. Let's see how long you can hold out." Lu Fan was thoroughly annoyed by his hit-and-run tactics. 2 consecutive hits had shattered 4 layers of defense. Even though Xiao Fei could keep deploying Jade Light, playing defense forever wasn't going to work. There was only one way. Instantly, he reacted to the Earth Fiend demon's next move. The demon lunged forward with his Shadow Clone's skill, roaring, "You're dead this time, human." But Lu Fan parried the blow with his sword, a smug smirk spreading across his face. He muttered, "You won't be escaping this time." He then unleashed a flurry of attacks that forced the Earth Fiend demon out of hiding. The beast stared in shock, wondering what just hit him. It was Shadow Walk. The attack had completely nullified his stealth. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan smiled eagerly and summoned, "Come on out, Xing Chen. It's time to test your new skill." Terrified like never before, the Earth Fiend demon stood frozen, screaming, "This is impossible." Above them, a pair of breathtakingly cool wings slowly unfurled. As the creature raised its head to look down at them, its majestic transformation was flawless. Meet the starry sky dragon in its galaxy form. The Earth Fiend demon was losing his mind, completely unable to process what was happening. "Did it enter the dungeon with you guys? Has it been here the whole time?" Right then, Lu Fan pointed his sword straight at the demon's face. He sneered, "You don't need to know. Have you thought of your final words yet, you insect?" Now the Earth Fiend demon finally realized why he couldn't detect Xing Chen. It turned out she had been hiding using Shadow Walk the entire time. The demon let out a low groan, completely losing his temper. He glared at Lu Fan and hissed, "You think you're so clever with your little tricks?" The demon's sudden movement caught Lu Fan off guard. He charged at Lu Fan, roaring, "Even if you can light up the darkness of this place, it won't change a thing." Lu Fan and Xiao Fei leaped high into the air, narrowly dodging the brutal rush. He urged Xiao Fei to switch to Soul Lightning. Lu Fan leaped onto Xiao Ye's head, and then the 3 of them combined their strength and rushed toward the Earth Fiend demon. "You've got nowhere left to run," he called out. "Xiao Fei, sync with me." Then, he activated Dragon's Blessing while Xiao Fei triggered the Jade Dragon system. As for Xiao Ye, she activated her soul concealment. She let out a deafening roar, releasing her full power. Seeing this, the Earth Fiend demon tried to sow discord once again. He spat, "How could a mere human command the power of a dragon like this?" Riding atop Xiao Ye, Lu Fan raised his sword high and shouted, "Xiao Ye, let's go." The duo struck the Earth Fiend demon simultaneously, but the beast managed to block it. He then continued his mind games. Why would a godlike existence willingly let itself be enslaved by a mere insect? Hearing his words, Lu Fan finally realized the demon was trying to drive a wedge between them. With a ferocious roar, Xiao Ye activated Demonic Dragon Strike, unleashing a barrage of slashes right at him. The Earth Fiend demon gasped in disbelief. "With such divine power, why do you still obey this human?" Hearing this, Lu Fan was absolutely furious. He was determined to shut this monster's mouth once and for all. He looked up and asked, "Isn't that right, Xing Chen?" Xing Chen simply hummed in agreement. The Earth Fiend demon went wild, boasting arrogantly, "Then you can die together with your little dragon." Suddenly, Xiaoye lunged forward with a heavy punch, but the demon blocked it. Lu Fan praised her for the great job and immediately began charging up his energy. As he charges energy for his next attack, he tells Xiaoye to hang in there just a little longer. He is currently channeling his Shadow Shot arrow skill. The Disha demon isn't about to wait around. With a ferocious roar, he unleashes his Bloodblade claws. By this time, his Shadow Shot arrow has been charging for 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Xiaoye is doing everything he can to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Disha demon. Suddenly, Xiaoye grabs both of the demon's arms. Furious, the Disha demon screams, "Let go of me!" Seizing the perfect window, he shouts, "Now!" He lights up his bow, locks onto his target, and fires a flaming arrow. The strike hits the Disha demon dead on, engulfing him in flames as he screams in agony. Xiaoye doesn't miss a beat either, immediately blasting him with a chi blast. At the same time, Lu Fan activates his Shatterstar skill, boosting his attack power by a massive 500%. Trapped in a sea of fire, the Disha demon howls in pain. "No, this is impossible. There's no way you have this kind of power." A massive explosion erupts, and the demon is instantly blown to ashes. Inside the control room of the Jinyu City Arena, both Zhao Shengming and Jin Ziyan can't believe their eyes. In absolute shock, they stammer, Did Lu Fan seriously just take down the Disha demon?" Instantly, they break into a frantic discussion. "No way, that's impossible. A 9 realms demon could never be defeated by some brat from the Dragon Nation. That's a level of power only the 5 national guardian heroes can reach. No, I have to go and recalibrate the Disha demon stats right now." Meanwhile, Elder Han Fei Bai remains calm, deep in thought. Everyone keeps their eyes glued to every single detail on the screen. As the smoke clears, the Disha demon is still standing. They let out a huge sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Oh, thank goodness, ancient magic beasts really are invincible." "No, look closer. He's absolutely covered in wounds." But Jin Ziyan just bursts out laughing. "Haha!" Crawling up from the rubble, the Disha demon coughs violently. "Damn it! Curse you!" Limping to his feet, he growls, "How could a mere insect reduce me to such a pathetic state? I will never forgive you." Lu Fan just stares down at him with pure disdain. "You won't forgive me? Who said my attack was over? Didn't you notice there are still 2 dragons missing?" The Disha demon freezes, sensing 2 blinding lights behind him. Sure enough, it is the 2 dragons Lu Fan just mentioned. They immediately unleash Doomsday Fall. With their health still at a full 100%, the Disha demon arrogantly barks, "So what if they're dragons? You're nothing but human pets, yet you dare act so high and mighty." He charges straight toward the dragons, screaming, "I won't fall to insects again," and activates his Bloodblade claws once more. The 2 attacks collide, releasing a devastating shockwave. A earth-shattering explosion tears through the arena. Through the raging flames, the Disha demon can be seen slowly collapsing. He spits out in bitter resentment, "Damn it, you bastards. Curse you, this is impossible." Completely losing his mind, he starts raving, "How could I lose? It's all because this pathetic body dragged me down. To think that after being reborn, I'm destined to be killed by a human again. I won't accept this. I won't accept this." As he screams, he secretly activates his Shadow Walk skill to make a desperate escape, but his plan is cut short as a volley of arrows rains down on him, instantly breaking his Shadow Walk skill. Holding his bow, Lu Fan slowly approaches him and says, "It's over, Disha demon." This only drives the demon completely insane. He screeches, "Human, over. I couldn't even kill his dragon, let alone scratch him. Am I really finished?" Suddenly, the Disha demon's body begins to shake violently as a sudden surge of raw power floods through him. The sudden surge leaves him completely shocked, and Lu Fan is equally caught off guard. Then, the demon begins to scream like crazy. A powerful, violent energy courses through his veins, transforming his entire body. He screams in agonizing pain. This power, this incredible power. The Disha demon lets out a booming laugh. Lu Fan quickly pulls up the system control panel, thinking to himself, "What on earth is going on? I clearly defeated him. So where is this sudden burst of power coming from?" Then, a thought strikes him. Could this be the second phase of the Disha demon? It seems the 9 Realms demon was hiding his true strength all along. There must be a reason why only national guardian heroes could seal them away. Suddenly, he notices something on the panel and gasps, "What?" On the other side, the Disha demon continues to laugh maniacally as his power keeps climbing. "Do you still think it's over now, you miserable insect?" Lu Fan looks at the status screen and can't help but feel a wave of anxiety. Its attributes have spiked to an unknown level, and they're still rising? Something is seriously wrong here? Even the Disha demon seems to realize something is off as he begins to scream in agony again. What's happening? The observers back at the base are completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. But what is going on with those stats? They're skyrocketing with no signs of stopping. They realize this makes absolutely no sense. With stats surging at such an insane rate, there is absolutely no way to win this fight. Zhao asks Old Han, "Old Han, look at the Disha demon stats. They're still climbing. For Lu Fan's safety, shouldn't we issue an emergency broadcast and order him to escape the spire immediately?" Elder Han calmly sipped his tea and said, "Vice Principal Zhao, do you remember what you promised me? Didn't you say we would brew a fresh pot of tea together once Lu Fan takes down the Earth Fiend demon?" Zhao was stunned and replied, "But this is about a human life. There is something wrong with that Earth Fiend demon, seriously wrong. Its stats have already surpassed 100,000. Elder Han calmly explained that Lu Fan's previous battles did not just show his rich combat experience. They also highlighted his incredibly sharp battle instincts. "This is the first time I have ever seen such an amazing young man, so I will make sure his life is never in danger. Vice Principal, I absolutely believe in Lu Fan. What about you?" Hearing this, Vice Principal Zhao's worries finally melted away. He replied, "Of course, I believe in Lu Fan too." Then he continued, "Elder Han, since you have guaranteed his safety, I can rest easy. After all, Dragon Capital Academy has gone all out to nurture him. I apologize for my outburst just now." Elder Han laughed out loud. "No need to apologize. I know you are just worried about Lu Fan's safety." Meanwhile, Kim Jae-an was snickering to himself, thinking how great it was that nobody had noticed a thing. He thought those two useless trash bags did a decent job after all. Even national heroes would not stand a chance against a 9 realms demon with such insane absolute stats. All that is left to do now is wait for news of Lu Fan's death. Ha ha ha. The scene shifts to Lu Fan, who is currently facing off against a truly hideous monster. He said, "I do not get how your transition phase can be this absurd, but you are celebrating way too early." Then, he got into an offensive stance, thinking that he could not let its attributes keep growing. It was time to unleash his ultimate weapon. He activated his level 2 Black Dragon aura. Next, he chose natural assimilation. "Xiao Fei, possess me." Then, summon the corrupted corpse dragon again. The Earth Fiend demon's eyes had completely bulged out, looking terrifying. Screaming hideously, he lunged to attack, shouting, "Die, you insect!" Lu Fan shouted, ordering Xiao Ye to unleash the Doomsday Roar. Instantly, Xiao Ye let out the world-destroying roar to blast the monster. But then, the beast activated its dragon tongue, unsealing. It laughed mockingly. "Ha ha, you arrogant human! You and your little dragon cannot kill me!" Then, he roared, "Fallen corpse magic dragon, unseal dragon language magic." His sword burst into flames as 2 fallen corpse magic dragons cast a forbidden spell to attack the monster. He used the Doomsday Roar and the magic dragon's forbidden spell to stack up the debuff effect. The Earth Fiend demon went wild, screaming, "Enough! I will show you the consequences of looking down on an ancient magic beast, for the honor of the 9 realms demons." But just as he said that, he gasped, "What?" Suddenly, a blinding flash of light burst before his eyes. Lu Fan powerfully declared, "Too bad. It is time for you to learn what happens when you underestimate a dragon tamer. And that end is death." At this moment, the starry sky dragon entered its stellar form, with 59 seconds remaining on its timer. The Earth Fiend demon stared in utter shock. How could that dragon hatchling? Just then, Xingyao unleashed the Starlight Beam skill, blasting a colossal wave of energy right at him. Taking the full force of the blow, the demon shrieked in absolute agony. No, this cannot be my destiny," he wailed in sheer helplessness. "How could I lose? I just regained my power, only to lose like this." Then, as his body gradually crumbled into dust, his voice began to fade. "Do not think you can escape. All of you will be buried with me." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Lu Fan immediately sensed that something was terribly wrong. He shouted to everyone, "Oh no! This Earth Fiend demon wants to drag us down with him. The spire is collapsing. Xiao Ye, let us get everyone out of here now." At that moment, Cracks ripped through the tower in every direction as a massive earthquake tore the place apart. Then, the entire structure crumbled and collapsed. Fortunately, Lu Fan's group managed to break out of the tower and fly to safety. Only then did Lu Fan heave a sigh of relief. Whew, the space inside that spire was massive. We barely made it out of there in time. The system also announced that the Jade Dragon had leveled up to level 24, the Starry Sky Dragon had reached level 17, Lu Fan had reached level 36, and the Black Dragon was now level 3-2. He thought to himself that, although the battle was exhausting, he finally took down the Earth Fiend Demon, and with his spirit level jumping up by 2, it was totally worth it. Looking at the notification screen, he recalled that around 50,000 points should have secured first place. With around 500,000 points now, he could finally relax. At that very moment, everyone in the viewing room stared at Lu Fan's ranking in utter shock. What a genius. He is a true prodigy. The gap is a whopping 2,440,000 points. The synergy between Lu Fan and his dragons is absolutely phenomenal. And that final, decisive laser beam, did you see that? Of course I did. This representative's battle awareness is definitely high enough, but how will he enter the ranks of true elites? Looking at old Han, Mr. Zhao said, Elder Han, just like you said, Lu Fan won. Old Han laughed heartily. Haha, to have such a fierce fighting spirit at such a young age is truly remarkable. Mr. Zhao gasped in admiration. You are absolutely right, Elder Han. Our Longdu Academy has poured so much effort into nurturing him. We definitely cannot let a talent like his go to waste. Then old Han continued, to fully unleash the true power of a dragon tamer, this kid must have worked incredibly hard on his own. Mr. Zhao agreed, saying, Indeed. For quite some time leading up to the national trials, the one who trained him relentlessly was before he could even finish his sentence. A loud smash cut him off. It turned out that the guy named Kim had slammed his phone onto the ground, shattering it. He was absolutely furious over Lu Fan's victory. Everyone crowded around, asking, Mr. Kim, are you all right? He hurriedly walked away, saying, It's nothing. Please excuse my bad manners. People started whispering about his behavior. Even though Taiji Nation was trailing behind the Dragon Nation by 440,000 points, they still secured second place after all. Yeah, I don't get what he's so mad about. Mr. Zhao was also puzzled, wondering, what on earth is wrong with Mr. Kim? Old Han just laughed it off. Ha ha, don't let it bother you, Vice Principal Zhao. We should go brew ourselves a fresh pot of tea. Meanwhile, Kim rushed out into the hallway and punched the wall with all his might. He thought to himself, the Earth Fiend Demon was actually destroyed by Lu Fan. Unforgivable. This is absolutely unforgivable. This brat from the Dragon Nation actually pulled off something only a national hero could do. Just as his anger was boiling over, two of his subordinates ran up and said, President Kim, we finally found you. We couldn't get in touch with you earlier. He immediately grabbed his assistant by the collar and demanded, Answer me. Did you really max out the Earth Fiend Demon's stats? The subordinate stammered, Yes, sir. But that representative from the Dragon Nation, his movements were incredibly fast, and his damage output was insanely high. The Earth Fiend Demon was destroyed almost immediately after its stats were maxed out. Overwhelmed with rage, Kim thought to himself that there must be something fishy about Lu Fan. We clearly adjusted the Earth Fiend Demon's stats to the absolute maximum from the back end, yet he still managed to defeat it. Lu Fan must have some kind of exploit or secret. Just then, Mr. Zhao and Old Han walked past where the group was standing, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Mr. Zhao asked, Are we leaving now? Old Han replied, Don't worry. A kid like Lu Fan really spares us from having to worry about anything. Mr. Zhao added, Not to mention, Lu Fan's combat power is terrifyingly high. Judging by how he handled the Earth Fiend Demon in these national trials, no one stands a chance against him. Old Han burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, he dominated the entire night. This old man can't just sit idle anymore. Let's stretch our legs a bit. Hearing this, Kim boiled with rage. His assistant tried to calm him down, but Kim pointed directly at the assistant's face and hissed, That representative of the Dragon Nation is hiding something. That war supervisor from the Dragon Nation definitely knows something. Watch the doors closely. If anyone tries to contact either of those two from the Dragon Nation, report to me immediately. His subordinate quickly replied, Yes, sir. Kim Jae-an continued to eavesdrop on their conversation, thinking to himself, I want to see what dirty secrets you Dragon Nation people are hiding, since not even the Nine Realms demon could stop you. Old Han remarked, If everything goes smoothly, First place in these national trials is in the bag for our dragon nation, right? Mr. Zhao replied, I'm absolutely sure of it, Elder Han. We can weather any storm now. I used to panic so easily back then. You must have thought I was a joke. Listening from behind, Kim was fuming with rage. He thought, sure thing. Huh? Once I find your weak spot, I'll get the other nations to band together and kick you right out of the 23-nation alliance. Meanwhile, old Han was still laughing heartily. I'm actually more used to your old tense self. Mr. Zhao smiled sheepishly. About that. Old Han, we've arrived. Suddenly, a mysterious flash of light shot toward Kim from behind. Out of nowhere, a sword slammed violently into the wall right in front of him, scaring him out of his wits. Terrified, he thought he had been spotted, but no one showed themselves. He quickly realized, no doubt about it, a level 90 Dark Knight Harvester. The weapon of this fourth turn expert must be the 4 Absolute Sword. I was so careless. I completely forgot about the 4 Absolute Sword of Han Feibai's personal bodyguard. He wiped away the blood trickling down his cheek, realizing there was no follow-up attack. This was a warning. He quickly turned around and fled. Kim Jae-on realized he couldn't keep spying on Han Feibai. If that Absolute Sword bodyguard actually wanted him dead, he would be a goner. 10 minutes later, Old Han and Mr. Zhao were on their way back. Mr. Zhao said as they walked, Elder Han, let's hurry back to the war monitoring room. I can't wait to see more of Lu Fan's incredible performance. Meanwhile, Old Han approached the sword mark on the wall and smirked upon seeing it. He then walked away with a chuckle. That tiny Taejay nation is just as shameless as I thought. Mr. Zhao had absolutely no idea what he meant. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-on was stomping his way back, boiling with pure frustration. His subordinates greeted him with relief. President Kim, you're finally back. The one with thick hair handed over a phone. He handed over the phone and said, Sir, this is your backup phone. You need to check it right away. People have been calling you non-stop. Hearing this, he was absolutely furious, the veins on his face bulging. The bald guy chickened out and quickly asked, Mr. Kim, are you okay? What happened to your face? Kim immediately snatched the phone from the guy's hand and barked, What are you staring at? Get your asses back to the control room and keep monitoring, the guy quickly replied. Ah, yes sir. Kim stared at the phone in his hand, his face twisted with rage. After reading the message on the smartphone, Kim thought to himself, seriously, do they think I don't want to kick Lu Fan out? I've been looking for their weakness this whole time. He figured if there was any evidence proving Lu Fan was cheating, he would make his move in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, the crowd outside was erupting with loud cheers. This Dragon Nation representative is insane. He's farming points while doing absolutely nothing. Is this what they call winning by literally lying down? Confused, Kim Jae-on walked closer to get a look. But when he saw the system leaderboard, he was shocked by Lu Fan's score. It's going up again. He's literally away from keyboard auto-farming points. Overjoyed, he quickly dialed a number. He smirked to himself. I've finally found your weakness. You're dead meat, Lu Fan. By exploiting this loophole, the Dragon Nation will definitely be disqualified from the national trial. Just then, a voice on the other end of the line answered, Hello, you finally called. What the hell were you doing earlier? People are debating this like crazy right now. We need to find hard proof that the Dragon Nation representative is cheating. Listening to this, Kim stood frozen in pure shock. How is this even possible? Why? Why are the Earth Fiend Demon and his army farming points for Lu Fan? Meanwhile, Lu Fan was just chilling on the other side. Leaving the Earth Fiend Demon and the army to grind points for him, he kicked back and said, Man, finally, I can actually relax now. Rewinding back to an hour ago. At this time, the fallen dragon had just escaped from the spire. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Luckily, the space inside the spire was huge, or I almost wouldn't have been able to fly out. He was deep in thought. Well, I've finally eliminated the Earth Fiend Demon. My points shot up so much, so taking a quick break should be fine. He then looked up at the sky. Honestly, I never really saw those two as actual partners. But during the fight with the Earth Fiend Demon, the undead demonic dragons became incredibly powerful. Suddenly, he noticed something and stared at the gravestones. He suddenly gasped, Oh, wait, I have an idea. He recalled when they were outside the far north camp, when the twin Wyvern Kings mutated into the undead demonic dragons. Fae had reclaimed the Wyvern Kings from the hands of the ancient god. This allowed them both to harness undead energy without turning into undead slaves. Before this, Senior 2 and he had figured out the difference between a true undead and an undead puppet. To be exact, All controlled undead puppets were beasts that were already dead. He continued to think, but now, I have 2 demonic dragons flowing with pure undead power. Plus, there are the corpses of the earth, fiend demon, and the celestial fiend soldiers on the ground. Neither Yi nor Xingchen could understand what he was planning. As he stood there in deep focus, he suddenly shouted, "An opportunity like this is totally worth a shot." The 3 of them could only look at him with giant question marks. Just then, the 2 undead demonic dragons suddenly roared violently. He sighed. Looks like this method won't work. The undead demonic dragons don't seem to be able to control corpses. Maybe it's because they aren't undead slaves, so they can't command puppets. I guess I'll just have to give up on this. Suddenly, a hand touched his arm, startling him. There, a tiny girl with emerald wings was hovering in the air. He asked in bewilderment, "Faye, what are you doing?" The system announced, Jade Dragon Form Shift, Light of the Soul, a bloodline skill of the Jade Dragon. All skill effects are doubled for the dragon race and equivalent bloodlines. Skill, Soul Protection. The target's stats, when bathed in the light of the soul, will increase by 100 to 200%. With each instance of damage taken, it will be absorbed, generating 1 to 2 defense layers. After accumulating 10 layers, a shockwave will be released. The damage dealt will be the total damage absorbed across the 10 layers, multiplied by 2. He was absolutely stunned. Even the demonic dragon bloodline gets Faye's passive double boost? Could the undead essence actually evolve the Wyvern King from a sub-dragon into a true dragon? He then realized Faye must have noticed the new traits of the demonic dragon bloodline. It's not that the undead demonic dragon can't do it, but its stats were just too low to control it, especially high-level monsters. Then, he smiled and said, "If that's the case, I get it now." He immediately told Faye to release the Emerald Light. It then activated the Emerald Light, granting the target 3 to 12 defense layers and removing all debuffs. At the same time, it increased all stats by 30 to 60%. Each layer of blessing could withstand 1 to 2 instances of damage. He knew their level couldn't surpass the Earth Fiend demons, but their stats could definitely be boosted. He then shouted, "Faye, switch to your eternal form and unleash the power of the North." After that, Faye transitioned into her eternal state. He activated the Emerald Lineage and Life Pulse, triggering the Ancestors' Blessing and Emerald Light, which massively boosted the stats of the 2 Fallen Corpse magic dragons. At this point, he said, their attributes have finally surpassed the Earth Fiend dragons. Fallen Corpse Dragon. Unleash your Fallen Corpse energy now. Turn the Earth Fiend dragon into your puppet. Right after, a roar echoed as pale hands clawed their way out of the ground. Under the control of the Fallen Corpse dragon, the puppets slowly came back to life. Groaning and growling, these level 75 monsters are known as Heavenly Demon Soldiers. He was absolutely thrilled, a massive success. The corpses of the Heavenly Demon Army had been completely transformed into his Fallen Corpse puppets. With this Heavenly Demon Army, he could just kick back and relax while they farmed points for him. The system notified him that he had acquired a new skill, Fallen Corpse Control. He thought to himself, every converted Fallen Corpse puppet can be controlled remotely, and I can even summon them back. This meant he could take his Heavenly Demon Army right out of the secret realm, and of course, summon them whenever he wanted in the outside world. Gazing at the massive army before him, he smiled with delight. In other words, as long as he wanted to, he could easily bring this entire army out of the dungeon. This would repeat the tragic history that devastated Taiki State 50 years ago. At that moment, even the giant Earth Fiend demon rose again as a puppet, thrashing around wildly. He looked at the Earth Fiend demon with absolute confidence. The ancient magical beast that once almost wiped out Taiki State had now been turned into a mere Fallen Corpse puppet. Now, it was completely at his beck and call. How could a single word like awesome even begin to describe this amazing feeling? An hour later, the guy named Kim received a phone call. How is this possible? Is the Earth Fiend demon actually taking orders from Lu Fan? Hello? Hello? Where is the proof that the Dragon Nation representative cheated? Unable to believe his eyes, the man named Zhao let his phone slip from his hand, crashing to the ground. It's all over. The Earth Fiend demon is under Lu Fan's control now. We're completely finished. Online, public opinion was exploding. Just then, a very familiar voice spoke up from behind him. Look at that. Didn't I tell you Lu Fan is still number 1? With such a massive lead, the other representatives don't stand a chance of catching up. Zhao quickly replied to Elder Han. You're absolutely right, Elder Han. I was worrying over nothing. Elder Han chuckled and said, "Facing reality is a crucial part of building a strategy. If the other countries have already lost, there's really no point in playing anymore." Then, he cast a cold glare at the man named Kim. "Don't you agree? Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Kim's blood boiled with rage, his hands clenching into tight fists. He thought about the internet backlash, the dignity of the Kim family, and how even that old man's mocking voice was digging straight into his ears. Gritting his teeth with wide, bloodshot eyes, he muttered, "If that's how it's going to be, then I'll just have to hand you a very special mission, Lu Fan." Meanwhile, Lu Fan was just chilling out next to his absolutely gorgeous beast squad. He thought, "I give orders to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei summons the fallen corpse dragon. Then the fallen corpse dragon controls the earth fiend dragon, which in turn commands the heavenly demon soldiers." That is a crazy amount of layers. In the meantime, his points were constantly ticking up without stopping. Suddenly, a notification popped up. He opened his screen and thought, "Is there a new message? I barely even got a chance to rest." He saw that a brand new quest marker had appeared. Meanwhile, in the Icefield National Trial Secret Realm, a bright blue pillar of light erupted from the snowy ground. Ga Sanlai, hiding behind a large tree nearby, watched the light and let out a sigh of relief. A sly grin spread across his face. "I was so unlucky to run into Lu Fan during the last quest, but this one is finally mine." However, his smile quickly vanished as he spotted something. His brow furrowed, and his lips pressed tight in sheer disappointment. Ga Sanlai's face instantly darkened. The moment he saw Xiao Ye, he wailed out loud, "No way, not again." Drenched in sweat, Ga Sanlai complained, "I went through so much trouble just to find this quest marker. Why do I have to run into Lu Fan again?" He suddenly froze as a realization hit him. Wait, if he's here to take another mission, doesn't that mean he already completed the quest to slay the Nine Realms demon? By now, Lu Fan had sensed something off behind him and cast a sideways glance over his shoulder. Panicking, Ga Sanlai thought, "Oh crap, I've been spotted." He immediately shouted in a panic, Hey, I was a bit too loud just now. Please don't mind me." Ignoring the explanation entirely, Lu Fan drew his sword. The system announced, "Active Dragon Chi, Black Dragon's Might." Ga Sanlai's jaw dropped as he shrieked, "You said you'd let me off the hook last time. Why are you doing this all of a sudden?" The system screen popped up, Dragon Tamer Strike. Normal attacks infused with Dragon Chi deal range damage. It turned out Lu Fan's strike was actually aimed at a wild beast creeping up behind Ga Sanlai. But thinking he was the target, Ga Sanlai curled up, clutching his head and screaming in absolute terror as the system notification popped up. A voice cries out, "Lu Fan of the Dragon Nation, with a score of 551.47 plus 245. Ga Sanlai froze. "Am I being targeted by this beast? So Lu Fan wasn't after me after all? Oh, thank goodness." Scratching his head, he spoke up in an embarrassed tone. Thanks for saving my life back there." Right then, Lu Fan's system screen popped up, alerting him that a quest objective lay ahead. Lu Fan's face remained cold as stone as he looked at Ga Sanlai. "Saving your life? It wasn't that big of a deal, just convenient." Ga Sanlai let out an awkward laugh. "Man, just a second ago, I seriously thought I was a goner." The system displayed his info. Rank 17, Ga Sanlai of the South Nation, with 23,705 points, 23 out of 23. Lu Fan gave a cold nod. He wondered how this guy had only managed to scrape together a few points when the match had already been going on for a whole day. Ga Sanlai wept internally, desperately wishing he could explain that he had literally skipped sleep just to grind those 20,000 points. Lu Fan pondered to himself. He could easily take out Ga Sanlai right now to claim his points, but since the payout was so low, he figured he might as well wait for him to harvest some more. Having learned his lesson from before, Ga Sanlai didn't dare make a move against him either. Lu Fan walked over and gave Ga Sanlai a firm pat on the shoulder, as if giving him a pep talk. Looking him straight in the eyes, he said, "Your point farming is way too slow. You're barely scraping rank 17 right now. That is pretty embarrassing for the South Nation." The guy stood there completely frozen. Lu Fan turned to leave, casually waving goodbye. "You better work harder from now on. I hope the next time we meet, your rank has climbed up a bit." Ga Sanlai froze for 2 seconds, his heart swelling with emotion as he cried out, "Wait, is Lu Fan actually cheering me on?" He found it strange, realizing Lu Fan was nothing like the rumors. People always said those from the Dragon Nation were arrogant and totally unreasonable. But Lu Fan had just slain a 9th-tier demonic beast, saved his life, and even encouraged him. With tears welling up in his eyes, Gasenlai cursed his own utter stupidity. He quickly pulled himself together. To save face for the South Nation, and to repay the great Lufan, he knew he had to harvest as many points as possible. He declared loudly, "I get it now. The next time you see me, I will definitely be higher on the leaderboard." Gasenlai broke out in a nervous sweat, watching Lufan ride away on Xiaoye. Lufan was surprised to see the system notification show "Quest accepted, 1 out of 1, realizing that some players were going to die and be eliminated in this second round. The active quest: hunt down and eliminate the target. Target identity: unknown, ranked 6th. Location: the swamp region. He analyzed the situation. Could the unknown 6th-ranked target in the swamp be Kim Seonghan or Charlie? Staring straight ahead, he silently pumped himself up. No matter who it is, I have to finish this quest. Lufan shouted his command. "Xiaoye, let's head to the swamp." Xiaoye roared with overwhelming power. Meanwhile, deep within the National Trial Dungeon that very afternoon, the swamp was silent and deadly. Vicious beasts lurked everywhere, their crimson eyes glowing in the darkness like patient predators waiting for their prey to take a fatal misstep. Suddenly, a massive black python struck like lightning, sinking its fangs into a wild boar's back, causing it to squeal in agony. Sitting atop the black python, Kaylon clicked her tongue at the sight and mused, "Well, isn't this interesting?" Looking back with a slight smirk, Kaylon watched the giant boar collapse with a heavy thud. She calmly walked toward him, murmuring, "The prey? Let him come." And standing there was none other than Wiki. She smirked, knowing their opponent would never suspect they had formed a 4-nation alliance. The system pulled up her profile. Rank 10, Wiki of Korea. Level 60 successor of the Calamity God, with 52,640, 2 points. She expressed her annoyance at having to meet in such a damp, swampy place, crawling with venomous creatures. Keelan replied that she hadn't anticipated this either. The plan for the 4 allied nations was to regroup here after entering the trials to pool their points. Wiki leaned against a tree trunk, crossing her arms in annoyance. "Why am I the only one here? Where are Gasenlai and Badan?" Keelan explained, "Badan should be here any second. As for Gasenlai, there's no sign of him, though his status says he's still alive." Wiki scoffed, "I am seriously done with that guy. If you ask me, we shouldn't even bother waiting for him." Checking her system screen, she grumbled, "I was in such a rush to get here that I only killed a few beasts along the way. If I wasn't busy trying to meet up with you, there's no way I'd be stuck at rank 10. Wiki glanced over at Keelan and asked, "What is it? Has our hunter arrived as well?" She sighed, hoping their target carried a hefty amount of points. "Once Badan gets here, we'll set up an ambush." They smirked triumphantly, saying, "We'll show him exactly who's the prey and who's the hunter." 4 hours later, in the swamp region of the National Trial Dungeon, Xiaoye touched down on 1 foot. A thick fog blanketed the area, and the air was bone-chillingly cold. Lufan hopped down, thinking, "We've finally made it to the swamp. The terrain here is highly uneven, filled with poisonous insects and toxic miasma. Without the ability to fly, getting out of here would be a nightmare." He quickly realized he was walking into an ambush when he noticed there were only normal animals around, and not a single beast in sight. With high alertness, Lufan gestured behind him and ordered, "Xiaoye, activate your perception." Xiaoye immediately complied. According to the system, Black Dragon's sense can detect enemies in stealth or camouflage. Actively using this skill will strip away the stealth and camouflage of any nearby enemies. After watching for a bit, Lufan sneered. An ambush, just as he thought. But what surprised him was that there were actually 3 of them. Summoning his sword, he issued a challenge. "You heard me, didn't you? So why are you still hiding? Well, let me help you out then." The system chimed in. Dragon aura activated. Black Dragon's roar. Lufan shouted, "Let me give you guys a hand." He slammed his sword hard into the ground, and violent waves of energy exploded like New Year's Eve fireworks. Right in front of him, a giant black snake screeched in agony, its mouth wide open. The system flashed a notification. Quest target located. Kiran sat cross-legged on top of the black snake, amazed that Lufan could actually find him and hurt his beloved Xiaoqi. Name, Kiran. Nationality, South Korea. Level, 60. Class, 5 Poison Shaman. Score, 66,375. Rank, 6th. Lufan replied with a sarcastic smirk. "There aren't many places to hide here, so it wasn't that hard to guess. But I have to say, I'm a bit disappointed." My target isn't Kim Sung-han or Sairi, Ki-ran smirked. I thought some big shot expert was coming, so I got all prepared for nothing. Turns out, it's just some low-ranking representative from the Dragon Nation. The system flashed a warning. Hunter encountered, but his smile quickly faded the moment he saw the status of the person standing right in front of him. Name, Lu Fan. Nationality, Dragon Nation. Level, 36. Class, Dragon Tamer. Score, 550, 1,292. Rank, first. Kiran broke into a cold sweat, completely stunned. First place with over 550,000 points? Yesterday, this Dragon Nation rep was still dead last. A sinister grin spread across his face. Well, I never expected to run into such a fat sheep. No matter how strong you are, those points are mine. Kiran stood up, summoned his weapon, and began to taunt Lu Fan. Look at all those points you have. Did you actually think you were the hunter here? You need to wake up. He continued, to anyone else. Lu Fan didn't even bother to reply. He silently raised his sword, his eyes sharp and his posture as steady as a god of war, ready to strike at any second. Kiran unleashed a skill, causing a glowing green sphere to form at the tip of his spear. He mocked. To me, you're just prey delivering yourself right to my doorstep. Kiran laughed gleefully, declaring with absolute confidence, these points belong to me now. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, forcing Lu Fan back. He landed steadily on Xiaoye's back and challenged Kiran. If you want them that badly, then come and take them. Lu Fan pointed his sword at Kiran and roared, Xiaoye, lava burst. Xiaoye opened her mouth wide, forming a massive, boiling sphere of lava. Kiran comforted the white snake coiled around him. Don't be scared, Xiaoqi. It's just a dragon, he shouted, ordering with pure arrogance. He's barely level 30. What is there to fear? Go get them. The two clashed head-on. Poison mist spray launched a continuous stream of toxic fog at the target, dealing heavy damage and applying a poison effect. Meanwhile, lava burst unleashed torrents of fire forward, dealing damage while healing its user. Suddenly, the black snake reared up, its entire body glowing with a green aura as it sank into the swamp at lightning speed. Lu Fan thought, did it hide? Then, he froze as he remembered there were still two other enemies who hadn't shown themselves yet. Waiki was charging headfirst towards Lu Fan, planning a sneak attack. But Lu Fan saw right through it. Like a car slamming on its brakes on a slippery road, Waiki halted and swung her massive iron ball, aiming straight at Lu Fan with all her strength. Lu Fan dodged to the side like a flash and slashed hard at the chain. Suddenly, a massive claw slammed down from above, aiming straight at Waiki. Her face turned pale with sheer panic. It was Xiaoye. Waiki was sent flying, curling up like a boiled shrimp as Xiaoye crashed directly into her. With her eyes wide, Waiki spat out a mouthful of blood and thought in terror. He is clearly only level 30. How can he be this insanely powerful? The damage output of this guy and his dragon is absolutely insane. Seeing his teammate crushed like that, Badan broke into a cold sweat. She gritted her teeth, letting out a frustrated groan. Lu Fan thought to himself, this lady is seriously buff, but wait, is she smiling? Waiki screamed at the top of her lungs, Kiran, Badan, do something. The black snake lunged from above with its mouth wide open, shooting like a rocket straight at Lu Fan and Xiaoye. It coiled tightly around Xiaoye, making her cry out in pain, but Lu Fan remained perfectly calm, slashing his sword hard against its scaly body. As the snake bit her arm, Xiaoye grabbed its neck, roared in anger, and slammed its head straight into the dirt. Kiran cried out in shock, Xiaoqi. Badan cursed in frustration. Damn it, our attack failed. Name, Ba Dan. Nationality, South Korea. Level, 57. Class, 2nd, Tier Dark Spirit Hunter. Score, 34,831. Rank 14th. Waiki stared in disbelief at the scene before her. How could we possibly fail? Badan yelled back. Aren't you in the same boat? This guy is no joke. He doesn't fight like a level 36 at all. Kiran growled. Tough or not, we have to take him down. His points alone will easily put us in the top 3. To Brother Fan, your little ambush is nothing but a joke. You try to sneak attack him, yet you're the ones who ended up bleeding. If you want my points, what are your chances anyway? Wei Qi, absolutely losing her mind, snaps back. Don't get cocky too soon. You're definitely stronger than we thought, but it's too early to tell who'll have the last laugh. Lu Fan glances at her, sneering in challenge. Then let's settle this face to face and see who really rules this swamp. Jilan shouts a command, ordering Xiao Qi to spit poison. Hearing the command, Xiao Qi immediately growls, spewing a stream of green liquid toward Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. In front of him, a status notification instantly pops up. Poison spit, continuously spewing poison at the target while dealing damage and inflicting a poison effect. Not one to back down. Lu Fan shouts to Xiao Ye, commanding her to fight back. Xiao Ye, tear it apart. Xiao Ye charges at Xiao Qi like lightning, grabbing Xiao Qi's head and body with both claws, leaving it struggling and shrieking helplessly. On the screen, a notification flashes. Poison effect resisted. Black Dragon Bloodline. All damage received reduced by 50% and immune to debuffs, and self-regeneration increased by 500%. With a deafening roar, Xiao Ye tears Xiao Qi's body into two halves, sending green fluid spraying everywhere. Jilan stares in utter disbelief, watching Xiao Qi's corpse fall, and screams, "How could you take down my Xiao Qi in a single blow?" Before he can even finish, a dark figure suddenly flies in to cover him, shouting, "I'll back you up. Jilan, keep going." Lu Fan coldly watches the incoming arrows, thinking to himself, "Keep going? What is that light next to Jilan? What is he planning?" Raising his staff high, Jilan yells threateningly, "The magic array is complete. Stop right there, Lu Fan." With that, he slams his staff into the ground and bellows, 10,000 snakes array." In an instant, sizzling sounds echo from Xiao Qi's corpse. Out of its hollow head, countless snake heads burst forth. Right away, the notification for the 10,000 snakes array pops up. One of the magic arrays of the 5 poison witch doctor, requiring a 60-second preparation time. Once completed, it can summon billions of venomous snakes at any moment through the 10,000 snakes array, dealing 750% of the caster's spirit attribute as damage and poisoning the attack target. Lu Fan looks on in shock at the venomous snakes lunging with open fangs, but he quickly regains his composure. With a single swing of his sword, he slices off the heads of dozens of snakes. He quickly calculates that he can't keep this up. Since this is Jilan's skill, the snakes will never stop coming. Meanwhile, Jilan laughs triumphantly, shouting, "He can't escape my 10,000 snakes array. You two, go deal with that black dragon right now." The man in black turns to him anxiously and asks, "But won't these snakes hurt us too?" Farther away, Wei Qi, unable to hold out any longer, screams urgently, "There's no time to waste. Badan, let's charge." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right in front of Jilan, making him shriek in terror. What? A muscular, clawed hand slowly reaches out from the raging flames, and a voice dripping with contempt echoes, "You're not getting away, so don't get ahead of yourself." Instantly, a status message flashes. World-ending roar unleashed, dealing massive damage to all targets within range and inflicting a weaken effect. At that exact moment, Xiao Ye lets out a fierce, terrifying roar. Lu Fan slowly steps out holding his blade, sneering, "This array of yours is nothing but a flashy, annoying joke." Beneath his feet, the snakes are incinerated one by the intense flames. Another status screen flashes before him. Dragon Claw, Dragon Annihilation. The arm transforms into a Dragon Claw, executing a rapid 6-hit combo that can be cast from a distance and buffs dragon pets. Jilan's face is filled with arrogance as he laughs wildly. "A joke, you say? I'll make you regret those words in a second." He raises his staff high, creating a vortex in the air that sucks up the mangled snake corpses around him. He urgently barks, "Wei Qi, Ba Dan," directly ahead. Hearing this, Wei Qi immediately bursts into a full sprint, screaming a piercing war cry as she closes in on Lu Fan. She swings her massive mace directly at him, but to everyone's shock, he calmly extends just one hand, effortlessly blocking the massive mace flying toward him. No sooner has he blocked Wei Qi's attack than Ba Dan charges in, firing a rapid barrage of arrows right at him. From behind, Xiao Ye quickly leaps forward, using her tough wings as a shield to block the volley of sharp arrows for Lu Fan. Suddenly, his expression turns serious as his eyes sweep across the area. Lu Fan thinks to himself, "An earthquake? No, that's not it. This sound is." Meanwhile, in the distance, Jilan laughs maniacally and screams, "Rise again! Xiao Qi, fuse the snake corpses. Prepare to release the deadly venom of 10,000 snakes." A colossal serpent, fused from tens of thousands of snakes, slowly rises. Before him, another notification pops up, Resurrection of the Wild Python. A colossal python formed by the mental power of the 5 poison witch doctor. As long as its master remains alive, it cannot die. It can be resurrected by injecting mental power into it. If their bodies split apart, they divide into a massive swarm. Two giant serpent heads charge forward at the same time. They prepare to spew a torrent of toxic liquid from their mouths toward Lu Fan and Xiaoye. A notification on the screen reads, 10,000 snakes deadly venom. Billions of venomous snakes, summoned by 10,000 snakes, won't vanish, even after they die. Their corpses can turn into highly toxic pools, attacking the target area and inflicting a deadly poison effect on all targets within range. Over the next 120 seconds, each second inflicts 900% spirit attribute damage based on the caster's stats. Lu Fan yells out to Xiaoye, "Xiaoye, get over to my side." He thinks to himself, that giant python is an entity formed from his class characteristics. Even after being cut down, it can still split into two. Hearing his command, Xiaoye immediately flies behind him, using her tough wings to shield him from the green venom spewed by the python. Only Vicky is too slow to dodge and gets hit directly by the python's venom. Horrifying dark veins quickly map across her face. She shrieks in anger, "Galan, why are you attacking your own allies too?" Right next to her, a notification pops up. 10,000 snakes, deadly venom, poison effect inflicted. By now, Jaylon seems to have completely lost his mind, caring about nothing else but slaughtering Lu Fan. He laughs maniacally. Even if dragons are immune, standing atop the massive python, Galan sneers. But Lu Fan, if you get poisoned, you are dead meat. Severely poisoned, Vicky's voice rasps out as she struggles to speak. "Galan, cure me. Hurry, cough, save me. I can't breathe." Jaylan only gives her a cold, dismissive glance. Right now, he is absolutely convinced that Lu Fan must have perished inside the toxic mist. He watches Vicky writhing on the ground, whimpering, "Help me." A dark, wicked thought flashes in his mind. If Vicky and Badan die from the poison here, then all the accumulated points will belong to him alone. Seeing Galan refuse to move, Badan panics from below and yells, "Vicky! Vicky, are you okay? Galan, you have to help her." But it's too late. Vicky has already succumbed to the poison. Her eyes are wide open, her mouth agape, completely lifeless. Suddenly, Vicky bolts upright, gasping heavily for air. In front of her, a notification appears. Bloodmelt Blessing has removed the poison effect. Galan points his staff toward her, his voice completely devoid of remorse. "My bad, that was my oversight. From now on, I'll make sure to grant my allies poison immunity before we start fighting. To show my sincerity, I'll give you over 10,000 of Lu Fan's accumulated points." A system notification quickly displays. Bloodmelt Blessing applied. Target is immune to poison for 10 minutes. If the target is already poisoned, the effect is removed. Once the Bloodmelt Blessing ends, the skill goes on a 5-minute cooldown. After the cooldown ends, Bloodmelt Blessing can be cast again. His expression darkens as he calculates his next move. With Andre and Sly still in play, now is definitely not the time to dissolve their four-nation alliance. With that thought, he turns to Vicky and says, all right, I've put shields on both of you. Now go and check if Lu Fan is actually dead." Though Vicky is still furious deep down, the situation is critical, so she snaps, "We are settling this score when we get back. Cough, Badan, you go check on him." Hearing this, Badan exclaims in shock, "Huh? Me? Why me?" Suddenly, Galan's face goes pale. In utter disbelief, he gasps, "What?" Lu Fan slowly emerges from the green haze, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "No need to check. As you can see, I'm very much alive." Lu Fan's sudden appearance scares the living daylights out of Badan. Naturally, Vicky is no exception. Her eyes bulge in pure confusion. Sitting atop Xiaoye's back, Lu Fan mocks them. "That was quite a show you put on. Are your allies always this pathetic?" Next to him, a status screen flashes. Poison immunity effect active. Black Dragon Bloodline. All incoming damage reduced by 50%. Immune to all debuffs. Self-healing capability increased by 500%. Badan shrieks in terror. Lu Fan isn't dead. He's riding a dragon, and he's completely immune to all debuffs. Galan's face turns an ashen shade of purple, and he involuntarily takes a step back in fear. He thinks to himself, both he and his dragon are immune to all debuffs. Doesn't that mean my class skills won't even scratch him? Who cares about Andre and Sly? This Lu Fan guy is the real threat here. Driven mad by the thought, Jalan points frantically at Lu Fan and screams like a lunatic, "Kill him! He must die! The two of you, kill him now. I'll give you 20,000 points each." Holding her iron mace, Vicky scoffs in disdain. Apart from her useless, heavily injured teammates, It seems she's the only one who can get things done around here. Badan, back me up. Let me, before she can even finish her sentence, a massive explosion erupts behind her, shutting her up instantly. Lu Fan was startled, wondering to himself, is that their ally? Wei Qi anxiously cried out, who's there? She thought to herself, could it be Ya-sang? Suddenly, a fireball flew right at her, crashing straight into her body and making her scream in agony. A thick cloud of hot smoke immediately billowed from where she stood. The man who had just arrived was none other than Andre. He burst out laughing and said, don't worry, buddy. I'm here to back you up. 3 against 1. How shameless can you get? If you call yourselves men, come fight me instead. Immediately, a status screen popped up in front of him. Snow Country Prestige, Andre, level 60. Blazing Warrior. Score, 80,167. Lu Fan gasped in surprise. Andre. The man planted his axe into the ground, looking completely relaxed as he laughed heartily. Hey buddy, that big dragon of yours is seriously strong. Lu Fan patted Xiao Ye on the head and gently whispered, Xiao Ye, relax. Andre doesn't mean any harm. He then turned to Andre down below and replied, your fire skills are no joke either. Look how far you just blasted this lady. Hearing this, he laughed again and explained, this is my 3rd tier skill, the Flame God Avatar. But honestly, dealing with these low-level chumps won't even warm me up. Meanwhile, Wei Qi finally regained consciousness and came crawling out from the cloud of dust and smoke. Oblivious to her, Lu Fan just kept chatting casually with Andre. Yeah, she hasn't even used a single skill yet, so she must be pretty tough. Andre gasped in surprise. Wait a minute. Did you say lady? That person's a girl? Just as Wei Qi got up, she overheard their conversation and shrieked in rage. You bastards! Andre shouted back, scratching his head. She's that strong? All right, I'll take care of her first. Buddy, can you handle the Snake Rider and the Archer by yourself? Lu Fan scratched his head, replying awkwardly, actually, that won't be necessary. Seeing herself completely ignored, Wei Qi's voice trembled with absolute fury as she growled, you! How dare you! A massive surge of energy erupted from her body as she roared, how dare you completely look down on me like this? In the blink of an eye, a massive bear materialized behind her. The great bear spirit summoned the bear god, Duodo. It transformed into a colossal bear, boosting her endurance by 120% and her health by 175%, with a cooldown of 16 seconds. Brandishing a massive mace, the great bear spirit swung it down with brutal force as she shrieked, I'll make you all pay for this. Andre swung his axe to block her mace. Struggling against the heavy impact, he yelled out to Lu Fan, buddy, look out for yourself. Leave this girl to me. A system notification popped up. Flame God Avatar summons the power of the Fire God, Sherong, boosts all attributes by 100%, and grants fiery wings, allowing temporary flight. The duration of the Flame God Avatar is determined by the Spirit attribute. Andre leaped backward to gain some distance. The Great Bear Spirit roared and charged forward again. Lu Fan could only hold his head and sigh as he watched the two of them clash. Though Andre is a reliable guy, he's also a total magnet for trouble. And worst of all, this is basically steel killing my points. Besides, I didn't even need any help. I haven't even summoned the Earth Fiend or my army yet. Suddenly, countless glowing projectiles rained down from the sky, forcing him to tilt his body to dodge. Down below, Galan and Badan saw all their attacks blocked by Xiao Ye's wings, making them curse in frustration. Damn it, Galan, I missed again. Galan stopped pretending. He jumped right down from the snake's head and barked at Badan. How embarrassing. Just stick to the plan. With that, he raised his mace towards Lu Fan and commanded, Xiao Qi, use poison mist spray, now. Obeying the command, it opened its mouth wide and exhaled a thick cloud of green mist. A massive amount of toxic gas spread everywhere. Immediately, the skill information poison mist spray appeared above its head. Continuously sprays poison mist at the target, dealing damage and applying a poison effect. Watching from Xiao Ye's back, Lu Fan couldn't help but ask with disdain, you clearly know my dragon and I are immune to poison, so why are you still wasting your breath on this? Suddenly, his expression tensed up as he realized, wait, one of Galan's giant pythons is missing. Lu Fan quickly scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself, the other one must be sneaking up from behind for a pincer attack. He raised his blade, getting into a defensive stance. Using Space Slash infused with Dragon Aura, he delivered 2 consecutive slashes. He coordinated perfectly with his dragon pet, which unleashed 2 Dragon Claw strikes infused with dragon aura. Lu Fan whipped around and slashed hard into the empty space beside him. Instantly, a giant python was sliced clean in half. Lu Fan looked down at the falling pieces of the carcass and scoffed. "You almost had us there. What a shame. You're just way too slow. Xiao Ye, let's move." Seeing Xiao Qi defeated, Jelan cursed in frustration. Damn it. But in the next second, a smirk crept onto his face. He bowed his head slightly and burst into a wicked laugh. "Too bad for you. My Xiao Qi can't die," he roared toward the python's corpse. "Rise again, Python Resurrection. As long as their master lives, the giant pythons created from the 5 poison witch doctors' spiritual energy can never die. They can easily be resurrected by channeling spiritual energy, and even if their bodies are shattered, they will simply split in two. They're huge, and there are so many of them." Lu Fan watched the oncoming pythons and muttered to himself, "The more I kill, the more they spawn. What a troublesome bunch of overgrown worms." Seeing this, he raised his greatsword and ordered Xiao Ye. "Xiao Ye, switch to your world destroyer form and burn them all to ashes." Hearing his command, Xiao Ye let out a piercing screech. Intense flames instantly erupted around her, and her status window popped up right above her head. Black Dragon Hatchling transformed into World Destroyer form. Xiao Ye, level 32, contracted Black Dragon Hatchling. Xiao Ye opened her mouth and unleashed a massive lava fireball, continuously breathing fire ahead to deal heavy damage while healing herself at the same time. She relentlessly poured the fierce flames onto the giant pythons, leaving them writhing in agonizing pain. Sensing the danger, Kirin quickly shouted to cheer his beast on. "Hang in there, Xiao Qi." He then spun around and yelled at Badan. "Badan, what the hell are you doing? Is it ready yet?" But Badan wasn't doing any better. He struggled to raise his bow, groaning in sheer frustration. Aiming his arrow straight at Lu Fan, he yelled out, "It's fully charged. Kirin, cover me." An evil eye lightning arrow crackled to life. Badan's face twisted with rage as he growled, "Go to hell, you bastard." Oblivious to the threat, Xiao Ye kept blasting the pythons with her flames. Meanwhile, the lightning arrow gathered dark electricity to form an ominous evil eye. This skill deals 4 hits of 29% dark damage and 91% lightning damage to the target. The longer the evil eye charges, the deadlier the damage becomes. Realizing this, Lu Fan quickly raised his hand and conjured a lightning orb of his own, shouting, "A lightning skill? Oh, please, I am all too familiar with those. Let me open your eyes to real power." Dragon language magic. The Azure Dragon King's roar unleashed a massive stream of lightning, dealing devastating damage and leaving the target completely paralyzed. It also infuses the next attacks with 20 stacks of lightning. Each hit consumes 1 stack, with a 20% chance to stun the target. Badan watched in absolute terror as the spell rushed toward him, crying out, "What? How does he know lightning magic too? Not to mention, it's a super rare dragon language spell." Before he could process it, a giant dragon materialized in front of him, letting out a deafening roar. Badan was instantly blown backward, and both Kirin and his giant python were caught in the devastating shockwave. Even in this chaos, Kirin desperately called out to Xiao Qi. Writhing from the severe electric shock, a terrified Badan turned to Kirin and screamed, "Kirin, you have to hold the line. I can't block this power on my own." But then, realizing what Kirin was actually planning to do, Badan's eyes widened in horror as he screamed his name. Instead of helping, Kirin cold-heartedly commanded, "Xiao Qi, dive now." Terrified, Badan begged, "Kirin, what are you doing? Don't leave me here to die." Badan desperately screamed Kirin's name, but neither Kirin nor his python looked back as they plunged straight into the ground. Xiao Qi and Kirin vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Badan's hopeless screams as the lightning began to lock onto his position. With 0 defensive support left, Badan was forced to take the full brunt of Xiao Ye's devastating attack. Right after, a server-wide notification popped up. Badan of Jingxiang country has died. Remaining players, 22 out of 23. Staring at the fading embers, Lu Fan muttered in disgust. "That bastard sold out his teammate again. There's no escaping me after pulling a cheap stunt like that, Kirin." Without wasting a second, he looked at Xiao Ye and commanded, "Xiao Ye, get ready to coordinate with me and trigger dragon language resonance." Xiao Ye instantly took her stance. She charged forward like a meteor, enveloped in raging, explosive lava. Lu Fan declared, "We are going to dry up this entire muddy swamp." Spurred by his words, Xiao Ye unleashed a relentless torrent of flames, combining with the dragon language resonance to create a terrifying shockwave. Lu Fan pointed his hand forward, cold-heartedly proclaiming, "This is where you die." The overwhelming power of the lava lake incinerated his body, leaving nothing behind but charred bones. Stepping past the ashes, Lu Fan coldly declared that the game was over, and that he was the ultimate hunter. Right on cue, another announcement rang out. Kiran of South Korea has died. Remaining players, 21 out of 23. Lu Fan watched as his score on the leaderboard instantly updated. Checking his total points, he thought, completing the quest gave me 710,000 points. That is an increase of 160,000 compared to before. A high-stakes player versus player match where lives are on the line is truly brutal, but man, the rewards are absolutely worth it. With that, Lu Fan officially claimed the #1 spot on the leaderboard. But just as he was celebrating, a voice suddenly shouted from above, "Heads up, brother, catch." Confused, Lu Fan turned around just as a massive explosion rocked the area, shaking the entire Swamp Kingdom trial realm to its core. Emerging from the smoke, Wei Ji, who was currently in his bear form, was desperately trying to keep his footing. His panic reached a whole new level when he saw Andre charging at him, raising his weapon with a murderous glint in his eyes. As the cold blade of the axe closed in on his face, a terrified Wei Ji could only stammer, begging for mercy. But it was too late. Andre's weapon instantly morphed into a giant warhammer, slamming directly into him. He effortlessly hoisted the massive bear into the air, growling coldly. A coward who only knows how to hide in the dark, and scheme doesn't deserve mercy. With a casual shrug, Andre tossed the giant bear man straight toward Lu Fan. Catching sight of Lu Fan and Xiao Ye, Andre called out, "Heads up, brother, catch this." Seeing this action, Lu Fan couldn't help but wonder. But according to the rules of the national trial, only the person who lands the killing blow on a representative can claim their points. Suddenly, a dark snake arrow shot right toward his position. A smirk played on his lips, as there was absolutely no reason to reject such a sweet deal. His score shot up once again. After making his move, Andre slowly approached the two of them, though Xiao Ye remained highly alert. He quickly waved his hands, sounding a bit helpless. "Hey, don't get me wrong. I only came here to help. I guess I was just worrying over nothing, thinking they'd gang up on you 3-on-1. Lu Fan walked over, offering a smile as he replied, "Thanks. I honestly wouldn't mind a few more of these free handouts." Without a hint of anger or annoyance, Andre shrugged and replied, "No problem at all. I mean, who told you to feed me so much delicious food from the Dragon Country anyway? Since you're doing fine, I'll go back to farming some points now." But right then, a very familiar growling sound echoed. Maybe it was because he used too much energy combined with his massive build, but he was starving. Andre had an embarrassed look on his face. Looking sheepish, he asked, "Brother, do you happen to have any more of that food from the Dragon Country?" Shortly after, the three of them touched down in a forest. The three of them enjoyed a barbecue together. Munching on two massive meat skewers, Andre kept praising how incredibly delicious the food from the Dragon Country was. He suggested, "Hey, can I trade my points for some of this? You give me 1 chicken, and I'll give you 5,000 points. What do you think?" Holding his coffee cup and listening to Andre's offer, Lu Fan immediately declined, saying, "No need for the points. If you want to eat, I'll just give it to you." Having no other choice, Andre compromised. "How could I do that? At least let me give you 2,000 points per chicken." But in an instant, Andre's face went completely blank, and he shrieked in shock upon seeing Lu Fan's total points. "Holy crap, over 700,000 points. How on earth did you get so many points?" Meanwhile, Lu Fan glanced at Andre's info. Seeing Andre's status on his watch, Lu Fan asked curiously, "Wait, did you also get the quest to subjugate the 9-realm demon?" Andre looked totally stunned and asked back in disbelief, "Wait, you too? Brother, with that many points, don't tell me you completely flattened the Black Spire?" Lu Fan replied with a calm, indifferent expression. "From the very beginning, my target was always the Black Spire. The points from beasts are proportional to their strength. So, the Black Spire is naturally the perfect place to farm points." Hearing this, Andre was utterly struck with horror. Witnessing his overwhelming power, Andre thought to himself, just what kind of monster is this guy? If it weren't for my class's unique passive, I would have died during the 3rd wave of monsters back at that Black Spire. And here he is, treating that nightmare like a basic farming ground. Andre's face grew even more dumbfounded. Thank goodness I didn't end up as his enemy. Charlie and I got totally stuck here. We stand absolutely no chance against him. After hesitating for a moment, he let out a heavy sigh and said, "I originally planned on sharing a little secret on how to farm points. but now it looks like I was just daydreaming. There's no way I could copy the way you farm. Lu Fan looked over and quickly chimed in. Well, the Black Spire is indeed very tough. I had to put in quite a bit of effort to clear it out. Andre glanced at Xiao Ye, who was happily devouring a chicken leg, and remarked, having a dragon pet really makes a world of difference. No wonder Dragon Knight is known as one of the 3 strongest hidden classes. Xiao Ye noticed his gaze and immediately hissed at Andre, as if warning him not to even think about stealing her food. Startled, Andre shrunk back with a terrified look, murmuring, she's just a tiny bit fierce though. Lu Fan then asked, so, that means you've tried this quest before and failed, right? Andre didn't deny it. He nodded, sweating profusely just thinking back to how he had to run for his life, barely escaping with his head still on his shoulders. With this damn quest active on me, I can't even accept any other missions. With a faint smile on his lips, Lu Fan suddenly suggested, actually, I have an idea. Why don't we team up for this one? The two of them then set off. After walking for a while, a doubt popped into Andre's mind, and he turned to Lu Fan. Hey brother, is it just me, or does your dragon pet look like she wants to eat me alive? Hearing this, Lu Fan quickly explained, dragons are naturally aggressive and don't take well to strangers. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, she won't bite you. But deep down, he thought to himself, I can't exactly tell him it's because he accidentally ate all of Xiao Ye's rations. After walking a bit further, the 3 of them arrived at a familiar spot. A massive pyramid loomed right before their eyes. System warnings kept flashing. A black spire stood ahead, and a brand new wave of monsters began to spawn. Level 60 rotting corpse eagles worth 84 points, and level 60 skyhorned bulls worth 84 points were growling menacingly down below. Gripping his weapon, Andre looked at his buddy and asked, so, what's the plan now, brother? Lu Fan smirked and replied, you do your thing. I'll do mine. It's every man for himself. All around them, the elite monsters let out savage roars. Grr, Lu Fan. Lu Fan sat atop Xiao Ye's back and called out to Andre, with your strength, dealing with those carrion eagles and sky-horned ox demons shouldn't be a problem, right? Andre looked a bit hesitant before replying, well, those 2 waves of monsters don't have very high stats. Even though there are tons of them, they shouldn't be too hard to handle. Lu Fan grinned. That's perfect. Leave the 2 waves outside to you. I'm heading straight inside to clear the rest. Andre nodded confidently. Sure, that's no problem. But a second later, his eyes widened in shock. Wait, what did you say? You're rushing straight inside to fight them? Ignoring his panic, Lu Fan shouted to Xing Chen. Xing Chen, switch to your astral form. Instantly, Xing Chen obeyed, transforming amidst a magical blue mist before using Starspace Traverse to phase right into the Dark Spire. In its astral form, the Starspace Dragon's power surges by 500%, maintaining its Voidbreaker form for 60 seconds. Crackling blue lightning erupted all around, and only then did Lu Fan casually explain to Andre, you know, instead of waiting for the monsters in the Dark Spire to crawl out wave by wave, I'd rather just storm in and wipe them all out at once. It saves so much time. Starspace Traverse rips open the fabric of space, creating a rift portal that connects directly to a marked location. This portal rift lasts for 6 seconds and completely bypasses any magical barriers or forbidden curses. Before diving straight in, just like he said, Lu Fan looked back and called out, take care out here. I'll clean out these beasts inside the Dark Spire in no time. Andre's panic instantly turned into utter disbelief. No way. How does he have another dragon? By then, Lu Fan and his 2 massive beasts had already crossed the threshold, stepping into the eerie depths of the Dark Spire. Finding the reception quite amusing, Lu Fan smirked. Well, this is quite the welcome party. This 4-winged creature with glowing red eyes and that cocoon-shaped beast are abyss moths, level 75, with a score of 223. Beside them stood a crypt devourer, level 85, with a score of 652. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, you pathetic, lowly human. Then there was the undead Shadow Knight, level 80, with a score of 423. And that multi-limbed, red-eyed crawling beast over there was a carrion beetle, level 65, with a score of 127. The crypt puppet demon sneered as it welcomed him. Since you had the guts to step foot in here, I'll grant you the right to choose how you die. Crypt puppet demon, level 85, nightmare tier boss. Stats: strength, 30,950, 1. Spirit, 37,582. Agility, 48,034. Stamina, 30,650, 8. Skills. Death Coil. Uses its body and limbs to form a lock that binds enemies, completely immobilizing them while inflicting debuffs like paralysis, stiffness, poison, and dizziness. Leg Spikes. Deals tearing damage that can stack over time. Shadow Melding. Assimilates its body with space upon activation, granting perfect invisibility and allowing free passage through dark barriers undetected. All physical and magical attacks become useless while invisible. Undying Shell. Upon the crypt puppet demon's death, its outer shell shatters, and a brand new body sheds from within. After shedding, its attack power skyrockets by 100%, while its defense drops by 100%, causing its life force to drain rapidly until the body completely rots away. Lu Fan summoned Xing Chen, casting a sharp glare at the demon. What a shame. Looks like you're not exactly happy to see me. Too bad I brought you a massive gift. I guess I'll just have to give it to you a little later. Emerald Dragon Contract, level 24. Stats, Strength, 4,250, 6. Agility, 4,318. Spirit, 70,559. Stamina, 4,559. Emerald Dragon Bloodline. All skill effects for the dragon race and those sharing the same bloodline are doubled. Lu Fan roared. Xiao Fei. Use Soul Protection. Soul Protection. When friendly targets are bathed in soul light, all of their attributes are boosted by 100%, which is further doubled to 200%. Each time damage is sustained, it absorbs the impact and generates 1 to 2 defensive aura barriers. Once these defensive aura barriers stack up to 10 layers, they trigger a defensive shockwave. The damage unleashed equals the total damage absorbed. Showing zero fear, Lu Fan taunted. Trying to overwhelm me with numbers? You can't scare me. Black Dragon Contract, level 32. Stats. Strength, 8,457, boosted to 30,183. Agility, 15,697, boosted to 50,262. Spirit, 33,812, boosted to 105,807. Stamina, 17,382, boosted to 56,769. Lu Fan immediately ordered his dragons to clear the area. Void Rend, augmented by Dragon Aura, strikes twice in rapid succession. When synchronized with the dragon pet, it unleashes 2 claw strikes infused with Dragon Aura. Great Catastrophe. A destructive dragon erupts along its flight path, dealing massive area of effect damage and inflicting a burning state. Star Shatter. Summons a crushing star to crush enemies, dealing massive area of effect damage based on strength. Astral Form remaining duration, 10 seconds. He quickly commanded. Xing Chen, use Star Shatter. Charge Progress. Serpent Shadow Arrow. When the Underworld Serpent Bow charges for 3 seconds, it fires a Serpent Shadow Arrow, boosting damage by 500%. Current charge, 3 seconds. Star Shatter Serpent Shadow Arrow forms a star, which, when shattered by the Serpent Shadow Arrow, inflicts catastrophic area of effect damage. The power of the Starry Sky Dragon's strength attribute is boosted by 500%. Amidst the fierce battle, each beast unleashes a massive power. Aura Impact converts 10 times the total absorbed damage into raw output, unleashing a wide-range counterattack. Astral Annihilation is currently casting. This destructive beam channels the raw energy of every star within its body, unleashing a chaotic blast that inflicts catastrophic damage, completely bypassing defense and ignoring blocks. The damage dealt scales directly with strength and level. The current damage of Astral Annihilation has surged to 23,280 to 349,200. Grinning, he says, "At this rate, I'm about to level up again. I've got to pick up the pace." Dragon Nation's Lu Fan scores 763,383 plus 15,687. Fallen Demon Dragon, level 24. Demon Dragon's breath spews draconic breath at the target, dealing magic damage. Any target slain by this breath will be resurrected as a puppet to fight for you. Demon Dragon Assault wraps the user in fallen demonic aura armor, launching them toward the target. While dealing damage, it mitigates 99% of incoming damage and reflects any skill effects received. Unsealed Draconic Language. Unsealed Dragon Tongue Magic. The dragon's breath is replaced by Dragon Tongue Magic. Demon Dragon's Forbidden Spell and Demon Dragon Assault are both replaced by Dragon Tongue Magic. Apocalyptic Fall and Demon Dragon Bloodline reduce all incoming damage by 75%. But before long, he shouts out, "Xiao Fei, summon the fallen demon dragon, natural assimilation, summon the dragon flute, summoning fallen demon dragon, twins." The level of the fallen demon dragon matches the user's level. Instantly, both sides clash in a heated battle once more. Starry Sky Dragon. Summoning form. Falling Star Galaxy. The galaxy form unleashes falling stars that cover the entire area. While the starfall is active, other skills can be cast simultaneously. Unless interrupted, the starfall will persist indefinitely. The Jade Dragon has leveled up to level 25. The Starry Sky Dragon has leveled up to level 18. Lu Fan has leveled up to level 37. Man, leveling up is a piece of cake, Lu Fan whispers to himself in admiration. Now this is what I call a fast way to farm points. The Black Dragon has reached level 3-3. Abyssal Moth, level 75, worth 223 points. Corrosive Spit. When the skill is activated, the Abyssal Moth unleashes a stream of sticky green venom, rapidly firing it toward the target area. Upon hitting the target, the venom spreads, forming glowing green corrosive bubbles. Black Hole creates a spatial rift that continuously pulls in nearby enemies for the duration of the cast. Once the cast ends, the black hole explodes, dealing massive AoE damage equal to the combined max health of all enemies sucked in. Lu Fan scoffs internally. You guys are literally just begging to die. Just a second ago, Lu Fan was grinning. But the very next second, his expression turns dead serious, clutching a broken mirror shard in his hand as he falls into deep thought. It's completely gone. Shatter the Darkness integrates his body with the surrounding space. When active, it grants a stealth effect, allowing him to pass freely through dark barriers without being detected. All physical and magical attacks fail to register, while the stealth effect of Shatter the Darkness is active. Lu Fan grits his teeth in frustration, unable to sense anything. Meanwhile, the battle continues to rage furiously. Deathwrap utilizes its body and sharp limbs to form tight shackles, binding the enemy to prevent movement while inflicting paralysis, poison, and a negative stun effect. The sharp limbs deal tearing damage that stacks over time. Shock spreads across the opponent's face as they gasp. What? Phantom Walk removes the stealth effect? Suddenly, a powerful force blasts the Earth Golem demon backward. Infuriated, he roars, Why the hell are you here? And why are you helping a human? Answer me. Earth Fiend Demon's Phantom Walk blends his body into the Earth Fiend aura to gain a stealth effect, allowing him to traverse the Earth Fiend aura freely without being detected. This stealth effect cannot be detected. However, taking damage or performing any attack will immediately cancel the stealth. Ignoring the question, the Earth Fiend Demon continues his onslaught. With a swipe of his Bloodblade claws, 5 deadly blood claws shred the target from above, landing blow after brutal blow on the Earth Golem Demon. Great Cataclysm. A massive, devastating AoE attack explodes across the field, dealing immense damage and leaving a burning effect in its wake. Watching the drama unfold from the sidelines, Lu Fan chuckles, an old friend's reunion. So, what do you think of my little gift? Satisfied? Cut to the National Trial Realm, deep within the swamp of the Earth, Golem Demon's dark spire. At this moment, the Earth Golem Demon's rage reaches its boiling point as he snarls. An ancient demon god, of all things, slain twice by a mere human, and now reduced to a human puppet. He spits in disgust. How pathetic. You don't deserve to stand on equal footing with me, you and these lowly creatures. Your deaths won't be missed. Earth Golem Demon, level 85, boss level difficulty, Nightmare tier. Strength level, 64,852. Agility 69,427. Spirit 69,924. Durability 8,758. New skill unlocked. Shadow Cleave Clone. Spawns 8 clones lasting 15 seconds. Clones inherit 60% of the user's max health and attack power, with the original body, and they can even absorb a portion of the damage. The Earth Fiend Demon Vine quickly realized that this kid's aura was deeply unsettling. He knew he had to eliminate him today. Without another thought, the monster unleashed its first attack, Deathbind. By using its body and jointed legs to form a lock, it binds the enemy, making them completely unable to move. This attack also inflicts stiffness and poisoning, causing a stun debuff, while its legs deal rupture damage that stacks continuously. But out of nowhere, the Deathbind skill was suddenly interrupted. The monster roared in anger. Earth, Fiend, demons. Yet, The Earth Fiend demons showed no sign of stopping. They continued their relentless assault, triggering Shadow Split Clone to generate 8 clones. Lasting for 15 seconds, each clone possesses 60% of the original body's health and attack power and can absorb a portion of the damage. Lu Fan couldn't hide his amusement as he watched this little show play out. Since you like my gift so much, let me add some fuel to the fire. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the heavenly demon soldiers to control the fallen corpses. This allowed him to control every single fallen corpse puppet created by the fallen corpse demonic dragon, with the ability to summon or recall them at will. When a puppet died, its body and dark energy would return to the fallen corpse demonic dragon. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly demon soldiers materialized, forming an overwhelming army. Their sudden appearance caught the earth puppet demon completely off guard, filling him with dread. This is impossible. How did he manage to subjugate the entire Earth Fiend demon army inside the spire? Lu Fan found this highly entertaining. Since both were ancient magic beasts, he wanted to see who would come out on top. In an instant, both sides clashed without holding back. The battlefield became a chaotic bloodbath, but as the heavenly demon soldiers gained the upper hand, terror began to creep into the enemy's heart. How can a mere human be this powerful? The heavenly demon soldiers quickly converged on the earth puppet demon. It's your turn, you ugly freak. The monster spat back defiantly. You think a handful of weaklings like you can take me down? Keep dreaming. But reality quickly delivered a brutal slap to his face. The relentless, crushing strikes left him with only one thought: to turn tail and run. Lu Fan immediately unleashed a new skill: Dragon's Encouragement. Dragon's Encouragement boosts his and his dragon's overall attributes and attack power by 30%. Now, to make sure you have absolutely nowhere to run, Xiao Ye, come forth. Xiao Ye, level 33, Black Dragon Pact. Strength, 8,707 to 11,319. Agility, 16,190, 7 to 21,050. 6. Spirit, 34,812 to 45,255. Endurance, 17,880, 2 to 23,246. Lu Fan then turned to Xiao Fei and commanded, Starry Fusion, Xing Chen, use Starlight Destruction. The astral dragon swapped forms to its astral state, with 59 seconds remaining. Star-shattering light was currently charging. He raised his hand, signaling Xiao Ye. Lava burst. A massive torrent of flames erupted. Dragon language unseal. This unsealed his dragon language magic, replacing demonic dragon's breath with a forbidden spell, and demonic dragon assault with Doomsday Fall. Doomsday Fall, the ultimate form of dragon language magic once unsealed, was pushed to its absolute limit. The skill sacrifices the user's own health to unleash a devastating meteor strike, dealing damage equal to 2,000% of the sacrificed health. This time, Doomsday Fall sacrificed 100% of his health. The battlefield turned into an absolute hellscape. Star-shattering light surged through its entire body as the astral power condensed into a piercing laser beam, dealing unpredictable, defense-ignoring, and unblockable damage. The total output was determined solely by its strength and level. Having leveled up, Star-shattering light's damage range now sat at 39,364 to 708,552. Lava burst. Raging flames erupted around the target, turning the ground into a molten pool of lava. Anyone caught inside would slowly sink, taking massive, continuous damage. Dragon language. Resonance. When a dragon rider and their dragon pet cast the same dragon language magic simultaneously, both their spell powers are boosted by 100%. Dragon language resonance. Lava burst. Trapped right in the middle of this blazing sea of lava, the monster let out an agonizing shriek. This can't be. I won't accept this. Meanwhile, back at the National Trial Secret Realm, in the swamp outside the Earth Puppet Demon's dark spire, Andre glanced back and saw a roaring beast hot on his heels, determined to tear him apart. Spinning around, Andre spread his fiery wings and soared upward to dodge the strike. Gathering momentum high in the air, he gripped his weapon with both hands and brought it down hard on the monster's head. As the smoke cleared, the beast's carcasses were left scattered all over the ground. Flying closer to the spire, he noticed the massive gates were still shut tight. He muttered to himself, "Why hasn't the main gate opened yet? Where's the third wave of beasts?" Suddenly, the spire exploded violently from its core, blasting Andre back. As debris rained down all around him, he stared in shock, crying out, "What the hell is going on?" 5 minutes later, in the swamp of the National Trial Secret Realm, a massive dragon emerged from the ruins of the shattered spire. A voice echoed down from atop the dragon. Andre is pretty fast. He's already cleared out the entire army outside the spire. All cleared out. Down below, dozens of monsters are piled high on top of each other. Suddenly, the dragon tosses down a massive monster head. From atop the dragon's head, a voice calls down, "Hey brother, you doing all right down there?" Andre turns around, instantly recognizing Lu Fan's voice. The massive monster head crashes down right next to Andre, startling him. Holy crap, what on earth is this thing? That is the undead defiance state. 10 minutes after death, it uses 100% of its HP to resurrect from its own corpse. Once resurrected, its attack power increases by 100%, its defense drops by 200%, and it loses 1% of its HP every second. With the undead defiance countdown at 4 minutes, Andre stares at the head, which is venting green smoke with blood-red eyes, and can't help but mutter, "Man, this freaky thing is truly something else." Lu Fan steps down from Xiaoye's head and says, "Don't just stand there daydreaming. This is the head of the Earth Golem Demon. Hurry up and finish it off. Its resurrection has already been triggered." Andre's eyes widen in shock as he stammers, "Wait, what? You're giving these points to me?" Lu Fan smiles and replies, "Well, the points from inside the spire are already all mine anyway. But if I'm the one who kills this Earth Golem Demon, your quest will be stuck forever." Hearing this, Andre hoists his hammer, bursting with blazing flames, and says, "Brother, you really look out for your friends." With a powerful slam of his hammer onto the monster's head, a system notification pops up, confirming he interrupted the undead defiance. After that brutal night, the swamp of this national trial secret realm looks breathtakingly beautiful in the early morning light. Sitting by the campfire, they chat and laugh together. Andre chuckles and says, "Man, brother, making friends with you is the best luck I've ever had." Staring at his system screen, he says excitedly, "Completing that quest gave me 200,000 points straight up. Now I'm ranked 29th. Name Andre. Nationality, Snow Country. Level, 60. 1. Class, Flame Warrior. Points, 270, 1,220. Rank, 29th. Lu Fan asks, "So, I guess this is where our temporary squad disbands, right?" He stands up, looking at Lu Fan with a hint of regret. "It's a shame this is the national trial. In the end, we're still rivals. If only we had met before all this, I definitely would have treated you to some fine wine." Hearing this, Lu Fan reassures him, "Don't worry about it.